Reborn as a colossal centipede in a forest, I possess within me a small furnace capable of melting the powers of myriad demons. I reign supreme over the woodland, as all beasts flee in my presence. When hunger strikes, I feast on spiritual fruits. When thirst beckons, I drink from pure springs. I absorb the essence of the sun and moon, devouring the spiritual energy of the earth and sky, living freely and at ease, all while my little cousin languishes in a dilapidated temple. I had thought this life would be one of leisure, yet I stumbled upon the tales of the journey to the west, only to realize that I am ensnared in a calamity unbeknownst to me. With divine beings watching from above, what shall I do if I cannot compete? The answer: join them. Stepping upon the sacred mountain, I gaze upon the majestic golden statue. Why does the Buddha conspire against us? Witness how this demon lord schemes to attain enlightenment through the journey to the west. Chapter 1. In the mountain, the absence of the tiger leaves the centipede as king. The rustle of leaves echoes through the ancient trees and the stone cliffs. The forest is deep and mysterious, with silhouettes of mountains shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a few vigilant hares stand alert, their ears trembling. A deer by the stream raises its head, glancing around, and with a call, the deer alerts its companions to scatter. The cawing of crows fills the air, and in an instant, all beasts flee. Hares retreat into their burrows, monkeys hide in the trees, birds nestling in their homes, and even the wolves and leopards remain silent in their dens. A massive creature, 5 meters long, intrudes upon this tranquility, its antennae like golden whips, its formidable jaws glistening with a cold light, and its body segmented with countless legs, each adorned with shining eyes. This is the king of the mountain centipedes, a red-headed, golden-backed behemoth. This year the fruit trees have borne quite a harvest. It rises half its body, speaking in human tongue. Before it stands an unknown fruit tree, laden with over 20 purple fruits, each the size of an apple. Though I, Wu Ming, do not know the name of this fruit, I've been consuming it for over 80 years. Once, I was merely an ordinary university student, the son of uneducated farmers who casually named me Wu Ming. This led to frequent inquiries about my proficiency in playing the eru. One fateful day, perhaps at the whim of some deity, I awoke to find myself in a strange world, transformed into a 1-foot-long centipede. Fortunately, I retained some rudimentary techniques of breathing exercises, allowing me to absorb the moonlight to nourish myself, thus spending a century in this mountain. Exhaling a gust of black wind, I caused the fruits to fall from the tree and gathered them upon my broad back to return to my dwelling. Though I had become a centipede, my former self could not bear the thought of consuming raw flesh. I sustained myself on the spiritual fruits of the mountain. These purple fruits not only satiated my hunger, but also contained spiritual essence beneficial for cultivation. I ventured forth. A black wolf, tail between its legs, dragged a half-grown wild boar before me. With a nod of my golden red head, the wolf relinquished the boar with a whimper and fled. I hoisted the wild boar onto my back and continued my journey. This mountain, which I named Tiger Lying Mountain, once housed a tiger demon that terrorized the land 50 years ago, claiming lives indiscriminately. All creatures, woodcutters, and travelers fell victim to the tiger's ferocity. In my younger days, I, with a mere 1-meter frame, had to hide beneath stones and tree roots to escape that tiger demon. After 10 years, I grew to over 2 meters in length, my body becoming exceedingly sturdy. Seizing an opportunity while the tiger demon slumbered post-feast, I slipped into its lair and delivered a lethal bite, injecting my potent venom, and fled. The tiger, unable to endure even for a moment, succumbed to its demise. My ability to exhale black winds was a gift acquired from that tiger demon. Recalling this brings me great joy. The heavenly path seems to favor me. How could one traverse the realms without a golden finger? I paused to focus, sensing the golden finger within my body, a small furnace, round and ample, intricately inscribed with divine patterns, supported by 3 legs, its lid tightly sealed, occasionally emitting sparks of fire. This furnace had been with me since my rebirth, not a relic I acquired or stumbled upon, but a miraculous gift. Its effects are indeed extraordinary. The most remarkable ability I have discovered thus far is its power to refine the essence and abilities of others. The tiger demon, once consumed in the furnace, imparted its knowledge to me, specifically its ability to exhale black winds. Moreover, I have ingested numerous metals, and the furnace welcomed them all, returning a golden energy that rendered my body as resilient as metal. However, ordinary animals yielded little more than a surge of vitality, akin to overindulgence. Thus far, only mystical creatures and natural metals have proven beneficial, augmenting my essence and strengthening my form while granting me their abilities. Emerging from a forest, I encountered a dilapidated temple, once grand edifice, now reduced to a mere handful of rooms. I navigated my colossal form through the overgrown vegetation and entered the largest hall. Before the imposing statue of the Buddha, I felt no reverence. "Cousin, it is time to eat," I called out. "Thank you, elder brother," came a voice from within the statue, indistinguishable in gender. Then, a massive black centipede emerged from behind the statue, descending gracefully. Unlike me, this centipede had a black head and back, its antennae resembling curved blades, adorned with bristles and scales, and equipped with formidable jaws, appearing far more ferocious that it began. "Namo Amitabha, elder brother, I have been studying the Flower Adornment Sutra today, yet there are a few characters I do not recognize. I kindly ask for your guidance." This black centipede was one I had rescued 50 years ago from a trap laid by hunters near a dark pool on Tiger-Lying Mountain. I had used my powerful jaws to free it, and since then, it had accompanied me in the temple. Curiously, this centipede developed a fondness for Buddhist scriptures, requesting my assistance in reading and reciting them, ultimately burrowing into the statue to immerse itself in the text. That I was both surprised and relieved. Having a reclusive demon was preferable to one that harmed others, for I had once been human and could not bear such sights. After explaining a few obscure characters, my cousin took the wild boar inside the statue, where it began to feast. After consuming several fruits, I ventured outside, lying in the courtyard to absorb the moonlight, entering a meditative rhythm. My cousin, having finished its meal, also began to cultivate under the moonlight. Breath in, breathe out, my limbs and eyes moved in a rhythmic dance, my golden body shimmering like glass as I practiced throughout the night. The centipede favors the shadows and despises the sun. My cousin seldom emerged during the day. However, I overcame my innate tendencies and welcomed the sunlight, for its warmth is beneficial to health. Unlike other centipedes, I could absorb both the moonlight and the essence of the sun, enhancing my cultivation far beyond that of other spirits who had trained for the same duration. Shaking my body, I prepared to venture out again. "Are you off to listen to the Taoist teachings?" my cousin inquired. I nodded in affirmation. "Why not join me in contemplating the Buddhist scriptures? Perhaps you may attain great enlightenment and become a bodhisattva." After a moment of reflection, I replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, dear cousin. Yet, your love for Buddhism and my pursuit of the Tao each holds its own merits. There is no need to impose." The Buddha statue fell silent for a moment. "Indeed, my younger brother speaks thoughtlessly. I hope you will not take offense, elder brother." Wu Ming nodded slightly, swaying his body as he made his way towards a Taoist temple nestled halfway up the mountain. Chapter 2. The initial encounter with the Tao. At the Taoist temple nestled on the mountainside, there stood a humble Taoist temple. The main hall was modest, dedicated to the veneration of the three pure ones, with a few thatched cottages flanking it for rest. Within the temple, there resided an elderly Taoist priest and 3 young acolytes. Wu Ming had known this elder for 3 years. At that time, Wu Ming was experiencing a century cycle, his spiritual cultivation surging and causing his physical form to swell, necessitating a shedding of his old shell. To be cautious, he chose a secluded cliffside rather than the temple itself, yet fate had other plans, for he was spotted by a ravenous eagle on the hunt. At that moment, having just shed his old form and still in a tender state, he was utterly defenseless. Just as the eagle was about to rend him apart, the old Taoist appeared, brandishing a whisk to send the eagle away, thus saving his life. "You possess a hint of spiritual roots and fortune, young demon. It is rare to encounter someone with the resolve to pursue true cultivation. Thus, I shall invite you to the temple on the first day of each month to hear my teachings," the elder proclaimed. From then on, Wu Ming dutifully attended these monthly sermons. He would forage for wild fruits and vegetables, carrying them on his back as he made his way to the temple, where the beasts of the mountain would retreat in his presence. The temple bore no name. and Wu Ming entered the main hall directly to pay his respects to the esteemed Xīyóu. The old Taoist, with a youthful visage despite his long white hair, was said to have lived for over a century and 20 years. Clad in a black and white robe and holding a whisk, he was guiding the 3 acolytes in meditation. Upon seeing Wu Ming, he exhaled, sit down. Today, I shall speak of transformation. Wu Ming positioned himself beside one of the acolytes, his form nearly filling half the hall, his tail even extending beyond the threshold. The discourse on transformation commenced with the necessity of such a change. Wu Ming listened intently, for he was the only one present in need of this knowledge. The lecture was tailored for him. In the primordial era, when the heavens and the earth were ungoverned and ferocious beasts roamed freely, colossal beings such as the Kunping, 9-headed serpent, and others wreaked havoc, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Yet, the human race, with its diminutive form, managed to vanquish these beasts, establish peace, and secure a prominent place within the celestial order, thus earning the favor of the cosmos. Henceforth, those seeking ascension must possess 9 orifices, shedding their corporeal shells to cultivate their true selves in accordance with the heavenly path. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences. In ancient times, if a demon could cultivate a demon core, transformation was achievable. However, in the present, failing to transform renders the cultivation of a demon core nearly impossible. Wu Ming nodded slightly, understanding that the human form was the only path recognized by the heavens. To stray from this path was to court death. Xīyóu continued, explaining that the methods of transformation were passed down by various sages and celestial masters. There were 4 authentic methods. The first, though the simplest, involved the application of spiritual light from the golden core. However, this method was fraught with pitfalls, relying heavily on the practitioner's depth of cultivation, often resulting in incomplete transformations. Wu Ming dismissed this option outright. The second method entailed the consumption of celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, but such treasures were elusive, hidden deep within blessed lands. Wu Ming deemed this impractical, as while the mountain was indeed blessed, it lacked the proximity to such celestial herbs. The third method required patient cultivation, where, when the time was ripe, one could shed their old form and transform into a human. The downside of this approach was that it depended entirely on one's fortune. Those with abundant luck might achieve transformation in mere decades, while those less fortunate could toil for millennia without success. Wu Ming felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if he fell into the category of the fortunate or the unfortunate. The last method, the most common and stable, relied upon the refinement of form technique. This method necessitated rigorous practice and risked attracting calamities upon successful transformation, such as lightning strikes or being hunted by adversaries. These 4 methods were considered orthodox, while any other methods were deemed perilous and ill-advised. After concluding his lecture, Xīyóu glanced at Wu Ming and took a sip of tea. Wu Ming fell into contemplation, pondering whether to pursue the 3rd or 4th method. Ultimately, he resolved to embrace both, asking, might there be a refinement of form technique available? Setting down his cup, Xīyóu chuckled, I anticipated your choice. I happen to possess a technique known as the Taiying refinement of form. This method is gentle and incurs fewer calamities, using the moonlight to nourish the body for transformation. However, it does have a drawback. Wu Ming inquired about the drawback. On the day when the celestial dog devours the moon, without the moonlight's illumination, your true form will be revealed, and your powers will diminish. An unbidden phrase echoed in his mind. The celestial dog devours the moon, disrupting my alchemical essence. I must reveal my true form. Wu Ming hesitated, likening it to purchasing a car with excellent performance at a fair price, but knowing it would inevitably break down for a few days each year, rather vexing. Are you dissatisfied? Xīyóu asked. Wu Ming hurriedly replied, I dare not. With my meager fortune, how could I be choosy if a master is willing to impart such teachings? He was not a monkey to bargain with the Buddha. Having any knowledge was a blessing. Pleased, Xīyóu nodded. Very well, come here. Wu Ming approached, and with a gentle touch on his head, a stream of information filled his mind. This was the Taiying refinement of form technique. Wu Ming quietly absorbed this knowledge, leaving the temple only when the golden sun dipped below the horizon. The next visit would be the following month. As he traversed the path, he was unaware of the number of creatures he startled along the way, returning to the temple where his cousin lay in the courtyard absorbing the moonlight. Wu Ming joined him, asking, Did you gain anything today? I did, he replied. Xīyóu spoke of the path of transformation today. Intrigued, The black centipede urged Wu Ming to elaborate. Wu Ming recounted the elder's teachings, and to his surprise, the centipede grew increasingly animated, asking, "Might you share the tiny refinement of form technique with me?" Wu Ming hesitated. Although Xīyóu had not expressly forbidden him from teaching others, sharing such knowledge felt improper. "Are you concerned about the Taoist's ire?" The centipede pressed. "Do not fret. I have recently discerned several supernatural abilities from Buddhist scriptures and would be willing to exchange one for your technique." Wu Ming was astounded. A supernatural ability from Buddhist texts? What profound wisdom! Even esteemed monks seldom glean such powers from scriptures. Tempted, he realized that the might of Buddhist abilities was formidable. Ultimately, Wu Ming decided to share the tiny refinement of form technique with the centipede, receiving in return a Buddhist supernatural ability, the unmoving king body. This ability's essence lay in its immovability, serving as a superior defensive technique, which Wu Ming joyfully delved into. 10 days later, Wu Ming finally made progress, able to summon the unmoving king's phantom to guard himself. Now, he needed to contemplate the matter of transformation. After much thought, he chose to forego the tiny refinement of form, resolving instead to humbly inquire with Xīyóu about other transformation techniques. Chapter 3. A change of leadership at the Taoist temple and seeking guidance from the great immortal, having concluded his training. The first day of the month had arrived once more. Wu Ming swayed his body, bearing a wild deer gifted by a mountain leopard. Suddenly, a burst of multicolored light erupted from the mountainside where the temple stood. What could be happening? He decided to inquire the next morning. Returning to the temple, he presented the blood offering to the black centipede before lying down to absorb the moonlight. However, as midnight approached, a gentle rain began to fall, prompting Wu Ming to abandon his practice and retreat to the main hall to sleep soundly. Namimo Amitba, Namimo. The following day, Wu Ming set off early down the mountain. "Xīyóu," he exclaimed. Wu Ming burst into the grand hall, only to find it devoid of the esteemed Xīyóu Zhenren, and instead occupied by two unfamiliar Taoists in meditation. One appeared youthful, draped in feathered robes, adorned with a lotus crown, a dot of vermilion on his brow, and a hint of malevolence in his gaze, his eyes half closed yet shimmering with intelligence. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, somewhat portly, clad in coarse linen garments, his face marked with pockmarks, who, upon seeing Wu Ming, merely smiled in a foolish manner without a trace of fear. The feathered-robed Taoist opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and inquired, "From whence do you come? Little demon? Why have you intruded upon my junior's sanctum?" "Junior? This man is the elder brother of Xīyóu Zhenren, another great Taoist?" Reporting to the esteemed one, Wu Ming recounted his experiences with Xīyóu Zhenren. Upon hearing this, the Taoist chuckled heartily. Well. It seems my junior intends to take you as his disciple, but alas, that is no longer feasible." Wu Ming felt a surge of joy upon the first part of the statement, only to have his heart sink at the latter part. He pressed for the reason. "Our sect has decreed that my junior shall not return. This temple will henceforth be under my management." The news of Xīyóu Zhenren's permanent absence flooded Wu Ming with a profound sense of loss. For this venerable elder was the only one in this life who had shown him kindness. "Thank you for informing me, esteemed one," Wu Ming replied, preparing to turn away. "Wait." The golden-clad figure paused. "My junior instructed me to tell you that if you desire to learn some skills, you may take me as your master. Do you wish to?" Wu Ming's heart soared with joy. It seemed Xīyóu Zhenren had not forgotten him. "I would be most willing. May I inquire your esteemed name, master, so that I might pray for your longevity and the swift attainment of the supreme Tao fruit?" The feathered-robed Taoist was taken aback by the centipede spirit's unexpected flattery. "Ha! You little centipede certainly know how to flatter. In that case, I shall accept you as my second disciple. My formal title is no longer in use. However, my fellow practitioners and outsiders call me the Great Immortal of the Five Poisons." The title Great Immortal of the Five Poisons hardly seemed benevolent to Wu Ming. He pondered inwardly, though his expression remained inscrutable. Given his current appearance, no one could discern his thoughts. "By the way, this is your elder brother, the Chan Taoist." The Great Immortal of the Five Poisons gestured towards the pockmarked middle-aged man. "Greetings, elder brother," Wu Ming greeted, and the Chan Taoist responded with a simple, foolish grin. "Now that you are part of my sect, I must bestow upon you a title as well. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Wu Taoist." Wu Ming suppressed a desire to protest, suspecting that his new master was lacking in creativity when it came to naming. The Great Immortal of the Five Poisons. The Chan Taoist, and now the Wu Taoist, Would there be a snake Taoist or a scorpion Taoist in the future? At long last. Having become a disciple of a genuine immortal, Wu Ming felt a significant weight lift from his heart. His new master proved generous. Recognizing that Wu Ming had yet to transform, and immediately imparted to him a method of transformation. Wu Ming was elated and listened intently. It was only at dusk that he departed the temple and returned to the forest. A thousand-eyed centipede. Such a rare creature truly exists in this world? His master mused. It appears the poisonous pool at the foot of the northern slope may indeed harbor the ancient beast known as the nine-headed poisonous flood dragon. The Chan Taoist spoke with a rough voice, his eyes glinting with excitement. The great immortal of the five poisons nodded slightly. Indeed, the toxicity there is too overwhelming. I dare not venture too close. For now, let us not concern ourselves with it. We have ample time. You may leave now. I must tend to my injuries. Understood. The Chan Taoist respectfully exited the grand hall, closing the door behind him, and then swiftly vanished into the forest. In the depths of Huahu Mountain, Wu Ming leisurely traversed the mountain path, humming an unknown tune. Today, the great immortal of the five poisons had imparted to him a method of refining and transforming true form. It was said that this technique could conjure the most suitable embodiment of oneself, and if successful, would greatly benefit his cultivation. However, it also bore its drawbacks. During its practice, one's fortune could fluctuate, leading to serendipitous encounters with celestial elixirs, or, conversely, the danger of being struck down by a passing powerful being. The great immortal possessed additional methods of transformation, yet Wu Ming ultimately chose this one, driven by a flicker of ambition in his heart. Though fraught with risks, the fluctuations of fortune were not perpetual, and it lacked the significant vulnerabilities of the Taiyin transformation method. I forgot to ask my master about the colorful light from last night. Upon returning to the abandoned temple, he found his cousin still motionless within the statue. Yet Wu Ming sensed its presence and refrained from disturbing it, instead immersing himself in the practice of the refining transformation method. As the night passed, Wu Ming stirred and prepared to descend the mountain to seek his master. There were aspects of the refining transformation method that remained unclear. Upon reaching the mid-slope, he discovered that the previously modest temple had undergone a remarkable transformation. Palatial structures rose in layers, adorned with pavilions and water pavilions, while wildflowers and fruits flourished in abundance. And creatures roamed freely. What a splendid scene of immortality! The Chan Taoist awaited him at the temple entrance. Junior brother, master has gone out to gather qi. He anticipated your arrival and instructed me to wait here for you, to guide you in selecting a residence. Wu Ming was taken aback by the courtesy. Thank you, elder brother. The Chan Taoist chuckled. It is no trouble at all, and led Wu Ming into the back courtyard of the temple. As Wu Ming walked, he marveled at the surroundings. The sensation beneath his feet confirmed that these were genuine structures, not mere illusions. There were likely dozens of palatial buildings. How could such a feat be accomplished overnight? My master possesses immense abilities. This is but a drop in the ocean. The Chan Taoist remarked, yet Wu Ming felt he had not revealed much at all. His curiosity about the great immortal of the five poisons deepened. The Chan Taoist guided him to a modest courtyard, primarily occupied by a large pond adorned with lotus flowers. After selecting a residence, the Chan Taoist informed him that master would return in an hour and then departed. Left alone, Wu Ming pondered in the courtyard. What kind of world is this? He, a formidable demon with a century of existence, could merely unleash dark winds, possess a hardened body, multiple eyes, and sharp legs. Yet, he had no other abilities. Even Xīyóu Zhenren, living a frugal existence, could only manage a few thatched huts. But this great immortal of the five poisons had achieved in one night what would take 100 or more individuals years to construct. Was this even humanly possible? His thoughts soared like a kite set free, and a powerful thirst for knowledge surged within him, compelling him to uncover the truth of this world. At that moment, clouds descended from the horizon, radiating brilliance. Disciple, hasten to the grand hall. Chapter 4. The Road Ahead. The foreign demon Wu Ming entered the grand hall, only to find himself alone. The Chan Taoist was nowhere to be seen. The great immortal of the five poisons sat upon a five-colored mat, in deep meditation. Greetings, master. Have you practiced the refining transformation method I imparted yesterday? The great immortal inquired. I have, Wu Ming replied honestly. Well done. Strive to transform swiftly, so that I may impart further teachings to aid you on your path to immortal freedom. Wu Ming then posed several questions about aspects he found unclear, and the great immortal provided thorough explanations. Master, Are there any differences in cultivation between our kind and humans? Wu Ming suddenly asked. The great immortal pondered briefly before responding. Generally, there is little difference. Both require the essence of heaven and earth during the refining of spirit into qi. Humans utilize elixirs and spiritual food, while demons draw upon solar and lunar energies. If one can attain a human form, thereafter refining qi into spirit, spirit into void, and void into unity with the Tao, there is no distinction, merely the cultivation of the yin spirit, forming the golden core and transcending calamities to become the yang spirit. However, it is more challenging for demons to cultivate the primordial spirit, thus the sooner one could transform, the better. The discourse continued for over an hour, and at last, Wu Ming departed, satisfied. Master, this junior brother appears to possess considerable potential, the Chan Taoist remarked, having appeared in the grand hall at some point. Indeed. How fares the inquiry I entrusted you with? The great immortal asked. The Taoist of the Toad, with a serious demeanor, stated that his disciple had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that news of the nine-headed poisonous flood dragon pearl had indeed been leaked, prompting many wandering cultivators and formidable demons to infiltrate this region. He paused slightly as he spoke, mentioning that the great master of the five poisons was displeased. Furthermore, the disciple had heard that the poison dragon palace at Thousand Peaks Lake also seemed to show interest in the nine-headed poisonous flood dragon pearl. The great master of the five poisons could not help but let out a cold laugh, dismissing the matter with disdain, for he regarded the poison dragon palace as merely a lackey of the East Sea Dragon Palace. He waved his hand, signaling the Toad Taoist to withdraw. Despite his words of indifference, he felt a gnawing uncertainty within. The nine-headed poisonous flood dragon was an ancient beast of unparalleled ferocity, a treasure in its own right, and indeed part of the dragon lineage. While he held no fear of the poison dragon palace alone, the might of the East Sea Dragon Palace behind it posed a considerable threat. Sighing, he concluded that he must hasten his plans and perhaps seek out a few old acquaintances. Fortunately, this location was remote, and others lacked precise knowledge of it. It would take decades, if not a century, for them to discover its exact whereabouts, granting him valuable time. Meanwhile, Wu Ming had not remained in the Taoist temple, but had returned to his dwelling in the tiger-hiding mountain. Cousin, are you truly not coming with me? A voice, reminiscent of a centipede, resonated from the statue of Buddha. I appreciate your kind offer, but I prefer to stay here, Wu Ming replied. Since you have taken on a celestial master, focus on your cultivation without needing to bring me offerings in the future. Seeing his cousin's resolute stance, Wu Ming refrained from further persuasion and prepared to depart, realizing he would seldom return. Elder brother, he paused. It would be wise for you to remain in the temple. Today, I encountered some unfamiliar demons in the mountains. Be cautious of crossing paths with them. Wu Ming nodded in agreement and subsequently left the temple to descend the mountain. After his departure, a black centipede emerged from the statue, its head resembling a dragon, with blood trickling from its two pairs of large pincers. In a flash of white light, a young monk appeared, donned in pale monk robes, his eyes sparkling with joy, and his expression ambiguous, neither distinctly male nor female. However, the blood seeping from his mouth revealed his current dire condition. My brother is far too restless. He likely agreed verbally, but will continue to act on his own accord. The poisonous flood dragon pool will undoubtedly attract numerous demons from miles around. This must be resolved swiftly. Reminiscing about the demons encountered earlier that day, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Soon, the desolate and dilapidated temple resonated with the sound of sacred chants, as if a venerable monk were still reciting scriptures within its walls. Tiger-hiding mountain was not a famed land of enchantment or a sanctuary for immortals. It stretched only 200 or 300 miles, offering little more than picturesque scenery. Wandering through the mountains, Wu Ming felt a surge of curiosity regarding the unfamiliar demons his cousin had mentioned, disregarding the cautionary advice. As a native demon who had resided in these mountains for a century, he was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. Although his fearsome appearance instilled dread among lesser beasts, he had not harmed any of the mountainous creatures in 100 years, earning him the respect of the local spirits who regarded him as their sovereign. Before long, a few small flower spirits fluttered over to inform him of the hiding place of the foreign demons. This served as his exclusive source of intelligence. Wu Ming, despite his imposing size, could move with remarkable swiftness through the forest, outpacing even the mountain leopards. Soon, he arrived at a rocky grove at the eastern mountain peak. where the local spirits claimed the foreign demons were concealed. Concealing his presence, he quietly infiltrated the area. The terrain was rugged with interconnecting caves, indeed an excellent hiding spot, yet also advantageous for his stealthy approach. Wu Ming caught the scent of blood and followed it to locate the foreign demons, lying motionless against the stone wall. He observed 4 demons, oblivious to the menacing centipede that had them in its sights. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the 4 demons had transformed into humanoid forms, each with animal heads atop human bodies, clothed in tattered garments. There were 2 wolf demons, a pig demon, and a rabbit demon, the latter being female. The group was roasting something over a fire. How delectable. It should be almost done, the pig demon remarked, leaning down to sniff the air. Wu Ming's eyes widened as he discerned what they were cooking. Humans. Specifically, half a human body. While he had long suspected such acts, recalling how a tiger demon from Tiger Hiding Mountain had also consumed humans, he had never witnessed demons attempting to mimic human behavior in such a grotesque manner. A mixture of fear, anger, and revulsion surged within him. Yet, he refrained from acting recklessly. There were 4 of them and only one of him, and despite his strength, caution was prudent. These 4 demons were evidently transformed by a powerful demon core, their forms still retaining traces of their original animalistic traits. As they feasted, the 2 wolf demons retreated to rest, leaving only the pig and rabbit demons behind. Wu Ming had initially intended to depart, recognizing their intelligence in designating guards for the night, but the subsequent scene nearly stained his eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, he hastily withdrew. Pig. It seems that fellow has left? One of the demons remarked. I thought it might act rashly, but if it has left, so be it. A mere untransformed little demon poses no threat. Chapter 5. The Great Master takes on a new disciple. Wu Ming's transformation challenges. Wu Ming harbored a genuine fear of being scrutinized, for while most people possessed but 2 eyes, he had a staggering 102. Upon returning to the temple, he encountered his brother, the Toad Taoist, blocking his path. Where have you been, junior brother? Come quickly. Master has taken on another disciple. I was merely wandering the mountains for a while, he replied. Together, the 2 of them entered the grand hall. Wu Ming immediately spotted a scorpion the size of a basin at the center. The great master of the 5 poisons opened his eyes and declared, "Now that we are all present, let me introduce you both as witnesses to the initiation of my 3rd disciple. I shall bestow upon you a Dharma name, Scorpion Taoist." Wu Ming felt a lump form in his throat. The scorpion, in a feminine voice, expressed gratitude. "Thank you, master. I am honored to meet both senior brothers." Wu Ming and the Toad Taoist returned the gesture. Thus, the temple gained another disciple, and Wu Ming was now elevated to the status of senior brother. Even as the 2 new disciples had yet to transform, the Toad Taoist arranged the Scorpion Taoist's quarters adjacent to Wu Ming's. Noticing Wu Ming's peculiar appearance, the Scorpion Taoist seemed to grow closer to her 2nd elder brother, often seeking his counsel. As the years passed, they cultivated together, witnessing the sun rise and set. A decade swiftly passed. Knock, knock. A red-clad woman rapped on Wu Ming's door, then pushed it open. "Senior brother, the master summons us to the 3 Pure Ones Hall." "Sister, do not enter," he exclaimed, but it was too late. An explosive burst of flames erupted, causing a 3-zhong-long red-headed golden-backed centipede to become embedded in the ground, a faint scent of char wafting through the air. "Senior brother, are you all right?" "I didn't mean to." The red-clad girl stood beside Wu Ming, youthful and sprightly. With a sigh, Wu Ming shook off the dirt and emerged from the ground. "I'm fine. It has nothing to do with you." After a decade, Wu Ming had nearly reached the limit of refining essence into qi. Yet he still had not transformed. To accommodate his growing power, he had no choice but to allow his body to expand, now reaching 3 zhong in size, which was his current limit. To continue growing, he would need to enter the realm of refining qi into spirit. Otherwise, he faced either the necessity of starting over or the peril of exploding from within. In the Refining True Transformation chapter, he diligently practiced day and night, resulting in fluctuating fortunes over the past decade, with incidents akin to the earlier one being countless. The immense head turned towards the woman in red, who was none other than the 3rd disciple of the 5 Poisons Immortal, the Scorpion Taoist. Having transformed 3 years prior, she had now cultivated her own spirit to surpass that of her senior brother. "Sister, what did the master summon us for?" "I do not know. The master did not specify, only instructed me to call you." "Very well." Wu Ming summoned his magical powers to rearrange the courtyard, leveling the ground with earth and stone. He then stepped out of the courtyard, only to have a flash of red as she leapt onto his back. "Brother, carry me." She giggled. The Taoist temple had now officially been named the Five Poisons Temple, dedicated to the three pure ones. In the grand hall, the five poisons immortals sat cross-legged on a mat, showing no signs of aging over the decade, while the elder brother, the Toad Taoist, sat below. They dared not act recklessly. The Scorpion Taoist sat quietly to one side, with Wu Ming lying between them, serving as a boundary. Luckily, the hall was spacious enough. "Greetings, Master." The three bowed in unison. The Five Poisons Immortal opened his mystical eyes and glanced at them, focusing intently on Wu Ming, feeling somewhat ashamed. Wu Ming did not dare to meet his gaze. Otherwise, he would have noticed a glimmer of unexpected satisfaction in the immortal's eyes, rather than disappointment. "Indeed, you have all made progress. I have summoned you today due to the recent surge of malevolent spirits in the mountains, creating a chaotic situation that disturbs my tranquility. Forgive us, Master." The three replied nervously. "You three have learned some Taoist methods and possess a certain level of cultivation. Therefore, you shall patrol the mountains daily. If you encounter any malevolent spirits harming the mountain's roots or water veins, expel or eliminate them." The three nodded in agreement. "You too, being less experienced, should retreat and seek assistance from your elder brother if you encounter formidable foes." The Five Poisons Immortal cautioned the younger disciples, fearing they might recklessly endanger themselves. "We shall heed your teachings, Master." The three exited the hall. "Junior brother and sister, since the Master has given us a task, we shall start with my turn today. Each of us will take turns patrolling in accordance with our seniority." The two had no objections. "I will go first today. You two can accompany me to familiarize yourselves with the route." Thus, the Toad Taoist led the two out to patrol. The Five Poisons Temple was situated on the southern slope of the Sleeping Tiger Mountain. Their patrol route followed the forest in a counterclockwise manner. The Toad Taoist, a powerful golden core demon with the ability to fly, opted to remain on the ground to accommodate his younger siblings. Over the past decade, Wu Ming had rarely roamed the Sleeping Tiger Mountain. Aside from gathering fruits and visiting his cousin, he had not ventured elsewhere. However, due to the refining method he practiced, it was not long before they encountered a pit, and Wu Ming was subsequently trapped under a pile of large stones. Fortunately, he had cultivated the immovable king body and possessed extraordinary innate gifts, particularly in terms of defensive capabilities. "Brother, when will you finish your training?" the red-clad Scorpion Taoist asked with concern. Wu Ming shook his head in silence, and the three continued their patrol. As they traversed a cliff, a sudden gale arose, stirring up dust and stones. Both the Toad Taoist and Wu Ming focused intently, unsure of the source of this tempest. The red-clad Scorpion Taoist innocently inquired, "Brother, where does such a strong wind come from?" At that moment, several voices echoed from the cliff. "My lord, it seems someone is here." "Ha! Who would dare intrude upon my territory?" Within moments, a motley crew of small demons leaped down from the cliff, bearing a cloud chair. Upon the chair sat a small old man with a goatee, two curved horns at the corners of his brow, hunched over. He immediately set his sights on the red-clad Scorpion Taoist. "This girl is quite charming. I shall keep her as my concubine. As for the other one, let us kill him to celebrate." "Wait, there's a centipede too?" "Centipede meat is unappetizing and toxic. Just kill it." The old demon, however, was somewhat myopic, unaware that he had provoked three formidable adversaries. "I spit on you, old monster. You are both ancient and ugly, and still dare to covet me as a concubine? A toad wishing to eat swan meat is shameless. I would find you repulsive even if I were your ancestor." Such a rebuke enraged the old demon, causing his three corpses to seethe with fury. The Toad Taoist couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently reflecting that a toad eating swan meat was not the same as a toad eating scorpion meat, and thus, there was no need for such an excessive reaction. The old demon exhaled a cloud of black mist aimed at the Scorpion Taoist, but the Toad Taoist swiftly dispersed it. The old demon then drew a long spear from beneath his chair and charged forward. The Toad Taoist, undeterred, produced a precious sword from seemingly nowhere, and the two golden core demons engaged in battle. As the wind howled and stones rolled, trees toppled, and beasts fled. In this fierce clash where they could not fully unleash their powers, they leaped into the air, exchanging blows with weapons glowing with demonic energy. After 30 exchanges, the old demon, unable to withstand the onslaught, attempted to summon a tempest once more. However, Wu Ming unleashed a black wind from his mouth, counteracting the old demon's gale. The old demon, taken aback, was caught off guard by the Toad Taoist, who seized the opportunity to strike down with a beam of sword light. The scorpion Taoist quickly moved in to seal his sea of consciousness, preventing his escape. The toad Taoist landed and glanced at the old demon, saying, "Old black goat, why have you strayed from your flower fruit mountain to create mischief here?" Chapter 6. Hearing of Flower Fruit Mountain, the immortal speaks of the three realms' Flower Fruit Mountain. Wu Ming was shaken to his core. This place resonated deeply within him. In his previous life, it was nearly impossible for anyone over the age of 10 not to know of the legendary birthplace of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Had he traversed into the world of Journey to the West? Was this before or after the events of the journey? The old demon, surprised that someone recognized him, looked at the toad Taoist with astonishment and realization. "You are that jade toad Taoist from the moon-watching pool. What brings you here?" The old demon, eager to inquire further, was abruptly interrupted by the toad Taoist. "Enough with the prattle. I demand to know why you are here." Wu Ming speculated whether the Monkey King had unified Flower Fruit Mountain and subdued the 72 demon kings. The old demon, understanding the gravity of the situation, admitted, "In recent years, I have grown frail with age, and many strong successors have emerged in the mountains, fearing for my life and my cave dwelling. Hearing that a dragon pearl treasure has emerged, I have taken to guarding this mountain." Wu Ming's heart raced with excitement at the mention of the dragon pearl, prompting him to step forward and ask, "Is Flower Fruit Mountain unclaimed?" The old demon, sensing the centipede's ferocity and fearing for his life, answered truthfully, "Since ancient times, it has been unclaimed, with various demon caves each holding their ground. None possessed the capability to become the sovereign of Flower Fruit Mountain. It appeared that they were likely before the events of Journey to the West." Wu Ming pondered whether he could visit the Monkey King's homeland, perhaps even sampling some celestial peaches and divine wine. His thoughts began to wander. Meanwhile, the toad Taoist suddenly opened his mouth wide, extending a long tongue that wrapped around the old demon, swallowing him whole. "Junior siblings, I have just dined. You two may continue your patrol. I shall return tomorrow." With that, the toad Taoist hurriedly departed. The two had no choice but to continue their patrol of Sleeping Tiger Mountain. Perhaps the earlier duel between the two golden core demons had shaken and intimidated the myriad demons, for along the way, they lay low, daring not to show themselves or provoke any challenges. After completing their patrol, they returned home. That evening, the Five Poisons Immortal held a nightly lesson for his three disciples. "Master, could you enlighten us about the origins of the three realms?" Having just heard the name Flower Fruit Mountain, Wu Ming was filled with urgency and asked directly. The Five Poisons Immortal nodded in acknowledgement. This world was created by Pangu, with heaven emerging from the Xī, earth from the Chou, and life from the Yin. Thus, the three talents were established, followed by the reign of the three sovereigns and the five emperors. The world is divided into four great continents, and we are situated in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Indeed, it was Journey to the West, and not a modified version of it. Wu Ming's heart soared with joy. This meant there were no grand schemes of destruction. He would pursue his own path while the others followed theirs, completely unrelated. Subsequently, he listened attentively as the Five Poisons Immortal continued to impart wisdom. The celestial realm stands as the highest among the three realms, suspended above the cosmic rivers of stars, overseen by celestial beings and deities, with the heavenly emperor governing them. The earthly immortal realm, situated in the midst of humanity, is home to myriad living beings. Where hidden immortals dwell in deep mountains, dragons inhabit rivers, human kings govern humans, beast kings control beasts, and bird kings manage birds, all coexisting in a haphazard manner. Below lies the netherworld, the final resting place for all souls after death, a realm of reincarnation managed by the 10 Yama kings. Such ordinary yet profound secrets are unknown even to many practitioners of the Tao, as they must possess some background. The Five Poisons Immortal is indeed no ordinary being. The three listened, entranced, shaking their heads until the moon reached its zenith, at which point they dispersed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wu Ming felt significantly more awake. So what if this is the world of Journey to the West? What can my meager cultivation accomplish? Under the watchful gaze of countless deities, any reckless actions could lead to dire consequences. It would be wiser to diligently cultivate in the mountains. Perhaps in time, I might even attain the rank of a heavenly official and serve alongside the Monkey King. With some of his doubts resolved, it felt as if a heavy shackle had been broken, and Wu Ming suddenly felt exceptionally at ease, making considerable progress in his method of transformation. He immediately realized that he was not far from achieving complete transformation. Indeed, In the following days, Wu Ming's fortunes fluctuated wildly like a roller coaster. In one moment, he might discover a precious elixir, and in the next, he could find himself poisoned, truly a journey from heaven to hell. Brother, why don't I patrol the mountains instead? Scorpion Taoist expressed his concern, fearing that his senior brother might get lost while wandering. No need, taking a stroll might yield some benefits. Wu Ming swiftly ventured into the forest. Under the watchful eyes of the disciples of the Five Poisons sect, Mount Huahu had quieted down somewhat in recent days. The king called me to patrol the mountains, finishing the South Mountain, then the North Mountain. Wu Ming hummed the mountain patrol song of the little demons from Lion Camel Ridge as he walked, feeling carefree and relaxed. He patrolled from the southern foot of the mountain to the eastern edge, remembering that a decade ago, man-eating monsters had invaded the chaotic stone forest. And having not checked on it for a long time, he felt a sudden urge and deviated from his path toward the tumultuous forest. He skillfully concealed himself among the crevices of the rocks. Piles of bones, strands of hair, and animal fur accumulated around the cave, with flies swarming and maggots piling up. Emitting a foul stench, enduring the nauseating odor, Wu Ming peered into the cave. What he saw was indeed an eye-watering sight. A rabbit demon and two wolf demons were entangled together, but the pig demon was absent. You monsters are truly disorganized. Just then, the pig demon stomped in, huffing and puffing, seemingly unfazed by the scene inside the cave, as he casually grabbed a piece of unknown meat and began to eat. I've thoroughly investigated. That group has no formidable cultivators, just mere mortals. We can strike tonight. Good. It's been 3 years since I've tasted human flesh. The woodcutters and passing merchants had been devoured years ago, and finally, someone new had arrived. I fear they might be eyeing this juicy prey, The rabbit demon inquired during a brief pause. It's of no concern. That group has 50 or 60 people, amidst the chaos. We can easily snatch a dozen or so for ourselves. After saying this, the pig demon joined in, and soon the 3 demons battled fiercely, each one discarding their armor and surrendering in defeat outside the chaotic stone forest. Over the past decade, Wu Ming's cultivation had greatly increased, yet this time, the 4 demons failed to notice him, allowing him to overhear their schemes. 50 to 60 individuals had descended upon Mount Huahu, and now they were being watched by these mountain demons. What a troublesome situation. Damn it, who the hell is digging a pit down there? A string of curses erupted from the pit below, as a pangolin quickly scurried into its cave. On the eastern slope of Mount Huahu, tents were being erected. 20 soldiers stood guard, rotating in shifts. All of you, stay alert. Did you hear me? A tall and burly man wielding a long knife patrolled the camp. General, there are no enemy soldiers or mountain bandits nearby. The brothers have traversed thousands of miles from Ally Kingdom to reach the border. Isn't that reason enough to relax? A young officer remarked. The general shot him a glare. Now is not the time to let our guard down. Escorting the 3rd prince back to the capital is of utmost importance. We have encountered external foes along the way, and now we must also guard against internal threats. Do you understand? The young officer knew the gravity of the situation, but could not help but voice his fatigue. The general waved his hand, instructing him to carefully check the defensive arrangements while he himself furrowed his brow. The mountain above harbored clean energy yet was also rife with foulness, not resembling a benevolent place. He hoped to pass the night safely and set off early in the morning. Chapter 7. The Gathering of Demons. Wu Ming's opportunity at the foot of the eastern slope. 70 to 80 soldiers had finished their dinner, with 20 on duty while the rest retired early to conserve their energy for the midnight shift. In the center tent, a young man in his 20s was studying by lamplight, accompanied by the general. General Xīyóu, you should rest. Now that we have reached the border, you can afford to relax. You haven't slept for 3 days on this journey, the 3rd prince advised. General Xīyóu shook his head. Your Highness, do not underestimate the situation. I have a premonition that danger may strike tonight. The 3rd prince, sensing his sincerity, chose not to press further. At midnight, everyone was quite fatigued, and the soldiers on watch stifled yawns. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept down from the mountain. Indeed, it was a tempest. The torches and bonfires were extinguished, plunging the camp into darkness. The wind howled, rendering it impossible to see or hear one another. And the meticulously arranged camp was suddenly wide open to the elements. The soldiers, dazed, mistook it for a mountain breeze and sought shelter, losing all sense of order. Which demon has conjured this wind to disturb our camp? A booming voice echoed like thunder, overpowering even the raging wind. Suddenly, the wind ceased. Woo-woo, meat. So much meat. A horde of small demons burst forth from the forest, with 7 or 8 transformed and around 10 remaining in their original forms, armed with sticks, knives, and claws. They rushed out, violently tearing apart and devouring the bewildered guards. The soldiers in the camp were gripped by fear and began to retreat. Damn it! You demons will pay. A towering figure wielding a 7-foot spear charged forth, swiftly dispatching 2 small demons. Brothers, do not be afraid. Form up and charge with me. With a rallying cry, the soldiers' morale surged as they arranged themselves into formation. These seasoned warriors were no match for the powerless little demons. As long as they maintained their courage and unleashed their combat skills, they swiftly eliminated the 10 or so small demons in less than a quarter of an hour. Oh! We VE one. We VE one. The soldiers in the camp cheered. However, General Xīyóu remained silent. In his youth, he had also ventured into the mountains to seek the Tao, and although he had no celestial encounters, he had learned some skills. The recent tempest was not something an ordinary small demon could conjure. Brothers, demons are flesh and blood as well. As long as we do not fear and charge together, we can slay them. General Xīyóu encouraged the soldiers. He spoke with conviction. 70 to 80 battle-hardened veterans, when united and unafraid, could withstand even the most ordinary demonic magic, leading to a contest of martial prowess. His words dispelled the soldiers' fears, and the blood-stained spear added further persuasion. Morale was high. In the forest, countless eyes were fixated on the camp. Little did they know that the cannon fodder not only failed to intimidate these humans, but instead invigorated their spirits. Truly a disappointment. A wolf demon remarked, "Humph, I say we ride the wind and charge and devour our fill, and take 4 or 5 back with us." The rabbit demon, in a delicate voice, cautioned, "It's not that simple. I've seen several well-known demons among them. We shouldn't be the ones to draw attention." Rabbit sister is right. The pig demon silently cursed. Damn it, a bunch of sycophants. A fierce gust of wind was stirred by an old raven, and those little demons were dispatched by him as well. He had anticipated an easy victory, but now found himself a solitary figure. Those wretched beings were merely spectators, and now he would witness their predicament. He promptly transformed into his true form and perched atop the treetop. No more than 100 meters away, a slender silhouette flickered into view, while the grass on either side undulated like waves. 47, and a few more adept at concealment, astonishingly. So many demons had infiltrated this tiger-watching mountain. This was not the entirety of them. He had come this night to seize an opportunity. In the camp, a fire was rekindled, and the deceased were laid to rest. Everyone, except General Xīyóu, breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the demons had been vanquished and that no further danger loomed. As the latter half of the night wore on, the soldiers began to grow weary. The sentinels at the entrance had been replaced, rubbing their eyes and forcing themselves to remain alert. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed on the ground, and upon looking up, a gaping maw enveloped him in an instant. With a thud, only half of the guard remained, crashing to the ground. An enemy attack. The chilling howl of beasts roused the third prince and General Xīyóu beside him. General Xīyóu brandished his spear and lifted the tent flap to peer outside, only to be met with a shocking sight. The camp was besieged by demons, and they had no means of escape. "All of you, form ranks and gather around me." He turned and entered the tent. "Your Highness, we are surrounded by demons. Follow me, and we shall fight our way out." The third prince immediately discarded his scroll, unsheathed an iron sword, and followed General Xīyóu out of the tent. The remaining soldiers had gathered, having suffered losses from a surprise attack by the demons, leaving over 50 still standing. Kill. A lizard-headed demon charged into the camp wielding a large cleaver. The other demons, not to be outdone, included 2 wolves, a pig, and a rabbit among their ranks. The soldiers protected the third prince while fighting their way backward, suffering heavy losses. What General Xīyóu did not mention was that even if they formed ranks to counter the demons' dark arts, the demons' physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Without divine weapons, it was exceedingly difficult to slay them. As casualties mounted, some demons began to feast on the fallen, creating a scene of horror that shattered the resolve of the remaining soldiers, who scattered in panic. But such an escape was undoubtedly a path to their doom. One demon gnawed on a human hand, when suddenly darkness enveloped the area, followed by a searing heat, and he lost consciousness. Wu Ming crept along the ground. Hidden by the night, unnoticed by anyone, his luck varied, so it was best not to get too close. This was the 7th demon he had devoured in his furnace. As long as a demon strayed from the group, he would strike from the shadows. "Where are my 2 brothers?" A mountain spirit scratched its head, then disregarded the thought and hurried to seize the corpse, fearing that if it delayed, it would miss out entirely. Beside the third prince, only General Xīyóu remained with 7 or 8 soldiers, all of whom were General Xīyóu's trusted guards, resolutely defending their ground. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 demons, each a leader among the lesser demons or possessing formidable abilities: an old raven, a mountain cat, a giant snake, and a zombie. Additionally, there were 2 wolves, a pig, and a rabbit, their combined strength formidable. "I desire that delicate youth. The rest are yours," the old raven declared. Upon hearing this, the other demons protested vehemently. "Nonsense. That lad possesses dragon energy. He may well be the offspring of a human king. Consuming him could yield an increase in cultivation spanning 4 to 5 decades. He is not comparable to an ordinary human. Heh, since you all covet the tender young one, I shall take the big fool," the cat demon said, twisting its body, claws glistening with the blood of soldiers. "Why should you decide?" In an instant, several demons fell into discord and began to fight amongst themselves. "General Xīyóu, shall we take this chance to break through?" the third prince whispered. "Your Highness, it is unwise. These fiends are adept at deception. The moment we act, we will lose our formation, and at that point, we will be completely at their mercy." General Xīyóu, perceiving their dire situation, realized that even in the face of death, there remained a glimmer of hope that could still slay 3 or 4 demons. Should they falter now, they would find only the grave awaiting them. Several demons indeed played their roles, waiting for the humans to lose morale and become disoriented, making it all too easy to devour this fat morsel without risking their own lives. They were all grounded in their mission. Dispatched to this location to scout and seek treasures, they would not sacrifice themselves merely to satisfy their appetites. Even the seemingly foolish pig demon shared the same sentiment. "Do these mortals not realize?" the old raven whispered. The impatient zombie let out a roar and charged forward. The clash of blades rang out as swords struck its body, only producing showers of sparks. Roar! The zombie, immensely strong, sent 2 men flying and clamped down on one, feasting upon him. Kill! With someone leading the charge. The other demons could no longer contain themselves and surged forward. The zombie drained blood while using its tough physique to withstand blades and spears. As the other demons unleashed their powers, breath of wind, sprays of sand, and billowing smoke, the loyal guards of the third prince, clashing wildly, lost count of how many demons they had slain, but amidst the haze and confusion, they were rendered sightless and voiceless, at the mercy of the demons. "Your Highness, beware," General Xīyóu shouted, leaping into action to cleave through 2 wolf demons with his spear. One wolf wielded a knife, the other a club, as they battled General Xīyóu. The third prince, trembling, clutched his precious sword and cowered behind General Xīyóu. Suddenly, a long snake lunged from the shadows, aiming for the third prince's face. "Fiend, I have anticipated your move." With the strength to face 2 foes, General Xīyóu remained unfazed, sneering as he uttered an incantation. A white light burst from the third prince's nostrils, piercing the snake demon's skull. With a thud, the snake's lifeless body fell to the ground. "Watch out for this one's methods. We must eliminate him first." A few demons had dispatched the loyal guards, leaving only the third prince and General Xīyóu. Seeing the snake demon, once their equal, slain unexpectedly rattled them, and they decided to eliminate General Xīyóu first before feasting. In the shadows, Wu Ming could not discern what was happening, but it appeared to be a slender spike. As 7 demons converged, General Xīyóu found himself overwhelmed and outmatched. One of his arms was torn off by the zombie. The spear became unwieldy, and he had lost 70% of his strength. The third prince, realizing that he was doomed that day, cried out, "General Xīyóu, I am surely destined for death. You must flee and preserve your life. Do not throw it away needlessly." Having discarded the spear, General Xīyóu drew his treasured blade and cleaved the pig demon away, gasping, "I have pledged to His Majesty to escort you home, Your Highness. I am ashamed of my incompetence in failing to protect you, and today I can only pay with my life to repay the Emperor's grace. If you can escape, I will have no regrets." Thus, he fought desperately against the horde of demons. Wu Ming felt an urge to shout in admiration, truly wishing to save such a heroic figure, but he kept his thoughts to himself. At that moment, a resonant chant echoed through the battlefield. "Amitba, lay down your weapons and become a Buddha on the spot." A young monk, clad in a light blue robe, emerged from the darkness, the radiance of his Buddhist light dispelling the surrounding gloom. The chant seemed to possess the power to urge people toward righteousness. leading several demons to begin reflecting on their sins. They should not consume humans, should not take life, should not indulge in debauchery. Even the third prince and General Xīyóu found themselves regretting their past visits to brothels. Owl. This monk is truly strange. The two wolf demons howled, awakening the other demons. Fearing the implications, they grew desperate and charged at the monk. A figure of the immovable king appeared from the white-clad monk, preventing the demons from approaching. Amitba. Your sins are profound. You ought to descend into the beast realm. The gentle yet commanding voice belonged to a woman of striking beauty. The white-clad monk gestured, and a beam of white light struck the cat demon, instantly transforming it into a mindless wildcat, its centuries of cultivation obliterated in an instant. The remaining demons were seized by overwhelming fear, retreating in haste, for this fate was more terrifying than death itself. No longer did they concern themselves with the royal lineage or the fortunes of the dragon, and they began to flee in panic. The white-clad monk gestured again, this time towards the old crow. No, please, cried the crow as it flapped and soared into the forest. Quick, run. The pig demon reverted to its true form. A massive black wild boar, comparable to an elephant, trampling through countless trees and thickets. The monk contemplated pursuing but ultimately relinquished the idea. He needed to depart swiftly. Only a lone zombie remained, unable to escape, and the white-clad monk seized it, dissipating the resentment within its body. Thus, a calamity of demons was finally resolved. The third prince and General Xīyóu sighed in relief, grateful to have survived. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives. They expressed in unison. Amitba. Those who do good will receive divine assistance. There are many demons in these mountains. You two should depart quickly to avoid further danger. The third prince expressed his gratitude once more, but upon hearing of the multitude of demons, he was overcome with fear, pleading for the monk to escort him back to the capital, promising a substantial reward. The white-clad monk graciously declined, stating that saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories, but he had pressing matters that made it inconvenient to accompany the prince. The prince wished to persuade him further, but found himself at a loss for words as the monk gradually retreated. What a celestial being he is! Subsequently, the two dared not linger, setting off under the cover of night to leave the treacherous Mount Wohu as swiftly as possible. After they departed, a shadow darted from the woods, and the bodies of several demons vanished from the ground, following the white-clad monk's trail. The monk paused at a crossroads, seemingly awaiting someone. Elder brother, you have arrived. Wu Ming emerged from the shadows, astonished. Is it truly you, cousin? When did you transform? Such remarkable ability. You flatter me, elder brother. My transformation was made possible by your lunar transformation technique. You truly practiced that method, but the white-clad monk smiled slightly, saying, it matters not. It is merely a day's journey. Since his cousin had made a decision, he no longer pressed the matter. Elder brother, I have come down the mountain to bid you farewell, the white-clad monk stated. Ah, you are leaving? The monk nodded. Yes, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and the Buddhist scriptures no longer provide me with answers. I wish to experience the joys and sorrows of the mortal realm, to assist both others and myself, and to achieve enlightenment. Wu Ming felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him, realizing that even his cousin had embarked on the path of cultivation and the understanding of the mundane, while he himself had yet to transform. Sensing Wu Ming's melancholy, the white-clad monk reassured him, do not be troubled, elder brother. You possess a clear spiritual root and profound wisdom, with a deep affinity for Buddhism. You are destined to attain fruition. Although I have taken the lead, I envy you greatly. These words brought some comfort to Wu Ming, and they exchanged a few more sentiments. Before you depart, I must mention something. Your master may not be a benevolent figure. Please exercise caution moving forward. The white-clad monk whispered. Wu Ming's heart sank. He intended to inquire further, but the white-clad monk had already taken strides away. Elder brother, do not worry. Just exercise a bit more caution, and you will be free from disaster and blessed abundantly. Farewell. Wu Ming hurriedly shouted. Cousin, you haven't told me your Dharma name. How will I find you in the future? Amitba, my Dharma name is Pudutsihong. Wu Ming was taken aback. Pudutsihong. He rushed to pursue him, but the figure had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 9. Wu Ming's transformation and enlightenment. My cousin is Pudutsihong. What should I do? I feel as if thunder is rumbling above my head. Wu Ming could not reconcile the image of his dashing cousin with the grotesque figure from the tale of a Chinese ghost story. Fortunately, he did not forget his purpose and quickly sought refuge in a secluded cave. Inside the furnace lay 9 demon corpses, gathered from various sources. With a thunderous roar, the flames flared, and the 9 corpses were melted into their essence, nourishing Wu Ming and granting him 2 minor supernatural abilities, smoke emission and illusion. Though not particularly powerful, having them was better than nothing. As Wu Ming's body emitted cracking sounds, he rejoiced, thinking, "Am I finally about to transform?" After more than 100 years, he could finally reclaim his human form. As cracks multiplied across his body, golden light seeped from within. This was the shedding of the old body to give birth to the new. Once he attained human form, he would cultivate celestial energy along the righteous path. And apart from a few exceptional individuals, most would be unable to discern his true identity. However, he soon recalled the peculiarities of the transformation technique he was practicing and grew anxious about potential external calamities. O 3 pure ones, I have followed the righteous path for a century without harming any living beings. Today, as I transform into human form, I beseech your protection, regardless of its efficacy. He prayed for peace of mind. Perhaps his prayer was answered. After 3 hours, Wu Ming finally transformed. Bathed in golden light, a figure emerged. Tall and upright like a green pine, with a noble forehead and auspicious features, his eyes resembled phoenixes, and his nose stood proud like a mountain peak. His lips were perfectly aligned, and his ears were harmoniously shaped. He could rival the beauty of Pannin or Xīyóu, leaving a mark in history. In terms of appearance, none could utter a single disparaging word. More importantly, this body was in harmony with nature, imbued with a rich essence of the Tao, making cultivation remarkably efficient. From the perspective of the Grand Master of the 5 poisons, one could say, I possess the gifts of a celestial being. Yet, he now bore an expression of bewilderment, not due to his lack of clothing, but because when he raised his arms, he saw thousands of eyes glowing with golden light beneath his ribs. Am I the master of Huanghua Temple, the elder brother of the 7 spider spirits, the multi-eyed monster, the Lord of the 100 Eyes? Wu Ming muttered to himself. In that moment, an overwhelming terror surged within him. The purity of his essence was becoming tainted, as invisible demonic shadows began to invade his being. This was a manifestation of a faltering heart and an invasion by external demons. Unbeknownst to Wu Ming, his thoughts drifted back to the original journey to the west. To avenge the 7 younger sisters, he had used poison to thwart the 3 pilgrims, engaging in fierce battles with the monkey for dozens of rounds, unleashing golden light that forced the monkey to transform into a pangolin and flee. Eventually being guided by Lady of the Li Mountain to seek out the Pylon Po, where a needle drew him into a cave, ultimately attaining the thousand-handed, thousand-eyed Buddha in the Western realm. In the original text, it seemed he had not died. He had even become a Buddha? He had mistakenly taken the television adaptation for the original. Indeed, even if I am the Lord of the 100 Eyes and cannot resist fate's design, following the natural course will at worst lead me to become a Buddha. What am I so worried about? Moreover, he was not merely the Lord of the 100 Eyes. He was Wu Ming, equipped with a golden finger. I possess a furnace capable of refining demons, devouring gods, transforming into immortals, and annihilating Buddhas. Wu Ming suddenly regained his composure, and the furnace within him seemed to awaken, promptly refining the invading demons that sought to corrupt his heart. A pure light radiated from the top of his head, and then a figure emerged, identical to Wu Ming, his primordial spirit, or rather, his Yin spirit. Marvelous, marvelous. This transformation technique is truly remarkable. It even allows the primordial spirit to take human form. Wu Ming praised, knowing that typically, even if a demon shed its old form to become human, its primordial spirit would remain unchanged. Now, he had no reason to fear being seen through by Taoists or monks upon entering the mortal realm. He glanced down at himself and thought, ah, splendid. Suddenly, he recalled his cousin, who had become a monk. Comparing the two of them, he found it almost unbearable. His cousin, Pudu Xīyóu, who had pursued the path of Buddhism, had been vanquished by a Taoist, while he, who practiced Taoism, had become a Buddha? Before departing, my cousin remarked on my profound connection to Buddhism. Could it be that he discerned something? I have unraveled one enigma, my identity. Yet, soon after, more riddles surged forth. Never mind. I shall take each step as it comes. It is time to return. On the ground lay the remnants of Wu Ming, a shattered form, most fragments rendered useless. He only salvaged the 2 venom glands from the pair of formidable jaws, while the rest was refined into primal essence in the furnace. With no clothing, Wu Ming could not return in his naked state. Instead, he transformed into a centipede, traversing through the mountains back to the 5 Poisons Temple. This marked his countless entries through those doors, yet today he experienced a monumental transformation. Shedding his demonic form, this temple and mountain could no longer bind him. Wu Ming began to comprehend the sentiments of his cousin, who guided souls with compassion. Upon returning to the temple and donning garments, he first sought an audience with his master, the great immortal of the 5 poisons. "Oh, you've achieved transformation? Excellent, excellent. Tonight, do not depart. I shall impart some of our sect's esoteric arts upon you." Thus, Wu Ming remained for the night, receiving 3 teachings from the great immortal. The first was the art of alchemy and potion making. The second involved condensing energy to transform into clouds. The third was the technique of sword flight. Wu Ming was most astonished by the latter. This was a genuine method of combat, one of the great immortal's prized skills. Yet he had so readily imparted it to him. Upon returning to the courtyard, a sudden flash of red darted forth, enveloping Wu Ming in an embrace. "Brother, you finally transformed. Oh, you look splendid." After enduring the exuberance of his younger sister, he finally managed to send her away. The room was devoid of any furnishings, for its previous form could not possibly accommodate a bed. Finding a corner, he sat cross-legged, harmonizing yin and yang, cultivating his spirit, and channeling his magical energy. He intended to delve into one of his innate abilities rather than practice the 3 skills imparted by the great immortal. Disrobing, he gazed at the myriad eyes beneath his arms. Indeed, they closely resembled the descriptions from the original texts. From his eyes emanated brilliant golden light and a dense yellow mist. The golden light blazed forth like flames, while the yellow mist billowed like clouds, creating a magnificent spectacle. The power was immense. It was fortunate that Sun Wukong had cultivated his indestructible body to breach the golden light, though it left him utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, in the original text, the golden light formation could envelop over 10 miles, yet now, even at full strength, Wu Ming could only project it for a mile or 2. Wu Ming faced 2 choices. One was to adhere to the original text without altering the golden light formation, focusing instead on enhancing his cultivation. The other was to modify the formation, as this innate ability held boundless potential. While the original formation could ensnare and harm, its lethality was insufficient, and it had been easily shattered by the needle of Pylon Pa. Even if he were to attain Buddhahood in the future, he would likely be a laughingstock among the celestial beings. Wu Ming speculated on why Pylon Pa could effortlessly dismantle the 100-eyed demon lord's golden light formation. First, Pylon Pa's true form, as Sun Wukong suggested, might be that of an enlightened old hen, inherently adept at countering venomous creatures. Second, the issue lay with the needle and the formation. The needle was forged from the eye of her son, the star official, neither gold, silver, copper, nor iron. The golden light formation, in essence, also emanated from the eyes, thus sharing a common origin. Coupled with Pylon Pa's superior cultivation, it was no wonder she could easily breach the formation and capture him. Now, however, Wu Ming sought to make some alterations, especially since the great immortal had imparted a fitting ability. Chapter 10, The Dragon King's Birthday. Wu Ming descends the mountain. A decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the skies above the 5 Poisons Temple, 2 figures engaged in combat. A Taoist clad in black and white feathers stood aloft, while a woman in red, wielding a trident, emerged from the clouds. The feather-clad Taoist unleashed a beam of golden light shaped like a sword to parry the woman's assault. Finding her efforts futile, she swayed her body, summoning countless hands from behind her, while the feather-clad Taoist, equally resolute, manifested 1,000 arms in response. After 50 exchanges, they descended. "Enough, enough, master. My brother is bullying me." The scorpion Taoist pouted to the great immortal on the high platform. The great immortal chuckled. "Your brother has certainly toiled more than you. In terms of magical prowess, you are no match for him. However, I must admit, your poison technique is quite painful even for me. If you were willing to jab your brother, he would not resist. I can't bring myself to do that." Wu Ming felt a complex array of emotions as he observed his younger sister, the scorpion demon, who was indeed a renowned figure from the journey to the west. The scorpion spirit from the poisonous mountain Peepa Cave. At that moment, the plump-toed Taoist approached. "Master, the old dragon from the Redstone River has sent a messenger." "Ah, let us go see," the great immortal replied. The group followed him to the front hall, where they found a slender shrimp spirit seated, sipping tea. Upon noticing their presence, the shrimp spirit quickly rose and bowed. "I have come at the behest of my Lord Dragon King to deliver an invitation to the great immortal." The great immortal accepted the invitation, glancing at it briefly. "I see. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. I must continue my journey to other destinations. Farewell. After the shrimp spirit departed, the 3 disciples were curious about the contents of the invitation. On the 10th day of next month, the old dragon king of the Redstone River celebrates his 700th birthday and invites you to the banquet. However, I have been struggling to attain comprehension lately and cannot leave, so I shall send my second disciple in my stead, the great immortal explained. Yes, master. Master, I wish to go as well. I haven't descended the mountain in 20 to 30 years. The scorpion spirit pleaded, her big eyes glistening. The great immortal chuckled. Very well, you may all go. The following day, Wu Ming prepared a birthday gift and, accompanied by the scorpion spirit, joyfully descended the mountain towards the east. Just outside the temple gates, the scorpion spirit turned to Wu Ming with a serious demeanor. Brother, I have heard that the beautiful women down the mountain are all demons in disguise, who delight in devouring handsome men. You must not approach them. Wu Ming, for the first time in over a century, stepped beyond the confines of the sleeping tiger mountain. His sister, the scorpion spirit, frolicked like a little girl, chasing flowers and butterflies, filling the air with laughter and drawing countless gazes. Wu Ming strolled leisurely. The journey to the dragon palace of the Redstone River stretched over 1,000 miles, yet with 20 days ahead, it was more than sufficient. It is often said that despite the numerous demons in the mountains who have cultivated for centuries, they still prefer to venture into the human realm. As they traveled, Wu Ming found everything to be a marvel, passing carriages, wandering merchants, and toiling farmers. One day, they took a brief respite in a dilapidated temple. Wu Ming leaned against the wall, meditating, while a long box containing the great immortal's birthday gift rested nearby. The scorpion spirit had wandered off to frolic. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the temple. Ah, trouble approaches, Wu Ming sighed. Is anyone there? I am but a traveler seeking refuge for the night with my maid. Soon after, a somewhat adorned woman entered, accompanied by a servant. She was voluptuous, with eyes that sparkled like water, her hair styled elegantly. Wu Ming suddenly recalled that his kind-hearted friends with the surname Chao would surely be enamored by her presence. Forgive my intrusion, the beautiful woman said, bowing gracefully upon noticing Wu Ming's presence. He chose to ignore her. As darkness enveloped the temple, his sister had yet to return. The woman and her maid had kindled a fire and were roasting provisions. Young master, this is our own food. My lady has asked me to share it with you. The maid offered half a baked flatbread to Wu Ming, her eyes shimmering with innocence, and he marveled at such beauty in the world. Wu Ming accepted the offering, expressing his gratitude. Taking a small bite, he savored its delightful flavor, free of the roughness and unpalatability typical of common fare, resembling the crisp sweetness of fruit instead. Are you an itinerant scholar? The beautiful woman's voice was like a fragrant orchid in a secluded valley, inviting yet delicate, making one wish to approach while fearing to intrude upon her grace. Wu Ming steadied his thoughts, realizing that the residual effects from his near descent into madness had not yet been fully dispelled. He would never admit that the reason he had remained a novice for over a century in both his past and present lives was due to his naivety. In the past, he had attempted multiple times to call the mysterious number inscribed on a small card, only to find it a mere waste of his phone bill. Oh, indeed, my junior sister was right. The women at the foot of the mountain are demons, Wu Ming muttered softly. What did the young master say? Ah, nothing. I am merely a scholar on a study tour, the beautiful woman remarked with a hint of melancholy. Young master, it is quite perilous for you to travel alone like this. Should you encounter a demon, one with a kind heart might take you as a consort. But you would be exploited daily until your vitality wanes, while a malicious one would not hesitate to cook you alive. Wu Ming scratched his head, appearing somewhat foolish. Well, at home, they say if a female demon were to capture me and take me as her consort, despite the exploitation, my beauty would surely make her reluctant to part with me. Perhaps she might even procure some celestial elixir to grant me immortality. The woman had never heard such words and burst into laughter. Hee, young master, do you fancy yourself a stag king? Would a demon truly bring you deer to nibble on? It was said that during the breeding season, wild deer in the mountains would have a single stag contend with dozens of does. When the stag was near exhaustion, the does would seek out a special herb in the mountains for him, restoring his vigor instantly and allowing him to redeem his honor. What a peculiar way to insult someone. You are the stag, and your entire family has antlers. Wu Ming frowned. Where has my junior sister gone? Why hasn't she returned? Just then, a gust of wind swept through the dilapidated temple, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Water splashing? Young master, Please do not mention having seen us." The woman and her maid quickly hid behind the statue of Buddha. Wu Ming said nothing. Voices could be heard outside the temple. The presence has vanished from this vicinity. Team 1, search the nearby area. Team 2, follow me into this broken temple. With a loud crash, the temple door was kicked down, revealing a robust figure striding in. His face brutish, eyes like green beans, clad in scale armor, wielding a mountain-cleaving axe. Behind him trailed a dozen shrimp demons, resembling humans save for the antennae protruding from their helmets, each armed with a spear. "Is there a mortal here? Go ask." One of the shrimp demons shouted. "Have you seen 2 women? Speak the truth, or you may jeopardize our general's mission. Were these water creatures here to capture those 2 women?" Wu Ming felt uncertain. While a dozen shrimp demons were not overly intimidating, that general, a formidable creature likely possessing a demon core, could spell trouble if a confrontation arose. "I am merely a scholar on a study tour, spending the night in this desolate temple. If you wish to eat, then do so. What do women have to do with this?" "Humph, mortal, do not overthink it. We are soldiers of the Dragon Palace, not evil spirits. Those 2 women have stolen treasures from our palace, and the Dragon King has sent us to retrieve them," the general retorted coldly. Wu Ming feigned a look of relief, expressing joy. "Ah, you are soldiers of the Dragon Palace. I have seen no women here." At that moment, the other shrimp demons thoroughly searched the temple, inspecting every nook and cranny but finding nothing. "Let us go." The general led his entourage out of the temple, riding the waves away. The beautiful woman and her maid emerged from behind the statue to thank Wu Ming, who merely nodded in silence, refraining from asking any questions. However, just then, the general returned. "After searching all day, I find myself quite hungry. Who would know if I had a bite to eat in this wilderness?" Unfazed by the possibility of frightening Wu Ming away, the general continued casually. "Quick, young master, come here," the woman urged anxiously, realizing she had inadvertently brought disaster upon this kind-hearted youth. The Dragon Palace soldiers are just as ravenous as demons. Then, the beautiful woman produced a veil, enveloping the 3 of them, rendering them invisible. "Is this an invisibility cloak?" Wu Ming pressed close to the woman, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment at such proximity to a stranger. "Where have they gone?" The general surveyed the temple, perplexed. That mortal cannot have escaped. As a powerful demon, he possessed a measure of intelligence, knowing that the temple only had one path down the mountain, and he had circled around without spotting anyone. Thus, the mortal must still be there. "Ha! Almost deceived me. How could a mere mortal hide? That wretched woman must also be here," the general declared, summoning a watery prison that enveloped the temple. Bang! 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 The water bubbles battered the temple, threatening to topple it. The 3 could no longer remain hidden and were forced to reveal themselves. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, the general's eyes gleamed with delight. "Hee, I didn't expect such a delightful surprise. Princess, you cannot escape." The beautiful woman gritted her teeth, positioning herself protectively in front of Wu Ming. "I will return with you. This young master is merely a passerby and has no part in this. You lack the standing to negotiate with me." The general waved his hand, conjuring another watery prison that ensnared both the beautiful woman and her maid. "Hee, I shall first devour this young man, and then—" The general's gaze turned lecherous as he eyed the beautiful woman. "She is off limits, but the maid should be of no concern. Young master, flee." Seeing Wu Ming standing there in a daze, the woman urged frantically. The general lunged but grasped at nothing, his hand missing Wu Ming by a foot. After several more attempts, Wu Ming evaded him each time, slipping away like an eel. The general finally realized he had been played for a fool. "How dare you toy with me? Watch as I swallow you whole." The general bellowed, employing magic in an attempt to trap Wu Ming in the watery prison. However, Wu Ming was no defenseless maiden. With a burst of golden light, he shattered the watery prison, and then his figure surged forth, closing in on the general. Seeking death, the general swung his axe at him. Clang! Clang! 2 beams of golden light shot from Wu Ming's eyes, instantly chipping the axe. "Damn it, my weapon!" The general howled in anguish, stowing his axe behind him as he prepared to engage Wu Ming in combat. In that moment, the temple was engulfed in crashing waves and dazzling golden light, as the formidable general clashed with Wu Ming, both showcasing their extraordinary powers. Over the past decade, Wu Ming had combined the golden light formation with sword techniques to create an even more formidable divine ability, the golden light extermination sword formation. He could transform each beam of golden light into a flying sword, capable of forming formations as well as acting independently, showcasing an unpredictable nature. However, he had only managed to conjure a little over 10 golden flying swords thus far, though Wu Ming had not yet reached the golden core stage. Merely possessing the Qi transformation realm, his array of techniques and spells rendered him formidable, rivaling even golden core demons in combat. After numerous exchanges, Wu Ming gauged his strength, realizing that he could handle 5 or 6 of these generals without revealing his trump card, the golden light extermination sword formation. On the other hand, the general was beginning to feel the urge to retreat. His massive frame trembled with each clash, and the golden light proved too elusive to counter. If this continued, he might very well lose his life here. Acting swiftly, the general expelled countless bubbles from his mouth to obscure Wu Ming's vision while he attempted to seize the beautiful woman. A sudden gust of wind swept the general and his bubbles away, providing Wu Ming with the chance to escape. With ease, he broke the watery prison. Thank you, young master. Aoj, did not steal any treasures from the Dragon Palace. My involvement was merely because this fool brought it upon himself. You should leave quickly. I must find my junior sister. With that, Wu Ming condensed his energy into a green cloud, soaring into the sky. Madam, that fellow is exceedingly rude. The maid huffed, visibly upset. Aoji smiled faintly, letting out a sigh within her heart. Let us depart. We are not far from grandfather's home, and the pursuers from the West Sea Dragon Palace will no longer dare to follow. With that, she swiftly led her attendant away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Ming had spent an entire night searching for his junior sister without success and sat upon a cloud, frowning in silence. He was not particularly worried about her safety. After all, she was merely a supporting character in the journey to the West and could not possibly meet her demise so early. Yet, he could not be too certain, for his arrival had transformed the Golden Light Array into the Golden Light Extermination Sword Array, and the butterfly effect caused by his presence was unpredictable. One could not place blind faith in the original text. Unfortunately, he did not possess the binding spell. Otherwise, he could have summoned the local land deity or mountain god for clarity. He resolved to first attend the Dragon Palace's banquet to see if he might glean any information before continuing his search for his junior sister. With a determined mind, he discerned the direction and leisurely piloted his cloud towards the Redstone River Dragon Palace. The Redstone River Dragon Palace. In the world of Journey to the West, wherever there is water, dragons abound. Rivers, lakes, seas, and even wells are home to these majestic creatures, making them far from rare. The Redstone River's old Dragon King celebrated his 700th birthday, a fact well known within a 1,000-mile radius, as the reign-controlling dragon god of the region. Although the Redstone River Dragon King did not possess the stature and profound heritage of the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas and 5 lakes, he was still a formidable local power. The banquet attracted numerous mountain spirits, wild creatures, rogue immortals, and various other beings. The shrimp and crab soldiers of the Dragon Palace patrolled the surroundings to maintain order, while servants like river clams, koi, and turtle spirits busied themselves with the arrangements and the reception of guests. Though the banquet was still over 10 days away, some guests who traveled from afar had arrived early. They could not be left waiting outside, after all. Upon the coral throne within the palace sat the Dragon King of the Redstone River, possessing a dragon's head upon a human's body, devoid of horns. With 2 golden dragon whiskers flowing down from his chin, he was busy reviewing an account book when an elderly turtle, responsible for receiving guests, hobbled in. Your Majesty, the messenger General Eel from the West Sea Dragon Palace has arrived. The old Dragon King was taken aback, abruptly placing the account book down and exclaiming, Quick, prepare the ceremonial display. We shall go forth to welcome him. Chapter 12. The gods attend the feast. The Dragon Palace celebrates a birthday, esteemed messenger. I have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive my oversight and allow me to extend my welcome. Aoyu bowed respectfully. General Eel hurriedly returned the gesture. Although he was a general of the West Sea Dragon Palace, leading a river of water creatures that could be referred to as Dragon Kings, he dared not act presumptuously, especially since this old dragon had familial ties with the West Sea Dragon King. Your Majesty, please do not belittle me. My lord has sent gifts to honor your birthday. Aoyu's heart leapt with joy. Despite being a Dragon King himself with considerable assets, he could not compare to the vast fortunes of the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. What is this? I am truly humbled. His gaze, however, involuntarily drifted towards the several chests of treasures, particularly a large chest towering over a person. What treasures could possibly be contained within? What is this? Oh, your Majesty. Within this chest is a demon we captured during our journey. a formidable fighter skilled in poison, so we have confined him in a cage forged from cold iron. And he must be held for a time in the water palace. Xīyóu nodded. A minor matter. No problem. Bring it to the water prison. 2 crab spirits promptly lifted the chest away. Following this, the old Dragon King escorted General Xīyóu to the inner palace to rest, where a servant presented tea and snacks. There is one more matter I must report to your majesty. Besides celebrating your birthday, my lord has sent me too. The servant girls outside heard the sound of a teacup shattering and hurried to enter, but were ordered to leave. Is this indeed the Redstone River? Wu Ming stood by the riverbank, observing the exposed cliffs of deep crimson rock. The river spanned approximately 20 to 30 miles, considered a significant river in his former life. Yet in the world of Journey to the West, it was merely a small stream. Plop. Having refined a water snake spirit, Wu Ming had mastered the art of entering the water and was no longer a landbound novice. The river was deep. After diving 30 to 40 meters, he finally reached the riverbed. As the Dragon King's birthday approached, all the water spirits and fish monsters with awakened intelligence in the river hurried towards the Dragon Palace, hoping to partake in the banquet or at least enjoy some broth, as had been the tradition in previous years. Wu Ming caught hold of a leisurely turtle spirit and inquired, "Good Sir Turtle, is the Dragon Palace in this direction? Get off me, you little brat. I need to hurry and secure a good spot. Otherwise, there won't be any place left for me to sip the soup." The turtle struggled, flailing its limbs. "Allow me to assist you." Grasping its tail, Wu Ming summoned a wave of water to propel them towards the Dragon Palace. Before the Dragon Palace, dozens of shrimp and crab spirits guarded the entrance, while the turtle steward recorded the birthday gifts and invitations. Those with invitations were permitted entry, while those without were scrutinized based on the value of their gifts. What is this? You dare to present such a trivial offering for the Dragon King's grand birthday? Which Dragon King has not seen such a thing? Get out. 2 shrimp spirits immediately dragged a plump fish away, followed by a piece of water spirit stone being tossed out. You pauper. The tables and chairs of the Dragon Palace are crafted from water spirit stone. Do you think they lack such a small piece? The 2 shrimp spirits scolded. The turtle steward announced the gifts, while the old Dragon King led his dragon sons and grandsons to welcome the guests at the entrance of the inner palace. The mountain god of Horned Peak has arrived, presenting a birthday gift of a white jade spirit mushroom. The city god of Deer City has arrived, presenting a birthday gift of 1,000 taels of gold. The Howling Moon Demon King from the Thousand Moon Cave of Great Cloud Mountain has arrived, presenting a birthday gift. Esteemed Demon King, please. The turtle steward glanced at the gifts, then looked around to ensure no one was paying attention before letting out a sigh of relief. The Demon King's gift was 2 pairs of young boys and girls, which he dared not announce. Humph. The Howling Moon Demon King, a wolf demon with a human body and a wolf's head, clad in fur, was displeased that the turtle steward did not announce his gift. But he did not cause a scene, merely snorting in annoyance. The water god of the Redstone River has arrived, presenting a birthday gift of a jade ruby. Xīyóu immediately went to the entrance to welcome the water god, who was, after all, his superior. Their responsibilities were different. The Dragon King controlled rain under the jurisdiction of the 9 heavens, while the water god had no authority over it. However, appearances must be maintained. Soon after, several nearby cultivators, great demons, and spirits arrived, which Xīyóu personally received. The 5 Poisons Sect's Grandmaster of the 5 Poisons has arrived, presenting a birthday gift of a Millennium Ginseng. Xīyóu promptly adjusted his attire and, leading his dragon sons and grandsons, went to welcome the guests. Esteemed Immortal, the young dragon has failed to greet you properly. I beg your forgiveness. Who might you be? Wu Ming set down the turtle spirit and bowed, introducing himself. I am Taoist Wu Ming. My master is currently in seclusion and could not attend, so he has sent me in his stead. Please do not hold it against me. Your Majesty. Xīyóu quickly waved his hand, saying, Not at all. Taoist Wu, please, come inside and have a seat. Wu Ming nodded and followed a dragon maiden into the crystalline palace. Please take a seat, and if you need anything, do not hesitate to call for a servant. The dragon maiden said with a meaningful glance. After she left, a turtle head poked out from beneath the table. My goodness, this dragon palace is truly extravagant. It was the turtle spirit who had accompanied Wu Ming, hence it had not been driven away. Hey, lend me a hand. I can't reach. Wu Ming lifted the turtle's long neck and placed it upon a chair. Looking around, he saw various spirits and deities, gods of mountains and rivers, true immortals, and Buddhist monks, mingling together, with pure and impure energies intertwining, truly a gathering of monsters and immortals alike. So many demons and spirits had gathered. Could it be that they were all here to celebrate the old dragon's birthday? He was not the Dragon King of the 3 rivers or the 4 seas. How could he have such great prestige? While he observed others, he remained unaware that they were also scrutinizing him. What a body nourished by spiritual essence! One great demon drooled. Seated next to him was the Howling Moon Demon King, who, despite being called a Demon King, was merely a major demon on the verge of forming his golden core. I see you are so starved for flesh that your brain is turned to mush. Do you not fear provoking a true immortal or a celestial master by recklessly consuming disciples of the Tao in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent? The Muhal Demon King held those mindless, coarse demons in contempt, believing they tarnished his stature, and promptly shifted his seat. To his dismay, that fellow had also arrived, truly. When heaven offers a path, one must not stray, yet when hell presents no door, one inevitably finds a way in. General Eel sat in the corner near the coral throne, catching sight of Wu Ming, who remained oblivious to his presence. At that moment, Xīyóu had finished greeting the guests and entered the grand hall to take his seat at the head of the table, raising his goblet to speak. I am exceedingly grateful for your presence to celebrate the birthday of this little dragon. This banquet shall last 3 days, culminating in the treasure conference. For now, let us indulge in food and drink together. Indeed, let us drink together. Long live the old Dragon King. As the maidens began serving dishes, delicacies from rivers and mountains filled the table. Mountain mushrooms, matsutake, river lotus, celestial celery, medicinal garlic, diced chicken, slices of meat, steamed fish, deer legs, lamb liver, and oxtail. Wu Ming scrutinized the offerings, relieved to find no human flesh among them. Meanwhile, a clam maiden danced in the hall, her performance accompanied by melodious strings, her movements enticing. Several female demons, along with a dragon maiden, gathered near Wu Ming, their joyful banter and laughter becoming a focal point. Seizing the opportunity, he gleaned some valuable information, particularly regarding the treasure conference. Chapter 13. No soft rice eaten. The treasure conference. This so-called treasure conference was a grand trading event. In the world of Journey to the West, there exists a consensus. Dragon palaces are the epitome of wealth. Organized by the Dragon Palace, this treasure conference would offer numerous rare treasures, even wholesale weapons. Other demons and spirits could also engage in trade amongst themselves. Moreover, this treasure conference need not coincide with the Dragon King's birthday. Rather, the Dragon Palace consistently presents a few spiritual treasures as complimentary gifts to all, serving as a form of welfare from the palace. Wu Ming chuckled inwardly, recognizing this as a typical promotional giveaway accompanying a grand event. Humph. What is so special about that pretty boy? All looks and no substance. These beguiling creatures truly have lost their vision. A bluefish spirit remarked indignantly. Ah, brother Bluefish, we, as spirits, cannot attain such handsome forms without proper cultivation. We must accept our fate, replied brother Blackfish. That is where you are mistaken. Regardless of appearance, if one cultivates their skills and establishes a territory, who would fear the absence of female demons? 2 fish spirits clinked their cups together, while General Eel observed with glimmering eyes. In the Crystal Palace's side hall, chaos reigned. You scoundrel, you dare to flee from your marriage. The pursuers from the West Sea Dragon Palace have followed you here. Xīyóu's whiskers trembled in anger. Grandfather, I no longer wish to marry that venomous flood Dragon King. I have nowhere else to turn but to seek refuge with you. If my presence troubles you, please do not disclose my whereabouts. I shall depart tonight. Xīyóu sobbed softly from her seat. The old Dragon King paced restlessly, unsure of how to respond. Years ago, his daughter had become a concubine to the West Sea Dragon King due to her beauty. With countless dragon clans, it was a feat for him, of lowly fish lineage, to attain a position as a river dragon king. Unfortunately, after giving birth to Xīyóu, his daughter fell into deep sorrow and passed away, left without support. Xīyóu grew up facing disdain in the West Sea Dragon Palace, and was promised to a son of a minor dragon king, who turned out to be a short-lived wretch, leading her to be sent back. Now, the West Sea Dragon King sought to marry her off to the venomous Dragon Palace, and she had endured enough of being treated as a mere commodity, fleeing back to the Redstone River Dragon Palace. Ah, I have heard of the venomous Dragon Palace. It is a formidable power, sought after by all 4 seas. You would not be wronged in marrying there. Xīyóu merely sobbed softly, offering no reply. Knock, knock. My lord, General Eel from the West Sea seeks an audience with you. an old turtle announced, bowing at the door. Very well, I shall come, Aoyu replied, sighing as he left. Aoji lifted her head, feeling disheartened. She had believed her grandfather would protect her, only to realize he was ultimately intimidated by the West Sea Dragon Palace's power. Was she destined to succumb to the whims of fate? The grand feast in the Dragon Palace, attended by extraordinary beings, continued for 3 days, filled with indulgence. During this time, Wu Ming experienced considerable torment. Even the turtle spirits lamented their inability to endure. Young lord, why not come to my cave? My jade bed is soft and spacious. This was an unabashed invitation. Taoist. I possess a scroll of scriptures for two to cultivate together. Might you join me in exploring the Tao? This was a pretext for unwarranted advances. Young lord, if you become my husband, I shall grant you a water estate, a silver mine, and 1,000 acres of fertile land, along with a celestial mountain, all yours. Even if you wish to take 10 or more concubines, I would not object, a particularly alluring female spirit whispered seductively in Wu Ming's ear. This was a wealthy woman seeking to keep him. Ah, how I wish to accept. I truly desire to abandon my efforts, he thought. But I cannot ignore the other female spirits. I must retain contact with this enchanting lady. A throng of female spirits surrounded him, occasionally touching his hands, caressing his face, brushing against his legs, and some shamelessly inviting him further. In short, it was a plethora of advances. This was his worldly tribulation. He must endure, endure, endure. Yet, in addition to resisting such earthly desires, he had to restrain his inner killing intent. With so many demons, how much power and essence could he acquire by eliminating them all and refining them in the furnace? No, no, I must not dwell on such thoughts. Fortunately, the treasure conference was about to commence, drawing the attention of numerous spirits and demons, prompting the female spirits to return to their seats. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the side hall. The treasure conference is about to begin, a carp spirit announced. The gathered demons followed in small groups to the side hall. The grand hall was indeed spacious, its walls adorned with countless luminous pearls, radiating vibrant colors. Various treasures filled the hall, shrouded in a bubble-like aura. Anyone who desired an item could summon a maid for inquiries. Although Wu Ming possessed no wealth or treasures, this did not hinder his opportunity to witness the spectacle. Young lord, if you see anything you fancy, do not hesitate to seek out your elder sister. The wealthy woman called out as she departed. Instantly, many predatory gazes were cast upon him. Wu Ming was unsure how to respond. Fortunately, the wealthy woman merely exchanged pleasantries before leaving, for he could not guarantee his resolve against temptation. After wandering through the hall, he soon vanished into the crowd. With a swift motion, Wu Ming transformed his appearance into that of a shrimp spirit. This was not the legendary 72 transformations, merely an illusion technique. He remained unchanged in essence, far inferior to such grand powers. From among the throng of female spirits, Wu Ming learned that a group of shrimp soldiers had recently transported a tightly sealed iron cage, seemingly containing a female demon brought into the Dragon Palace. Recalling the eel spirit he had encountered at the dilapidated temple, who claimed to be a water soldier of the Dragon Palace, he began to investigate further. Though the Crystal Palace was not extensive, it boasted numerous rooms and courtyards. As he wandered, he unexpectedly found himself in a long-abandoned courtyard. At Woham Mountain, within the Five Poisons Temple, the Master of Five Poisons summoned his eldest disciple, the Toad Taoist. What is the status of the poison pond? Master, the toxicity has indeed begun to diminish. It will likely require another 20 years before it is safe to enter, the Toad Taoist reported. The Master of Five Poisons nodded. Continue your surveillance, but do not neglect your own cultivation. Strive to refine your essence and transcend to immortality, thus elevating our sect's prestige. The Toad Taoist, with his rotund form, was filled with excitement as he assured, rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Very well, you may go. As the Toad Taoist exited the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, he contemplated the 20-year wait. This will not do. I still require a few suitable herbs. After waiting for over 20 years, it seems I must venture out. He transformed into a wisp of green smoke and floated away from the Five Poisons Temple. Gazing at the cloud above, the Toad Taoist's eyes held an inexplicable expression, an enigmatic aura enveloping him. Master, what exactly are you intending to achieve? Boom. A flowing robe billowed around him, and the aura of his mystical powers surged rapidly, soon surpassing the realm of refining the spirit and returning to the void. Oh, you crustacean spirit, Who has granted you permission to intrude upon my courtyard? A melodious voice halted Wu Ming in his tracks. The newcomer, clearly a novice, had lost her way, intending to switch posts in the front hall, but had mistakenly wandered down the wrong path. Humph, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me, for I was merely on my way to tidy up the courtyard. I shall let you off this time. Wu Ming looked up, surprised to see a familiar face. Chapter 14. Aoji's assistants, a rescue from the prison now, just cleaned the courtyard, instructed a maid, handing Wu Ming a broom. At that moment, Aoji emerged. You little maid. Are you sending others to do your work? The maid stuck out her tongue and replied, This crustacean spirit is simply too foolish to find her way. Aoji, upon hearing this, immediately seized the maid and, with a wary tone, inquired, Who are you? Although she primarily resided in the West Sea Dragon Palace, she had visited her grandfather's residence during her childhood and was familiar with the local customs. The entrance to the Crystal Palace's courtyard was guarded by shrimp soldiers, and typically, no one except the women and servants of the courtyard were permitted entry without permission. What business do you have trespassing in the Dragon Palace courtyard? Speak quickly, or I shall summon the palace guards to apprehend you. Her words rang with authority, as if her shout could indeed summon the guards. Wu Ming felt somewhat helpless. His skills in infiltration were far inferior to that of a monkey. It seemed he must learn transformation techniques. At the very least, mastering the celestial transformation of the Tiangang number. Otherwise, executing significant plans would prove troublesome. He immediately dispelled the illusion. It's you. Both Aoji and the maid were taken aback. Forgive me for our unexpected reunion in this manner. So, you suspect that someone from the West Sea Dragon Palace has captured your junior sister and wish to investigate within the palace? Wu Ming nodded. Aoji fell into contemplation. Though Wu Ming had saved her once, she was unsure if she could trust him, given the implications for the Dragon Palace and her grandfather. Very well, I believe you. I will assist you in investigating whether your junior sister is imprisoned in the Dragon Palace. Aoji decided to trust Wu Ming and instructed the maid, Green Pearl, to stay with him in the courtyard while she ventured out alone to gather information. Having lived in the West Sea Dragon Palace since childhood, she was not well acquainted with her grandfather's relatives, but she remembered a familiar face who had accompanied her mother to the West Sea Dragon Palace, returning only after her mother's passing. Uncle Turtle, wait a moment. The tortoise spirit, hunched over and bobbing its head as it walked, was suddenly halted. Princess 11. What brings you to call upon this old servant? After organizing her thoughts, Aoji replied, Uncle Turtle, I heard that when the dragon soldiers from the West Sea arrived, they captured someone, correct? The old tortoise glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning closer to Aoji, whispering, Yes, it was a woman, currently confined in the Y-shaped prison. Only the king possesses the key, which he usually keeps on a shelf in his study. Aoji was elated. Thank you, Uncle Turtle. Farewell. The old tortoise nodded, its wise eyes shimmering. Returning to the courtyard, Aoji joyfully announced, I have found out that over 10 days ago, a woman was indeed captured and brought here by General Xīyóu, now imprisoned in the Y-shaped prison. Wu Ming was surprised by the swiftness of this revelation and couldn't he help but harbor some malicious thoughts, wondering if it was a ruse to lure him into the prison. Shaking his head to dispel such notions, he queried the beautiful woman. Is there a way to rescue her? We must obtain the key from my grandfather's study, Aoji replied. The treasure conference will likely occur in 3 or 4 days. During this time, the Dragon Palace will sell a plethora of treasures and also acquire many, all of which require the presence of the Dragon King, Hongyan. Thus, he does not oversee other areas of the palace closely. Leveraging her identity, Aoji finally gained entry into Xīyóu's study. Over there, a shelf displayed numerous keys. Aside from the crucial key to the Dragon Palace treasury, which was personally guarded by the old dragon, most others were available. After acquiring the key, they needed to devise a plan to infiltrate and release the captives. The Dragon Palace prison was not particularly well guarded. Beneath the water, no spirits dared disturb it, as it primarily housed errant servants and maids. However, due to the recent imprisonment of a female demon by General Xīyóu had specifically dispatched a squad of 20 shrimp soldiers for added security. Wu Ming and Aoji concealed themselves behind a coral formation, observing the prison, which resembled a giant seashell, with 4 shrimp soldiers stationed at the entrance and patrols surrounding the area. An undetected entry seemed impossible unless one could become invisible. Invisibility? Wu Ming suddenly turned to Aoji. What are you planning? A shrimp soldier guarding the prison shifted slightly. Hey, where did that wind come from? Did any of you feel something? Nothing. Damn it. Everyone else has gone to the treasure conference. I heard the king is showcasing some rare treasures. It's a shame we are stuck here guarding. Enough lamenting. It seems someone is approaching. The Dragon Palace prison not only resembled a seashell on the outside, but also had a similar structure within. Hey, this invisibility cloak is quite effective. Where did you get it? Wu Ming inquired. This was a gift from my father for my first month. It is the only one I possess, Aoji replied solemnly. My apologies. It's fine. I'm used to it. Your junior sister should be on the second tier. Let us move quickly. Utilizing the invisibility cloak. The two swiftly entered the second tier of the Y-shaped prison without attracting any attention. They searched room after room until they finally discovered a cell near the third tier, which contained a nearly airtight iron cage. I will unlock the prison door, but I do not have the key to that cage. How fortunate. You know to act without being told. Never mind. Let us first examine the material of the cage. With a creak, the prison door slowly rose, and Wu Ming rushed to the cage. Junior sister, is that you? Senior brother, you have finally come to rescue me. She sobbed. Shoo, keep your voice down. I will save you, Wu Ming reassured her. Indeed, this lock belongs to the West Sea Dragon Palace. My key will not work. Aoji shook her head. Fear not. I will handle this. Wu Ming produced a broad pair of scissors, crafted in a simplistic design resembling two curved blades hastily fused together. In truth, these scissors were made from two large mandibles he had shed during transformation, forcibly condensed into this size. Regardless, in terms of sharpness, Wu Ming had yet to encounter anything he could not cut with these scissors. Positioning them at the lock, a decisive snap split it in two. He then removed the sealing talismans and opened the iron cage. Instantly, a girl in red flew into Wu Ming's arms, clinging to him like a koala. All right. Quickly come down. There are others here. The scorpion spirit obediently hopped down. How were you captured? Wu Ming inquired. That day, while I was playing outside, I suddenly sensed your aura and guessed you had encountered an adversary, so I hurried to that dilapidated temple. Who would have thought that on my way back? I ran into that ugly creature. We fought, and while I was able to hold my own, a swarm of shrimp spirits and crab monsters soon overwhelmed me. Because I had stung a few of them, I was imprisoned in this wretched cage. Woo. Senior brother, you must help me take revenge. Let us go and slay that hideous beast. Wu Ming felt a headache coming on. Vengeance was indeed necessary. Someone is coming. The invisibility cloak enveloped the three of them. Chapter 15. Breaking out of the Dragon Palace. Battling the demons, a hulking, grotesque figure approached the door step by step. The eel spirit. Go. Wu Ming swiftly embraced Aoji's curvaceous waist and his junior sister, brushing past General Eel, the slight breeze causing it to pause in confusion. Upon seeing the prison door wide open and the woman inside fleeing, it let out a thunderous roar. Someone is breaking out of prison. Quickly, close the main gate. The thunderous roar swiftly reached the ears of the shrimp soldiers at the entrance, prompting them to drop the iron gate in an attempt to seal it shut. Bang. Wu Ming kicked one shrimp soldier aside and dashed out, his invisibility cloak simultaneously failing. The commotion had already alerted the patrolling shrimp guards, who surrounded him, armed with long guns and swords, numbering around 40 to 50. The only option now was to fight their way out. Princess Aoji, I wonder if you will accompany us or remain behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Aoji declared, I will go with you. Good. Bang. Wu Ming seized a shrimp warrior, snatched the long blade from its grasp, and handed it to Aoji. The scorpion spirit wielded her trident, while Wu Ming took up a long spear and charged forward. Kill. The three of them possessed some martial skills, all at the chi refining stage, swiftly dispatching the shrimp soldiers, who were merely the most basic form of shrimp warriors. Easily defeated even by Aoji, who had little combat training, they headed towards the side door, knowing they had to escape the Crystal Palace. With Aoji, the half-landlord, leading the way, they pressed on, determined to fight through. Little thief, where do you think you're going? General Eel arrived, summoning a massive wave to crash down upon them. In the water, his strength was no less formidable than on land. Seeing Wu Ming, he was filled with enmity, swinging his enormous axe towards them. Wu Ming met the assault with his spear. One was a seasoned warrior of the water, the other a mountain cultivator. With the force of the axe being tremendous and the spear's thrusts being unpredictable. In terms of strength, the mountain cultivator was not inferior to the river creature. Yet in martial arts, the Dragon Palace general had the upper hand. Ultimately, having never learned spear techniques, Wu Ming found himself unable to last even 10 exchanges. The situation becoming dire. This creature's strength had nearly doubled in the water. After all, he was a general among the Dragon Palace's soldiers. And it was no coincidence that a mere eel spirit held such a position. Haha, little brat, are you trying to summon the wind against me? General Eel laughed maniacally, wielding his massive axe with such ferocity that Wu Ming struggled to find an opening for his abilities. This time, I must train harder. In this journey to the West World, it seems many demon kings and divine generals are exceptionally skilled in martial arts. If I'm unprepared when I encounter them, I fear I will suffer greatly. Unless one's cultivation reached an extraordinary level, typical spells and techniques would pale in comparison to exceptional martial prowess. Just as the monkey's staff proved effective on the journey, it was difficult to find a match. In the original tale, the 100-eyed demon king had fought the monkey for 50 rounds before being defeated, a stark contrast to Wu Ming's current predicament. Senior brother, I will assist you. The scorpion spirit, Z, rushed forward, using her trident to block the giant axe, giving Wu Ming the chance to act. With a swift motion, Wu Ming hurled his spear, piercing a shrimp soldier, then unleashed his powers, summoning a whirlwind that sent the remaining shrimp soldiers tumbling. The three seized the opportunity to escape toward the Dragon Palace's side door. The commotion had long since attracted the attention of the guests at the treasure conference, as well as Xīyóu. Your Majesty, trouble brews. Thieves have broken into the prison and rescued the female demon detained by the West Sea Dragon Palace's envoy. The old turtle hurriedly approached the Dragon King. And what else? Someone saw Princess 11 mingling with the thieves. Xīyóu inquired, what of General Eel? He is currently in pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, send 2 squads of shrimp soldiers with Lingshan. What? Are we not going to intervene? Intervene with what? The treasure conference is of utmost importance. What if someone steals the treasures? The Dragon Palace has no extra personnel. Understood. The old turtle hurried off to relay the orders. Dragon King, have you encountered any trouble? If so, just say the word, and I will ensure that the Fangtian Huaji will help you resolve it. A large demon with a tiger head and human body remarked. Humph, mere trifles, not worth mentioning. Seeing this, others abandoned any thoughts of taking advantage of the chaos and returned to viewing the treasures, some discreetly noting which items were purchased by whom. Meanwhile, curious demons wondered what was happening in the Dragon Palace, sensing the commotion as if someone had invaded. And many concealed themselves to see if they might benefit from the chaos. General Eel regained his composure and, noticing the three had escaped, immediately summoned waves to pursue them. Elsewhere, Lingshan, a carp spirit, arrived at the Dragon Palace's side door with 2 squads of shrimp soldiers just in time. Thieves, halt! He bellowed, brandishing a copper hammer and charging at Wu Ming and his companions. Wu Ming unleashed a beam of golden light, repelling Lingshan. Clang! The remaining shrimp soldiers surged forward, blocking the trio at the entrance. Junior sister, Princess, be careful, stay close to me. Wu Ming led the charge, 3 golden swords of slaying immortals swirling around him. Any shrimp soldier that approached was either cleaved in 2 or left with gaping wounds. Lingshan, alarmed by the sword marks on his hammer, hesitated and loosened his grip, allowing Wu Ming to break free. Aside from the Crystal Palace, Xīyóu, as a Dragon Clan member, manipulated the water currents to carry the 3 towards the river's surface. Having arrived too late, General Eel erupted in anger. Useless fools, you couldn't even delay them for a moment. Lingshan retorted, and you failed to stop them as well. Do you have the nerve to blame me? Is this the standard of the West Sea Dragon Palace's generals? General Eel found himself at a loss with these subordinates. But his mission was to retrieve Princess 11, so he sought aid from the Dragon King. The Dragon King could not refuse, ordering Lingshan to assist him while General Eel recruited several powerful demons with promises of rewards to ensure the capture of Princess 11. With a splash, the trio erupted from the river, landing on the bank. Thank you for your rescue, young sir. We must part ways here. The West Sea Dragon Palace will not let me go, Xīyóu stated. Wu Ming waved his hand. Do not worry, princess. This is the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, not a place where the West Sea Dragon Palace can roam unchecked. Junior sister, you should take the princess back to the temple to find senior brother. The West Sea Dragon Palace dares to capture you. It cannot end so easily. The scorpion spirit expressed concern. Senior brother, this is too risky. Xīyóu also urged, yes. Perhaps we should leave and reconsider our plans? No, we are not adept at flying. We will likely be outpaced. Someone must hold them off. Quickly, do not dally. A mere group of water spirits cannot hold me. Wu Ming's determination was resolute, and the 2 women ceased their objections, taking to the skies. No sooner had the two women departed than the river's surface began to churn violently as a surge of demonic energy erupted. General Eel stirred the waves ahead. Lidusi pushed from behind, while three powerful demons soared in the center, followed by 40 to 50 shrimp soldiers, crab monsters brandishing large flags, shouting and clamoring for blood. Spotting Wu Ming on the bank, General Eel bellowed, "What audacity! Where has Princess 11 gone? Capture me first, and then you may inquire," Wu Ming declared, condensing his energy into clouds and floating away. "Pursue, capture him, and skin him alive." The winds of the demons rose. A massive cloud of demonic energy closely pursued him. Chapter 16. The golden light reveals its might. The demon lord begins to make a name for himself. Wu Ming fled on his cloud. A horde of demons in hot pursuit. Such overwhelming demonic energy had already drawn the attention of nearby mountain gods, land spirits, and solar deities. "Should we intervene?" one land spirit asked. "That is the banner of the West Sea Dragon Palace. They have not harmed the common folk, so why should we interfere?" Thus, the local spirits reached a consensus to do nothing but watch. Among the Dragon Palace's entourage was a bat demon, who, seeing that the clouds could not catch up, suddenly transformed into its true form, a large-eared, blue-backed bat. With a few flaps of its wings, it swiftly caught up to Wu Ming. "Where do you think you're going?" The bat demon lunged at Wu Ming, its claws gleaming with a green light and a pungent odor, clearly poisonous. "Look out!" Two beams of golden light shot from Wu Ming's eyes, causing the bat demon to quiver in fright and quickly alter its trajectory. Stab! Stab! Ah! Two blood holes appeared in its wings. The bat demon hastily retreated, but General Eel and the other demons seized the moment, rushing in to encircle Wu Ming. "I will drain this little brat dry," the bat demon declared, transforming into a gaunt figure, its voice high-pitched and menacing. "Be cautious of this young man's sword technique," General Eel warned. 5 powerful demons of the core formation stage surrounded him from all directions, while the shrimp soldiers and crab generals set up a water net that enveloped him completely, truly leaving him no way to escape. "Let us attack together. With only 3 flying swords, he cannot withstand the might of the 5 of us." General Eel, alongside the carp commander, the bat demon, the crocodile demon, and the howling moon demon king, unleashed a torrent of wind and mist, charging forward in unison. Wu Ming, unwilling to be outdone, silently recited incantations. And instantly a shadow of the King of Light enveloped him, radiating with Buddhist light and resonating with sacred chants. The spells cast by the powerful demons merely trembled upon striking the shadow of the King of Light before dissipating. Isn't this fellow a Taoist? How does he wield Buddhist powers? The 5 demon kings were bewildered. Regardless, it matters not. This fellow lacks deep cultivation and likely has not formed a golden core. So if we strike him a few more times, he will surely crumble, General Eel asserted. Wu Ming maneuvered skillfully, relying on the protection of the King of Light's projection. But as the eel demon noted, his cultivation was insufficient, and this divine ability could not be sustained for long. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, sending the shrimp soldiers tumbling and disrupting their formation. Over the years, Wu Ming had refined many demons, mastering various wind calling and breath manipulating techniques, resulting in his wind-related powers being the strongest after his own golden light slaying immortal sword array. "I've long anticipated this move," General Eel sneered, producing a green pearl from his pocket and tossing it into the air, instantly stilling the wind and clarifying the skies. The 5 demons advanced once more, with General Eel wielding a mountain axe while the Howling Moon Demon King brandished a circular blade, supported by the other 3. Wu Ming found himself in a perilous situation, dodging left and right. Thud, bang. Ultimately, prolonged defense leads to loss. A flash of blade light struck Wu Ming's shoulder, followed by a kick from General Eel, inflicting immediate injury. "Huh, now you want to run?" The 5 demons jeered, each occupying a corner, looking down at Wu Ming. Glancing upwards, he noticed numerous beings stealthily observing from afar, mountain spirits, city deities, and guests from the Dragon Palace. It seemed he would have to reveal some of his hidden cards. With a swift motion, Wu Ming tore off his robe, exposing his strong, pristine torso. Can't beat them without undressing? What kind of strategy is this? Just as everyone was bewildered, Wu Ming raised his arms, revealing 1,000 eyes beneath his ribs. In an instant, like the eerie yellow mist described in ancient texts, a brilliant golden light emanated. The yellow mist billowed, while the golden light blazed forth from the myriad eyes. To the left and right, he seemed like a golden barrel. To the east and west, he resembled a bronze bell. The dazzling light obscured the sun and moon, enveloping the demons and soldiers in a haze of overwhelming fury. What is this? I can't see. I can't see. Run. This person possesses powers beyond our comprehension. The 5 powerful demons were thrown into chaos. The golden light was unbearable, and the yellow mist disoriented their minds. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals, lacking in prowess, quickly reverted to their original forms, becoming delectable dishes. Boom. The bat demon attempted to charge through but collided with the golden light, suffering severe injury, and was subsequently struck by the golden mist from Wu Ming's 1,000 eyes, meeting his demise and transforming into a large greenback bat. Damn it. Where are you? You brat. Come out and fight me for 50 rounds. General Xīyóu was infuriated, wielding his massive axe, yet he was already wounded by the golden mist, both physically and mentally drained. The Carp Commander, Crocodile Demon, and Howling Moon Demon King were also suffering, surrounded by golden light, unable to retaliate. How distressing. Had I known, I wouldn't have plunged into this murky water. The Howling Moon Demon King lamented. Fellow Taoist, please spare me. I am a descendant of the Wolf Star Lord of the 28 Mansions. I implore you to show mercy. Wu Ming frowned at this mention of the Wolf Star. Brat, I am a general from the West Sea Dragon Palace. Do you truly dare to kill me? General Xīyóu shouted again. Young master, please spare me. It was I who allowed you to leave the Dragon Palace. The Carp Commander added. Only the Crocodile Demon, feeling hopeless, lamented, I have no backing. No favors to call upon. I fear I may perish. I just married a vixen. I can't let that hippo benefit. The West Sea Dragon Palace and Wolf Star? What do I care? I have diligently cultivated for over 100 years, honing my skills not to be bullied by you. What of your backing? Let me refine my abilities for a few hundred more years, and I'll beat all of you, backing included. Nevertheless, the Carp Demon could be spared. Thus, the attacks directed at the Carp Commander lessened, ensuring his life was not in danger, yet he still howled as if he were on the brink of death. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. If you do, I will recommend you for an official position in the Heavenly Court. The Howling Moon Demon King, unable to withstand the pressure, had to express his utmost sincerity. Swear to the Heavenly Sovereign. At long last, Wu Ming responded. The Howling Moon Demon King rejoiced, quickly vowing, O Heavenly Sovereign, I, Howling Moon, hereby swear that if you spare my life, I shall recommend you for an official position in the Heavenly Court. Should I break this oath? May I be struck by 5 thunders and perish. Let the Heavenly Sovereign witness. Both Wu Ming and the Howling Moon Demon King heard a thunderous sound, signifying that the oath had been made. Wu Ming then relaxed his assault on the Howling Moon Demon King, focusing his attention on the Xīyóu and Crocodile Demons. He was not concerned about any potential wordplay from the Howling Moon Demon King, daring to deceive the Heavenly Sovereign. After a considerable time, the golden light and yellow mist dissipated. Only then could everyone see the scene clearly. Corpses of demons littered the ground. 3 powerful demons lay motionless, while the remaining Carp Commander and Howling Moon Demon King stood trembling at a distance. Wu Ming stood proudly in midair, the golden light extinguished, his bare upper body gleaming. His gaze sharp as a sword, emanating a fearsome aura that none dared to meet, resembling a demonic lord. They now realized that this Taoist was no mere human. Indeed. Wu Ming opened his mouth and devoured the corpses scattered on the ground, his hand now holding a green pearl, the very one General Xīyóu had possessed. Fellow Taoist. This pearl is a wind-repelling pearl, the Carp Commander explained from the side. Wu Ming donned his robe again and turned to the Howling Moon Demon King. My ancestor made significant contributions, and the Jade Emperor promised our clan could select one person to enter the Heavenly Court for an official position. I must return to negotiate. Here is a communication seashell. I will inform you of the outcome. With that, the Howling Moon Demon King rode the wind and departed. And after sending the Carp Commander away, Wu Ming flew a distance of 20 to 30 miles, seeking a concealed cave to assess his gains. Wu Ming had gained fame through battle, becoming well known within 1,000 miles, having single-handedly defeated 5 powerful demons and slain 3 of them. His name began to circulate in the shadows, the 100-eyed Demon Lord. Chapter 17. The turmoil continues, the 4th prince of the poisonous flood dragon. In the cave, Wu Ming sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. His true form had already surpassed limitations, now measuring over 20 meters, no longer resembling a centipede. In the original text, the centipede demon was only 5 feet long, akin to a human size, though frightening, it paled in comparison to Wu Ming now. He surmised that the reason for his enormous growth was the furnace within him, which provided a vast source of energy, resulting in his body swelling. The advantage of a larger physique is thicker blood, robust vitality, and rapid recovery. Despite the earlier peril, where he nearly sustained a grievous wound, he had not been fundamentally harmed. These injuries would heal completely within days. After resting for a day and regaining some strength, he activated the furnace to refine the demon corpses. A torrent of original energy surged into his body, and a primordial spirit rose, momentarily taking the form of Wu Ming, then transforming into the centipede form, continuously growing. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals possessed little in the way of divine abilities, merely manipulating water flows. From the green-backed bat demon, he acquired a sound-hearing technique, which allowed for sound-based positioning, though it was far superior to that. The crocodile demon provided a technique of strangulation, known as death roll, which was of little use to Wu Ming. However, from General Eel, he refined a commendable divine ability, stirring the rivers and churning the seas. This was one of the 36 celestial divine abilities. Of course, there was no such terminology in the Journey to the West, as it was likely recorded by later generations. However, it is indeed a remarkable supernatural ability. No wonder that Eel's spirit's strength nearly doubled in the water. Wu Ming was just about to comprehend this divine power when he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and hurriedly emerged from his cave to observe. The sky had turned dark, heavy clouds loomed overhead, fierce winds howled, and a light rain accompanied by thunder approached ominously. With a thunderous crash, a large black carp plummeted from the clouds, lifeless. "Are you the one who abducted the 11th princess of the West Sea? Where's that wretch now?" From the clouds, a sinister black dragon emerged, its scales glinting as it gazed down at Wu Ming. "Who are you?" Wu Ming inquired. "Boldly speaking, the crown prince demands your immediate honesty." "How dare you question back?" A rotund creature with a fish's head and a human body reprimanded. "You were the crown prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace?" Wu Ming had not anticipated such a swift arrival. "Incorrect. I am the 4th Prince Meng Yunhui of the Poison Dragon Palace of Qianzhong Lake. Show your respect." "So, it was he, the betrothed of Aoj." Wu Ming narrowed his eyes, his vision keen. This scene was far grander than yesterday's. The aura of that malevolent dragon was overwhelming, far surpassing that of a gold-core demon. It was likely at the refining void stage, on the verge of transcending. Furthermore, there were 2 other formidable demons flanking it, each leading a group of water soldiers, numbering around 200 to 300. In such dire circumstances, there was but one course of action: escape. With a swift rush, Wu Ming took to the winds and fled. Fighting was out of the question. Even if he unleashed the golden light exterminating a mortal sword array, it would only cover a 2 to 3 mile radius. With so many adversaries, including that dragon on the brink of transcending, only a fool would confront them directly. The 4th Prince Meng Yunhui was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this fellow would flee at the first sign of conflict. "After him," he commanded, and a mass of dark clouds surged in pursuit. "What is happening? Is this never-ending?" Yesterday, it was the dragon soldiers of the West Sea, and today it is the Poison Dragon Palace of Qianzhong Lake. Who has stirred the dragon's nest? Wu Ming indeed had stirred the dragon's nest, with one from the West Sea Dragon Palace and another from the Poison Dragon Palace. If the Red Rock River Dragon Palace were to join the fray, he would have provoked 3 dragon palaces, truly a disturbance of the dragon's nest. His speed on the cloud could not match that of the dragon soaring through the sky, leaving him no choice but to glide close to the ground. The howling winds bent the pine trees and bamboo, while merchants shut their doors and travelers paused. After covering 500 miles, pursued from dawn until dusk, he found refuge in a mountain. It was indeed a magnificent mountain, towering and majestic, with peculiar rocks and lush vegetation, concealing celestial treasures, where birds and beasts roamed freely. Wu Ming swiftly transformed into his true form, a giant centipede nearly 20 meters long, and vanished into the forest. The 4th prince led his soldiers to the foot of the mountain. "Your Highness, that being is a strange creature that has cultivated into a spirit. It must have transformed and hidden within the mountain. This will be difficult to locate," one of his subordinates reported. Meng Yunhui's eyes glimmered like lanterns as he inquired, "What mountain is this? Does it have an owner?" He was arrogant, but not foolish. He would not provoke a formidable enemy without cause. "Reporting to your Highness, this mountain is nameless and ownerless. 100 years ago, a monk built a temple here with a congregation of about 100 mortals," came the reply. "A monk?" After a moment of contemplation, he waved his claw. "Seal off the mountain." 300 dragon soldiers spread out, laying a net, while Meng Yunhui personally led a few trusted soldiers into the mountain to search for Wu Ming. The sound of the temple bell echoed throughout the mountain. The monks finished their evening lessons and hurried to the dining hall, queuing for their meals, 3 buns, a bowl of porridge, and a small dish of vegetables each, finding seats to eat in silence. At this moment, the arrival of a white-clad monk caused the others to whisper among themselves. It's that demon monk again, coming for a free meal. Does he not fear the Buddha's gaze upon him? If it weren't for the abbot protecting him, the brothers of the disciplinary court would have long since exorcised him. The white-clad monk approached the cook, uttering, "Amitba." The cook, visibly reluctant, merely tossed him 2 buns and half a bowl of porridge and pickles. The white-clad monk accepted without complaint, found a seat, and began to eat, while the monks at the neighboring table promptly moved away to sit at a distance. In a separate chamber, the abbot and the elders dined. Abbot. The monks are quite displeased with this demon. Moreover, our cold mountain temple has never accepted such beings in a century. If outsiders were to learn of this, it would tarnish our temple's reputation, the supervising monk Huitong said beside an elderly monk. The other elders echoed, the temple is a place where the Buddha's teachings shine. How can we allow evil spirits to defile it? The abbot, an old monk with long white eyebrows, whose face was lined with deep wrinkles, leisurely sipped his porridge. Once the others fell silent, he spoke. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. There is no distinction between humans and demons as long as they approach the Buddha's teachings. They're all devotees of the Buddha. You are being too attached. After a brief pause, he resumed sipping his porridge. Huitong, still unconvinced, continued, but the disciples, due to this demon, are wholly distracted from honoring the Buddha, and at night, they are never without their staffs. If this demon were to harbor ill intentions, how could we protect ourselves? Amitba. The old monk can tell that he is one inclined towards the Buddha. If we can guide him, it will be our merit, allowing the disciples to focus peacefully. The monks, helpless, continued to eat their porridge in discontent. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the temple entrance. The foremost among them exclaimed, "Look at his appearance." Standing over 7 feet tall, clad in a golden dragon robe, hair flowing over his shoulders, with horns sprouting from his forehead, bright eyes flashing with cold light, and jagged teeth like saws, commanding thunder and lightning. The 4th prince of the Qianzhong Dragon Palace, Meng Yanhui, accompanied by over 20 dragon soldiers, arrived at the temple's door. Bang! Bang bang! Open the door. The monk guarding the entrance, upon seeing the monstrous figures outside, immediately fled into the courtyard in fright. Monsters are at the door. This commotion startled the entire courtyard of monks. Chapter 18. The teachings of Buddha fear not life and death. Wisdom prevails over valor outside Cold Mountain Temple. Meng Yanhui looked at the monks bracing themselves for battle with a cold smile. With these mortals, if he revealed his true form, he could devour them in mere moments. The supervising monk Huitong parted the crowd, trembling as he bowed. Amitba, may I inquire what brings you esteemed ones to our humble temple? The 4th prince shot him a glance, asking, Are you the leader of these monks? Huitong replied honestly, This humble monk serves as the supervising monk of the temple. The 4th prince nodded but frowned, deeply disliking the rich aura of Buddhism surrounding this place. You need not fear. I am the crown prince of the Dragon Palace, merely pursuing a demon that has fled into the mountains. I come to inquire if any of you know of a hiding place nearby. Upon hearing that Meng Yanhui was not a demon, but rather the crown prince of the Dragon Palace, the monks and Huitong all sighed in relief. However, Huitong's mind turned devious, recalling there was indeed a demon in the temple, and before him was the Dragon Palace's crown prince. A wicked thought arose. Why not use this crown prince's hand to eliminate that demon monk and eradicate the root of trouble in the temple? He immediately said, Your Highness, you have come at just the right time. There is indeed a demon in our temple. The 4th prince raised an eyebrow, wondering if that fellow had lost his mind and taken refuge in the temple. Take me to see. Certainly, Your Highness, please follow me. Esteemed gentlemen, please. Huitong, with a fawning expression, led the way, instructing the other monks to disperse. Go back to your meditation rooms and sleep. Disperse, disperse. This is the crown prince of the Dragon Palace. Do not offend him. In the dining hall, the abbot and the white-clad monk sat at the same table, discussing Buddhist teachings. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside as Huitong, striding confidently, led the 4th prince and his entourage inside. Your Highness, this is the demon monk. The 4th prince frowned. This was not the man he sought, and moreover, this individual exuded no trace of demonic aura, instead radiating Buddhist light. His nature far superior to that of the cunning monk. Nonsense. This is clearly a monk, and you dare call him a demon? If you mislead me, I shall surely consume you. Huitong turned pale with fright, stammering, Your Highness, I beg your pardon, but he truly is a demon. A month prior, a malevolent monk sought refuge at the temple, and the monks allowed him to stay in the guest quarters. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce fire erupted in the middle of the night, awakening the temple's inhabitants. The monks witnessed this wicked monk transform into a colossal celestial centipede, summoning winds and rain to extinguish the flames. This was witnessed by the monks, who earnestly implored the prince to vanquish the demon. The fourth prince, intrigued, glanced at the silent old monk and the white-clad monk, inquiring why they wished to kill their benefactor. Huitong responded, emphasizing that the being was indeed a malevolent spirit, suggesting that the fire could have been instigated by the demon itself, and urged the prince to eliminate the threat. The fourth prince studied the white-clad monk and the old monk. Just then, the old monk finally spoke. Amitabha, please spare him. The fourth prince, already disdainful of Buddhism, retorted that no one could deter his decisions. The abbot stood, addressing the supervising monk, accusing him of greed and slandering an innocent person. Seize Huitong, he commanded. However, the monks of the disciplinary hall hesitated, none daring to step forward. Huitong chastised the old monk, declaring that his harboring of evil spirits had cost him the people's trust, suggesting he retire peacefully. The fourth prince, mocking, lunged at the white-clad monk, only to find the abbot blocking his path, unwavering. Old monk, do you truly seek death? The abbot, calm and unafraid, replied, having seen the Dharma. What is there to fear in life or death? Then I shall grant you that, the fourth prince declared, unleashing a punch imbued with the might of a dragon, one that no ordinary being could withstand. Boom. The abbot opened his eyes to see the white-clad monk shielding him, radiating golden Buddhist light, effortlessly catching the blow. The fourth prince withdrew, bemused. I thought you would watch the old monk perish. The white-clad monk finally spoke, his voice androgynous. Amitabha, you are marked by the star of impending doom. Why invite further calamity? The fourth prince, enraged, challenged, I shall see who faces doom. He struck again. But the white-clad monk vanished in a flash of light. The fourth prince leaped out of the window, a tempest swirling around him, transformed into a black dragon, confronting the luminous white-clad monk midair. Outside the temple, Meng Yunhui realized something was amiss as the sounds of battle echoed from below. His dragon soldiers were engaged in combat, and he had been blissfully unaware of the commotion inside the temple. You are all in league, he shouted. Adjutant Ma, go assist them. Yes, a young officer replied, racing down the mountain. Below, Wu Ming conjured a fierce wind that sent the dragon soldiers tumbling, wielding his sword to devastating effect, cutting them down like wheat. The stout fish demon, a formidable golden core beast, grew anxious and charged at Wu Ming with a spiked club. In an instant, radiance erupted, and shortly after, Wu Ming, clad in a Taoist robe, ascended the mountain, colliding with Adjutant Ma. The two resumed their fierce struggle. The fourth prince, seething with frustration, transformed into human form, wielding a gleaming silver spear against Pu Du Xīyóu. The latter immediately unleashed immeasurable Buddhist light, invoking the immovable king's form to protect himself, chanting scriptures that resonated through the air, manifesting countless lotus flowers. The fourth prince struggled to approach, his mind disturbed by the sacred sounds, his spear play erratic and unrefined, far from that of a demon king at the tribulation stage. From a distance, Wu Ming silently admired his cousin, Pu Du Xīyóu, who had astonishingly achieved the golden core before him. He recalled seeing Pu Du Xīyóu in a film, having attained a golden Buddha form. Had it not been for the celestial eclipse and the narrative's demise, he believed that Xīyóu and Yin Xīyóu would have been no match for him. Wu Ming sensed that his cousin had taken a wrong turn. Otherwise, he would have long since attained enlightenment. As Wu Ming battled Adjutant Ma for 20 rounds, his lack of martial prowess became evident, and he lost his weapon, the spiked club snatched away. This further solidified his resolve to diligently train upon returning. Without a weapon, Wu Ming resorted to his supernatural powers, exhaling toxic smoke that proved ineffective, as the demon was itself a creature of poison, unperturbed. He summoned winds and unleashed his flying sword in a surprise attack, prompting Adjutant Ma to retreat defensively. The two fought back and forth, but the fourth prince grew increasingly agitated. How can that worthless fool not have captured an unrefined insect yet? He bellowed, transforming into a black dragon, spewing toxic water at Pu Du Xīyóu. The venom was potent enough to overwhelm even the king's phantom, which exploded with a thunderous bang. Xīyóu faced the black dragon head-on. Chapter 19. The Boundless Dharma, the Limitless Powers. The ferocious dragon lunged at Xīyóu. Yet the white-clad monk remained unruffled, his expression serene. As the dragon's claw descended, it seemed to envision the monk being crushed into oblivion, growing ever more menacing. Suddenly, with a burst like a bubble, the dragon disintegrated, revealing it was not flesh and blood after all. When did this happen? The fourth prince felt both shock and rage as dark storm clouds gathered, flickering with lightning and exuding a sense of annihilation. From afar, Wu Ming marveled at the dragon race's prowess. Despite their seemingly lowly status in the journey to the West World, one could surmise their true strength from their dominance over vast rivers and seas. In truth, those who bullied the dragon race were formidable figures from the heavenly realm and the Buddhist order, while ordinary demon kings merely considered themselves allies of the dragon kings. Naturally capable of commanding winds and rains, they possessed powers far beyond ordinary demons. At last, Xīyóu's form materialized, a magnificent golden figure enveloping the sky, the resonant Buddhist chants seeming to urge all to seek refuge. Adjutant Ma clasped his hands and knelt mid-air, reciting Amitabha Buddha. Wu Ming seized this opportunity, sending a flying sword to behead him, extinguishing his primordial spirit, revealing him to be a leech. He promptly refined it in his furnace. Xīyóu radiated divine might, akin to a Buddha descending, his golden form visible for hundreds of miles. Countless commoners knelt in reverence, while most monks in Hantan Temple also bowed in worship. Yet, the supervising monk Huitong wore a mask of malice, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Impossible. He is just a monster, a lowly beast. How dare he attain Buddhahood? Not only Huitong, but the fourth prince Meng Yunhui too was perplexed. Why was this demon's Buddhist power so formidable? A voice within him tempted him to convert. Xīyóu continued to illuminate the vile dragon with his Buddhist light, his most potent ability. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, having dealt with the leech, pursued the dragon. He unleashed a sword strike that clanged against the dragon's scales. So tough. The fourth prince roared in fury, the storm intensifying. Wu Ming, determined, revealed his Taoist robe, exposing his ribs, and invoked a golden formation to ensnare the dragon. With a dense yellow mist and brilliant golden light, the formation encased the dragon in a copper-like prison. Together, they subdued the dragon. The vile creature crashed against the formation, its scales cracking, dragon blood spilling, as it broke a horn in the process. Surrounded by golden light and beset by resonant chants, the dragon faced its reckoning, realizing it must convert to attain enlightenment. After a prolonged struggle, the dragon ceased its resistance, transforming into human form, hands clasped together, chanting Amitabha Buddha. I willingly convert. Xīyóu has finally subdued the divine creature, addressing Wu Ming. Dear brother, please accept this being. It has renounced its malevolent ways and poses no further threat. I find myself in need of a mount, and I implore you to spare its life. Wu Ming felt a genuine envy. His cousin's mastery of Buddhist teachings was nothing short of prodigious. Here was a venomous serpent on the verge of transcending to immortality. And yet it had been transformed into a steed by him, while Wu Ming had only attained the golden core stage. Of course, cultivation level does not solely determine power. It is merely a facet of it. Victory in combat relies on the magnitude of one's abilities, the strength of weapons, martial prowess, and even cunning intellect, implying that a higher realm does not guarantee victory. Otherwise, why would there be conflict, and why would the three realms be rife with disputes? Once the golden light array was dismantled, the fourth prince, Meng Yunhui, obediently stood behind Xīyóu, resembling a servant. Wu Ming rushed forward to envelop his cousin in a heartfelt embrace, after more than a decade apart. Their reunion had resolved a significant dilemma for him. His cousin was indeed a harbinger of good fortune. The typically composed and serene Xīyóu was momentarily taken aback. Yet he smiled and remarked, Brother, it has been 10 years since we last met, and not only have you transformed, but you have also displayed such extraordinary abilities. Truly, your blessings are profound. You speak of me, yet you have already attained the golden core and possess formidable powers, having subdued even a calamity-inducing demon king. The white-clad monk Xīyóu shook his head, stating, Had it not been for your divine abilities binding me, I would not have been able to subjugate it. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they descended upon Hantan Temple, only to be met with the sounds of weeping within its walls. Xīyóu furrowed his brow and made his way to the dining hall. There, he discovered that the old abbot had passed away, a victim of foul play. It turned out that the temple overseer, Xīyóu, had been emboldened by malice and had choked the old abbot to death, while none of the monks present intervened. Upon realizing his heinous act, Xīyóu fled the scene without anyone attempting to stop him. A sliver of darkness pierced through Pudu Xīyóu's radiant aura. Wu Ming, sensing this, called out to his cousin, "Steady your mind. We must pursue that treacherous monk." Pudu Xīyóu jolted, realizing his own momentary lapse into despair, and swiftly dispelled the darkness as he, alongside Wu Ming and the fourth prince, set out in pursuit of the murderous monk Xīyóu. However, the terrain was treacherous in the mountains, compounded by the cloak of night, rendering Xīyóu's south hiding place elusive. As dawn broke, casting a pale light upon the horizon, they had yet to locate him. "Brother, my understanding of Buddhist teachings remains insufficient. I cannot yet attain the detachment from life and death that the abbot possessed. I must continue my cultivation, and thus we must part ways," Pudu Xīyóu stated at the crossroads, reminiscent of their farewell a decade prior. Wu Ming too needed to retreat into contemplation to further his training, honing his martial skills. In the world of Journey to the West, one must either possess formidable treasures for protection or cultivate profound abilities to gain renown across the three realms. Both were resolute in their pursuit of enlightenment and bid farewell without hesitation. Pudu Xīyóu rode forth upon the venomous serpent, while Wu Ming transformed his energy into clouds, hastening towards the Wadugwan. As he journeyed, he refined numerous demon corpses, further enhancing his essence. The legion of dragon soldiers merely amplified his water manipulation abilities. The remaining corpulent fish, a pufferfish, granted him a formidable ability, an enormous transformation that allowed it to swell to an immense size. It seemed the pufferfish truly possessed such potential. Wu Ming likened it to a counterfeit version of the celestial art of expanding the form. Though inferior to the original, it was still impressive. When he confronted the pufferfish demon, it had indeed drained him of significant energy. From the leech demon, he acquired a rebirth ability, enabling him to regenerate even if his body were severed into pieces, provided his head remained intact and unscathed. What a delightful surprise! With a colossal form and the power of rebirth, he had gained invaluable combat and survival abilities. This venture yielded bountiful rewards, befitting an elite warrior of the Dragon Palace. Upon returning, he would diligently practice these two newfound abilities, coupled with his martial skills, propelling his strength to new heights. The relentless pursuit had inadvertently taken him over 3,000 miles from the Wadugwan. 3 days later, he reunited with his senior brother Chandao, alongside the scorpion demon and Aoji, who had come to offer assistance. Upon seeing Wu Ming in good health, they all sighed in relief and took to the clouds. Returning to the Wadugwan, the news of this battle spread swiftly, particularly embarrassing the Dragon Palace, as even the fourth prince had been captured and turned into a mount. The waters of Qianzhong Lake surged tumultuously, as witnesses reported seeing two colossal venomous serpents burst forth from the lake, soaring into the sky. This matter, however, was far from concluded. Upon returning to the temple, Wu Ming first sought out his master. "Ah, splendid. Your vitality and spirit have notably solidified with your recent endeavors, bringing you one step closer to the golden core stage," the Five Poisons Immortal remarked with approval. Yet, regarding the Dragon Palace, the Five Poisons Immortal waved dismissively, "Fear not. Though my Wadugwan may not be a prestigious sect, I am not intimidated by a den of mudfish." With that reassurance, Wu Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders and respectfully took his leave. "Oh, by the way, during my recent travels, I brought back a few small creatures to keep in your courtyard. Since you are back, please assist me in caring for them," his master instructed. "Certainly." When Aoji found Wu Ming, she had already departed, indicating her intent to stealthily return to the Redstone River Dragon Palace to take her maid, Green Pearl, for a leisurely outing. Given that the fourth prince of the Dragon Palace had been captured, they would likely not notice her absence for some time, and Wu Ming decided to accompany her. As he pushed open the courtyard door, Wu Ming was rendered speechless. The courtyard was festooned with colorful webs and silken threads, clustered and vibrant, crimson as coral, amber as honey, jade green as emerald, sapphire blue as a gem, and violet as crystal. Have I inadvertently stumbled into the spider cave? Glancing upward, he spotted 7 colorful spiders frolicking in the courtyard pond. Goodness, it truly resembles the spider cave. The 7 spider spirits, adorned in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, were startled by the intrusion of an unfamiliar man, huddling together behind a large crimson spider. "Who are you? How dare you enter our courtyard and spy on us bathing? Leave at once, or you shall face dire consequences. Wu Ming prepared to properly educate these 7 troublesome disciples. First, this is my courtyard. Second, what is there to admire in your 8-legged antics? Third, call me senior brother. A gust of wind whisked the 7 spiders from the water, suspending them beneath the eaves, arranged by size and color. Though these spider spirits had gained sentience, only the largest, the crimson one, could speak, while the other 6 remained mute. Ah, release us, please. Let us go. Stop. No, we cannot bear it any longer. Do not misunderstand. I am not engaging in any unsavory acts, Wu Ming reassured them, merely wringing them out like wet towels. For now, you shall make do for the night. I will construct a proper abode for you tomorrow. As he opened the door, the room remained filled with webs. Even the bed transformed into a silken cocoon that caused him to bounce upon lying down. That night, he enjoyed a rare restful sleep without engaging in cultivation. When he opened the door the next morning, an array of eyes fixated upon him. My apologies, I shall prepare breakfast for you now. Wu Ming ventured into the adjacent room, where a large alchemical furnace stood at the center, surrounded by cabinets filled with various medicinal herbs and precious stones. This was his alchemical workshop. Recalling that the 7 spider spirits were notorious for their cannibalistic tendencies, he shuddered at the thought of the human flesh they had previously prepared. He resolved to wean them off their carnivorous habits from a young age. Otherwise, he feared they might succumb to the temptation of familial betrayal. Instead, he would concoct some spiritual elixirs. Fetching pure spring water, he ignited incense, stoked the furnace, and one by one, he cast in the spiritual herbs and precious stones, refining them with true fire. Half an hour later, he opened the furnace to retrieve the elixirs. Over 20 pills, each the size of a peanut, lay quietly within. These were spiritual pills he had crafted according to alchemical texts, useful for sustenance, not particularly powerful, but delicious nonetheless. Tossing one into the air, he caught it in his mouth, savoring the familiar flavor. After tidying up the alchemy furnace and the potion room, I disposed of the discarded medicinal dregs into the flower bed before beginning to feed the spiders. Come, dinner is served. What is this? I won't eat it. I want meat. Wu Ming was not one to indulge her whims and gave her a light smack. Ah, what is this? It smells delightful. Indeed, no one, be it human or spirit, could escape the allure of the divine aroma. Once the meal was finished, Wu Ming set down the 7 spider spirits, cautioning them to remain within the yard and refrain from spreading webs everywhere. As soon as Wu Ming departed, the 7 spider spirits joyfully leapt back into the pond. His junior sister, the scorpion Taoist, seemed to have vanished. Wu Ming knocked on the door of his senior brother, the toad Taoist. Oh, junior brother? I apologize for the intrusion, senior brother. I wish to learn some martial arts. Might you offer guidance? Wu Ming inquired. The toad Taoist paused. Learn martial arts? I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Neither my master nor I excel in martial skills. Perhaps you might consider visiting the town of Mortals, which lies 150 miles west of the mountain. Wu Ming expressed his gratitude and departed, riding his cloud westward. Meanwhile, a group of several dozen individuals was traversing the mountain path to the 5 Poisons Temple. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with a somewhat pale complexion and 3 strands of long beard beneath his chin. He stood tall, donned in a splendidly embroidered robe, with a jade pendant hanging at his waist, exuding an air of nobility. Those accompanying him were all robust figures, walking with purpose, their temples bulging and their gazes sharp, clearly experts in their own right. Your Majesty, the 5 Poisons Temple is just ahead, one of them remarked. The middle-aged man nodded, reflecting. It has been 10 years since I have returned to this place. Yet this time, it will not be I who flees in disgrace. An elderly Taoist beside him, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, spoke up. Your Majesty, this is a blessed land, rich with spiritual roots and the essence of yin and yang. It is a treasure for alchemy and potion making. It is unlikely that another such place exists in the kingdom of Feiyin. The middle-aged man nodded but said nothing, continuing to lead the group forward. Within the 5 Poisons Temple, the great immortal of the 5 Poisons gazed skyward before summoning the toad Taoist. Prepare some fresh spirit fruits and spring water. A noble guest is arriving. Yes, the toad Taoist replied before calling upon the scorpion spirit to help tidy the temple for the guest's arrival. On another front, Wu Ming arrived at a small town known as Tuanan. This town, a border settlement of the kingdom of Feiyin, engaged in trade with neighboring countries. Merchants transporting goods, Tea vendors, cattle sellers, and street performers flowed in and out, creating a vibrant scene. Wu Ming employed an illusion to disguise his appearance, resembling a simple farm boy. He wore a round-collared bamboo hat, a coarse brown linen shirt, patched trousers, and worn-out shoes, his attire common and unremarkable. As he walked through the streets, it was his first venture into a mortal town since arriving in this world, and everything felt surreal, reminiscent of past market days. Come and see. A family heirloom. Steel spear, throat lock, and the 3 tricks of the immortals return to the cave. Don't miss out. Wu Ming paused to observe for a moment. Unlike the era of the master's tyranny, these street performers possessed genuine skills, though they served him no purpose. He needed to hone his martial arts, and the best route to do so was to find a renowned master. However, he already had a mentor and could not seek another. Thus, he would have to forge a different path. The Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School was the most popular martial arts academy in Tuanan Town in recent years. It was said that the schoolmaster had once been a general, renowned for defeating thousands, who retired due to age and injury to open the academy. Every day, crowds of aspiring disciples gathered outside, hoping to learn martial arts and eventually serve the royal family, becoming great generals themselves. On this day, a boy in a bamboo hat and coarse clothing squatted at the entrance. "Hey, are you here to learn martial arts too?" A nearby boy, chewing on a blade of grass, raised an eyebrow at Wu Ming. "Yes, I've heard this is the best martial arts school within 100 miles, Wu Ming replied. The boy spat out the grass and leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Let me tell you something. The schoolmaster has even slain monsters." Wu Ming, intrigued, asked, "How do you know this?" The boy puffed up with pride. 10 years ago, the master came to my house, covered in blood, missing a hand, said to have been bitten off by a monster. Later, I learned it was to protect the 3rd prince, who is now the current emperor. The emperor, grateful for his service, bestowed upon him the title of general, and 2 years ago, his residence was filled with grandeur. Wu Ming's memories drifted back to that night 10 years prior, recalling a towering figure wielding a spear, slaying monsters with fervor. Was it he? How can one become a disciple? Wu Ming inquired. The boy shook his head. It's difficult. The school hasn't accepted new students in over a year. However, I believe they mentioned that anyone who can kill a monster may gain entry. Who would dare kill a monster? Wu Ming listened to the boys boasting until nightfall, when, seeing that no one had come out to recruit disciples, the other youths reluctantly departed. Wu Ming returned to the 5 Poisons Temple on a cloud, noticing an unexpected influx of guests. In the designated reception area, black-clad warriors were scanning the corners with hawkish eyes. Upon closer inspection, a myriad of colorful auras surrounded them. Had a significant figure arrived? "Hey, senior brother," the scorpion spirit said, wrapping her arm around Wu Ming's shoulder. The two perched on a low wall. "Do you know who has come? It seems to be a king from a neighboring country, accompanied by an old Taoist who even quarreled with our master." Wu Ming shook his head, choosing not to engage, and jumped down to return to the courtyard, which remained in disarray, webs strewn about. Approaching the pond, he lifted the 7 spider spirits and hung them beneath the eaves. Thud, thud, thud. "I can't take it anymore," the spirits complained, having drenched themselves. Wu Ming retrieved some spirit pills and fed each one. That night, he sat atop the roof, absorbing the essence of the moon, while the 7 spiders gathered around him, eventually sprawling across his body, even burrowing into his robe. Annoyed, Wu Ming transformed into his true form, a 20-meter-long golden centipede that sprawled across the entire rooftop. The spider spirits, intimidated by his formidable presence, settled obediently upon him, contentedly absorbing the moonlight. In the guest chamber, an ethereal old Taoist was meditating. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Wu Ming's courtyard. Such tremendous energy. This demon, if it survives, will surely gain fame across the 3 realms. The night of cultivation passed without incident. In the morning, after feeding the spiders, Wu Ming rode his cloud into the Hu Mountain. After wandering for a while, he encountered a mouse demon, which was in the process of preying on a wildcat. With a swift strike from his flying sword, Wu Ming dispatched it. "For the love of cats, bold mouse demon, meet your end." He hoisted the mouse demon's carcass, glancing at the wildcat, which seemed somewhat familiar. He then ascended on clouds towards Tuanan Town. At the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, a throng of hopeful youths awaited their chance. Wu Ming, carrying a bundle containing the mouse demon's body, a necessary testament, approached the school's entrance. Knock, knock, knock. That fellow is actually knocking on the martial arts school's door. The boy from yesterday exclaimed in disbelief. The other youths began to stir with excitement. Initially, many had come to plead for acceptance as disciples, some even throwing tantrums. But they had all been dealt with, and no one dared approach again. Creak. A robust young man dressed in simple attire opened the door, glancing at Wu Ming with cold disdain. What do you want? I wish to know if it is true that one may enter the school to learn martial arts by slaying a monster? Wu Ming inquired. Oh, so? You killed a monster? The young man chuckled heartily, prompting laughter from the surrounding youths. Wu Ming simply nodded. Then, their laughter grew louder. Suddenly, a rat larger than a cat was thrown onto the ground, silencing the merriment. Such a massive rodent was rumored to have fed on corpses. Could it truly be a demon? The robust youth appeared somewhat taken aback, scrutinizing the creature before instructing, Wait here. I shall report to the master. He dashed into the martial arts hall. In no time, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as 20 to 30 formidable bears lined up in 2 rows. And then a towering figure strode forth with great strides. The master had arrived, clad in a deep blue robe. With his chest exposed and slightly pale hair cascading over his shoulders, he bore an empty left arm and a single eye that glinted ominously. Wu Ming felt an overwhelming aura of ferocity bearing down upon him, akin to searing flames. Indeed, it was him, now more aged than a decade prior. Yet his iron-willed presence felt even more profound. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that such a force could easily vanquish lesser demons and spirits. Xīyóu picked up the rat demon's corpse, sniffed it, and nodded. Indeed, it is a demon. Ignoring the commotion around him, he turned to the somewhat frail peasant boy. Did you slay this demon? Wu Ming, feeling somewhat timid, replied, I caught it using a trap. Come inside. Xīyóu beckoned as Wu Ming joined the crowd of youths entering the hall, where they clamored for the master to accept them as disciples. With a resounding bang, the door shut, yet it did nothing to extinguish the aspirations of the young warriors. Instead, it ignited their ambitions. If that boy can capture a rat demon, why can't we? Inside the hall, weapons, iron chains, and sandbags were strewn about, with disciples sweating profusely as they practiced stances, punches, and swordplay in fervor. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Xīyóu inquired, turning to Wu Ming. The momentum is quite impressive, Wu Ming replied, implying that it looked formidable yet lacked substance. Ha ha ha, sharp eye. Come, follow me into the inner hall. Xīyóu settled himself grandly into a chair. I shall not indulge in pretenses with you. Illusions hold no sway over me, yet your ethereal aura is indeed rare. What would you like to learn? Wu Ming raised an eyebrow, having been seen through. He then performed a respectful bow, saying, Master, I sincerely wish to learn some martial arts. Very well, I can teach you spear techniques, staff techniques, sword techniques, halberd techniques, axe techniques, or hammer techniques. Choose one, Xīyóu offered. Wu Ming was astonished. This General Su possessed such knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I want to learn them all. Xīyóu was taken aback. You believe you can master them all? Ha ha ha, that's quite audacious, but I accept your challenge. Wu Ming felt that with ample time and hands, he could wield a weapon in each hand, mastering blades, staffs, axes, and hooks alike. However, within the martial hall, you must not use your magical powers. Xīyóu added a condition. Wu Ming nodded, no problem. Xīyóu then took out a talisman and affixed it to Wu Ming's back, instantly causing his magical powers to feel obscure and convoluted. Begin by practicing your stances, he instructed. In the 5 Poisons sect, an elder Taoist from the Flying Cloud Kingdom sat across from the master of the 5 Poisons, both with eyes tightly shut. A disciple stood beside each of them. After a long while, the elder Taoist suddenly flushed, his face displaying vibrant colors, and his body became speckled. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, opening his eyes to find the abnormality had vanished, though his aura felt feeble. He had lost the duel of spiritual essence. The mastery of the 5 Poisons master was indeed unfathomable. Chapter 22, The White Bone Taoist and the Mountain Hunt for Demons. It seems the Taoist friend has prevailed. The elder Taoist remarked, his face pale. The 5 Poisons master opened his eyes, radiating divine light, and smiled. The art of the White Bone Taoist is profound. I merely capitalized on the advantage of terrain. A loss is a loss. I shall persuade the emperor to relinquish the temple. But the demons in the mountains must be exterminated. The elder Taoist shook his head and, with the assistance of his disciple, staggered away from the pavilion. At that moment, the 5 Poisons master suddenly transformed into a skeleton. Master, the Toad Taoist exclaimed. No need for concern. The 5 Poisons master's flesh reformed. The previous scene seeming like an illusion, yet the Toad Taoist knew it was not. Was this white-boned Taoist also involved with the poisonous serpent pool? The five poisons master did not elaborate, waving his hand to dismiss the toad Taoist. Meanwhile, the white-boned Taoist, supported by his disciple, made his way to the emperor's quarters. Knock, knock. Come in. The white-boned Taoist entered alone. What news? The emperor of the Flying Cloud Kingdom sat cross-legged on his bed, his heart directed heavenward, while an incense burner beside him emitted a refreshing aroma that invigorated his spirit. Your Majesty, forgive me. The five poisons master possesses profound skills, and this old Taoist was no match for him. Upon hearing this, the emperor opened his eyes and glanced at the kneeling elder Taoist. Since you have lost, we shall leave tonight. As you command. The elder Taoist exited the room. Is General Su nearby? The emperor suddenly inquired. A voice responded from within the room. Yes, he has established a martial hall in a small town 100 miles away. A martial hall? Let him be. What about the Divine Might Army? The emperor continued. They are merely 30 miles away. Nodding, the emperor instructed. Immediately send a message to Unit Hong. Tonight, we shall completely seal off Tiger Mountain, and the White-Bone sect shall enter the mountain tomorrow to eradicate the demons. As the sun set, Wu Ming returned to the five poisons sect on a cloud. Have those people left? Upon opening the courtyard door, 7 spider spirits crawled toward him. We're hungry, the orange spider spoke. Oh, you can talk now? Wu Ming stroked it and offered 2 spiritual pills. Brother, I want some too, the elder red spider chimed in. Wu Ming fed them one by one. That night, transforming back into his original form, he lay on the rooftop, absorbing the moonlight, while the 7 spiders nestled against him. In the dead of night, Wu Ming was suddenly awakened. His spiritual essence had abruptly alerted him. Looking up, he felt an ominous presence looming above. However, he had not learned the art of stargazing and could discern nothing, yet he sensed that something significant was about to occur. Immediately, he left the 7 spider spirits behind and set off alone to the Grand Hall to meet his master. The Toad Taoist and the Scorpion Spirit were also present. Upon seeing Wu Ming enter, the 5 poisons master remarked, "It seems you have sensed it." Master, is it related to those who departed earlier? Wu Ming inquired. The 5 poisons master nodded. Indeed, it pertains to the emperor of the Flying Cloud Kingdom who wished to purchase the temple, but I declined. Furthermore, the emperor intends to mobilize troops to exterminate demons. Consequently, Tiger Mountain shall not remain peaceful. Exercise caution when you venture out, and try to avoid conflict with the soldiers. The 3 acknowledged his words and then dispersed. At the foot of the mountain, an armed army began to set up camp, starting fires and preparing meals. The warhorses neighed. Banners fluttered, and long spears formed a dense array, while swords clashed like a formidable formation. Such a commotion had long since alarmed the demons within the mountain. People. So many people. They gasped. This is a mortal army. What do they intend to do? Are they perhaps planning to build a palace and harvest timber from the mountain? For a moment, the demons remained unaware of the impending disaster. After all, mortals feared demons. They believed that as long as they did not capture a few mortals to consume, those mortals should be grateful, whether small spirits or large demons. They all underestimated the mortal army below, and some even harbored malicious thoughts of feasting on human flesh. The next day, Wu Ming arrived at the martial hall early. Meanwhile, a group of Taoists, accompanied by elite soldiers from the Divine Might Army, entered the mountains to hunt demons. They unleashed eagle hounds, readied their crossbows, and moved in formation, coordinating their search. Upon encountering areas saturated with demonic energy, they would smoke out the demons from their caves with fire, shooting them down with arrows. For those demons without homes, they set up nets and released eagle hounds to chase them, while the Taoists cast spells and soldiers readied their bows, systematically hunting them down. The white-boned Taoist and a general clad in silver armor accompanied the emperor as they observed a basin of water in the camp. Reflected within the water were the figures of the Taoists and soldiers. This was the water mirror technique. The soldiers are meticulously selected. And with the Taoist priest's ability to foresee and track demons, the mountains within a 300-mile radius should be thoroughly searched within 2 months, the general remarked. The sovereign nodded, acknowledging that this task would rely on General Shan and Taoist Baigu. A country cannot be without a ruler for even a single day. I must depart tomorrow. You can count on my loyalty to your majesty. The officials and priests collaborated effectively, and within just 1 day, nearly 100 demons were slain. Their bodies brought back to the camp. However, this was while the demons were unprepared. Future encounters would not be so smooth. In Mount Wohu, a congregation of demons gathered. With over a dozen major demons convened within a cave. This is absurd. How can a group of mere mortals, who are but our food, dare to draw bows and arrows against my kin? Cried a golden-nosed, yellow-haired rat demon, whose favorite son had gone missing, undoubtedly slain by those humans. There are perhaps tens of thousands of mortals below. We are too weak to contend with them, another demon added. We can ride the winds and traverse the void with ease, but our lesser kin cannot escape. Why don't we utilize our powers to eliminate those mortal generals and officers, causing chaos among them? Suggested another figure, whose appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human. That is not advisable. There are formidable individuals among those mortals. When I surveyed them from above, I sensed vibrant energies, with land gods and protector deities supporting them. Without the power of a demon or celestial being, how can we strike? This was an eagle demon, who had previously transformed and mingled with a flock of eagles to observe the sovereign and the deities. This is untenable. Are we to merely watch as they slaughter our kin? The rat demon exclaimed. Shall we seek assistance from the demon kings? They all had demon kings backing them, dispatched to the mountain as scouts. If they troubled their kings over trivial matters, it might provoke their displeasure, for some kings have notoriously bad tempers. Several major demons shivered at the thought. Let us first assess the situation, they decided, and the topic of seeking assistance from their respective demon kings was quickly abandoned. By the way, what progress have you made regarding the poison dragon pearl? One of the men inquired. The other demons responded with cold laughter. He shrugged it off and changed the subject. I have heard there is a Taoist temple in these mountains. Why are you all so indifferent? He had only recently arrived and was largely unaware of the happenings in the mountains, particularly regarding the temple, which seemed oddly unoccupied by demons. That temple is unremarkable. It merely houses a few priests. Had it not been for the investigation into the dragon pearl, I would have already devoured a few of them, one demon remarked. Indeed. That temple is too far from my cave to warrant concern. It is best left for a future snack, another agreed. The man smiled outwardly but inwardly cursed them and their families. If I believe a single word they say, these 200 years of cultivation would be in vain. Should we go investigate tomorrow? Half a month later. Come. Wu Ming wielded a spear, thrusting it dozens of times, while Xīyóu, with one hand, wielded a halberd, striking, blocking, intercepting, and thrusting with precision. Wu Ming couldn't even last 3 rounds. Why does it feel like this fellow has grown so much stronger than 10 years ago? Wu Ming thought, astonished. Although he had not used any magical enhancement, this was not a life-and-death battle, and Xīyóu was still using a halberd with one arm. Had he possessed such strength a decade ago, the demons would not have needed the help of the compassionate fairy. He could have dispatched them single-handedly. Your fundamentals are lacking. In other words, you are ignorant of various weapons, and on the battlefield, you would only serve as a stepping stone for the enemy. Indeed, in the past, he had relied solely on his physique and magical power without any strategy. Now, with a battle-hardened veteran guiding him, he needed to be fully attentive. From now on, in addition to standing practice, I will begin teaching you techniques. Is it acceptable for you to capture a spirit creature for me every 3 days? Wu Ming nodded, as there were plenty of demons on the mountain. Regardless of who captures it, they will understand the situation. In the evening, while Wu Ming was training, a gust of demonic wind gently descended outside the temple. Why is this temple so desolate? He wondered, then plucked a hair and transformed it into a dragonfly. Flying into the temple. Today was fortuitous. The Grand Master of the 5 poisons happened to be out, leaving only a few disciples in the temple. The toad priest's ears perked up as he was about to step outside to investigate but thought better of it and remained seated. Wu Ming continued his practice, this time not revealing his true form, but seated in a quiet room, cultivating his divine powers, while the spider's spirits rested on the roof. In the night, a dragonfly fluttered past the main halls, seeing no one, before it flew into the backyard. Just then, it was ensnared by a web, and the little purple spider swiftly dragged it back and consumed it. Little 7, you've been snatching bugs again. If your senior brother sees, you'll be punished. Outside the temple, the man suddenly realized his distraction had vanished and hurriedly fled. Impressive. This temple is indeed peculiar. I didn't even notice what extinguished my distraction. The next day, Wu Ming wandered through the mountains, but the demons, having been hunted by officials for days, were hiding exceptionally well, making them difficult to find. Nevertheless, this did not deter the former king of Mount Wohu. Transforming back into his true form, he ventured deep into the mountains and soon caught a large, shiny rat. Unusually fat, with colorful fur, even smeared with rouge, emanating a floral fragrance. Wu Ming discovered it in a cave beneath a cliff and, with a flash of golden light. Captured it, bringing the demon body back to the martial arts hall. Another rat? You must be turning into an old cat, Xīyóu remarked, speechless. Then dragged the rat's corpse away, returning half an hour later. Today, I will teach you spear techniques. After finishing his stance practice, Xīyóu first explained the various techniques of the spear, how to attack, defend, and counter. After several demonstrations, he let Wu Ming spar with him. Clang, clang. By sunset, Wu Ming could hold his ground for 5 rounds. In Mount Wohu, the golden-nosed, yellow-haired rat descended upon the cave at the cliff's foot. Eager to indulge in the beauty he had recently married, transforming back into its true form, it joyfully entered the cave. My darling, I have returned. Ah, those accursed humans. My darling. The rat plopped down on the ground, lamenting the loss of its favorite son and newlywed beauty, pondering the meaning of life. It then stood up, shaking off its despair, and declared with a fierce voice, I must report to Lord Rat King. These humans must pay with their lives for my son and beauty. It promptly used a secret method to contact the Rat King. At the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, 2 figures wielded long spears, engaged in a fierce duel. Though one was one-armed, his spear was fluid and seamless, each thrust and parry as elusive as a gazelle's horn. The other, while inexperienced, was steady and composed, leaving no openings. After 30 exchanges, the seasoned veteran ultimately triumphed over the younger warrior. What are you staring at? Whoever can battle me for 30 rounds deserves to be promoted to a 5th-rank officer in the army. Instantly, the disciples around the training ground scattered like birds. Your spear technique is now competent. The rest depends on your own practice and understanding, for I can teach you no more, Xīyóu said, wiping sweat from his brow. Wu Ming, taking off the talisman from his back, sincerely bowed to Xīyóu. Xīyóu accepted the bow and mentioned that he would soon teach him halberd techniques, which would be easier to learn with a foundation in spear techniques. By the way, the tuition is due again tomorrow, Xīyóu reminded. All right, I'll go catch another rat. Wu Ming replied, oblivious to the misfortunes the rat had incurred. After a month of anxious anticipation, the response from the Mouse King finally arrived to the golden-nosed yellow-haired rat. The princess and her consort had come personally, accompanied by reinforcements. The golden-nosed yellow-haired rat reveled in joy through the night, only to discover the next day that yet another beauty had vanished, and the bloodstains suggested yet another had fallen victim to capture. In the camp, several lieutenants, along with the Bone Sect's Taoist and Yuan Hung, were engaged in discussion. This demon is becoming increasingly difficult to capture. Not only does it hide well, but those ferocious great demons have begun to act as well. Just yesterday, we lost over 20 soldiers, Yuan Hung expressed, concern etched on his face. The Bone Taoist calculated silently. In over a month, they had only managed to slay a little over 300 minor demons, far from sufficient. Thus, he resolved that 2 groups would enter the mountains by day and night to hunt demons. What? Entering the mountains at night? The terrain is treacherous, and soldiers can only rely on torches for light. If the demons extinguish the flames, how will they navigate? Isn't that a certain death? The crowd erupted in outcry. It was already perilous enough to hunt demons during the day. Now they were to do so at night? Was this not a death sentence? With a thud, the Bone Taoist slammed his hand on the table. This is for His Majesty. I have said my piece. Generals, make your own decisions. With that, he swept out of the tent, heading for the storeroom. The Bone Taoist's task was to guard the demon corpses at the camp. The remaining soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Yuan Hang rubbed his face and suggested, let us follow his advice and give it a try tonight. Tasks were then assigned. And the group dispersed. One team ventured into the mountains to search for demons, while the other rested to prepare for the night's endeavors. At the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Xīyóu observed Wu Ming as he caught yet another large rat, a knowing expression crossing his face. After disposing of the rat, he began to teach Wu Ming the spear technique. With the foundation of the spear technique, Wu Ming quickly grasped the movements, soon wielding the spear with impressive dexterity. Xīyóu nodded approvingly. In the East Sea, where the waters stretched vast and blue, a black serpent broke through the waves. A white-robed monk seated upon its back. Shortly thereafter, 2 colossal serpents soared through the air. That monk has entered the East Sea, seeking his own demise. Pursue him. Chapter 24. Love at First Sight with the Golden-Haired Rat. Innocent affection for the green-haired turtle. You are being outrageous. The golden-nosed yellow-haired rat transformed into a rotund figure with thieving eyebrows and beady eyes, brandishing a copper-headed, iron-spiked club. To greet the princess, he had come 100 miles, only to be confronted by an unexpected youth wielding a spear. The yellow-haired rat, unwilling to engage in combat, attempted to flee, but Wu Ming pursued relentlessly. Anger surged within him. "You little brat, how ungrateful! You seem eager for death. I shall capture you to present to the princess and her consort." The yellow-haired demon swung his club, and Wu Ming met it with his spear. However, the copper-headed club was forged from extraordinary materials, making it a formidable weapon. And the wooden spear was no match. After 20 exchanges, Wu Ming managed to shear off a tuft of fur from the top of the rat's head, instilling fear in the creature. With a sudden motion, the rat shattered the wooden spear with a single strike. Wu Ming was compelled to resort to his flying swords. The 3 swords darted like shadows, and the rat demon struggled to defend against them, feeling its limbs growing weary. Suddenly, the rat transformed back into its original form, shaking its body as countless fine spines shot towards Wu Ming like a rain of arrows. Wu Ming felt a sharp sting as the spines pierced his skin. Both painful and itchy, the yellow-haired rat seized the opportunity to strike again. Wu Ming withdrew hastily, unleashing 2 beams of golden light from his eyes, causing the rat demon to roll away in fright. Without employing the golden light array, it was indeed impossible to subdue a demon at the core formation stage. These great demons all possessed protective powers, slippery as eels. Without the golden light extermination sword array to trap them, he could not pursue them if they fled. "Boy, it seems neither of us can do anything to the other. I have pressing matters to attend to. Why not let this go?" the yellow-haired rat shouted. Standing firm with his club, Wu Ming, curious about the rat's intentions, pretended to agree, using the golden light to expel the spines from his body. The two then parted ways, the yellow-haired rat vanishing into the earth, while Wu Ming watched intently from the clouds, his eyesight sharper than that of an eagle. Following the yellow-haired rat to a crossroads, he observed the creature sitting on a rock, glancing around. Soon, a commotion of horns and drums could be heard, and a procession of rat demons carrying a grand palanquin approached. The yellow-haired rat gleefully rushed to the front, exclaiming, "Your humble servant, Huang San, welcomes the esteemed arrival of the princess and her consort." "Huang San, I heard from my father that you encountered great trouble here," the yellow-haired rat lamented, tears streaming as he recounted how other demons bullied him in the mountains and how the human soldiers below mistreated him, even detailing how people from outside the mountains harassed him. "Oh, who goes there?" Suddenly, a figure leapt into the sky. Clang! Wu Ming, taken by surprise at being discovered, shot a beam of sword light to repel the intruder and saw who it was, a figure with green hair like seaweed, eyes resembling green beans, a bulbous nose, and a height of merely 4 feet 3. "Who are you?" Wu Ming countered. "I am Xīyóu, the 7th prince of the Poison Dragon Palace and the consort of the Mouse King's princess." "Another prince of the Poison Dragon Palace? These dragons truly proliferate. Dare to spy on the princess's procession? Prepare to face my hammer." Xīyóu brandished a long-handled copper hammer, aiming for Wu Ming's head. With no weapon in hand, Wu Ming could only contend with sword light. Yet, this fellow seemed to be a hybrid of dragon and something else, his entire body impervious to the sword light. Below, Huang San, recognizing Wu Ming, felt anger swell within him. "Your Highness, I come to assist you." He leaped into the air, joining the assault against Wu Ming. After over 40 exchanges, the 2 great demons began to wear Wu Ming down. "Transform," he shouted, his body swelling to 3 or 4 meters in height, invoking the giant body technique. With his enlarged form, both his power and strength surged, enabling him to catch Xīyóu's hammer with one hand, though he was cautious of the yellow-haired rat's club, which bore cold iron spikes. "Is this the technique of heaven and earth?" Both demons were astonished. However, Xīyóu, being a prince of the Poison Dragon Palace, recognized it was not. The technique of heaven and earth could reach heights of 10,000 feet. Even at its smallest, it would still be 3 or 4 meters tall. What Wu Ming displayed was merely a height of 1 meter, certainly not that. Huang San thought to himself, relieved that Wu Ming had not used this technique earlier. Meanwhile, the Mouse Princess, witnessing the prolonged battle, emerged from the palanquin. The attendants quickly supported her. She was indeed a vision of beauty, with almond-shaped eyes sparkling with springtime warmth, delicate cherry lips, and jade-like hands. A beauty mark gracing her mouth, captivating all who beheld her with an enchanting grace. "Who is that fighting with the consort and Huang San?" the princess inquired. One of the attendants replied, "The servant does not know. Perhaps it is an enemy of Lord Huang San." The princess nodded and then leaped into the air. "Be cautious. This robe possesses some peculiar abilities." Meng Jia warned. However, the princess ignored him, having already discerned Wu Ming's true form after his illusion was shattered. Seeing her, Meng Jia and Huang Xin exerted themselves even more, continuing the battle for another 20 exchanges until Wu Ming found himself struggling. Just as he contemplated whether to unleash the golden light extermination sword array to vanquish the demons, the princess suddenly called out, "Stop!" Uncertain of her intentions. The three retreated to a distance. This young man is quite the striking figure. As I am new here, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Why don't we cease hostilities and find a quiet place to clarify this? The princess suggested. Meng Jia, he began, but the princess shot him a glare, silencing him. Wu Ming squinted, unsure of the princess's intentions. Nevertheless, he felt untroubled in a one-on-one encounter and nodded in agreement. Follow me. The princess, with her enchanting charm, fluttered towards a certain direction, and Wu Ming, invigorated, followed closely. Meanwhile, Meng Jia's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Huang Xin glanced at the direction the princess had departed towards, and then at the prince consort, attempting to soothe him. Do not overthink it, prince consort. The princess must be engaged in discussions. This remark pierced Meng Jia deeply, as rumors circulated amongst the Mouse King's subordinates that the princess had countless lovers outside, leaving him uncertain of his standing. I grew up alongside the princess, like childhood friends, without any suspicion. What could I possibly have to worry about? He insisted. Do not heed those idle whispers. My relationship with Her Highness is one of mutual respect, unshaken by mere rumors. Pausing, he added. The princess labors day and night for the sake of her father's legacy. Those who spread rumors are simply envious. Huang San looked at Meng Jia's green hair, which seemed to shimmer, and recalled that the prince consort was rumored to resemble a dragon tortoise. He unconsciously placed an arm around Meng Jia's shoulder, saying, I understand. I understand. After half an hour, the princess returned, buoyed by the spring breeze, her face flushed, and her hair clinging to her forehead. She cast not a glance at Prince Consort Meng Jia as she entered the palanquin. Lift the palanquin. The veins on Meng Jia's forehead bulged. And Huang Xin hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. It's merely business. Surely, the princess and that fellow engaged in a duel for our sake. Meng Jia could only swallow his resentment and walk behind the palanquin with Huang San. The group, burdened with heavy thoughts, made their way to Mount Wahoo. Chapter 25. Seeking elixirs in the East. See Your Highness. I have ascertained the identity of that person today. The princess reclined languidly within the gauzy bed curtains. Who is it? There is a Taoist temple in the mountains called the Five Poisons Temple, where 4 Taoists reside. Today's individual is the second disciple of the temple's master. Understood. You may leave. The princess reminisced about the handsome visage of that person, his tall stature, and his impressive skills, becoming lost in thought. Soon, her complexion reddened, and her body trembled slightly, as if she heard the sound of flowing water. Within the Five Poisons Temple, all members were gathered, including 7 spider spirits. The master of the 5 poisons nodded upon their arrival and stated, I have summoned you today for a specific purpose. I require your assistance. The 3 exchanged glances and responded in unison. Please instruct us, master. I am about to commence alchemical work, yet several key ingredients remain unacquired. Each of you will need to embark on a journey. Wu Ming, puzzled, thought it would be quicker for the master to travel on clouds. I must concoct some auxiliary medicines, such as melting gold water and extracting yellow sprouts, which requires me to remain here. Hence, I must depend on you. The 3 consented, and the Toad Taoist inquired about the required herbs and their locations. You, as the eldest disciple with the highest capabilities, must venture to the perilous North Julu continent. This jade token will guide you to the necessary herbs. The Toad Taoist accepted the jade token. Yes, master. The master then turned to Wu Ming, saying, You are the most astute among us, and as your destination has some previous grievances with us, you shall go as well. May I inquire, master, where shall I go? Wu Ming asked. The East Sea. Wu Ming nodded, accepting the jade token. And what about me? The scorpion spirit excitedly interjected. You will not need to search. Instead, you shall visit Zhongnan Mountain on my behalf. I have a friend there who is diligently cultivating and teaching. Deliver this letter to him for some potent herbs. The scorpion spirit nodded in agreement. The 7 spider spirits, finally anticipating their turn, asked, Master, what about us? Though not formally recognized as disciples, they were noted as registered apprentices. You may remain, but if I keep you here, there will be no one to care for you. If I let you go, without any means of protection, you may risk your lives. After pondering, The master decided, "You may follow your second elder brother." The 7 spiders joyfully climbed onto Wu Ming's shoulders. Once the tasks were assigned, the master of the 5 poisons declared, "I will soon enter seclusion to focus my mind and purify my spirit. The journeys you undertake are fraught with danger, especially for you two." He warned the Toad Taoist and Wu Ming, "The North Julu continent is overrun with demons, and many ancient monsters lie in wait. Although the ancestor of the 9 heavens once quelled the demons, that was thousands of years ago. Do not be careless. The East Sea is no safe haven either. You have previously angered the Poison Dragon Palace and the West Sea Dragon Palace, so tread carefully." Both nodded solemnly. "I possess several weapons. Choose one for your protection." With a wave of his sleeve, an array of various weapons appeared before them. "Master, I do not require one. My 3-pronged fork suffices." The Toad Taoist selected a heavy iron mace, while Wu Ming contemplated taking a spear or halberd but decided against it for the sake of discretion. He ultimately chose a sword. "You need not rush on your journeys. Finding rare herbs takes time, and I still have much preparation to do. I shall grant you 5 years, which should suffice." Disciples obey. The 3 departed, with the Toad Taoist setting off that very night. The scorpion spirit clung to Wu Ming's arm, playfully lamenting, "Brother, who knows how many years it will be before we meet again? I truly feel reluctant." Wu Ming smiled. "It is the master's command. Completing the task swiftly is paramount. What does a few years matter?" The scorpion spirit nodded vigorously. "I will return as quickly as possible. And you must too. I promise not to bring back any fox spirits." "Fox spirit? Is that a reference to the last Aoshi?" Wu Ming pondered, nodding in agreement, and finally sending his younger sister off. "Humph. I believe she is the real fox spirit, trying to entangle our brother." "Indeed." The 2 spider spirits chimed in, with the other 5 nodding in agreement. Wu Ming playfully thumped their heads. What nonsensical chatter. The following day, the scorpion spirit set off for Zhongnan Mountain with great determination. Wu Ming was also preparing to depart. Fortunately, the 7 spider spirits were not large, allowing him to carry them in a cloth bag slung over his back. "Elder sister, second sister, you're weighing me down." A youthful voice suddenly piped up from the bag. "Oh, the third one can talk now?" A bright orange spider squeezed through her sisters and sweetly called out, "Brother." Wu Ming took his sword and set off on a cloud towards Tuan Town. Meanwhile, a figure appeared above the Taoist temple, the master of the 5 poisons. Watching Wu Ming's departing figure, he murmured, "I hope all goes well. I still need one last snake." With a wave of his hand, a magical aura enveloped the temple, causing it to vanish as if into thin air. Wu Ming arrived at the martial arts hall and found Xīyóu. "Why have you brought live monsters this time?" "Never mind, just give them to me." Upon seeing the 3 spiders on Wu Ming's shoulder, Xīyóu reached out to grab them. "Wait, master." Wu Ming interjected. Pfft. A sticky web sprayed onto Xīyóu's face. "Elder sister, second sister, what is this ugly creature trying to do?" As Xīyóu peeled the web off his face, he heard the little spider call him ugly, making his already not-so-fair complexion turn even darker. He promptly replied with a frown, "What brings you here this time?" Wu Ming struggled to suppress his laughter. "I am about to embark on a long journey and came to bid farewell." "A long journey? Where to?" "The East Sea." Xīyóu nodded, then noticed Wu Ming only carried a sword and asked, "Do you know swordplay?" Wu Ming shook his head. "Then stay for a day. You may leave tomorrow, and I will teach you some combat techniques." Wu Ming agreed, surprised by the master's generosity in offering to teach him swordsmanship, and decided to stay for the day. The next morning, he departed on a cloud. Xīyóu's features began to blur, with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the distance, watching Wu Ming as he left. The journey ahead may be fraught with challenges, yet turning misfortune into fortune is indeed the mark of great destiny. In the temporary abode of the Mouse King and Princess at Mount Hu, the noble Mingjia sat alone, drowning his sorrows in drink. At that moment, a corpulent figure approached. "Good news, your highness." Mingjia's expression turned icy as he retorted, "What good news could there possibly be in my current state?" Yet, Huang San, seemingly oblivious to the tension, continued, "Your highness, it is indeed good news. A clan member has reported that the Taoist who seduced our princess has descended the mountain." Mingjia sprang to his feet, inquiring, "Is this true?" "Absolutely. I would not dare to lie." "Excellent. Have your kin observe him closely and report back to me at all times." Huang San nodded in agreement. "Furthermore, do not let the princess know about this." Huang San patted his chest, assuring him, "No problem. I am not that kind of person." However, he promptly divulged the matter to the princess. Upon learning of it, she replied, "Let him do as he wishes." If there are developments, report back to me. Huang San nodded and retreated, chuckling as he held the luminous pearl bestowed by the princess. Heh, I am not human. Chapter 26. The spirits of the wilderness and the demons in the cave. The journey to the eastern sea spanned a vast distance, yet this land of Dongxing Xīyóu, a stronghold of immortal sects and rightful paths, was still rife with great demons and lesser monsters, all forced to operate in secrecy. Beiju Luzhou was a realm overrun by demons, the most perilous of the 4 great continents. Nanzhan Buzhou was a kingdom of humanity, its air thick with mortals, where the divine seldom revealed themselves, while Xīyóu is somewhat ambiguous, professing not to covet or kill, nurturing spirit and essence, yet in truth, it was ruled by evil beings and demonic lords. Wu Ming, having traversed 300 miles in a day, finally paused upon a cloud to rest. In the wilderness, few travelers were seen. Wu Ming found a relatively clean stone, produced a spirit elixir, and fed it to 7 spider spirits. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his breath, his essence subtly manifesting. A burst of spiritual light soared into the sky, startling the mountain god residing within the area. In the shadowy temple, the mountain god, wielding a vine staff, muttered to himself, "Such a pure and ethereal luminescence must be a true practitioner who has arrived here. I shall go and pay my respects," forging a benevolent connection. With that, he transformed into a gust of shadowy wind and departed. Wu Ming opened his eyes to see an elderly man, staff in hand, earnestly bowing. "I, the mountain god, pay my respects to the celestial being." Wu Ming hastily gestured for the mountain god to rise. "Please, stand up. I am merely a humble mountain hermit, unworthy of divine veneration." He suspected this old fellow might be attempting to shorten his lifespan. If he were a true Taoist, he would require ordination and a title in the celestial courts to command spirits and subdue the 5 directions. The members of their 5-poisoned sect, aside from the master, were merely toads, centipedes, scorpions, and spiders. What authority did they possess to bestow titles? He then inquired about the reason for the mountain god's visit. The mountain god recounted his plight. Several years prior, a ferocious evil dragon had appeared, occupying a cave in the mountain, gathering monsters to devour humans and instill fear. The mountain god had united with nearby deities and spirits to confront it, but had been defeated by the dragon's formidable powers. This evening, seeing a pure light, "I believed a high being had come to aid us," he lamented. Wu Ming pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Since this demon wields such power, why not petition the 5 sacred peaks to send down celestial beings to subdue it? All earth deities are under their jurisdiction. Surely they would not ignore their subordinates being bullied. Can it be that the 5 sacred peaks cannot subdue a mere evil dragon?" The mountain god smiled wryly. "Oh, celestial being, you jest. We minor deities lack the stature and strength to petition the 5 sacred peaks. Even the city deity would only offer a mere appointment." Wu Ming narrowed his eyes, recalling how, while reading Journey to the West, he had felt that the numerous deities and Buddhas seemed indifferent to human life. A curious anomaly. Whether divine or demonic, the likes of the 28 lunar mansions and heavenly generals had all partaken in human consumption. Even the revered guanyin nurtured goldfish that devoured children. And the esteemed Laozi had cattle that preyed upon passers-by. It was outrageous that even the Buddha's family member, the golden-winged great palm, devoured an entire nation without any celestial intervention. Was this all in the name of Journey to the West? Something felt amiss. The divine were not benevolent, and the Buddhas lacked compassion. Yet, such matters were beyond the scope of a mere spirit in the process of refinement. However, this evil dragon warranted a closer inspection. It had been long since any demons had entered his accounts. "I shall accompany you to investigate, but do not expect me to defeat that dragon," Wu Ming cautioned. "If I cannot win, do not blame me for fleeing." The mountain god eagerly nodded. Of course, of course. "Ah, we are off to battle." Suddenly, Laosan popped out of the bundle, exuberantly exclaiming. Since the 7 spiders had consumed the spirit elixir and had not tasted blood, they bore no demonic aura. The mountain god, upon seeing the talking spiders, merely regarded them as spirits. Inwardly alarmed, he thought, could this mountain's demon lord have summoned yet another evil? Wu Ming, sensing his anxiety, reassured him, "These are my nurtured spirit spiders. They are not evil beings." Upon realizing the absence of any demonic aura, the mountain god finally relaxed. The group rode the winds to the mouth of a cave. Indeed, it was perilous within. A group of lesser demons stood guard while the demon lord lounged at the center, surrounded by bones buried in the earth, flesh piled upon a table. wild boars as chefs, and large rats bustling about. This was no ordinary abode, but rather a den of iniquity. The demon lord was a fearsome sight. His horns resembling gnarled pines, his countenance more menacing than a yiksha, a gaping mole revealing sharp fangs, clad in iron armor, brandishing a formidable fork. You audacious creature! Not long ago, this demon lord spared your lives, demanding only offerings. Why have you brought a Taoist here tonight? Do you seek to subdue me? Laughter erupted throughout the cave. Enough of your mockery. Who are you to come here and commit such atrocities? Do you not fear retribution for your actions? The demon lord rose, bellowing, You little Taoist, having studied the way for only a few years, how much power could you possibly possess to speak so boldly? When I roamed the eastern sea, your ancestors trembled in fear, still suckling at their mother's breasts. Today, I am satiated. Be gone before you lose your life. He surveyed the cave littered with bones, some still drying in the air. Wu Ming immediately relinquished his bundle to the mountain god, drew his sword, and shouted, Halt! Audacious fiend! Come forth and meet your end. The demon lord brandished his fork and tightened his belt. You little ones, prepare the pots and pans, gather the ingredients. I shall engage this little Taoist in a few rounds and capture him for a midnight feast. The lesser demons scrambled to comply. The demon lord lunged at Wu Ming with his fork, who met the assault with his sword. The clash was fierce, with the sound of metal ringing through the air. The demon lord's ferocity was matched by Wu Ming's mastery of a colossal body technique, allowing them to hold their ground in combat. However, realizing Wu Ming's swordsmanship had depth and structure, the demon lord unleashed his powers. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a torrent surged forth. Wu Ming, unable to withstand the onslaught, hastily took to the winds. Yet the demon lord had anticipated this, striking down with great force. Wu Ming found himself plunged into the rushing torrent. The demon lord transformed into his true form and leapt into the flood to seize Wu Ming. Yet, he had underestimated Wu Ming, who had acquired the ability to command water in battle, unperturbed by the raging waves. The clash was fierce, with waves crashing and stones rolling. Ancient pines turned to withered timber, and old stones becoming mud. After several exchanges, Wu Ming felt his strength waning. He feigned a strike to create distance. Ha, little Taoist. Now that you wish to flee, you cannot escape. The demon lord cackled. Wu Ming remained silent, shedding his robe. What? Are you disrobing in anticipation of death? As he removed his robe, a multitude of eyes emerged from beneath, releasing a dense yellow mist and radiant golden light. The surroundings resembled a fortress of iron and bronze, ensnaring the demon lord within. The demon king, relying on his divine protection, remained unperturbed, yet his countenance changed in an instant. The golden light was injurious, and the yellow mist was lethal to the divine. Such an impressive display of power. I must escape at once, or I risk sustaining injuries to my corporeal form and spirit, which would require an immense effort to mend. Thus, he summoned his formidable magical prowess, enduring the pain as he charged left and right, though he only succeeded in injuring himself further without affecting the golden light formation in the least. Panic seized the demon king. If this continued, would he not be exhausted to death by the young Taoist? Fortunately, fate was on his side. For beneath the golden light formation lay a vulnerable spot. Although Wu Ming endeavored to reinforce it, a flaw remained, and the demon king inadvertently breached it. Seeing this, Wu Ming hastily fled, and the demon king retreated to his lair. Chapter 27. The Emergence of the Monkey King. Wu Ming's revelation, how extraordinary. I nearly met with disaster. Wu Ming, flying through the clouds, marveled at the situation. He had thought that with his divine protection, he would encounter no danger unless faced with formidable demons. It appeared, however, that he had grown complacent, losing his usual focus. How could he act so recklessly before even ascending to immortality? The golden light formation required further cultivation, and he needed to ensure that the area below was secured. Otherwise, a simple earth escape technique could allow an adversary to slip away. Had the Demon King pursued him with determination today, he would have had to reveal all his trump cards to unleash the full power of the golden light formation. Upon returning to his original location, he found the mountain deity waiting for him. Noticing Wu Ming was bare-chested, the deity approached anxiously and inquired about the battle's outcome. Wu Ming took a robe from his pack and donned it, shaking his head. That fierce demon was indeed formidable. I battled it for over 40 rounds, employing my divine abilities to ensnare it. Unexpectedly, its tough skin and flesh allowed it to inadvertently break free from my magic. Had I delayed even slightly, I might have become its meal. The mountain deity sighed heavily. What shall we do now? Wu Ming, accompanied by the 7 spider spirits, bid farewell to the mountain deity, stating that he was powerless to assist further. He would not boast of his abilities when his cultivation reached sufficient depth to subdue that fierce creature. He would not shy away. But for now, it was simply not possible. The mountain deity dared not insist and allowed Wu Ming to depart, returning to the shadowy temple, burdened with worry. Meanwhile, the demon king returned to his lair, feeling uneasy. Today, he had encountered a young Taoist who proved to be so powerful. Clearly, he needed to enhance his own abilities and could no longer afford to live idly, relying on others. Hence, he dispersed the other demons and, wielding his demon spear, set off alone toward the north. The calamities in the mountains had come to an end. As the saying goes, one who seeks to cultivate flowers may find them wilted, while one who is indifferent may find willows thriving. On this day, Wu Ming was journeying through the clouds when he suddenly heard a tremendous sound. 2 beams of golden light shooting straight into the heavens. That golden light was radiant and majestic, appearing almost divine. The Monkey King has emerged. In Xīyóu Mountain, atop the celestial stone, an egg cracked open, revealing a stone monkey, fully formed and complete with features. It learned to crawl and walk, bowing to the 4 cardinal directions, its gaze penetrating the golden light, shooting toward the heavenly palace. Within the golden palace of the celestial court, the supreme Jade Emperor, the great compassionate one, sat upon his throne. He summoned the celestial beings, commanding the 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind, ear, to open the southern heavenly gate for reconnaissance. The 2 celestial generals, following the emperor's decree, set out to observe and report back promptly. Upon their return, they reported, "Your Majesty, this is the realm of a small nation, ally, in the eastern Victory Divine Continent. There lies Xīyóu Mountain, where the golden light is beginning to dim." The Jade Emperor understood that the matters below were of great significance and remarked that the entities there were born of the essence of heaven and earth. So it was not unusual. He dismissed the celestial beings without further discussion. In the western world of Pusa, the Buddha sat upon a lotus throne, observing the 3 realms with his wise eyes. Already aware of the situation, he immediately instructed his attendants, Asha, Kasyapa, "You 2 shall go separately to summon the 4 bodhisattvas, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Avalokiteshvara, and Ksitigarbha, to convene here for discussion." The 2 promptly bowed and left to invite the bodhisattvas from Ame Mountain, Wutai Mountain, Luajia Mountain, and Xīyóu Mountain to Lingshan. In a short while, the Grand Thunder Sound Temple of Lingshan resonated with celestial music, as heavenly flowers fell and golden lotuses sprang forth from the earth. If the Monkey King has truly emerged, then the time until the great upheaval in heaven is approximately 400 years. Wu Ming, not having cultivated, found this untroubling. As he recalled witnessing the monkey's departure to learn the Tao under Patriarch Subhuti, it had only taken about 10 years. One must admit that the monkey's innate talent is indeed astonishing, worthy of envy. Even with the previous 300 years of consuming spiritual roots and fruits, it would take only about 300 to 400 years to achieve immortality. A sense of urgency enveloped him. This meant he had a clear time frame, 1,000 years. If, after a millennium, his cultivation remained insufficient and his powers weak, he would still have to submit to fate, dutifully guarding a cave. Unaware of how many more years would pass before achieving Buddhahood, without further delay, he rode the howling winds directly toward the eastern sea. At Xīyóu Mountain, the stone monkey successfully entered the water curtain cave, acquiring his initial stronghold. The other monkeys revered him as the beautiful Monkey King, appointing ministers and aides. Enjoying the beauty of Xīyóu Mountain by day and resting in the water curtain cave by night, united in spirit, neither following the flight of birds nor the paths of beasts, reigning as their own king in boundless joy. On this day, after traveling 1,000 miles, Wu Ming landed in a mundane city. He sought to purchase a few garments, lest he lose his clothing in future battles. However, there was a problem. He had no silver. As an outsider, he possessed not even a copper coin. The Taoist temple had some gold and silver for alchemical purposes, but he had left in haste without taking any. "Brother, will we go hungry?" one of the spider spirits inquired. "Yes, little four, we must not go hungry," the others chimed in. 4 of the spider spirits were now able to speak, causing Wu Ming considerable distress. "Fear not, with your elder brother here, how could you go hungry?" He still had half a vial of spirit pills in hand, enough to last 3 days. Now, he needed to find some work to earn a bit of silver for new clothes. As for using magic to steal or transform silver, he found such acts beneath his dignity. It was not a matter of moral superiority but merely adhering to fundamental principles of conscience. How could such a trivial amount of silver compromise his integrity? After wandering around the town for a while, he realized that if he remained honest, he would likely end up at the docks, hauling heavy loads for meager earnings. To earn money quickly through ordinary methods was simply unfeasible. He had divine protection, so performing tricks for coin would certainly yield some income, but it felt beneath him. He feared that if others discovered his true identity, it would diminish his reputation. Before he knew it, he found himself at the city gate. Nearby, a recruitment notice was posted. In the western city of Baili, there are demons causing chaos among the populace. We seek capable individuals to eliminate these malevolent beings. A reward of 100 taels will be granted to those who can eradicate the demons and monsters. Signed, the Lord of Anyuan City. Wu Ming's interest was piqued, and he promptly exited through the west gate, heading toward a burial ground 100 miles away. The skies had darkened, and an eerie wind swept through. With ghostly flames flickering, a solitary locust tree stood by the roadside. Big sister, second sister, are we afraid? One of the spider spirits asked. Afraid of what? The aura here is so heavy. Could there be demons? The youngest inquired timidly. What demons are there? Are we not demons ourselves? The eldest countered. Indeed, we are spider spirits. They echoed in agreement. Ignoring the chatter of the spider spirits, Wu Ming focused intently on searching for malevolent entities. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. But Wu Ming discerned it clearly. It was merely a human figure, not a demon. He transformed into a gust of wind and pursued. The figure was a middle-aged man, gaunt and frail, with heavy bags under his eyes, pale complexion, and chapped lips. Wu Ming followed him until they reached the locust tree, where the man slipped through a small archway beneath it. Instantly, Wu Ming's surroundings brightened. Before him stood a grand mansion, its entrance adorned with 2 large red lanterns, illuminating the entire estate. The crimson-painted door boasted a bronze lion's ring. The man knocked, and shortly thereafter, a maid opened the door, ushering him inside. Wu Ming concealed himself beneath the tree, refraining from making his presence known. This place felt peculiar. Indeed, what my elder sister said is correct. The spider spirits chimed in unison. Since you have arrived, why not come in for a chat? Chapter 28. There are influential figures above, the tree demoness. Who are you to flaunt your prowess here? The voice replied, You shall know once you enter, my lord. Wu Ming glanced at the grand vermilion door, unable to find a way to retreat. Resolutely, he instructed the 7 spider spirits to remain silent before stepping into the abode. Upon entering, the scene before him was strikingly different. A grand locust tree stood at the center, surrounded by 4 flower pavilions, where numerous alluring and charming courtesans leaned against the doors. Enticing patrons, oddly shaped guests indulged in merriment, disregarding the mountain spirits, ghosts, land deities, and river gods. This flower pavilion was concealed within layers of illusions, indicating that the demon possessed considerable skill. At that moment, a voluptuous woman, exuding a strong aura of the world as pleasures, approached, leaning against Wu Ming's arm with a smile. My lord, how lovely it is here. Just look, whether they are earthly deities or demons, all are immersed in this gentle realm. What bliss! Are these women spirits? Wu Ming inquired. Indeed, she whispered into his ear. These spirits possess a distinct flavor compared to mortal women. Wu Ming shuddered, suppressing his discomfort, and asked, Do you not fear the underworld's officials for detaining these souls? They entered the first spring pavilion. Ha ha ha, my lord, do not worry. Look at those mountain gods, land deities, and river gods, all reveling here. Do you not see? I have support from above. Only then did Wu Ming cast his gaze upon her and ask, May I inquire your name, sister? The woman twisted her curvy waist, leaning closer to Wu Ming, and exhaled, I have no particular name. Everyone here simply calls me grandmother. Wu Ming's body stiffened. Was she the one he thought she was? Calling her grandmother felt too aged. I shall call you sister instead. Ha ha ha, what a sweet-tongued younger brother. The 7 spider spirits in their bundle could hardly contain themselves. This audacious fox spirit dares to seduce our master? Wu Ming discreetly calmed them and smiled. I wonder how much it would cost to indulge for a night in this 4th pavilion? My lord, rest assured, this gentle 4th pavilion requires neither gold nor silver, nor fine silks. We only ask for a bit of your essence. Wu Ming scoffed inwardly. For common folk, and even some loose cultivators believed that essence was merely a liquid, something abundant daily. But in truth, it encompassed vital energy, and, more importantly, longevity. Humans possess young life, spirits possess eon life, and deities possess celestial life. Unless one attains the status of an immortal golden sage and transcends the 3 realms and 6 paths, even loose immortals and true immortals would face calamities, preventing eternal life. He could guarantee that those mortals departing from here, if they indulged for several days, would likely perish upon leaving. Even mountain gods and land deities, if they lacked restraint, would return to find their divine forms shattered, their celestial lives exhausted. Is that so? Then I must have a good look. Upon hearing Wu Ming's words, the demoness laughed in agreement. Sister, go ahead. Your younger brother shall enjoy himself here. Very well. If you need anything, just call for me. As the woman departed, Wu Ming began to wander about the pavilion, disregarding the advances of the ghostly women. He had no desire to unlock any peculiar achievements or titles related to spectral knights. Nor could he bear to waste his essence here. Ha ha ha. I heard new ghostly women have arrived. Quickly take me to sample. At that moment, a burly man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist barged into the spring pavilion. The grandmother appeared out of nowhere to greet him. Oh, Mountain Lord. Please do not trouble me. With your monstrous vigor, how could those little spirits withstand it? Is the Mountain Lord a tiger demon? Roar, do not scare me. Those old fellows cannot compare to the freshness of the newcomers. Hurry, hurry. The grandmother felt helpless and secretly resented the tiger demon. Knowing it was no easy task to procure the soul of a young woman. Once it indulged, she feared it would not even be able to remain a ghost. When I become a demon immortal, I shall surely skin your tiger hide for a coat and brew wine from your bones. She gestured for her subordinates to bring 2 new spirits for the tiger demon to take away. Wu Ming finished his tour of the 4th pavilion, his eyes glowing with a golden light, gradually discerning the way forward. Should he find himself unable to defeat the foes, he would not remain trapped here. He promptly instructed the spider spirits to make arrangements. After they departed, Wu Ming drew his treasured sword and entered the spring pavilion, coincidentally bumping into the troubled grandmother. Sister, what troubles you? Seeing the handsome young man, the grandmother leaned closer, lamenting, it is that old tiger, relying on his connections with the nearby mountain god and river lord. He forcefully took 2 new ghostly women and had them killed. Now he demands 2 more. How can this gentle 4th pavilion continue to operate? Do you not have support from above? The county magistrate is not as effective as a current manager. What are a few ghostly women worth such uproar? Wu Ming shook his head. What if I assist you in settling this matter? The grandmother gasped. How will you resolve it? Where is that tiger demon? Quickly take me to him. They arrived outside a room where piercing screams could be heard from within. The grandmother signaled. Should we knock? Wu Ming shook his head, extended a foot, and with a decisive kick, the door burst open. Boom. Bold beast, taking lives is already a capital offense. Now you dare not even spare ghosts. 1,000 deaths cannot absolve your sins. Behold my sword. Inside the room was a single ghostly woman, battered and bruised. The tiger demon, hastily pulling up its trousers, panicked as Wu Ming's sword came slicing through. In a moment of desperation, it transformed into a massive insect. Roar. The tiger's hide was tough, and the treasured sword struggled to pierce it. Yet the pain enraged the tiger demon, which promptly devoured the ghostly woman, exclaiming, Who are you to dare disturb this mountain lord? Seeing the situation escalate, the grandmother rushed to intervene. Wait, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? You, old brothel keeper, must be plotting against me by sending people to harm me. This matter is far from over. Enough. Let us see how many swords you can endure. Wu Ming wielded his treasured sword to strike, while the tiger demon, regaining its form, retrieved a long axe from beneath the bed to counter. Clang, clang. The tiger demon unleashed a storm of wind and sand, while the Taoist summoned golden light, one wielding an axe with ferocity and the other seeking to cleanse the foulness, creating a tumultuous clash that left the gathered spirits in a state of alarm. The Taoist was no longer the same as in the past. His powers had grown immensely. After 20 exchanges, the tiger demon was left weakened and vulnerable. The Taoist prepared to use his flying sword to take its life. At that moment, the grandmother realized Wu Ming was not there to indulge in pleasure, but to stir trouble. Suddenly, thick vines surged from all directions, ensnaring Wu Ming and providing an opportunity for the tiger demon to escape. Sister, why are you trapping me? Allow me to slay this tiger demon. Would that not eliminate a threat and resolve this matter? Wu Ming danced his sword, cutting through the vines. Yet the grandmother was now filled with murderous intent. You foolish boy. I sincerely invited you to come and enjoy, yet you harbor ill intentions, disrupting my establishment. Submit, and you may still retain your life. Otherwise, the old demoness harbored dark thoughts. I will skin this lad and consume his flesh. Silence. The grandmother scolded. Wu Ming surveyed the surroundings, where numerous patrons, mountain spirits, and deities had turned their gazes upon him. In such a filthy den, I wonder how many sins are harbored within. Today, I shall cleanse it and earn great merit. Arrogant. Chapter 29. The Hidden Hand. Pursuers approaching. What kind of Taoist are you? What talisman do you possess? Causing chaos here, depart quickly, or you shall regret it. An elderly man clad in the water deity's official attire admonished sternly. Indeed, we mountain gods, land deities, and city gods are present here. How dare you speak of cleansing filth? You are truly deserving of death. A group of demons and evildoers had yet to retort. Yet the local deity could no longer contain himself. Although Wu Ming never held high hopes for the deities within the journey to the west, expecting them to exhibit compassion. Such a blatant disregard for right and wrong, blurring the lines of justice, was unacceptable for any god. Enough. I have never encountered such shameless individuals. You, as deities, consort with demons and evildoers. Today, I shall eradicate this place, and should you speak further, do not blame my sword for being unkind. With a sharp reprimand, Wu Ming brandished his sword, its cold gleam silencing the several lesser spirits around him. They dared not provoke him further, fearing his prowess. Meanwhile, the old crone summoned her minions, a horde of mountain spirits and tree monsters brandishing weapons, encircling Wu Ming with murderous intent. The tiger demon called forth several other wicked entities, and Wu Ming faced them valiantly. However, as the adage goes, the longer the sword, the stronger the strike. His blade, though formidable, was somewhat short, forcing him to fight while retreating. The surrounding mountain gods and city guardians stood idle, offering no assistance. The old crone, witnessing Wu Ming's encirclement, breathed a sigh of relief, fearing for her long-established reputation. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. Wu Ming unleashed his immense form, towering over 10 feet. Sheathing his sword at his side and seizing a standing pillar as a weapon. With thunderous strikes, he swept through the ranks of lesser demons, turning several into mere pulp. The remaining creatures recoiled in terror, for that pillar weighed several hundred pounds, and a solid hit would spell doom. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the crone resorted to her own powers, summoning countless tendrils from the earth to seize the pillar from Wu Ming's grasp and ensnare his legs. Quickly attack, she commanded her minions. Awakened from their stupor, the lesser demons rushed forward with their weapons. In response, Wu Ming hastily shed his robe, revealing a host of eyes beneath his ribs. A dense yellow mist emerged, shimmering with golden light, enveloping the creatures like iron chains. The golden light ensnared many of the lesser demons, causing several to perish instantly, while the more formidable opponents, like the old crone and the mountain lord, managed to withstand its onslaught for a time. Yet, delay would spell disaster. Wu Ming intended no mercy. He activated the golden light extermination sword formation, unleashing radiant sword energy to annihilate the malevolent beings. Under the might of this formation, no artifact or divine power could withstand its wrath. Both minor and major demons fell before it. A tiger demon attempted to resist the formation with some artifact, enduring a single strike before being cleaved in two, its head and spirit severed. The crone, now thoroughly terrified, sought to connect with her true form, the great locust tree. Instantly, the earth trembled as numerous roots burst forth, thrashing the soil like tentacles, demolishing the 4 incense towers and scattering countless spirits and sprites. Yet, their escape was futile. They could not evade the tree demon's illusions. The overwhelming demonic energy surged like a tidal wave, its true form a terrifying force honed over countless years. Wu Ming trapped its spirit, yearning to summon its true form for rescue. However, he anticipated this, and flames erupted, quickly enveloping the great locust tree in a fiery embrace. Well done, Wu Ming chuckled, steadying himself while addressing the tree demon's spirit. Reveal your abilities now, or you shall have no chance left. As you wish. The old crone conjured a talisman that soared into the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt struck down, shattering the illusion and striking the tree demon's spirit, scattering it to oblivion. Wu Ming looked up, but saw nothing. A cover-up? A heavenly thunder summoned by a celestial deity? Wu Ming refrained from jumping to conclusions, but deduced that this being must hold at least an official rank among the celestial gods. The reassuring aspect was that this divine intervention indicated some semblance of order in the 3 realms. Celestial beings could not act without consequence, at least not without discretion. At that moment, 7 spider spirits bounded towards him from a distance. Brother, did we achieve merit? The leader inquired. Wu Ming smiled and nodded, retrieving a talisman as evidence in case the celestial deity dared to confront him. Regrettably, the entity had acted decisively, erasing all witnesses. He then surveyed the surroundings, noting that many lesser spirits had seized the opportunity to flee, while a host of female specters approached to express their gratitude. After accepting their thanks, he urged them to seek reincarnation and instructed them to dispose of the demonic corpses in the furnace before departing. With only the locust tree remaining, its spirit extinguished and reduced to an ordinary plant, Wu Ming pondered its fate in this shadowy realm. A colossal portal loomed ahead, adorned with myriad golden rays and vibrant mists, crafted from shimmering glass and resplendent jewels. Flanking it were scores of celestial marshals and golden-armored deities. This was the southern heavenly gate, one of the 4 portals of the celestial court. The guardian of growth, noticing a figure hastily exiting the gate, inquired, "Where are you bound, Inspector of Spirits?" The inspector paused, replying, "I am unaware of which celestial deity has disturbed the lower realms with thunder. His Majesty dispatched me to investigate. Is there a celestial presence abroad today?" The guardian of growth responded, "Not long ago. Only the Star Lord of the Bright Sun visited the star observation platform to oversee the dawn. Is this not a significant matter? Why did it disturb His Majesty?" The guardian questioned, perplexed. "Is it not merely thunder? The thunder department releases it daily, not to mention the deities, Taoists, and even demons capable of wielding thunderous powers." The minor deity, lacking further knowledge, sought the guardian's understanding before departing in haste. Shaking his head, the guardian of growth returned to his post, resuming his vigil at the southern heavenly gate. Outside the lair of the malevolent serpent he had previously battled, a green light descended, revealing the form of Meng Jia. Catching a whiff of the air, he mused, such a potent bloodline scent, could it belong to one of my kin? However, he did not linger. Soaring back into the clouds, only to encounter 3 formidable demons. "Meng brother, have you found kin?" one asked. Meng Jia shook his head, replying, "I summoned you 3 for aid, but be cautious. This individual is not easily dealt with. My last encounter with him lasted 40 to 50 exchanges without yielding victory. Fear not. We 3 brothers have roamed far from Flower and Fruit Mountain in search of enlightenment. Now that we have honed our skills, we shall not return without showcasing our prowess. Indeed, perhaps we can contend for the title of the Mountain Lord upon our return." Meng Jia congratulated his brothers, wishing them success in their endeavors. The 4 demons rushed onward. Unbeknownst to Wu Ming, pursuers trailed him as he returned to the city, reporting to the city lord that the demons in the western outskirts had been vanquished. However, he was promptly rebuffed. Get out, get out. Who does this young lad think he is, claiming credit for our efforts? He hasn't even grown a full beard yet to pass as a demon-slaying expert. Away with you." 2 squads of guards glared menacingly, forcing Wu Ming out. "How infuriating. Brother, let me teach them a lesson," one sister suggested. "Yes, brother, let us devour them," another chimed in. "Such insignificant mortals. We should handle them ourselves." Wu Ming shook his head. "As practitioners of the way, we must distance ourselves from worldly matters. If we succumb to desires for fame, disputes, or jealousy, our hearts will be tainted and our path obstructed. Brother, shall we just endure this?" Wu Ming chuckled. "Of course not. The demons in the west were indeed my doing. I believe the reward should rightfully belong to me. They insulted me with 32 words. So taking 3,200 taels from them should not be excessive, right?" That night, the city lord's treasury was robbed, sending the entire city into an uproar. Unfortunately, the thief was never apprehended, and it was said that the city lord lay in bed for 3 days, unable to eat in his fury. Chapter 30. Entering the mountain to forge the Golden Dan, diving into the sea to battle the flood dragon after traversing several thousand miles. At times soaring through the heavens and at others shrouded in mist, Wu Ming finally reached the coastal region after a month of journeying. Yet he paused, for he had refined a surge of demonic essence, reaching the threshold of condensing his Golden Dan. Now, in urgent need of a tranquil place to focus on this pivotal breakthrough, Wu Ming descended from the clouds, wandering through the wilderness. His quest was twofold: to seek a suitable location for his ascension and to clear his mind, maintaining purity of spirit. By a serene pool, he set down the 7 spider spirits to guard their belongings while he stepped away to freshen up. The remaining spider spirits exchanged glances. "Sister, should we let 5th sister, 6th sister, and 7th sister watch over the things while we clean up?" the 4th suggested. Instantly, the 3 younger sisters, who had yet to master speech, became agitated. In the depths of the wilderness, where solitude reigns, for individuals found themselves bullying us without recourse to retort. It appeared that the eldest sister, in her benevolence, permitted the 3 younger sisters to venture forth without hesitation, declaring that within the confines lay the elder brother's garments and a modest sum of scattered silver. Surely, In such a desolate area, one would presume that theft was an unlikely occurrence. Thus, the 7 spider spirits joyfully departed. Half an hour later, a drenched Wu Ming returned with the 7 spider spirits to the original spot, met by the sight of an empty bundle, which brought a moment of silence. The eldest sister, Xiao Hong, stepped forward to acknowledge her fault, saying, "I apologize, elder brother. It was I who encouraged my sisters to go. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me." The others echoed her sentiments. "Brother, do not fault the eldest. It is our fault. Blame me, blame me. Just do not be angry." Wu Ming, observing the sisters vying to take responsibility, felt a sense of helplessness. He bore no anger. Rather, he had been pondering whether this incident was a passive trigger instigated by the 7 younger sisters. Had they inadvertently caused him to lose his clothing and silver? No matter. What was lost. He simply needed to be more cautious during future skirmishes, ensuring that his garments were not carelessly discarded. With the 7 spider spirits in tow, he continued his journey. As for the identity of the thief who pilfered his clothes and silver, he had little inclination to investigate, deeming such matters trifles compared to the significance of achieving the golden core. At that moment, his mind remained unshaken, bathing in tranquility. Not elated by the impending success of his cultivation nor angered by the sisters' mishap. Upon encountering a rocky cave at the edge of a cliff, Wu Ming felt an instinctive connection and soared into its depths, offering his reverence to the 3 pure ones. "Oh, revered 3 pure ones, I, your disciple, have diligently practiced for over 120 years, sincerely pursuing the path of righteousness. Today, I seek to attain the golden core. I implore your blessings." He then settled into meditation within the stone recess, while the 7 spider spirits stood guard at the entrance, displaying utmost seriousness. After 7 days of meditation within the cave, Wu Ming rose and approached the cave's mouth. "Ah, elder brother, have you attained the golden core?" Xiao Hong exclaimed upon spotting him. The other spider spirits bounced with excitement, climbing up and down in joy. Wu Ming nodded in affirmation. "Elder brother, may I behold your golden core?" inquired Xiao Lu, her curiosity piqued. A sentiment echoed by the others. Wu Ming chuckled, patting them gently. "You misunderstand. The golden core signifies the transformation of essence, spirit, and energy into a state of perfection. It exists as an abstract concept, not a physical entity that can be produced within the body." Xiao Lu's face fell in disappointment. "Oh, I thought perhaps you could scrape some gold dust off to sell. I haven't eaten in 7 days." Wu Ming, wishing to alleviate their hunger, suggested, "If you desire food, simply state it." He then declared, "Very well, I shall show you the golden core." As soon as he spoke, a radiant light enveloped him, and the spider spirits felt an inexplicable lightness and clarity of mind upon witnessing their elder brother. The golden core, though formless, manifested in a tangible manner. With a breath, a round and lustrous golden core flew forth. "Wow!" The spider spirits gasped in awe, but before they could fully appreciate it, Wu Ming retracted it back. Now, he had grown formidable, a powerful entity in his own right, his cultivation vastly superior to what it once was. Armed with a precious sword and accompanied by the spider spirits, he leapt forward, traversing great distances to gather some spiritual fruits and roots to sate the appetites of his companions. At that moment, however, ominous clouds gathered, heralding impending misfortune. Meanwhile, the 7th prince, Meng Jia, along with 3 demons, was on a quest to track Wu Ming. The trio, driven by a lust for blood, frequently delayed their pursuit to feast upon unsuspecting prey. However, Wu Ming's week-long meditation allowed them to catch up. "Is that your adversary?" One demon pointed at Wu Ming below. Indeed. Brothers, be cautious and let us descend upon him." They promptly descended upon the unsuspecting Wu Ming. Having noted the ominous clouds, Wu Ming sensed ill intentions as they barreled towards him. He cautioned the 7 spider spirits to remain vigilant and not to expose themselves, drawing his sword in preparation for confrontation. "You little thief, today marks your end." Recognizing the assailant as the Prince of the Rat King, Wu Ming chuckled. "Ah, my dear brother, how brave you are to travel such a distance. I presume you are expecting a new addition to your family?" Meng Jia's expression shifted from green to red, then to purple, as he brandished a copper hammer and charged at Wu Ming, who met the challenge with his sword. The 3 demons provided support, unleashing sand and mist in a bid to encircle Wu Ming. Freshly empowered from breaking through to the golden core realm, Wu Ming found himself engaged with 4 adversaries, yet chose to rely on his sword rather than resort to his more formidable abilities, battling his way to the eastern seaboard. How has his strength transformed so dramatically? Just months ago, he could barely contend with me. Now, he appears capable of facing 10 foes effortlessly. Ming Jia thought as they reached the coast, believing it to be their domain where they could vanquish Wu Ming. The prince commanded the 3 demons to combine their efforts and force Wu Ming into the sea, revealing their true forms. As they transformed, they became a toad dragon and 3 wild bull demons. The 4 adversaries conjured a tempest, biting, trampling, and colliding with Wu Ming. In response, he utilized his giant transformation technique, growing over a meter tall, and summoned the power to stir the seas, engaging the 4 in a fierce battle. The clash created towering waves, disturbing the waters and drawing the attention of the sea-patrolling Xīyóu. The Xīyóu, sensing the tumultuous waters, hastened to investigate. Upon witnessing a human engaged in combat with 4 grotesque demons, he interjected, "How dare you disturb the sea with your skirmish? Should you rouse the Dragon Palace, you shall face dire consequences." Ming Jia, recognizing the Xīyóu as an emissary of the East Sea, exclaimed, "General, I am the 7th prince of the poisoned Dragon Palace of Qianzhong Lake, currently entangled with a villain. I beseech your assistance." The Xīyóu, having a dull mind and recognizing Ming Jia's dragon lineage, believed him, for all dragons were considered kin and thus approached to aid him. Summoning his weapon, he led a group of sea-patrolling officers into battle. Wu Ming found himself under immense pressure, realizing that 2 fists could not compete with 4 hands. He envied the monkey's shapeshifting prowess. However, despite lacking such extraordinary abilities, he was not without options if he unleashed the Golden Light Extermination Sword formation. He was confident he could eliminate them all. Yet, finding a place to disrobe in the vast ocean proved challenging, so he chose to continue fighting with his sword. The clash of blades illuminated the waters, as the mountain spirits and water demons launched a relentless assault. Wu Ming maneuvered skillfully, dodging and countering, slaying officers with each strike. Only 5 formidable demons remained to encircle him. Chapter 31. In search of divine weapons, Prince Moong with a resounding roar, the 3 water bull demons charged forth, causing a cacophony of destruction. The sound of shattering metal echoed as his treasured sword, bestowed by the Grandmaster of the 5 poisons, began to falter under the strain of battle. Wu Ming had not anticipated the ferocity of this encounter. With a final explosion, the sword shattered completely. Ming Jia rejoiced, rallying the 3 demons and the Xīyóu to intensify their efforts to subdue Wu Ming. It is time to flee. Wu Ming realized that the 3 bull demons, with their tough hides and immense strength, were formidable foes, and he questioned whether they were enhanced by the legends of the bull demons of the journey to the west. In a desperate move, Wu Ming plunged into the sea, riding the waves as he fled into the depths. This fool has lost his senses, fleeing into the water. Ming Jia and the 3 demons, along with the Xīyóu, plunged in pursuit. An hour later, Ming Jia found himself standing in the water, his face darkened with frustration. We have lost him. How could a mere human elude the likes of a toad dragon, a sea-patrolling Xīyóu, and 3 bull demons? In the vast ocean, where could they possibly search now? Ming Jia contemplated cursing his companions for their ineptitude but decided against it, realizing he too had failed to catch Wu Ming. Thank you, Xīyóu General, for your assistance. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Ming Jia produced 2 pearls and handed them to the Xīyóu, who, delighted, accepted them, unconcerned about the lives of the shrimp spirits that had perished and happily departed. The 3 water bull demons, eager to return to Flower Fruit Mountain, also bid their farewells. Thus concluded this hasty pursuit spanning thousands of miles. Ming Jia, feeling weary, resigned himself to the outcome. A solitary boat drifted upon the sea, where 7 vividly colored spiders scurried about. Ahead lies a small island, and from the shimmering surface of the sea, a 30-meter-long golden vessel leaps forth, transforming into a magnificent centipede forged from gold and glass. Wu Ming, taking human form, strides confidently onto the island, determined to seek a weapon of divine power. For without it, I may not be the one to escape. Concealing my true prowess, the Golden Light Extermination Sword Array serves as my trump card, best left unused, particularly in the presence of Buddhism and the Celestial Court. In future confrontations, I shall rely predominantly on the Golden Light Array. At this moment, I find myself within the dominion of the East Sea Dragon Palace, uncertain if I might procure a divine weapon. Surely the East Sea Dragon King is amicable. Nevertheless, my primary objective remains the quest for rare herbs. The jade token provided by the Grand Master of the 5 poisons is radiating warmth, intensifying as I move in this direction. One can surmise that a rare herb lies nearby. The island is modest in size, and I soon complete my exploration before continuing my journey across the waves to the next isle. After traversing numerous islands, I finally discover my first rare herb. In the days that follow, I continue to wander the East Sea in search of more. I have encountered various dangers, including colossal tortoises masquerading as islands, sea monsters with only their antennae visible, tempestuous sea demons, and even the distant sighting of a creature resembling an ancient divine beast, the Xīyóu. One day, I delve deeper into the East Sea and find myself meditating on a small island. Suddenly, I spot a wave approaching in the distance. Adorned in the attire of the Dragon Palace, seemingly a dragon soldier, bearing a large banner, I focus intently to decipher the inscription, Prince Xīyóu of the West Sea. The eldest prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace has come to the East Sea for what purpose? Naturally, I refrain from approaching. We shall each go our own way. Prince Xīyóu does not venture to the East Sea without cause. He is summoned by the East Sea Dragon King, his uncle, to partake in a grand assembly. This is not unusual. In the journey to the west, when the peaches ripen, a peach banquet is held, and when the Monkey King is subdued, the celestial conference is convened. Even the Buddha, with his treasures, hosts a Ulambana festival, while demons organize their own meetings. In essence, it seems gatherings are a constant endeavor. This time, it is said that the East Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu, has returned from his travels with a treasure, thus inviting all to come and marvel at it. As the foremost of the four seas, the East Sea Dragon King's stature is unparalleled. Even a simple treasure appreciation event cannot compare to the longevity celebrations of the Redstone River Dragon King. In the following days, countless figures from the South Sea, North Sea, Five Lakes, for rivers, East Victory Xīyóu, and wandering cultivators from overseas traverse the East Sea, some riding clouds, others riding the winds, some upon beasts, and others on magical tools. I encounter many, though most are of lesser cultivation, primarily gold core practitioners, or those undergoing tribulations to attain the Tao, with few demon kings present. Indeed, such events have rendered the great figures jaded. Trifling gains hold little appeal, and they prefer the tranquility of their own celestial mountains and caves, sipping tea and cultivating their paths. Prince Xīyóu and his dragon soldiers arrive at the Dragon Palace, where the eldest prince, Xīyóu, leads a throng of dragon sons and daughters to greet him. Welcome, dear cousin Xīyóu. Xīyóu, how splendid you look. The prince is indeed majestic, adorned with a golden helmet, clad in gleaming silver armor, a white jade belt at his waist, and cloud boots upon his feet. Nearby stand his cousins, Aoe, Bing, and others, all offering their greetings. Why has only Prince Xīyóu arrived? Where is our cousin Yulong? Bing inquires. Having formed a bond with him, my younger brother is currently immersed in rigorous training. He is likely on the verge of achieving his gold core, replies Prince Xīyóu. To the congratulations of the other dragon sons. Joyfully, the dragon sons enter the Crystal Palace. As night falls over the East Sea, I find myself pursuing a water demon. This creature scurries across the surface like a lizard, with a cherry-sized glowing fruit atop its head, precisely the rare herb I seek. After 3 days of vigil, I finally have my chance. However, I cannot kill it. The herb must be harvested while the water demon is alive, so I pursue it relentlessly, determined to catch it unawares. Senior brother, look. It seems to be tiring. I nod, aware that even a swift water demon cannot withstand the strain for long. I slow my pace, maintaining a safe distance to avoid cornering it. Suddenly, a crystalline net rises from the sea, and the water demon collides with it. This is not an isolated incident. The sound of impacts echoes as numerous water demons crash into the shimmering barrier. A throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals rush forward to investigate. Not far off, a group of dragon sons, including Xīyóu, Xīyóu, and Bing, are out hunting. Just then, General Sturgeon approaches with a bow. Esteemed princes, we have captured 45 water demons, over 70 sea beasts, and countless fish and shrimp. Xīyóu claps his hands and declares, brothers, let us go see if there are any precious varieties among them. The crab general and eel powerhouse lead the way, as the dragon sons stroll leisurely, chatting as they walk. Xīyóu, I heard that our cousin Xīyóu is displeased that the fourth prince of the Poison Dragon Palace fled. Bing inquires, a statement that carries an air of provocation. Xīyóu quickly interjects, brother, do not speak such nonsense. However, if you require assistance, simply ask. Prince Xīyóu remains silent. The East Sea Dragon Palace, as the preeminent force among the four seas, has not solidified its heir apparent as the West Sea Dragon Palace has. Thus, the covert rivalries among the dragon sons abound. Yet he has no intention of involving himself in them. Oh, who is that? Prince Mo suddenly notices me attempting to stealthily take a water demon, diverting attention. Ao Bing, filled with rage, exclaims, "Who dares to steal from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Capture him, dragon soldiers." Chapter 32, One-on-One with Mo. The Dragon Son's recruitment I had intended to quietly abscond with the water demon, but Prince Mo's keen eyes caught sight of me immediately. He swiftly seized the water demon and stowed it in his pack, allowing the spider spirits to ensnare it. A squad of dragon soldiers, armed with spears and clubs, advanced to apprehend me. I had no desire to engage with the Dragon Sons, as the consequences would differ greatly from battling a night demon or dispatching a few shrimp spirits. "Hold your attack. I am no thief. This water demon is my quarry," I proclaimed. The Dragon Sons closed in, encircled by shrimp soldiers, crab generals, General Sturgeon, eel powerhouse, shark lieutenant, and whale marshal. Ao Bing stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you?" "I am merely a humble mountain hermit, having waited here for 3 days and nights for the rare herb contained within this water demon. I pursued it until I chanced upon your hunting party, only to collide with your net," I explained candidly. "Haha, joke. The East Sea Dragon Palace commands the aquatic beings of the East Sea. Everything in the sea belongs to us. How dare you hunt without permission? The water demon that collided with our net is rightfully ours. Your attempt to steal it is utterly unreasonable." Ao Bing scoffed, betraying a lack of decorum. Unfamiliar with him, I countered, "Is it not true that the Four Seas Dragon Palace has severed ties with the Celestial Court, establishing its own dominion? Otherwise, how could you claim that all sea creatures belong to the Dragon Palace?" Ao Jia retorted, "Do not speak such slander. Our loyalty to the Four Seas Dragon Palace is beyond reproach." He then cast a stern glance at Ao Bing, reprimanding him for such public discourse. Ao Bing, realizing his error, seethed with indignation. "Who are you to provoke this prince with your words? Stand still and receive my spear." With that, Ao Bing seized a silver spear and lunged at me. I would not indulge his arrogance. With a swift motion, I conjured the spear from the grasp of a nearby shrimp spirit and countered with a thrust of my own. The clash of metal rang out as we exchanged blows. I am no novice with the spear, and using a few techniques, I gained the upper hand, leaving Ao Bing struggling to defend himself. "Be cautious, Ao Bing. He intends to strike your lower guard," Prince Mo called out, alerting his cousin. "Ah, it is you, Ao Bing," I acknowledged. "Oh, now you wish to beg for mercy?" "It is too late." Ao Bing, however, misinterpreted my words. "I have heard that the third Prince Neza once plucked your tendons and flayed your skin. Is that not just a rumor?" The name Neza serves as both a sore spot and a mental demon for Ao Bing. The mere mention of past tales sends him into a frenzy. Observing this, Ao Jia cannot help but exclaim in alarm. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ming thrust his spear into Ao Bing's leg, creating a gaping wound. "Do not be reckless. I shall engage you in battle." Prince Mo, wielding a trident, positions himself against the long spear, allowing Ao Jia to escort Ao Bing away and quell his rampage. Wu Ming then engages in fierce combat with Prince Mo in the sea. This contest differs from Ao Bing's, as it is a match of equals, with both opponents demonstrating their remarkable prowess. One, the heir of the West Sea Dragon, and the other, the second disciple of a Taoist temple, the Golden Centipede. The golden trident strikes with immense force, while the silver spear thrusts powerfully, creating tumultuous waves in their fierce clash. After battling for over 50 exchanges, the silver spear cannot withstand the might of the golden trident and is split in two. Wu Ming prepares to utilize his supernatural abilities for defense, only to find that Prince Mo has sheathed the golden trident without pursuing him. "Brave warrior, few can withstand me for over 50 exchanges across the 4 seas. You must not be an unknown. Please reveal your name." Wu Ming, recognizing the noble character of his opponent, respectfully introduces himself. Prince Mo, acknowledging his valor, discards the trident and engages Wu Ming in hand-to-hand combat. Both possess the ability to stir the seas and skies, striking from the water's surface to the air, exchanging blows with fervor. Their battle stirs the ocean, generating towering tsunamis, as the dragon soldiers hastily employ magic to calm the tempest. Eventually, Mo reveals his true form as a magnificent azure dragon, while Wu Ming unleashes his colossal power. They continue their duel until dawn, both exhausted before finally ceasing hostilities. Meanwhile, Ao Bing has been brought back to the Dragon Palace for treatment and recuperation, and Ao Jia approaches with a smile. "My friend, you possess remarkable skills. Few in the Dragon Palace can match my cousin Mo. Indeed, he is a worthy opponent." Agrees. Prince Mo on Wu Ming reciprocates their camaraderie with a smile, acknowledging his earlier recklessness and requesting their understanding of his unfamiliarity with their customs. Xīyóu, with a grand gesture, invites Wu Ming to the Dragon Palace as a guest and to attend the upcoming treasure appreciation event in 7 days. Wu Ming, unable to refuse, accompanies the dragon princes and soldiers to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Ah, truly extravagant, he marvels, observing the crystal walls and glazed doors, adorned with countless jewels and unique treasures, radiating brilliance and splendor. The Crystal Palace is immense, cloaked in a special barrier, although devoid of seawater. Various fish and shrimp swim freely. Guests greet the returning dragon princes, eager to introduce themselves. Brother, who is this? Aoe inquires. This is my friend Will, a true cultivator who fought my cousin Moong to a standstill for over 50 exchanges. Xīyóu responds. Aoe is instantly intrigued. Recruiting such a talent would be a boon. However, Xīyóu does not grant him the opportunity, showcasing Wu Ming and leading him and Moong to the reception courtyard. Other guests speculate about the identity of this Taoist, only for one familiar face to recognize him. How did he end up mingling with Xīyóu and the others? Although Mingjia has been summoned by the Mouse King to become a prince consort, he remains the 7th prince of the Poison Dragon Palace and is entitled to proper hospitality in the East Sea Dragon Palace. However, he cannot fathom how Wu Ming, a rustic Taoist, has bonded with the elite dragon princes. He discreetly follows them. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, feeling like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, marvels at the wealth displayed. These dragon kings are indeed prosperous, especially the jade token given by the Grand Master of 5 poisons, which shines like the sun, suggesting that all spiritual herbs could be found within this dragon palace. I presume this is your first visit to the dragon palace, my friend? Xīyóu inquires with a hint of pride. Wu Ming nods in agreement. Haha, it is not mere self-praise. Our dragon palace possesses half of the world's rare treasures. Of course, we are not miserly. Whether celestial, divine, human, demon, or ghost, we are generous towards those who draw near to us, Xīyóu boasts, clearly seeking to entice Wu Ming. If Wu Ming were to acquiesce, he could easily request a divine weapon later. However, this is not his desire. If he is to achieve greatness, his priority lies with the heavenly court as the dragon palace of the 4 seas, while potentially harboring formidable power, does not hold his interest. Thus, he dismisses the suggestion with a casual laugh, indicating he will consider it before making a decision. Xīyóu, sensing the need for moderation, takes his leave at the courtyard entrance. Before departing, Prince Moong warmly invites Wu Ming to engage in further martial exchanges, to which Wu Ming readily agrees. Once in the courtyard arranged by Xīyóu, Wu Ming releases 7 spider spirits. Finally, we are free. We were about to suffocate, complains Xiaoxi. Wu Ming can only offer soothing words. Wow, this is the East Sea Dragon Palace. So beautiful. So much crystal. Oh, look at that fish. It's enormous. A whale swims past the courtyard from the ocean. Now, he is not the only one feeling out of place. Chapter 33, East Sea Dragon King. Heavenly Master's teachings. Not long after Xīyóu departs, another visitor arrives, the 2nd prince, Aoe. Wu Ming converses with him for half an hour, also declining his invitation, stating he needs to consider it before sending him away. Although unclear about the specifics, it seems that within the East Sea Dragon Palace, Xīyóu and Aoe are vying for the position of heir. Currently, it appears that only the West Sea Dragon Palace has confirmed its heir, with Run demonstrating considerable acumen. His eldest son, Prince Moong, has been designated as the heir, while his 3rd son, Prince Yulong, has participated in the pilgrimage and has been subsequently honored as one of the 8-part heavenly dragon horses. Additionally, there is a young daughter serving as a decorative figure beside Guanyin, acting as the pearl-offering dragon maiden. It remains uncertain who will ultimately dominate the 4 Seas Dragon Palace. Of course, none of this concerns Wu Ming. At last, he finds some peace. In his spare time, Wu Ming delves into the path of cultivating the golden elixir to transcending tribulations. His spiritual essence, vitality, and spirit have reached perfection. Thus, his primary focus shifts from refining techniques to seeking the Tao. Only by discovering his true path and embarking upon it can he hope to attain the state of merging with the Tao, thus transcending tribulations. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The nameless Tao is also formless. It is not merely water, fire, thunder, or lightning. Those are merely techniques. The Tao is the Tao, profound and mysterious. The great Tao is not distant from humanity. Seeking the Tao means seeking the true self. Refining the false to preserve the true, reevaluating and understanding oneself. The distinctions of distance and height in the Tao are mere illusions created by oneself. Therefore, in the coming days, he should explore, engage, and even act whimsically in pursuit of his true self. Perhaps at a certain moment, in a specific place, he may clearly discern the path ahead and embark upon it, thus easily breaking through barriers. This phase may seem easy yet challenging. It is not simply a matter of possessing a childlike heart to transcend, but requires karmic affinity. After spending a night clarifying his thoughts, Wu Ming rises to feed the 7 spider spirits. Soon after, Jia returns to invite him out for recreation. Wu Ming does not decline, leaving the spider spirits in the courtyard and inviting Prince Mo to join him as they tread upon the waves. Your Highness, I have often heard of the treasure appreciation event. Might you divulge what treasures your esteemed father has acquired? Wu Ming inquires, curious, as ordinary treasures would hardly warrant such a grand event hosted by Ao Guang. Prince Mo also grows intrigued. He is merely attending as a courtesy and has no particular interest in the treasures. Hiki, that treasure is extraordinary, Ao Jia responds mysteriously. To be honest, our dragon palace acquired it by chance, but due to its immense significance, my father has decided to present it to the heavenly court. What? Both are puzzled. What kind of treasure is so important that the East Sea Dragon Palace would not dare to retain it, but instead offer it to the heavenly court? Thus, the treasure appreciation event will serve as a witness. My father will personally present the treasure to the heavenly court's emissary. This matter is of great importance, and I cannot disclose it in advance. I hope you will understand, Prince Emoang and Wu Ming. Ao Jiao bows respectfully. The Prince of Emoang and Wu Ming, naturally aware of the inappropriate nature of their inquiries, shifted the topic and began to explore the East Sea. Wu Ming even stumbled upon a rare medicinal herb, unhesitatingly plucking it with the other 2. As a Taoist, it is reasonable for me to gather herbs for alchemy, isn't it? The trio enjoyed their outing, which eventually transformed into a treasure hunt led by Wu Ming, for with the eldest prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace present, there seemed to be no medicinal herb beyond their reach. They returned only at dusk. Having not refined elixirs for some time, Wu Ming requested a furnace from Ao Jia, who readily obliged. He then declined the invitations of the other dragon princes, citing the need for seclusion to refine medicines. The day before the Treasure Appreciation Conference, at the rear gate of the Crystal Palace, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, the eldest Prince Ao Jia, the second Prince Aoe, along with several high-ranking officials of the Dragon Palace, such as the Minister Turtle and General Whale, awaited the arrival of a distinguished guest. Suddenly, a cloud floated down from the sky, landing before them and revealing a Taoist figure. His appearance was indeed striking, clad in the robes of the Celestial Master, adorned with a flat-topped bagua hat, holding a pure duster, and sporting 3 strands of immortal beard with long, drooping ears. Seeing the arrival, Ao Guang hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, Master Zhang, you've traveled a long way. We appreciate your efforts. The visitor was none other than one of the 4 great celestial masters, Master Zhang. Haha, Brother Ao Guang, it has indeed been a while since you visited my humble abode for tea. The 2 were well acquainted and walked hand in hand into the Dragon Palace, with the dragon princes and high officials trailing behind. I was wondering who the Emperor would send. I did not expect it to be you, the old Taoist. Master Zhang stroked his beard and laughed. The Emperor initially intended to send Su Sun, but I intervened to take on this task. Upon mentioning Su Sun, Ao Guang's expression subtly shifted, and he quickly added, Haha, that is all in the past. I have long since reconciled with Master Su. Oh, is that so? It seems the old Taoist has been overly kind, haha. Ao Guang swiftly changed the subject. I wonder who the Emperor will send as the envoy for the handover tomorrow. Master Zhang replied, I will be providing protection in secret. The envoy will be someone else, General Guan. Ao Guang inquired further. Could it be that Generals Ma and Zhao have yet to return from their tribulations? Currently, among the 4 generals of the heavenly court, only 2 remained. The others had descended to the mortal realm for their trials. Master Zhang shook his head, adding, however, they should be back shortly. Without further inquiries, Ao Guang led Master Zhang to the grand hall for receiving esteemed guests. Due to pressing matters, he soon departed. Master Zhang was in deep meditation when suddenly he opened his eyes, glowing with golden light and thunder. Alchemy energy? There are individuals refining elixirs within this dragon palace? He vanished in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, in Wu Ming's courtyard, he was diligently refining elixirs in a quiet room. skillfully controlling the flames. He added various medicinal herbs into the furnace, processing them one by one. Finally, he formed the elixir with a series of hand seals, executing the process with fluid grace. Good. A sudden voice startled Wu Ming, almost causing him to drop the elixir. Upon seeing the Taoist who had appeared in his room, Wu Ming felt little fear, for the disparity between them was immense. At first glance, he nearly mistook the figure for a celestial being. May I inquire who you are and your purpose here? Master Zhang did not answer directly, but countered with a question. And who might you be? And who is your master? I am a humble disciple, Wu Ming. And I am a student of the 5 Poisons Immortal from the 5 Poisons Temple on Mount Wohu. Master Zhang contemplated this name, having never heard of it. Wu Ming felt uneasy, fearing that the 5 Poisons Immortal might have adversaries, though instinctively he sensed that his own master was not a match for the figure before him. You too are a disciple of my school. What teachings have you received? Wu Ming could only respond truthfully. After a moment of contemplation, Master Zhang suddenly felt a jolt of realization, closing his eyes for a few breaths before saying, I perceive a clear light within you, and your primordial spirit is exceptional. You naturally possess great fortune in your pursuit of the Tao, making you a promising candidate for cultivation, yet it is a pity that you lack a legitimate lineage. Today, I shall impart to you the 5 Thunder techniques. May you sincerely pursue the way and uphold my teachings. From that point, Wu Ming could no longer hear the remainder of Master Zhang's words, for he felt as if a myriad of divine thunders resounded within his mind. Disciple thanks Master Zhang. Wu Ming bowed deeply, rising in astonishment that the Taoist before him was the esteemed celestial master Zhang Daoling. He had never anticipated receiving the 5 Thunder techniques, a true method of the Taoist school capable of cultivating one into a celestial being, and a formidable one at that. The great powers of the heavenly talisman command the 5 Thunders. Wu Ming believed this technique rivaled the grand celestial arts passed to the Monkey King by Patriarch Bodhi. And more importantly, with this superior Taoist method, he need not cultivate the path of the 5 Poisons Immortal. All along, he had harbored a sense of unease, uncertain whether it stemmed from the matters of the journey to the west or otherwise. He seized any opportunity to grow stronger, though he still did not comprehend why the esteemed celestial master had chosen to bestow the 5 Thunder techniques upon him. He thought, if it brings you joy, that is enough. Such celestial beings descending to impart their teachings was not a rare occurrence. For instance, one might ponder the origins of the 5 Thunder techniques employed by the 3 demons of Che-Chi Kingdom. Just as Wu Ming was about to begin his cultivation, a servant arrived to inform him that the Treasure Appreciation Conference was about to commence. Reluctantly, he accompanied them. The conference was hosted in a grand hall within the Crystal Palace, filled with deities, humans, demons, spirits, and creatures. Xīyóu beckoned to Wu Ming, and he followed. While Xīyóu observed the scene with a discontented expression. Where has the old Dragon King gone? Isn't this a treasure appreciation event? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The crowd began to murmur. At that moment, Xīyóu arrived fashionably late. Esteemed guests, the acquisition of these treasures was indeed serendipitous. I did not wish to showcase them, but fearing they might be overlooked, I have invited the heroes of the realm to partake in this occasion. Instantly, curiosity surged among the attendees regarding the treasures, as any hint of triviality would surely provoke discontent. Excellent. Bring forth the treasures. Moments later, 4 silver-armored dragon soldiers entered, escorting a wooden box draped in red cloth into the hall. Wu Ming's attention was drawn not to the treasure itself, but to the 4 silver-armored soldiers. Are these demon kings in the tribulation phase? Old Dragon King, might you reveal what treasure this is? Cried a demon with 2 long whiskers. Xīyóu promptly replied. This treasure is extraordinary, born from the chaos of the universe, once wielded by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, known throughout the wilderness for its legendary might. He then removed the red cloth, unveiling the treasure within. Instantly, a majority of the attendees rose, all sharing a common trait. They were demons. Within the box lay an ancient bronze mirror. That is the demon-repelling mirror. In an instant, the assembly of demons trembled. The demon-repelling mirror is indeed the nemesis of all demons. Any being illuminated by its light will reveal their true form, unable to shift or disguise themselves, rendering escape impossible whether ascending to the heavenly palace or descending to the underworld. The mirror seemed to sense the overwhelming demonic energy present, spontaneously emitting a white light. What is happening? Many demons, spirits, and lesser beings could not suppress their true forms, revealing a plethora of creatures: shrimp, crabs, turtles, and fish from the waters, tigers, leopards, jackals and wolves from the mountains, eagles, cranes, pheasants, and crows from the skies. Wu Ming also summoned his powers, striving to suppress the urge to reveal his own true form. Within the Niwen Palace, his primordial spirit fluctuated, shifting between human and beast forms. If he failed to control it, he feared he would reveal himself on the spot, all due to the mirror's autonomous reaction. Ao Guang, seeing this, hurriedly closed the wooden box and covered it with the red cloth once more. Esteemed guests, what do you think of this treasure? The old Dragon King remarked playfully. While others might remain unaware, the assembled demons certainly felt uneasy. Instantly, the conference erupted into chaos, with everyone discussing the significance of the demon-repelling mirror. Some were knowledgeable, while others were not. The uninformed asked questions, and the informed explained. Old Dragon King, is this treasure for sale? Inquired a demon. This artifact is truly an extraordinary weapon against monsters. Ao Guang immediately responded, disappointing everyone. The old dragon had already decided to present it to the Jade Emperor. Shortly thereafter, celestial beings arrived to escort this treasure to the heavenly palace. Instantly, the expressions of the many great demons changed dramatically. As spirit creatures, their existence was already fraught with difficulties. Thousands of years prior, the great Emperor Xīyóu's campaign against the demons had severely weakened them. If the heavenly court were to obtain the demon-scrying mirror, would we have any chance of survival? Old Dragon King, this action is ill-advised. Ao Guang chuckled. What is ill-advised about it? Your Majesty, I am willing to purchase the demon-scrying mirror at whatever price you deem fit. One of the powerful demons interjected. Demon God Palace? I have not heard of it, Wu Ming remarked with curiosity, sensing it was a significant faction. Ao Guang was familiar with the Demon God Palace but still declined. This truly tempts me, but it is too late. The great demon pressed. What do you mean it is too late? Because my commander has arrived. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed throughout the assembly, causing Wu Ming's ears to ring. The sound of synchronized footsteps approached. The first to enter was a martial general, truly formidable. Standing 9 feet tall, with a beard 2 feet long, a face like a heavy date, lips like smeared rouge, phoenix eyes, and arched brows, exuding a majestic and imposing presence. Without a doubt, Wu Ming recognized him immediately. One of the 4 marshals of the heavenly court, Emperor Guan. Behind Marshal Guan followed 2 other generals. One on the left had a blue-black face, white tusks, a large mouth, and a mane resembling a fierce bull-headed demon. A divine general from the heavenly palace. Dressed in gleaming golden armor, he wielded a soul-seizing knife with formidable strength. The one on the right donned a crown adorned with the brilliance of the 5 mountains, held a jade scepter of mountains and rivers, wore a robe that hung like clouds of the 7 stars, and was encircled by 8 precious rings, his eyes glimmering like electric sparks, radiating the authority of a heavenly deity. Upon seeing this general, Wu Ming was instantly filled with dread, as if he were a 100-year-old prey under the watchful gaze of a hawk. He could not shake the feeling that the divine being had cast a fleeting glance in his direction, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Behind the 3 were 2 squads of silver-armored celestial soldiers, marching with halberds. With the arrival of the celestial beings, a powerful aura overwhelmed the assembly, silencing even the great demon from the Demon God Palace. King Guangda, Marshal Guan saluted. Ao Guang hurriedly led the dragon princes in return. Your Excellency, we failed to greet you properly upon your long journey. Forgive us. The 2 Star Lords promptly returned the greeting. The demon-scrying mirror will be entrusted to you for escort back to the heavenly palace. Ao Guang handed the box to Marshal Guan. In the public eye, the demon-scrying mirror was delivered into the hands of Marshal Guan. Rest assured, King Guangda, the emperor solemnly assured. Ao Guang nodded. The promise of Marshal Guan was undoubtedly trustworthy. Arriving in haste and departing just as swiftly, Marshal Guan immediately led the Star Lords and celestial beings to escort the demon-scrying mirror back to the heavenly palace. Ao Guang, along with the dragon princes and high officials of the dragon palace, intended to see them off. Meanwhile, aside from the demons, many guests wished to make their presence known. A throng of people exited the dragon palace, which was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Wu Ming mingled among the dragon princes, while the old Dragon King and Zhang Tianshi blended into the crowd, unnoticed. Brother Zhang, can we catch a big fish? Zhang Tianshi casually remarked. It would be good if we could. If not, it matters not. Just as the words left his mouth, a tremendous roar reverberated across the sea surface, causing waves to surge and impacting even the East Sea Dragon Palace. The crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 35. The celestial officer exerts divine power. Demons manipulate magic. As for Marshal Guan and his entourage, they hurriedly made their way to the sea's surface after leaving the Dragon Palace. Just as they emerged, a massive claw descended, blotting out the sun. The demon seeks death. The emperor bellowed, brandishing his sword with a fierce strike. The blade sliced through the gigantic claw, revealing the enemy in the clouds above. Marshal, protect the treasure. I shall go and slay the demon. A celestial being on the left volunteered. The emperor nodded. Good, Xīyóu. Be cautious. The enemy is numerous. This Star Lord was none other than Xīyóu, the Wolf Star. Without delay, Xīyóu brandished his soul-seizing knife and soared into the skies. A demon emerged from the clouds, wielding a steel blade, exuding an overwhelming aura that struck fear into the hearts of the lesser demons. Humph. Remnants of the North Xīyóu continent, come to meet your demise. Xīyóu and the demon engaged in a fierce battle mid-air, a perilous clash indeed. The winds howled, obscuring the mountains, the blade's edge poised to claim lives, shadows chasing after souls. The two fought fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. Just then, another demon appeared. Green-faced and red-haired, wielding a vertical staff, leading a swarm of demons into battle. The celestial being on the right promptly declared, Marshal, I too shall go forth to confront the enemy. The emperor nodded. Jiaxing, be careful. Jiaxing, the celestial officer of the sun, brandished his precious staff, leading the celestial soldiers against the horde of demons on the sea surface. For a time, the emperor found himself without any protectors. Meanwhile, the denizens of the Dragon Palace floated distantly on the water's surface, none daring to intervene. The strength of both sides surpassed their own, and without significant divine abilities, it would be perilous for anyone beneath the celestial realm to engage. Roar. The demon king battling Xīyóu revealed its true form, transforming into a pig dragon. With a sweep of its massive tail, it conjured an immense tempest, creating a water vortex out of thin air. Xīyóu was engulfed within the vortex, the pig dragon taking advantage of the terrain to suppress him. On the other side, Jiaxing struggled against his opponent, finding it difficult to counter the foe's might. The celestial soldiers nearby began to retreat in disarray, overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries and the valor of two particularly fierce demon generals. Haha. Is this what heavenly soldiers are made of? Let my ox staff teach you a lesson. A burly man with horns on his head wielded a heavy iron staff, striking down a silver-armored celestial soldier with ease. Another creature, towering and monstrous, with 9 heads clustered together, devoured a celestial soldier in a single bite. In that moment, the celestial side was in dire straits. Marshal Guan, surrender the demon scrying mirror, and you may yet live today. Otherwise, your fate is sealed. A voice boomed from the clouds. The emperor narrowed his eyes. He was already surprised to see 2 demon kings from the North Xīyóu continent, but now a third had emerged. Moments later, the great demon king in the clouds could no longer contain itself. The commotion they caused would surely alert the heavenly court, and if they delayed any further, they would have no chance to escape. Marshal, be careful. The emperor drew forth the azure dragon crescent blade, one hand safeguarding the treasure box while the other brandished the weapon to confront the enemy. The approaching figure obscured its face, rendering its identity unclear, but it wielded a long-handled spear that stirred winds and thunder. The clash of weapons ensued, and it was uncertain who this demon was. But it forced Marshal Guan to retreat step by step. Father, shall we not intervene? Xīyóu inquired. Guan chuckled. There is no need for us to concern ourselves. At that moment, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air, though it had been present all along. Zhang Tianshi stroked his beard. It seems there are no other demons left. The crowd then noticed the old Taoist who had appeared by their side without anyone realizing it. Several dragon princes, recognizing him, hurriedly bowed in respect to Zhang Tianshi. Wu Ming also paid his respects. Zhang Tianshi regarded him. Your mastery of the thunder law is commendable. This is indeed the path of the celestial immortals. Wu Ming, not daring to be complacent, quickly agreed. The dragon princes were astonished. This individual had evidently received Zhang Tianshi's true teachings. It was widely known that Zhang Tianshi possessed 2 remarkable skills: alchemy, a legacy passed down by the Taoist ancestors, and the mastery of thunder magic. As thoughts raced through their minds, Zhang Tianshi ascended upon a cloud into the fray. With a wave of his pure and clean whisk, tranquility was restored. The pig dragon was ensnared by the formidable power of the Tianshi, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Xīyóu wielded his steel blade and swiftly severed the demon's head, shattering its primordial spirit with a single strike. The two great demon kings on the other side were instantly thrown into disarray. Zhongling. The arrival of Zhang Tianshi instilled terror among the demons. Each of the four great heavenly masters had countless demon lives at their command. The two demon kings immediately realized they had fallen into a trap and ceased their engagement, ordering the horde of demons to retreat. As the saying goes, a defeated army collapses like a mountain. Once the leaders faltered, the lesser demons lost their resolve. Kuei-Mu Wolf and the two celestial officials, the auspicious rooster, led the heavenly soldiers in their relentless slaughter of the demon horde. Damn it! Those despicable fiends shall no longer have the pleasure of my company. With a swift bow, the bull-headed giant transformed into a large fish and vanished into the depths of the sea. Zhang Tianshi then pursued the two great demon kings, while Guanqing Dijuan steadfastly guarded the demon-banishing mirror, never wavering. He neither chased after formidable foes nor eradicated the demon soldiers. His sole purpose was to protect the mirror and deliver it into the emperor's hands. The two celestial officials led the heavenly soldiers on a relentless pursuit across 1,000 miles of the eastern sea before returning to the heavenly palace alongside the emperor. Meanwhile, most of the guests had already departed. Wu Ming had intended to take his leave, but Xīyóu insisted he stay a few more days, claiming there were still magnificent sights in the Dragon Palace he had yet to behold. Even Xīyóu joined in, exhibiting extraordinary enthusiasm. Wu Ming understood that these individuals were acting out of respect for Zhang Tianshi, but he knew his own circumstances. Zhang Tianshi had only shared with him the 5 Thunder True method, and they had only met twice. The group of dragon princes joyously returned to the Dragon Palace. Upon returning to his courtyard, 7 spider spirits suddenly emerged. Brother, are those the celestial beings? How terrifying. Their gazes are quite fearsome. Indeed, brother. I feel as if they can see us, one of them remarked. Wu Ming nodded. The presence of those celestial beings had grounded his previously erratic spirit. Recently, having broken through to the Golden Core stage, his combat prowess had even begun to rival that of the famed Prince Imoang, leading to a sense of complacency. However, after witnessing the strength of Zhang Tianshi, Guanqing Dijuan, the 28 constellations, and the two great demon kings, he was doused with a cold splash of reality. His current strength was but a trifling matter, not to mention Zhang Tianshi and General Guan. Even those two celestial officials could dispatch him with a single stroke. The 28 constellations could only be considered mid-tier strength within the heavenly realm, and if the story unfolded as written, his adversaries would reach the level of bodhisattvas. Thus, a sense of urgency surged within him. The corpse of the great demon seemed to be of no interest to anyone. Perhaps he could seek it out. Yet, the vastness of the ocean made it difficult for him to do so alone, and he feared he would need to rely on the power of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Resolute in his decision, Wu Ming set off to find Xīyóu. Brother Wu, your timing is impeccable. I witnessed your duel with my cousin Imoang last time. While your martial skills were impressive, your weapon was lacking. How can one face formidable foes without proper arms? Xīyóu smiled. In our Dragon Palace, we may not boast of many things, but we possess an abundance of divine weapons. My father has granted permission for you to select one for your protection. Wu Ming's heart soared with joy. He had long desired to choose a divine weapon from the Dragon Palace but lacked the opportunity. He was not one to demand such things directly. Moreover, had it not been for Zhang Tianshi, he would not have had this chance. What kind of weapon do you excel in, Brother Wu? I specialize in the spear and halberd. Might there be such weapons in the Dragon Palace? Wu Ming replied, aware that he would not be modest when it came to protective arms. Xīyóu laughed heartily. We have plenty of long spears and halberds. Come with me. Let us select one. Following Xīyóu, they navigated through layers of defenses and arrived at the Dragon Palace's treasure vault. With Xīyóu present, the palace guards did not impede their progress, and they entered the vault smoothly. It was a dazzling sight, with various divine weapons displayed on the shelves. This is the Silver Dragon Overlord Spear, weighing 2,400 jin. This is the Sea-Breaking Divine Axe, weighing 700 jin. This is the Thunder Hammer, weighing 4,200 jin. Good heavens! Could the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace be a wholesale dealer of weapons from Journey to the West? And with the treasure supplier Taishang Laojun, you two monopolize the divine weapon and treasure trade. Wu Ming exclaimed, his eyes glistening with envy. These weapons were undeniably divine. Even the lightest weighed 300 to 500 jin, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals. This is the Fangtian Painted Halberd, weighing 7,200 jin. Wu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The very weapon that the Monkey King found too light, requiring 2 Dragon Palace generals to lift, lay before him. What does this halberd look like? He inquired. Unlike ordinary long halberds, the single crescent was known as the Qing long halberd, while two crescents were referred to as the Fangtian halberd. The halberd's shaft bore intricate designs, hence its name. Brother Wu, are you interested in this Fangtian painted halberd? To be honest, it is one of the heaviest divine weapons in our dragon palace. Ordinary folk cannot wield it, and it has remained here for thousands of years. Xīyóu explained. A weapon requires skill to wield. It cannot simply be picked up and used. The weight of 7,200 jin cannot be lifted without the aid of magical power, let alone manipulated. Wu Ming, however, was eager to test his strength. After absorbing and refining the essences of numerous monsters, his power had steadily grown alongside his physique, and he was curious to discover just how strong he had become. I want to try, he declared, stepping forward and grasping the halberd's shaft. Lift. With that, as soon as the divine weapon entered his grasp, he effortlessly stirred up a tremendous wave of air. After a few swings, he executed several techniques with fluidity. Perfect. Just perfect. Xīyóu stood dumbfounded. Can you truly wield it? With the Fangtian painted halberd planted on the ground, Wu Ming asked, Xīyóu brother, is this halberd truly for me? The Monkey King may have deemed it unworthy, but a weapon does not have to be excessively heavy. It merely needs to be suited to the wielder. This Fangtian painted halberd was just right. Xīyóu, intending to gift the weapon, would naturally not go back on his word, especially since it was merely a divine weapon. And the Dragon Palace had no shortage of them. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's reins. If you can wield it, take it, he readily agreed. The Fangtian painted halberd could not shrink or grow like the Rui Jingu Bang, which is fundamentally a treasure. It was originally a measuring tool used by Xīyóu to gauge water levels. However, Wu Ming had recently learned a practical spell, the concealment of weapons. If a weapon was too long or too heavy, this spell could allow him to conceal it on his person. Wu Ming immediately recited the incantation, channeling his magical energy, and shouted, conceal. The nearly 10-foot-long Fangtian painted halberd instantly vanished, hidden on his person and ready for use without any hindrance. He then expressed his gratitude to Xīyóu, saying, you are truly a hero, and I shall never forget such kindness. Xīyóu had awaited this acknowledgement and promptly assisted Wu Ming, both of them leaving the treasure vault together. As matters seldom concern two masters, Wu Ming requested Xīyóu's help in locating the demon corpse he had previously inquired about, explaining that he needed some flesh for alchemical purposes. Xīyóu patted his chest, assuring him, no problem. Such trivial matters won't take long. After spending 2 more days in the Dragon Palace, Xīyóu prepared to return to the Western Sea. Brother Wu, last time we could not fight to our heart's content due to the inadequacy of your weapon. But I hear you have acquired a divine weapon from your cousin. Might we duel once more? Xīyóu, a true martial enthusiast, insisted on a rematch even as he prepared to leave. Wu Ming, feeling a bit restless, nodded in agreement. Xīyóu immediately led the two to the training ground. Clearing the area, one held a 3-edged golden tablet, while the other wielded the Fangtian painted halberd, standing opposite one another. Suddenly, the golden tablet and the halberd collided. The two engaged in battle, and with the divine weapon in hand, Wu Ming finally unleashed his full potential. They fought until noon, and after nearly 100 exchanges, they finally ceased. Neither had resorted to magical powers, it was purely martial skills at play, while Xīyóu displayed greater technique. Wu Ming relied on the weapon's weight to overpower his opponent, rendering their skills roughly equal. Haha, what a thrilling fight. Brother Wu, next time you visit the Western Sea, let us spar again. Wu Ming nodded, and Xīyóu then departed with his entourage. Wu Ming also prepared to bid farewell to Xīyóu, as he had received news regarding the demon corpse he had asked him to investigate. The corpse had been pushed by the waves to a trench located over 3,000 miles north of their current position. After bidding farewell to Xīyóu and accompanied by the 7 spider spirits, Wu Ming resurfaced from the depths. Ah, how refreshing the air above the sea feels. The 7 spider spirits eagerly leaned out, remarking that the previously salty and fishy sea breeze felt surprisingly pleasant. Beneath the depths of the ocean, a colossal figure surged through the waves, a malevolent dragon. Upon its back sat a monk clad in white robes. Suddenly, tumultuous waves erupted, as 2,000-foot dragons emerged, flanking the monk, while dragon warriors brandished nets made of water to obstruct his escape. Demonic monk, where do you think you are going? You cannot flee. The white-robed monk remained unfazed. Ba, the Buddha resides in all directions, radiating boundless light. Gentlemen, allow this humble monk to pay homage to the Buddha. Instantly, A radiant light emanated from the sea, akin to the golden crow departing from the fusang tree, and the jade rabbit hanging from the branches of the osmanthus. Ah, demonic monk, you cannot vanquish us. We have ascended to the realm of yang gods, while you shall inevitably sink. Amitba, do not speak so hastily, esteemed gentlemen. Accompany this humble monk to witness the Buddhas of the 10 directions. Madman, how dare you enter the realm of the 10 directions? The East China Sea returned to tranquility, while the Pudu compassionate vessel and its companions vanished without a trace. At the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha was delivering teachings when he suddenly opened his enlightened eyes to observe the 3 realms, yet found nothing amiss. O Buddha, your disciple feels an unsettling disturbance in his mind, making it difficult to enter meditation. Please grant your disciple relief. Suddenly, the compassionate Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva spoke. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas echoed this sentiment. The Buddha, unable to discern the cause, could only emit boundless Buddha light, imparting infinite teachings to cleanse the wisdom hearts of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. 3,000 miles beneath the ocean, where the Pudu compassionate vessel had disappeared, Wu Ming suddenly detected a familiar flash of Buddha light. Cousin? However, the light vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving him uncertain. Disregarding it, he turned his attention to the ocean trench below, summoning the waves to descend further. The location indicated by Xīyóu was here, albeit with an air of danger, suggesting a powerful sea demon had claimed dominion over this area. Wu Ming wished to avoid complications and silently entered the trench. The darkness of the deep sea was even more profound than the night. Brother, it is terribly dark here. Could there be monsters? How many times must I tell you? We are the monsters. We are the spider spirits. The elder sister corrected sternly. Hush, something is approaching. A shadow passed overhead. Wu Ming dared not move. The creature above him was so enormous that not a single ripple was stirred. Only when it had moved on did he continue his descent. The corpse of the pig dragon lay quietly upon a rock, reduced to little more than a skeletal frame, as the sea creatures could not consume it. Fortunately, the little furnace was not picky. After collecting it, Wu Ming did not immediately refine it, knowing that a great demon king was at least of the caliber of a demon immortal. The original essence would surely be unimaginably vast, necessitating a safe location. Having achieved his objective, Wu Ming did not linger. As he exited, he nearly collided with the strange creature again and caught a fleeting glimpse. Is that a Kuan? Yet, the creature's massive form vanished in an instant. Wu Ming could not tell if he was merely imagining things, and he soon resurfaced, resuming his quest for medicinal herbs. He had already gathered the majority of the spiritual herbs required by the master of the 5 poisons, and with a stroke of luck, he hoped to complete the collection within a year. His immediate concern was to find a place to refine the demon's corpse. 3 days later, on a nameless island, a magnificent golden light radiated. A colossal entity lay sprawled across it, measuring dozens of yards in length, with a red head and golden back. Appearing as if forged from crystal, its tail resembling a sickle embedded in the mountain rocks. Brother, you are truly enormous. Indeed, you have grown even larger than before. It must be quite comfortable and imposing to ride. In an instant, a few sisters turned their attention to the 4th sibling. Wu Ming slightly shifted his body. This size was likely among the finest of centipedes. Throughout history, even in the most ancient and untamed times, no centipede matched its colossal form. After refining the pig dragon demon king, the immense original power caused his physique to surge dramatically. He also acquired a new ability, one of the 36 celestial powers, the ability to summon wind and rain. This was a natural divine power inherent to dragon-type demons. Should he later add the ability to stir the seas, his combat prowess in water would likely surpass that on land. With a powerful exhale, Wu Ming summoned a whirlwind, causing the sea to churn and a gentle rain to descend shortly thereafter. This ability harmonized perfectly with his 5 thunder law. If he were to serve in the heavenly court, he could easily handle affairs of thunder, rain, wind, and clouds, perhaps even the entire 9 heavens of the primordial court. After playing with his newfound power, Wu Ming transformed into human form, accompanied by the spider spirits, continuing their search across the vast ocean. One day, he caught sight of land from a distance, an island, perhaps. What might Huagua Mountain look like? It commanded the oceans and was a realm of ethereal beauty. Tides surged against silver mountains, waves crashed like snowstorm surges, and strange cliffs and peaks adorned the landscape. Where colorful phoenixes sang and unicorns rested, peaches of immortality bore fruit, while bamboo groves reached for the clouds. A dense tangle of vines adorned the ravines, and fresh grass flourished along the banks. This mountain was indeed the ancestral vein of the 10 continents, the origin of the 3 islands, justifying the saying that monkeys are blessed, as their birthplace was extraordinary. Surely, this must be Xīyóu Mountain. Such a vast island, so enchanting above the East China Sea. Could only be Xīyóu Mountain, aside from the 3 immortal islands which likely lay deeper within. The Black Goat Demon had mentioned that Xīyóu Mountain was unclaimed, with various demon kings occupying territories, leading to considerable chaos. After traversing several peaks, Wu Ming found this to be true. Numerous demons, ranging from hundreds to dozens, occupied the summits, brandishing swords, spears, wooden clubs, and branches in a tumultuous melee. The mountain stood tall and proud, while the caverns lay hidden. He wondered where the water curtain cave could be. According to the original text, beneath the iron plank bridge of the water curtain cave flowed water leading to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, suggesting that its location should be near a river close to the sea. However, Xīyóu Mountain was vast, accommodating 72 caves of demons, and later enduring battles with 100,000 heavenly soldiers. After searching for a long time without success, he realized there were indeed many monkeys, and decided to abandon the quest. Let fate decide. Perhaps it is indeed the monkeys' great fortune that this realm has sheltered them since their infancy, preventing the myriad beasts and demon kings from discovering the water curtain cave. Recently, Xīyóu Mountain had been unsettled. Powerful demons had arrived, some migrating from afar, others returning from their youthful journeys to study. With an increase in demons came the inevitable question of territory. Stronger demons sought to expand their dominions, while weaker demon kings fought to retain theirs, leading to inevitable strife. On another note, since the stone monkey's emergence in the mountains, it had subsisted on grass and wood. Drinking from springs, gathering flowers, and seeking fruits, it befriended wolves and insects, and roamed with tigers and leopards, befriending deer and linking with monkeys. Time passed without measure. Seasons turned without knowledge of years. One hot day, the monkey troop played beneath the shade of pines. The stone monkey hid in the grass, watching the others frolic, feeling a yearning for companionship, but lamenting its orphaned state, as the other monkeys did not play with it. The monkeys, filled with excitement, decided to seek the source of the flowing water, dragging one another along, calling brothers and sisters, racing up the stream and climbing the mountains. They finally reached the waterfall. "What delightful water!" cried one monkey. "Which of you has the courage to dive in and discover its source unharmed? Shall we honor him as king?" They chanted thrice. The stone monkey, inherently clever, thought to itself, "If I can become their king, would I not be revered and enjoy all the fruits and treats, playing together?" It leapt out, proclaiming, "I shall go in. I shall go in." With a nimble leap, it dove into the waterfall. Indeed, it was a splendid place. Not only beautiful, but filled with essentials, pots, bowls, and bedding were all present. In the center lay a stone tablet inscribed with large characters, "Xīyóu Mountain, a blessed land. Water Curtain Cave, a heavenly abode." It then led the troop of monkeys into the cave. The stone monkey established its authority, compelling the multitude of monkeys to recognize it as their king, ascending to the throne while concealing its stone identity, now referred to as the Beautiful Monkey King. At that time, Wu Ming was still en route to the Eastern Sea. "Brother, you've spent several months on this island merely to observe these monkeys?" inquired the eldest sister. The fourth sister chimed in, "Indeed, what is there to see in this group of wild monkeys? They are quite unsightly and filthy." The others expressed their disinterest as well. Wu Ming, feeling helpless, thought it unwise to reveal that, according to the original tale, all 7 of them would inevitably face a severe beating. After observing for a while, Wu Ming had not detected any celestial beings or Bodhisattva was covertly monitoring or protecting them. Of course, it was also possible that his cultivation level was not high enough to perceive them. Wu Ming leaned towards the notion that it was during this carefree period that Sun Wukong was truly unburdened and unrestrained. Had he not harbored the desire to venture forth to seek a master and pursue the path of immortality, he might have continued to live freely on Flower Fruit Mountain, thus avoiding the subsequent calamities and tribulations. Naturally, this would have precluded his eventual attainment of Buddhahood and lasting enlightenment, as recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Sun Wukong, soul number 1350, was a stone monkey destined to live for 342 years. This should have been the original trajectory of Sun Wukong. However, from the moment he stepped beyond Flower Fruit Mountain, his fate began to take a dramatic turn. The path to enlightenment is ethereal, the essence is true, and I ascend to immortality. The intricacies of fate are indistinguishable, and whether it is auspicious or ominous remains a mystery to all. Wu Ming meticulously noted the location of Flower Fruit Mountain and prepared to depart, only to unexpectedly encounter 3 familiar figures. Chapter 38. Encountering the 3 monsters. Battling the Bull King before him lay a waterhole where 3 large black water buffaloes were rolling about, their bodies covered in mud. Ah, it's those 3 bull demons. Wu Ming recalled their previous encounter in the Eastern Sea. Brother, those foolish bulls are back. Let's go confront them. Wu Ming nodded in agreement and concealed himself among the nearby woods. From the waterhole, the eldest bull exclaimed, "Are we truly going to recognize that bull demon as our leader?" The third bull surfaced, questioning, "Indeed, we are all bulls, after painstakingly acquiring our skills. Are we to return and be subservient?" The second bull also voiced his discontent. The eldest shook his head, stating, "Brothers, it is not a matter of the elder brother choosing to bow low. On that day, when we fought, the 3 of us could not overcome him. Being of the same kin, he would not treat us harshly." The other 2 bull demons merely expressed their reluctance, retreating into the water while bubbling. "Apologies for interrupting your bath, but there are some matters we must settle," a voice called from the side. "It's you." The 3 bulls glared at Wu Ming. "How audacious. You dare come seeking death." They were already enraged, and upon seeing Wu Ming, they charged at him with bare hands. Boom. A halberd came crashing down. And the 3 bull demons were instantly filled with dread, employing their innate skill of rolling away to evade. Boom. The ground was left with a crater measuring 10 feet across. "Quick, fetch our weapons." The 3 had left their weapons on the rocks by the waterhole. The third bull rolled over to the rocks, only to break out into a sweat upon realizing, "Eldest brother, second brother, I don't know who stole our weapons." The 2 bull demons glanced at the menacing halberd, their legs trembling with fear. "If you are a true warrior, wait until my brothers retrieve our weapons, and then we shall battle," the eldest bull declared defiantly. Wu Ming was not one to value reputation like a monkey, and since the demon's weapons had been pilfered by him, it was more convenient to resolve matters this way. He promptly raised the halberd and advanced against the 3 demons. "You cowardly scoundrel! How dare you!" The bull demons cursed. Yet they did not dare to engage him. What brave soul would confront a divine weapon unarmed? Moo! The 3 bull demons transformed back into their true forms, giant wild bulls. Their horns curving like crescent moons, their hooves resembling towering pillars, capable of stirring up flying sand when they charged or treading upon azure waves. The 3 monsters attempted to employ the same tactic, relying on their size to crush Wu Ming. Yet today was not like any other, with the divine weapon in hand. Wu Ming also transformed into a towering figure, wielding the great halberd to strike. Crack! One bull's horn was severed with a single blow, and Wu Ming kicked it away, swiftly bringing the halberd down to decapitate the bull. Moo! Another bull charged ferociously from behind. Wu Ming turned, unleashing a blast of dark wind that momentarily obscured the bull's vision. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder erupted from Wu Ming's mouth, striking the bull. Moo! Bang! A pain cry erupted as the bull collapsed, its legs flailing in the air. The remaining bull, now in a panic, fled towards the woods without regard for its path. A thick web instantly ensnared the bull. Wu Ming approached from behind, ready to strike. The bull bellowed, "Great king, save me. I, the little bull, am willing to surrender." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a whirlwind of demonic energy swept down from the northern mountain. A robust figure appeared, crowned with bull horns, laughing heartily. "Brave warrior, cease your assault." A massive bull's head fell to the ground, blood staining the web. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Wu Ming immediately collected the 3 demon corpses into the furnace for gradual refinement. Boom! The robust figure landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, the visage was indeed fearsome, with eyes gleaming like mirrors, eyebrows resembling crimson rainbows, and a mouth like a blood basin, teeth akin to copper plates. Its expression was quite grim. "Oh, what did you say, great king?" "The wind was too strong. I couldn't quite hear you," Wu Ming asked nonchalantly, gripping the bloodied halberd. The great king was no benevolent being. He promptly brandished a heavy iron staff, attacking. Wu Ming, wary, met the staff with his halberd. The staff struck with the force to topple mountains, while the halberd's blade was sharp enough to slice through the moon. The bull king, enraged and determined to assert dominance, clashed with Wu Ming, igniting a whirlwind of dust and debris, creating a tempest of chaos as they fought until the skies darkened and the earth trembled. This commotion had already drawn the attention of various demons residing in the caves of Flower Fruit Mountain, who emerged to witness the spectacle. Unsure of which 2 demon kings were engaged in such a fierce battle, in a moment, those who could ride the winds took to the skies. Those who could command clouds did so, and those who could burrow into the earth dove beneath, all hastening to observe nearby. Deep within Flower Fruit Mountain, a group of monkeys, engrossed in their play, were startled by the commotion. The beautiful Monkey King scratched his head in confusion. What is this noise? It must be two demon kings battling. The beautiful Monkey King's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How impressive! I must see who possesses such remarkable prowess. At that moment, two elder monkeys clung tightly to him, exclaiming, "Great King, you must not go. Such ferocious demon kings, should they discover our existence, would they not come to seize our territory? The monkeys cannot withstand them. Should we resist, countless lives would be lost." Only then did the beautiful Monkey King quell his desire to investigate, though the seed of curiosity lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, Wu Ming and the Bull King had exchanged blows for nearly 80 rounds. Observing that brute strength was of no avail, the Bull King resorted to a divine technique, transforming his form to a towering height of 10 feet, channeling his magical energy to strike Wu Ming with his staff, aiming to determine the victor. Wu Ming swiftly dodged, forming a hand seal. Suddenly, vast dark clouds began to converge, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The 36 celestial generals' supernatural power commanded the 5 thunders. This was the divine technique of the 5 thunder law. Both had unleashed their formidable abilities, yet neither dared to strike first, instead standing in a tense standoff. This was likely due to the numerous pairs of eyes surrounding them, including many powerful demons and demon kings. Should their powers be depleted, they would surely be vulnerable to exploitation. Well, I, Bull Grandpa, have yet to encounter such a worthy opponent since my emergence. Might you reveal your name so we can cease hostilities? Inquired the Bull King. Wu Ming had begun to ascertain the identity of this formidable foe, thus he declared, "Listen closely. Since my youth, all beasts in the mountains have trembled in fear, enduring to cultivate my true nature. By chance, I encountered a true being who enlightened my spiritual roots, and the celestial master imparted to me the 5 thunder law. Under the golden light, no living soul exists. I am the lord of the 100-eyed demon." These words echoed throughout the surroundings, prompting many lesser demons lacking full awareness to inquire about their king's meaning. The Bull King was immediately taken aback. The lord of the 100-eyed demon? The name is indeed remarkable. Yet I am reminded of my own title and decide not to boast. I am no nameless figure. I am the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King? Is this the same one who has recently gained much notoriety? It is said that the 3 bull brothers who returned from their journey were defeated by him. That is old news. Look down, for this 100-eyed demon lord is also a formidable character whom we should not provoke. At this moment, the Bull Demon King withdrew his magical form, transforming into a robust man of considerable stature. Wu Ming also retracted his powers, dissipated the thunderclouds, and concealed his Fangtian Huaji. "What remarkable martial skills you possess, Demon King!" exclaimed Wu Ming. "What divine abilities you have, Bull King!" The two seemed to be unfamiliar with one another. Yet the Bull Demon King extended an invitation for Wu Ming to visit his lair. Wu Ming, wishing to cultivate a friendship, summoned 7 spider spirits to accompany them to the Bull Demon King's abode. The myriad of demons parted the way, allowing the 2 formidable figures to pass first. After fleeing from the East Sea, the Bull Demon King inadvertently arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain. Observing the enchanting scenery and the extraordinary environment, he contemplated claiming it as his territory. Despite his exceptional martial prowess and numerous magical abilities, he was, at this time, merely a golden elixir-level demon. Not yet the renowned Bull Demon King of future tales. His fists alone could not contend with multiple opponents, and having fought Wu Ming, he recognized Wu Ming's formidable capabilities. As they journeyed to the Bull Demon King's lair, Wu Ming refined the 3 bull spirits into their essence, their abilities now akin to water manipulation, parting waves, and the like. The lair had originally belonged to 3 bull spirits before being seized by him. "The king has returned," shouted 2 small demons at the entrance. "Please, Demon King." The Bull Demon King gestured. It must be noted that in Journey to the West, the Bull Demon King thrives not only due to his formidable powers, but also his adeptness in social dealings. Although most of his relationships are superficial, he has several sworn brothers, a son who governs a region, a wife at home, and concubines outside, not to mention being invited to feasts by the Dragon King and possessing a steed for travel. He is undoubtedly a winner in the realm of demons. "Please, have a seat," the Bull Demon King said, and they immediately settled at a stone table. Shortly after, small demons brought forth meat and wine. Wu Ming squinted. noticing the absence of human flesh. It was not that the demons here refrained from consuming humans. Rather, Flower Fruit Mountain's depths were too remote for ordinary people to reach. The aroma of the wine wafted through the air. Ah, my dear brother, you have a fine nose. This wine is brewed by the mountain's monkeys. It turned out to be monkey wine, made from spiritual herbs and fruits, perfectly fit for consumption. They raised their cups and drank heartily, while Wu Ming set aside some for the spider spirits. The Bull Demon King tore off a large piece of meat and began to chew. Noticing Wu Ming drinking without eating, he inquired, "Why do you not partake in the feast, Demon Lord? Is it not to your taste?" He then bellowed, "Bring the chef and have him prepare something." Wu Ming shook his head. "No need, Bull Demon King. It is not that I dislike it, but rather I am unaccustomed to meat. Even dragon liver and phoenix marrow do not suit me." "Oh, so, you are a vegetarian?" The Bull Demon King, albeit slightly disdainful, recalled that he had just sparred with a powerful figure who, unbeknownst to him, was a herbivore. They continued to drink and feast, and after some time, the Bull Demon King, feeling that the atmosphere had reached an adequate level of camaraderie, proposed, "Demon Lord, there are few whom I hold in esteem. And you are one of them. Why not we become sworn brothers?" Wu Ming was taken aback. To be the Bull Demon King's brother was akin to kissing through glass, merely a gesture without seriousness. Still, he harbored some calculations and thus agreed. According to their stature and age, the Bull Demon King would be the elder brother, and the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord the younger. "Haha, Brother Bull. Younger brother Hundred-Eyed." They shared another round of drinks, though most of it was refined by Wu Ming. "Brother, to be frank, I aspire to establish a foundation here in Flower Fruit Mountain. But alas, I lack assistance." "Hey, are you trying to trick me into working for you?" Wu Ming advised. "Brother, while this area is picturesque, it is merely an island. Even if you achieve great feats here, who will know of your name?" These words struck a chord within the Bull Demon King. His desire to accomplish something significant was indeed to garner fame across the three realms. As the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord indicated, reigning over this little island would yield no recognition. Immediately, the Bull Demon King clasped his fists and said, "Brother, I owe you thanks. Otherwise, I would have unknowingly strayed from the right path. You are right. Being an island lord here is of no consequence." They continued to drink, truly from dusk till dawn, and then from dawn till dusk again. One day, Wu Ming prepared to take his leave. "Brother, I do not yet know your origins. It would be good to seek you out for drinks and merriment in the future." Wu Ming replied with a smile, "Brother Bull, I roam the seas and wander the wilderness. Should you establish your accomplishments, I will certainly come to seek you." The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. "No problem. Whether we recognize each other then is another matter." After bidding farewell to the Bull Demon King, Wu Ming set out to find the last spiritual herb. "Brother, you truly acted the part," his sister remarked, resting her head on his shoulder. "Indeed. Had we not spent many years together, I might have believed you truly were a formidable demon king traversing the realms." Wu Ming shook his head. Although most of the time was spent in pretense, was it not a reflection of his true nature? If he lingered in such an environment long enough, would he remain a tranquil seeker of the Tao or evolve into a carefree demon lord? To roam the three realms and battle the heavens is the great sage equal to heaven, while honoring teachers and revering the way is the monk on a quest for scriptures, and achieving enlightenment and transcendence is the victorious fighting Buddha. Which of these is genuine? Sometimes, the distinction between truth and falsehood holds little importance. As Wu Ming rode the clouds, he suddenly felt the jade token grow warm. The final spiritual herb. He followed the sensation to a cave at the foot of a towering mountain. What a splendid mountain, its peaks standing tall and its ravines deep. At the base lay a cave inscribed with the words "Water Dirty Cave." Oh, the old home of the Chaos Demon King. Wu Ming was uncertain if the cave's master was indeed the Chaos Demon King. "Who are you?" a small demon at the entrance demanded. Wu Ming cupped his hands and replied, "I am a wandering Taoist. I seek to trade for a spiritual herb from your cave. Please inform your king." The small demon immediately dashed into the cave, shouting, "King, joyous news." Inside, a demon king, upon hearing this, laughed and asked, "What news?" The small demon explained, "A Taoist has arrived outside, claiming that we have spiritual herbs and wishes to do business." The demon king promptly exited to investigate. Wu Ming was taken aback. The demon king was indeed intimidating. Wearing a black gold helmet, draped in a dark robe, clad in leather armor, and adorned with a wide leather belt and flower boots. Standing 3 meters tall with a large blade in hand, this demon king surpassed Wu Ming in size considerably. This was the Chaos Demon King. I wondered which audacious individual dared to come to me for business, yet it turned out to be a mere skinny monkey. Ha! Seize him and bring him inside. Two small demons rushed to capture Wu Ming, but he swiftly knocked them aside with a couple of slaps. You insolent demon! I extend my goodwill to engage in business. Yet you show no gratitude. You shall pay for this. Enraged, the Chaos Demon King brandished his enormous sword to strike, the blade larger than Wu Ming himself. Wu Ming threw his Fangtian Huaji to meet the attack. Boom! Crack! The massive sword shattered under the strike of the halberd, which continued its momentum and struck the Chaos Demon King. Wu Ming seized the opportunity to kick him over, intending to finish him off. But remembering that this was the first battle of the famed monkey, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Under the watchful eyes of trembling little demons, he entered the cave and located the last spiritual herb in a corner. Exiting the cave with the herb, he found the Demon King cowering in the corner, clutching his head and refusing to look at him. Wu Ming, having concluded his discussions with the ethereal clouds, departed gracefully. The Chaos Demon King and his band of lesser demons finally exhaled in relief and retreated into their lair to recuperate, leaving the matter behind. After departing from the flower and fruit mountain, Wu Ming composed himself, equipped with a pouch of spiritual herbs, and began his journey homeward. Chapter 40. Wu Ming's Return. The general grows old. This expedition proved fruitful. He attained his golden core, acquired divine weapons, and mastered true arts, rendering the journey a resounding success. Riding the gentle winds over 3 mountains, gliding on white clouds across 5 lakes, he noted the deaths and escapes of formidable foes like the tree demon matriarch and the malicious serpent king. The journey that began in haste concluded with a leisurely pace. After several months, he finally re-entered the territory of the hidden Tiger Mountain. The armies below had long since retreated, but the landscape had undergone a significant transformation. Banners fluttered, and demon soldiers were lined up. What an abundance of strange creatures! He promptly directed his cloud towards the 5 Poisons Temple and, upon reaching the cloud's summit, noticed another temple situated quietly to the north of the mountain, with incense smoke spiraling up to the heavens. Within the 5 Poisons Temple, the Grand Master was engaged in discourse with the Scorpion Demon. He paused momentarily and remarked, "Your second senior brother has returned. Go and greet him." For years had passed, yet the Scorpion Demon retained her fondness for red garments, leaping with excitement. "My senior brother is back," she exclaimed, creating a gust of wind that lifted her skyward. Spotting a cloud approaching, she called out, "Senior brother, over here." Wu Ming arrived on his cloud. "Junior sister," he greeted. The Scorpion Demon leaped into his embrace. "Humph. You vixen," interjected a few spider demons. "Indeed, a vixen," they teased. "How shameless for an unmarried girl to leap into a man's arms." At this, the Scorpion Demon raised her brows and scolded, "If you little demons dare to speak such nonsense again, I shall skin you alive." The spider demons, cowed by her ferocity, fell silent. "Junior sister, where is the mountain gate?" Wu Ming inquired. "Our master has cast a spell to conceal the temple. I can teach you the incantation to reveal it." The two descended into the temple together. Upon entry, Wu Ming's gaze fell upon a massive red phosphorescent python, nearly 20 zhang long, coiled around the decorative rocks outside, exhaling clouds and mist. "Is this your master's new disciple?" Wu Ming asked. The Scorpion Demon shook her head. "No. This creature possesses too little intelligence. It cannot yet speak. Our master has designated it as a guardian." Wu Ming nodded, though a sense of unease lingered within him. It seemed too coincidental that he, the Scorpion Demon, and the Spider Demon were now intertwined in the trials on the journey to the west. The entire temple, apart from the Grand Master of 5 Poisons, was populated by strange beings, and it was difficult to ascertain whether the Grand Master himself was human or demon. Upon reaching the main hall, Wu Ming first paid his respects to his master and then presented the spiritual herbs. "Oh, you've attained the golden core. Ha ha ha, splendid." The Grand Master of 5 Poisons exclaimed, laughing heartily. He inquired about Wu Ming's journey, and Wu Ming recounted the incidents involving the malicious serpent and the tree demon matriarch, as well as the great battle over the Eastern Sea, omitting the treasures acquired from the Dragon Palace and the teachings of the Celestial Master. "Master, what is the situation with the temple to the north?" Wu Ming asked. The Grand Master scoffed, "Pay it no mind. It was the local sovereign who had that bone Taoist build a temple here, ostensibly to suppress demons and evildoers. But in truth, he seeks to concoct elixirs and dreams of immortality." The discussion shifted thereafter, and the master and disciple parted on good terms. Afterward, Wu Ming returned to his own courtyard. Upon entering, 6 spider demons tumbled into the pool with a splash. Ah, delightful. Xīyóu, why aren't you joining us? Have you not had enough of the Eastern Sea? At this remark, the 6 spider demons promptly scrambled to find spots to spin webs and build their nests. The following day, Wuming took to the skies above the hidden Tiger Mountain. This mountain had once been tranquil, although it lacked spiritual energy. The current state of the hidden Tiger Mountain was dramatically different. Malice filled the air, miasma swirled. In the dense forest concealed deer while the low grass hid rabbits. This was truly a mountain of demons. Upon reaching a hillside, he noticed numerous pits that seemed to have transformed the entire mountain into a sieve. A mouse demon poked its head out and inquired, "What brings you to our domain?" Just then, a gust of wind swept him away to the town of Tuan. Not good, the little black officer is missing. A throng of mouse demons cried out as they emerged from behind. At the heart of the mouse den was the residence of the Mouse King's princess, where Huang San was reporting the news. The prince consort has sent word that something has occurred in the Dragon Palace and must return. He may be gone for several months. The princess, however, showed little concern, simply responding with a nonchalant "Has that little Taoist returned?" Huang San was about to reply in the negative when a report came from below, stating that a patrolling officer had gone missing. "I believe he may have returned." In the town of Tuan, at the Thunderwind Martial Arts Academy, Su Lingyao's once dark hair had turned increasingly gray, and new wrinkles adorned his face as he reclined in a chair, feigning sleep. The disciples of the academy heard a rush of wind. Su Lingyao opened his eyes and gazed at the Taoist and the black mouse he held. "You've been gone for 3 or 4 years and you bring me this." Wuming chuckled, retrieving a pearl from his robe, said to possess spirit-nourishing properties that could enhance the vitality of the elderly. He had already gifted another pearl, meant for beauty, to the scorpion demon. Su Lingyao took it and examined it closely. Quite nice. This is indeed a valuable item. Now, let me see how much your martial skills have advanced. The two began to spar in the backyard, though Wu Ming, accustomed to wielding the formidable Fantian Huaji, found it challenging to adjust to using this ordinary weapon. He suppressed his magical powers and extraordinary strength with talismans. After over 30 exchanges, Su Lingyao, despite his age, gradually ran out of stamina and had to stop. One cannot deny old age. Your spear technique is now worthy of apprenticeship. But you must practice more and develop your own style. Relying solely on Wu Ming listened attentively to his teachings. As evening approached, he took to the winds once more. To the north, at the Bone Temple, the atmosphere was markedly different from the Five Poisons Temple, being sparsely populated. There were dozens of acolytes and 20 or 30 Taoists, with 7 or 8 of high cultivation, and the temple master, the Bone Taoist, was a revered protector of the nation. Many high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals traveled great distances to offer incense here. The current state of the hidden Tiger Mountain, plagued by demons and bandits, had become a treacherous place, yet this did nothing to deter the determination of those seeking to attain immortality and fortune, or to gain promotions and accolades. According to Wu Ming's inquiries, 3 years prior, numerous demon kings dispatched large contingents to the hidden Tiger Mountain. At that time, the mortal army suffered heavy losses. Had it not been for the Bone Taoist's intervention, which quelled and repelled the demons, a complete annihilation would have ensued. As a result of that battle, the sovereign fell gravely ill and now could only manage state affairs from his bed, relying on the elixirs concocted by the Bone Taoist to sustain his life. The Bone Temple was established on the hidden Tiger Mountain, dedicated to crafting elixirs for the emperor's well-being and to ward off misfortunes. On a mountain path, a lavishly adorned carriage was making its way, driven by an elderly servant, followed closely by 4 attendants, each bearing steel blades, with watchful eyes. Within the carriage, coughing sounds could be heard intermittently. "Father, are we truly traveling this far to seek medicine?" A young man in splendid garments asked. "Cough, cough. The Grand Master possesses true celestial powers. The Emperor has granted me a 10-day leave. Cough, cough." Just then, 2 arrows whizzed through the air, striking the carriage. "Protect the Prime Minister." The 4 attendants immediately drew their steel blades, positioning themselves around the carriage. From the grass, over a dozen bandits emerged, cackling. "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you pass through here, leave your toll." The bandit leader shouted, brandishing a massive steel blade. Chapter 41. The Bone Law Boat. The temple hides corpses at that moment. 2 servants, wielding steel blades, transformed into shadows and swiftly charged at the mountain bandits. "Dispatch them." The esteemed Prime Minister dared to traverse these desolate mountains with only 4 companions, a testament to their prowess. In mere moments, the 2 figures danced with the blades glimmering. swiftly eliminating over a dozen bandits. Truly, what purpose does one serve by blocking paths? In an instant, life is lost, and wealth and riches fade into mere dreams. In the next life, one ought to follow the righteous path. The two returned their blades to their sheaths and reported, "Young master, Prime Minister, it is done." Coughing lightly, the Prime Minister replied, "Let us proceed." The bandits' bodies were discarded to the side as the carriage continued onward. As dusk approached, the group lit torches. Once the carriage moved on, a flicker of ethereal green light caught the eye. Silently, a ghostly skeletal boat appeared. On board was a Taoist, skillfully maneuvering the craft above the bandits' remains, using a pole to lift the bodies aboard. Task accomplished, the Taoist steered the skeletal vessel back, drifting soundlessly through the woods. Vanishing into the night, Wu Ming observed from the clouds, silently watching. He had been present since the bandits attempted their ambush. Initially, he believed it to be merely a display of banditry, yet he uncovered something extraordinary. The skeletal boat piqued his interest. It was undoubtedly a magical artifact capable of traversing the realms of the dead. He discerned clearly that the boat emerged from another dimension, suffused with the aura of the underworld. In the tales of the journey to the west, one might see the Monkey King traversing the heavens and earth. Yet ordinary cultivators without the art of penetrating the ethereal could hardly even locate the entrance. The underworld is not merely underground. It exists in a dimension akin to the celestial realm. The ability to navigate between yin and yang. What an extraordinary artifact. His fascination with the skeletal Taoist grew, compelling him to follow the carriage toward the northern Taoist temple. The wheels creaked over branches and withered grass along the mountain path. Laughter echoed through the forest, as if demons lurked in the shadows. Even the four sturdy men felt a shiver in their hearts. "Cough, cough, hang up the lantern given by His Majesty," the elder remarked. The youth in splendid attire immediately produced a lantern inscribed with the words "white bones" in black ink on white paper. Upon igniting it, the lantern emitted a luminous white glow, which was then hung at the front of the carriage. The servants sensed no peculiarities but felt a warm reassurance in their hearts, dispelling their fears. From his vantage point in the clouds, Wu Ming perceived the truth. The lantern itself held no remarkable quality. Yet the words "white bones" contained a potent magic. It was likely inscribed by the skeletal Taoist, and given their proximity to the white bone Taoist temple, should any malevolent beings ignite the magic, the Taoist would be instantly alerted, though the demon-infested mount who could seem daunting. With the presence of the Five Poisons Temple and now the White Bone Temple, these were sacred grounds for the demons. As far as Wu Ming knew, even formidable demons and demon kings had fallen silent before the Five Poisons Temple, never to be seen again. Since then, no malevolent spirits dared approach within 10 miles of the Taoist temple. The carriage finally arrived at the White Bone Taoist temple as night fell. Wu Ming stood above, observing. It was not a creation of celestial magic, but rather a structure built by human hands, appearing less ethereal than the Five Poisons Temple, yet more solid, as though it could withstand the test of time. One resembled a celestial palace, while the other, with green tiles and red walls, seemed eternal. The gatekeeper had long since fallen asleep. After knocking for a quarter of an hour, the sound finally roused the attendant. "Who is it at this late hour?" The attendant inquired, bleary-eyed. "It is the Prime Minister of the realm." "Quickly inform your temple's master," came the response. The attendant, startled by the mention of the Prime Minister, hastened to deliver the news. "Do not bother," interjected a Taoist holding a whisk, approaching with haste. "Lu Gaogong." The attendant quickly bowed. Lu Gaogong returned the gesture, stating, "Forgive me, Prime Minister. My master is currently in seclusion, refining elixirs and cannot attend to greet you." The Prime Minister shook his head. "I would not presume to impose. I humbly request accommodations for rest." Lu Gaogong gestured, "Please, Prime Minister." The group entered the temple to rest, while Wu Ming refrained from intruding. Mindful of the formidable figures associated with the Five Poisons, one never knows what powers they might wield, which could lead to his demise in silence. Just as he turned to leave, unexpectedly, the skeletal boat surged from the temple and vanished with a swish, its cargo of corpses having long since disappeared. Wu Ming was startled, fearing he had been detected. This Taoist temple seemed to harbor its own mysteries. Perhaps he should return on a day when more people were present for further investigation. How could one sleep soundly beside a tiger's den? He pondered. Alternatively, he considered waiting for the Chan Taoist to return, inviting him along with his junior sister, ensuring they had each other's backs. If trouble arose, the master would surely intervene. 3 months passed in anticipation until the Chan Taoist finally returned from the northern region. During this time, Wu Ming had encountered the skeletal boat several times at night, witnessing it transport numerous bodies into the White Bone Temple. Roughly counting, there were dozens. A temple harboring corpses? On this particular night, under a dark moon and howling winds, 3 figures quietly crouched in the clouds above the White Bone Temple. At last, a skeletal boat appeared like a specter. "Follow closely," commanded one of them. The 3 figures trailed the vessel, which remained oblivious to its pursuers as it continued its grim task, retrieving bodies from cliffs and ravines. These were the remains of those who had ascended the mountain to pay their respects but had fallen victim to evildoers or demons. Those slain by humans often retained their whole forms, but those who met their end at the hands of demons might be reduced to mere skeletons. The skeletal boat circled the mountain path before returning to the temple. "Eldest brother, can you sense anything?" the Chan Daoist inquired. He nodded. "I fear those bodies are concealed within the grand hall to the left." Wu Ming glanced in that direction. If memory served, it should be the hall of the spirit official. "Tomorrow, we shall investigate further." The 3 then returned to the 5 Poisons Temple, leaving their plans unspoken. The following day, 3 affluent young gentlemen entered the White Bone Temple. "Are you here to seek blessings or to burn incense?" An attendant approached. Wu Ming replied, "Both for blessings and to burn incense. Those seeking blessings may proceed to the adjacent side hall, where esteemed masters will recite sutras for you. For incense, you may go to the main hall," the attendant directed. Wu Ming nodded, then inquired, "My brothers and I have previously sought the protection of the spirit official, and thus wish to light incense in gratitude. May I ask where the hall of the spirit official is located?" The attendant waved a hand. "I apologize, young sir, but our hall of the spirit official is not open to the public." Wu Ming nodded, exchanging glances with the Chan Daoist and the scorpion spirit. Subsequently, the 3 first offered incense to the 3 pure ones in the main hall, then proceeded to the side hall to listen to the esteemed master's teachings. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the trio had diminished to 2. Chapter 42, A Sea of Corpses and Blood. War reignites. The hall of the spirit official stood locked, with a Taoist keeping a watchful eye from afar. Lacking the transformative abilities of the 72 changes, Wu Ming could not mimic the Monkey King's trickery to enter as a fly or mosquito, but he had other means. From his sleeve, he produced a talisman, a gift he had pilfered from his junior sister, who had received many trinkets during her recent visit to Zhangnan Mountain. Among them was this wall-piercing talisman. With a swift motion, he adhered it to himself and quietly recited the incantation. Instantly, the wall rippled like water, allowing Wu Ming to pass through effortlessly. Inside the hall of the spirit official, there was nothing extraordinary. 500 portraits of spirit officials adorned the main altar, accompanied by offerings and incense. Yet, he remained skeptical of the absence of any hidden secrets. If nothing lay above, then surely something must be concealed beneath. He then retrieved 2 more talismans from his pocket, an earth-escaping talisman and an invisibility talisman. Affixing the 2 talismans, Wu Ming's form vanished from sight. With the earth-escaping talisman, he glided through the soil as effortlessly as a fish in water, delving deeper until he descended nearly 10 fathoms. Suddenly, he emerged into a vast chamber. Yet, the sight before him left Wu Ming utterly astonished. Countless lifeless bodies lay heaped like mountains, both human and monstrous. The blood that flowed had already congealed, darkened to an oily wax-like substance that coated everything. The ground was sticky, and with a touch of hyperbole, one might declare this place a veritable mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Nearby stood the skeletal vessel. Stealing from it was out of the question. Furthermore, though the purpose behind the collection of so many corpses by the Bone Taoist remained unclear, no malevolent acts had been observed, merely a desecration of the dead, which could be deemed immoral. Thus, Wu Ming could not hastily label the other party as an enemy. Just as he was about to turn away, a streak of light suddenly pierced through the muck below. The Bone Taoist. Wu Ming remained utterly still, holding his breath, uncertain whether the invisibility talisman could conceal him. Perhaps fortune favored him, or perhaps the Bone Taoist did not expect anyone daring enough to intrude upon the temple and discover this place. For he did not notice Wu Ming. The Bone Taoist stepped into the blood pool, and gradually his form became ethereal, no longer resembling a celestial Taoist, but merely a skeleton. With a sudden thud, the skeleton fell into the blood mud, sinking to the depths. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ming utilized the Earth Escape talisman to flee upwards. Upon breaking the surface, he spotted a pair of shoes. Wu Ming instinctively attempted to burrow back underground but was abruptly seized. He tried to escape again, only to be caught once more. Straightening his attire, he performed a small bow, greeting the Taoist. "Are you a disciple of the 5 Poisons sect?" "No, replied the Bone Taoist with a wave, dispelling Wu Ming's illusion. Go back. Out of respect for your friend from the 5 poisons, I shall not pursue you. Wu Ming nodded and attempted to escape once more. Alas, he was seized again. The Bone Taoist added a warning. Do not harbor excessive curiosity, or it may cost you your life. Wu Ming burrowed out from beneath the spirit official hall, strolling calmly towards the side hall, though beads of sweat trickled down his neck. Upon reaching the side hall, the scorpion spirit and the toad Taoist were still listening to the Taoist chant scriptures to bestow blessings. He tapped both of them, and they exited the side hall together. Senior brother, how did it go? Wu Ming shook his head, signaling to leave before discussing it further. Once the 3 departed from the Bone Sect, they recounted the mountain of corpses and sea of blood they had witnessed, but the toad Taoist and scorpion spirit remained unfazed, merely expressing curiosity regarding the Bone Taoist's intentions. The Bone Taoist is not someone we can provoke. Let us return for now. I shall report this matter to our master. The 3 then made their way back to the 5 Poison Sect. In the royal palace of the Flying Cloud Kingdom, coughs and retches echoed within the sleeping quarters. Eunuchs and palace maids held water basins, towels, and lit incense, not daring to breathe audibly, even walking on tiptoe. At that moment, an aged eunuch gingerly approached the bedside, bowing his head to whisper, Your Majesty, the Chancellor has not returned for over 3 months. The court officials are growing discontent and have suggested appointing another Chancellor. Here's the list of recommended candidates. The ruler of the Flying Cloud glanced at the list, said nothing, and tossed it aside. The aged eunuch understood and produced a sealed letter. This is a confidential missive from the Grand Sorcerer. The haggard ruler read the letter and remained silent for a long while. General Shunwei, Yuan Heng, requests an audience. Since returning from Mount Tiger 3 years ago, Yuan Heng had been appointed the Shunwei general, nearly the highest military authority. At that time, the senior officials had been baffled, having suffered defeat and lost over 10,000 elite troops. How could he still be promoted? The ruler dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids, engaging Yuan Heng in conversation for over an hour. 3 days later, the Flying Cloud Kingdom mobilized its entire army for battle, appointing Yuan Heng as the supreme commander against the demons, commanding 30,000 Shunwei troops, with bows, crossbows, and supplies all prepared. The target of their campaign was the demons of Mount Tiger, which had nearly caused upheaval 3 years prior. What? Again against the demons? Have we not learned enough from the painful lessons of 3 years ago? Mount Tiger is located beyond the borders and has not disturbed our people. Is your Majesty under the influence of some elixir? The court was abuzz, petitions flooding in like snowflakes, all of which were rejected. The newly appointed Chancellor Lin, who had advised against the war, held office for only 3 days. 30,000 troops may sound like a modest force, but the actual costs are staggering, especially considering they comprise the Flying Cloud Kingdom's elite army, provisions, compensation, and so forth. Furthermore, they were demons. The last lesson was not far behind. Ministers urged caution, and many officials, including secretaries and counselors, were dismissed. Yet the ruler remained resolute in his decision to wage war against the demons, disregarding all counsel. The populace began to whisper that the current ruler was destined to bring about the downfall of the kingdom. In the Fenglei Martial Arts Hall, Su Lingyao reclined in a chair, increasingly at peace. Hearing the wind, the sunlight before him was suddenly obscured. Lifting his eyelids, he remarked, Why haven't you brought me any mice today? Wu Ming scratched his head, encountering a worthy rival. What? Are there still demons in the mountains that you cannot defeat? How novel. I have only modest skills, and there are many I cannot overcome, Wu Ming replied. This morning I intended to capture another mouse demon, but I ran into the princess of the Mouse Kingdom, who claimed that if I were to marry her, she would kick that turtle aside. If I enjoy killing mice, she would provide as many as I desire. Could he tolerate such a thing? Thus, the two clashed for several rounds. Not wishing to linger, Wu Ming unleashed smoke as cover and whisked away. Well, it's good to know, Su Lingyao said, basking in the sun. Do you still wish to learn swordplay, staff techniques, and the like? Wu Ming shook his head. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. If I spend too much time practicing these skills, which may not surpass my spear technique, when will I ever ascend to the Tao? Ha! I thought you would insist on learning everything. Just right, my hands are itching. Come, entertain an old man. Su Lingyao rose, taking a long spear from the weapon rack. Wu Ming too pressed a talisman to suppress his power, retrieving a green dragon spear. The spear and the pole clashed in a dance of rivalry between the elder and the youth. Beneath Mount Tiger, the army began to set up camp. The neighing of war horses and the sound of military drills startled countless demons, prompting many to descend the mountain to investigate. Seeing the well-organized armored soldiers, fully equipped and ready, many lesser demons were terrified to the point of losing their wits. In the Mouse King's palace, a panicked mouse demon rushed in, calling out, "Princess, calamity has struck. Take him out and slap him 10 times, the princess commanded. Yes. 2 handmaidens promptly dragged the mouse demon outside and delivered 10 resounding slaps. Speak. What calamity has befallen us? The mouse demon, with a swollen face nearly resembling a groundhog, stammered, "Princess, the human army is coming again." The princess rose immediately, narrowing her eyes. How many troops? About 30 to 40,000 armored soldiers. Just then, Huang Sen entered with a report. Princess, the demon kings of various caves have agreed to meet tonight at the Heavenly Edge to discuss an alliance against the human army. By the way, the prince consort has returned. Tonight, Huang San, you shall accompany me, the princess commanded. Yes. And the prince consort? Oh, Mengjia, let him return. I have no time to see him. Huang San conveyed her words to Mengjia outside the cave. Mengjia's eyes blazed with fury, his expression twisted. Humph. With that, he soared away. As night fell, in the 10 caves and 9 halls, great demons and demon kings gathered at the heavenly edge. The air was thick with demonic winds and swirling clouds. Ancient beings took their seats, while various spirits stood by. In the center were 19 great demons and demon kings, with the princess of the Mouse King among them. A man spoke first. He was the same demon who had infiltrated the 5 poisons sect years ago, surnamed Xīyóu. Esteemed ones, the humans are once again mustering their forces. How shall we respond? A fur-clad demon king immediately replied, What response is needed? We could simply feast, and it would suffice. Commander Ling, you jest. You have likely never faced a mortal army, another demon interjected. They form military formations, replete with murderous intent. Even our indestructible demon bodies cannot withstand the strikes of thousands upon thousands. Indeed, Commander Ling should not act rashly. Another flower leopard demon chimed in. Yet we must repel them swiftly. The martial aura is too heavy. If it disrupts this land's geomancy, it could jeopardize the emergence of the dragon pearl. Would that not be disastrous? General Leopard's words are indeed reasonable. My esteemed colleagues should present a formal proposal. The various demons immediately erupted into a cacophony of voices, each offering their own opinions, yet none arriving at a consensus. These creatures, although long-lived and wise, lack the cunning and smoothness that humans possess. One clamored for fire prevention. Another insisted on flooding, while others spoke of flying sands and rolling stones. Truly troublesome. We also possess 9 caves and 10 palaces. And with our assembled demon forces numbering in the thousands, we could charge forth together. A robust figure, a black man, spoke up. Then let the Bear King take the lead. The Bear King and the Rat King's princess could no longer bear to listen. Enough. You are nothing but a bunch of gluttons. Instantly, the crowd of demons erupted in anger, and several newcomers voiced their outrage. How dare a mere woman mock us? Humph. You insolent girl, what audacity. Indeed, if a proper explanation is not provided, then, at that moment, Huang San stepped forward and declared, How dare you? This lady is the princess of our Rat King. The princess, who seldom ventured out, was unknown to many. Silence, you yellow-furred rat. Who are you to speak here? Very well, what place is this? Is it one where mere rodents can voice their opinions? Huang San's eyes burned with fury, as he had often been ridiculed for being a rat spirit. When the princess was absent, you bullied me. Now that she is here, you still dare to bully me. If anyone is dissatisfied, let them step outside and settle it, the princess declared. The demons knew that without a fight, none would yield to the other. At once, the general of the monkeys leaped forward. Ha ha ha, my lady, let my club teach you a lesson. With that, he drew forth a wolf's fawn club as thick as a thigh. Huang San, hand me my precious sword. Huang San promptly retrieved a golden sword and presented it to the princess. The crowd of demons parted to make way. The princess wielded the twin swords, executing a dazzling display of swordplay as she charged at the monkey general, who met her with his club. The princess's swordsmanship was fierce, while the monkey general relied solely on brute strength. Yet, after merely 20 exchanges, he could not withstand the onslaught and spat forth a mouthful of black sand. The princess, undaunted, pressed on, forcing him to retreat, and it seemed he was in grave peril. Enough. A powerful voice suddenly boomed, and a gust of wind swept through. A man towering over 10 feet, with a green face and fanged teeth, appeared like a demonic deity. As he spoke, the crowd of demons fell silent. Even the monkey general, trembling with fear, stepped aside. The princess, however, smiled charmingly and cast a flirtatious glance. Since Lord Corpse King has spoken, I shall naturally show him the courtesy he deserves. The Corpse King nodded and said, now that the princess has proven her strength, I trust there are no objections? Surveying the crowd and finding none, he continued, Princess, since you are so astute, do share your thoughts. The princess returned her sword to Huang San, took a silk handkerchief to wipe her fragrant sweat, and said, we all hail from different regions, and if we gather as one camp, establishing a hierarchy may be difficult. Yet, if we act independently, we become a scattered mass, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. I propose we form an alliance first, and then rally the lesser demons to confront the human army. The Corpse King furrowed his brow. Confront them in battle? Indeed, with our strength and martial prowess. Even the most formidable human generals would not stand against us three combined. This was the truth. Upon forming a golden core, one's power undergoes a qualitative transformation. Before reaching the golden core, without formidable divine abilities and martial skills, one could easily be slain by mortals. However, post-golden core, one could rival the heavens. We shall position ourselves at the foot of the mountain and engage them in battle, systematically slaying their commanders to demoralize their troops and disrupt their ranks. Concurrently, we shall send those adept in earth evasion to burn their supplies, and each king shall dispatch troops to scout for any incoming provisions, cutting them off entirely. Thus, they would collapse without a fight. The Corpse King immediately exclaimed, excellent. The princess truly possesses the wisdom of a strategist. At that moment, the leopard interjected. But what if they refuse to engage us in battle and instead send their main force to ambush us? Instantly, a wave of doubt washed over the assembly. Indeed, they may not adhere to our plans. Yet the princess remained unperturbed. Fear not, for I have my own strategies. The enemy's commander is an acquaintance of mine. I shall send someone to negotiate, and I believe he is a man of reason. The demons felt reassured by this. Very well, since the princess has a plan, I shall take on the role of the alliance leader. Does anyone object? The Corpse King laughed heartily, and the assembly agreed wholeheartedly. Strategist. There are still some details to discuss. Let us convene at the alliance leader's dwelling tonight. The Corpse King addressed the princess. Upon hearing this, the princess giggled, her laughter enchanting, and said, I was just hoping to have a detailed discussion with the alliance leader. Huang San, you may return. With that, the two nestled together and descended into the clouds, a true display of beauty and beast, leaving one to wonder how the towering Corpse King would converse with a rat spirit. Ugh, I've heard tales of foxes being lascivious, but this rat is even more scandalous, the monkey general exclaimed. At that moment, a man with the surname who stood up and chastised, you brutish fool. Who are you insulting? Who else but you? The mother fox is lewd, and the father fox is even worse. You seek death. Take my punch. Are you afraid? I fear your grandfather's name when read backwards. The two began to brawl, while the surrounding demons looked on, none daring to intervene. By dawn, the demons finally dispersed, and the princess returned to her subterranean palace, wrapped in a cotton quilt. Huang San, hearing the sounds of clattering from the prince's chamber, promptly ordered, go prepare a set of utensils to send to the prince. Chapter 44. The Taoist descends, battle on the battlefield at the foot of the mountain. Within the military camp's command tent. General, have you made up your mind? Duan Heng, clad in a simple garment, paced with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, on the nearby bed, a woman, half-clothed, inquired playfully. Should the demons be present, they would surely be astonished to discover that it was none other than the Rat King's princess. Is there truly such a multitude of demons? The princess nodded. Indeed, there will be even more. If you truly engage us in battle, though there may be some casualties, not a single one of your 30,000 soldiers will survive. Conversely, if you win in combat, I would encourage each house to contribute dozens or even hundreds of demon corpses. In that case, not only would you accomplish your task, but you would also suffer minimal losses. What could be more splendid? Even in defeat, you would only lose a few dozen men, and your monarch could not possibly hold you accountable. Duan Heng felt his resolve stir. Although he was uncertain about engaging in battle, a mutually beneficial strategy lay before him. Very well, I agree. Instantly, the princess erupted into joyous laughter on the bed. General, I still require. Before the troops could mobilize, a fierce battle was already brewing within the command tent. Have you heard? Another battle is about to commence at the mountain. Wu Ming, engaged in training with his halberd, paused upon hearing this. Yes, thousands of troops have gathered at the foot of the mountain, and the demons within are also assembling their forces. This time, the commotion is likely to be considerable. Su Lingyao shook his head, having withdrawn from the court and unwilling to involve himself in such troublesome matters. As for whether the current monarch had lost his mind, based on his understanding, he would not. It was only the common folk and those soldiers who would suffer the most. The imperial family is the most heartless of all. Wu Ming merely smiled. Having been a demon for over a century, he retained a semblance of humanity, yet whether in this life or the last, he had never engaged with the court, making it difficult for him to feel any connection. If there were ever a moment for such emotions, it would likely be reliant upon the halberd in his hand. At Mount Hu, the demons amassed, and the army formations rose upon the vast plains. This space was indeed spacious, perfectly suited for cavalry charges. On one side stood a disciplined and well-prepared army of formidable warriors. Duan Heng, donned in silver armor, wearing a red tassel helmet and wielding a long spear, stood amidst dozens of generals, ready for battle. On the other side, however, the demons were disorganized and lacked military discipline. The various demon kings and greater demons stood scattered, each displaying fierce expressions, instilling fear in the hearts of thousands. The corpse king, with his towering frame, stepped forward and challenged, "Who among you dares to face death?" As the alliance leader, it was his duty to lead the charge. Meanwhile, Duan Heng observed from a distance, finding no one willing to step forward. Who would dare confront a beast standing over 3 meters tall, with a green face and fangs? Who will step forward to maintain our military's honor? A reward of 1,000 gold coins and a promotion of 3 ranks. Under the lure of a generous reward, a young general boldly rode forth. "I am willing to go. Charge." The youthful warrior galloped forth, lance in hand. The corpse king stepped forward and let out a thunderous roar. The steed, though carefully selected and battle-hardened, succumbed to the sheer terror of the corpse king's bellow, collapsing in a faint. The young warrior, taken by surprise, tumbled from his mount. Seizing the opportunity, the corpse king advanced, grasping him tightly, and with a gaping maw, bit off his head. The crunching sound echoed, followed by a sinister laughter. Indeed, this is far more satisfying than those rustic villagers. After devouring 3 mouthfuls, he carelessly tossed the remains to the lesser demons behind him, who eagerly feasted. The scene drenched in gore. Soon after, another brave warrior charged into battle, but fate was even crueler this time. One was pinned down and devoured by a monster, while another was smashed into a pulp by a single blow. Fear gripped the hearts of the assembled generals. Faced with such formidable fiends, what could they possibly wield against them? Was it their heads they should offer? Yuan Heng himself was taken aback, immediately sounding the retreat and declaring they would regroup the following day. The monstrous horde celebrated their victory as they returned to their lairs. Within the camp, numerous advisors and generals gathered, their expressions glum. The demons were ruthless. To confront them was akin to courting death, yet to abstain from battle was equally perilous. Although an agreement had been made for combat, the potential loss was merely a fraction, perhaps a dozen or 2. However, who would willingly become part of that grim tally? "Isn't the National Protector's Temple in this vicinity?" Someone suddenly proposed. Instantly, a spark of inspiration ignited among the generals. A mage could combat the demons. The suggestion to summon a sorcerer was quickly made. Yuan Heng readily agreed. Blaming the mischief on this group of sorcerers, they needed to step up. He promptly pinned a letter and sealed it with the grand insignia. "Whoever has swift legs, go deliver this to the great mage. I, known as the Flying Leg, shall go," came the eager response. Yuan Heng dispatched him, urging him to bring back the mage without delay. True to his moniker, the Flying Leg general raced through the rugged terrain and delivered the message before nightfall. Upon receiving the letter, the white-boned Taoist promptly dispatched over 10 skilled mages to descend the mountain and vanquish the demons. The next day, indeed, the vile creatures displayed their audacity, lounging and even indulging in reproduction right on the battlefield. Yuan Heng felt an urge to command his forces to eradicate these monsters. Yet he was painfully aware of his limitations. The demons had unleashed a formidable beast, a core formation demon. "Which child dares to bring food today?" Yuan Heng queried. Glancing at the assembled mages, several stepped forward, around 30 in total. "Marshal, allow this humble Taoist to slay it," one declared. Yuan Heng laughed heartily. "Excellent. I shall commend the mage when the time comes." The adept mage adjusted his robes, brandished a talismanic sword, and advanced without a mount, soaring into the air when he was within 3 paces of the demon and thrusting his sword. The demon was undeterred. It spread its wings and lunged with claws aimed at the mage. The clang of metal rang out as the claws caught the talisman's sword, only to fall prey to the mage's trap, rendering its body numb. Seizing the moment, the mage unleashed a beam of white light, the white-boned soul-piercing nail, piercing through the demon-esque skull, obliterating its essence. The true form of the creature revealed itself to be a large wild chicken. Yuan Heng's spirit sword. Who will take down that Taoist? The corpse king fumed. General Xiang immediately stepped forth, wielding a wolf fang club with ferocity. The mage hesitated to confront the strike with his sword, narrowly dodging, and resorted to a doppelganger spell to confuse General Xiang. The sounds of 3 strikes echoed, yet surprisingly, the white-boned soul-piercing nail failed to penetrate. The demon's hide was too tough. This one is truly formidable. The wolf fang club sword, smashing one demon to pieces, while a wisp of its essence attempted to escape, only to be devoured by General Xiang. In victory, he hoisted the remains on his club, offering them to the throng of demons. 1 victory, 1 defeat. Yuan Heng was caught off guard by the rapid reversal, just moments after his spirits were lifted. They plummeted again. What manner of demon was that? The white-boned soul-piercing nail of my disciple failed? A middle-aged mage pondered. Who among the esteemed mages is willing to step forth and restore our morale? Yuan Heng inquired. The mages exchanged glances, each uncertain. Their lowest cultivation was the Qi refinement stage, possessing Yin spirits, and a few were golden core cultivators, but facing such grand demons and demon kings was daunting. Yet they could not abstain from battle. Their reputations were at stake. I shall go, proclaimed a high-level mage of the golden core realm. Brother Fuin, be cautious, warned a fellow mage. The mage named Fu and soared into the air, calling out, which demon dares to claim their death? The corpse king, observing, turned to General Leopard. What say you? The leopard demon replied with a grin, eager to stretch his limbs. Roar. He bellowed, darting towards the mage like lightning. With a thud, a lifeless body fell to the ground. Fuin had barely withstood 10 exchanges before being torn apart by the leopard general's claw. Quickly, truly as swift as lightning. Yuan Heng dared not engage further, hastily raising a truce flag, declaring a battle for the morrow. In the camp, Yuan Heng, advisors, generals, and several high-level mages gathered in silence, particularly for Yuan Heng, who had sought the white-bone temple mages, only to witness 2 perish on their arrival, reduced to mere fragments. Who could they summon now? I shall consult my master, one mage proposed, suggesting that sending them forth now would only serve as fodder for the demons. Soon, a mage rose to depart. The escape of one's essence should be swift, yet the multitude of demons posed great risk. In the White Bone Temple, the abbot frowned, instructing his disciples, I am aware that reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. Return and safeguard the camp, especially the granaries. Understood, the mage replied, returning to inform the others. Upon hearing news of reinforcements, Yuan Heng exhaled in relief, commanding the soldiers to remain vigilant, while they all sought rest. At the 5 Poisons Temple, the Grand Master summoned 3 disciples for counsel. You 3 shall descend the mountain tomorrow to aid the army of Feiyun State, the 5 Poisons Grand Master stated directly. Master, why should we concern ourselves with the lives of mortals? The Scorpion Demon queried. The Toad Taoist and Wu Ming exchanged glances, pondering why the 5 Poisons Grand Master, who did not seem to be a compassionate individual, would issue such a command. The Grand Master replied, Firstly, I do not wish to see the spirit veins of this place disturbed by conflict. Secondly, the people from the White Bone Temple have already gone. Do not tarnish my reputation. With that, the trio ceased their inquiries and, at the break of dawn, rode the winds and descended the mountain. On this 3rd day, the entire Divine Might army appeared listless and dispirited. As the saying goes, the first wind stirs the heart, the second wanes, and the third exhausts. Should they suffer defeat today, the morale of the army would surely falter. If the demons attacked then, even 30,000 soldiers would find it hard to muster resistance, becoming mere lambs for slaughter. Yuan Heng, with the mages gathered, faced the taunts of the Demon King, only deferring, let us wait a moment. The Corpse King, glancing at the princess, remarked, You humans are truly timid. You must have been frightened yesterday. With a laugh, he proclaimed, I will allow you one hand. If that fails, I shall grant you another leg. A large, tusked pig demon mocked them, a familiar face, though the 3 demons were absent. Very well, as you say. Let me show you. A clear voice rang out as a figure clad in red descended from the clouds, wielding a trident. The Toad Taoist and Wu Ming also descended to stand before the army. Who goes there? One demanded. We come at the behest of our master to lend our assistance to the marshal, the Toad Taoist replied with a hearty grin. The unit commander immediately ordered the soldiers to release the 2 individuals. The crowd paid their respects and explained the situation, turning their attention to the arena. The scorpion spirit was still hurling insults at the pig demon. Look at your massive frame, unable to even touch your own back. Can you truly speak of strength with just one hand? The pig demon, being rather dim-witted, failed to realize it was a trap and boasted, I, the old pig, never speak in vain. This little girl may come at me, but if she loses, I shall capture her to be my wife. Bah, you ugly pig. The scorpion spirit retorted, brandishing a fork to strike, while the pig demon wielded a large knife, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Although the pig demon had somewhat cultivated his abilities to the golden elixir stage, his skills were rather rudimentary, and his knife techniques were nothing but wild slashes. Overwhelmed within 5 exchanges, he found himself in disarray, relying on his tough hide for temporary safety. The scorpion spirit, however, sprouted several additional arms from behind, thrusting the fork with urgency, causing the pig demon to roll on the ground to evade. Impressive. I have been deceived. This woman has so many hands yet forces me to use only one. What a loss. The pig demon contemplated using a spell, but feared being ridiculed for lacking honor. Are those two your fellow disciples? At that moment, a master from the Whitebone sect inquired. The Toad Master nodded. However, her rudeness and multiple hands hardly resemble a proper practitioner, but rather a demon. The master continued. Wu Ming cast a glance at him, while the Toad Master maintained a foolish grin as though he hadn't heard. The other masters and generals around them seemed to shrink back, whispering among themselves. Ignoring them, Wu Ming focused on the arena. The pig demon, sensing his life was in peril, no longer cared for honor. Wielding the knife with one hand and kicking up dust with the other, he transformed his head into a menacing maw, snapping at the 3-pronged fork while attempting to slash with his knife. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden pain shot through his waist, causing him to lose control and roll on the ground, dropping his knife. The poisonous state could incapacitate even those with indestructible bodies like the monkey and Buddha. How could a mere pig demon endure it? Seizing the opportunity while he writhed on the ground, the scorpion spirit struck decisively. Victorious, the troops erupted in cheers. But the generals remained vigilant. Evil spirits. The scorpion spirit paid no heed to the mortals, jumping before her 2 seniors, inquiring, how did I perform? Well done. You displayed both courage and strategy, the Toad Master replied with a smile. Wu Ming, having anticipated this, understood that any renowned demon on the journey to the west was exceptional. Otherwise, they could not dominate a territory and contend with the monkey, a celestial being. Even with a disparity in realms, the strength was not necessarily unequal when facing such a pig demon. The commander, Yuan Hong, also expressed his admiration. However, the demons were less pleased. Where did that woman come from? Several new powerful demons and demon kings were unfamiliar with Wu Ming and the others. The princess remarked that they hailed from a Taoist temple in the southern mountains, where the temple master possessed great magical prowess. He had once sent disciples to patrol the mountains but later abandoned the effort upon seeing their numbers, sealing the temple gates with spells. It was unclear how they had sent disciples to oppose them now. The Bear King, wielding a spear adorned with black tassels, declared, since they are enemies, I shall take my chances and pierce them through with one strike. Striding forward, he bellowed, who dares to send themselves to their doom? Everyone turned their gazes toward Wu Ming and his companions. The Toad Master, with a foolish smile, resembled an honest man, asking, You wouldn't pick on an honest man like me, would you? Wu Ming engaged in a quiet discussion with the scorpion spirit, analyzing the previous battle's flaws and potential moves of the opponent, seemingly ignoring everyone else. This master, Yuan Hong, began to request from the Toad Master, but he interjected. Our 5-poison sect has already slain one of their generals, and after such travel, they likely cannot fight again. Meanwhile, the comrades of the Whitebone sect have watched the show for quite some time. They must be well rested. Surely, the Whitebone sect's masters cannot solely rely on meditation and alms-seeking? This statement immediately drew ire from the high-ranking masters of the Whitebone sect. After some discussion, they feared that not sending anyone to battle would allow the 5-poison sect's demons to overshadow them. A robust master stepped forward. I shall take the field. Please have the commander bring me a heavy hammer. Chapter 46. The First Signs of Madness. The Sovereign's Fury. Be cautious, junior brother. Do not overexert yourself, warned the other masters. The sturdy master nodded, dragging a meteor hammer into the fray. Observing the Bear King, he truly appeared formidable. His golden eyes flashed like lightning, and his sharp teeth resembled a wicked blade. His robust physique and strength allowed him to run like the wind, holding a black spear that could pierce through thousands of troops. The Bear King, indeed fierce and ruthless, withstood the Taoist's hammer strike, merely swaying slightly, before executing a maneuver with his spear, leaving the Taoist in a fluster. The two leapt into the air, battling amidst clouds and mist, obscuring the view of ordinary spectators, yet not impeding the perception of those trained in Qi or demons. The contest was swift, within 10 exchanges. The Taoist's hammer was shattered by the Bear King's spear, including his skull, leaving only the essence to escape, or he would have perished. Thus, another victory and defeat led to a stalemate. Who shall be sent next? From the Whitebone sect, someone immediately escorted the fallen master's essence back to the temple, while the others closed their eyes to recuperate, none eager to continue fighting. Haha, not satisfying enough. Who will dare to come again? The Bear King laughed heartily from the air. Wu Ming would not participate, having observed enough. He recognized the Demon King's exceptional strength and did not feel confident in defeating him, deeming it unnecessary to risk his life. After bellowing for a quarter of an hour without receiving any challengers, the Bear King cursed and returned to his ranks. The Corpse King stepped forward, taunting. Do you mortals still wish to fight? If you concede, leave 1,000 of your kind to serve as our rations. The rest may flee. The army was thrown into turmoil, some eager to concede and retreat, while others feared becoming one of the 1,000. Yuan Heng's face turned pale. That woman had not mentioned leaving behind 1,000 individuals upon defeat. He immediately shouted, "We are weary from today. Let us battle again tomorrow," and ordered the troops to return to camp. Noting that no one paid attention to the pig demon's corpse, Wu Ming rushed over to retrieve it, intending to refine it when no one was watching. After all, this was a golden elixir demon. It could not go to waste. Yet, the arrangement was not perfect, and the timing was not right. He resolved to wait a while longer. But I fear delays may bring unforeseen changes. Do not worry. It is merely a turtle in a jar. Very well. In the main camp, the generals and masters gathered once more to deliberate. Do the masters have any strategies? No one spoke. Today, they had lost another high-ranking master at the Golden Elixir stage to the opposing powerful demons and demon kings, particularly that formidable Bear King. I believe those three possess some abilities. Perhaps, a strategist suggested. But that woman also seems to be a demon. Indeed, I suspect those three are all demons. Perhaps employing a scheme to gain our trust. Yuan Heng, listening to the nonsensical bickering, grew increasingly irritated. Enough. We will assess the situation tomorrow. Disperse. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. The generals and masters exchanged glances before departing in small groups. Wu Ming and his companions settled into their own small tents nearby. Once alone, they refined the pig demon's corpse, gaining a new ability, which they tentatively named Glutton, allowing for an increased appetite. What use is such an ability? They pondered, having not recently discovered any particularly useful powers. As night fell, whispers filled the camp. In the darkness, several shadows flickered. The location of the grain storage had been discovered. Huang San, send your minions to start a fire, commanded the rat demon with yellow fur. Nodding, he waved his hand. And several rat spirits, the size of old cats, darted from the grass behind. Clutching firestones, they stealthily infiltrated the camp under the cover of night. The night watchmen surrounding the granary were oblivious to the 4 mice that stealthily infiltrated. The granary, serving as the primary food reserve for the army, was of utmost importance. And thus, the protective unit was taken very seriously. 100 elite guards were assigned to keep watch day and night, alongside a necromancer from the Bone Temple, who would be alerted at the slightest disturbance. However, after the recent battle, the necromancer felt slightly fatigued and let down his guard. The 4 mice scurried along the ground, weaving through grass piles and stones until they reached the granary. With a crunch, they gnawed a hole in the tent. Just as a few of them were about to enter, they were suddenly caught by their tails. Mice, 4 of them. The mouse spirit turned around to see a handsome Taoist with 4 additional hands grasping their tails. You foul Taoist, mind your own business, or you'll regret it. The leftmost mouse spirit threatened fiercely. With a mere smile, Wu Ming unleashed a torrent of flames, and before the mouse spirit could feel any pain, it was reduced to ashes. Now only 3 remained. A crack resounded as one mouse dropped the firestone it held. It seems you wish to burn down the granary? The remaining mouse spirit, lacking much power and now under Wu Ming's control, could hardly conjure any spells. Do as you wish, whether to kill or torture, it said resignedly. Wu Ming, however, was not one to be courteous. Even the smallest morsel was still meat. Perhaps this was an opportunity to amass a collection of demon corpses. He swiftly conjured a gust of dark wind to return to his original position. It was quite fortunate that he could stumble upon 4 demon creatures at such a moment. Outside the camp, Lingshan and his companions, noticing the prolonged absence of flames and the return of the mouse spirits, realized the mission had failed and hurriedly retreated to report back to the great demons and demon kings. In the royal palace, the ruler of the Feiyun kingdom appeared increasingly frail, his condition worsening. Crash! A set of exquisite porcelain bowls shattered into pieces. The eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly knelt, trembling. I refuse to eat this. I demand elixirs. Where are the elixirs? Why hasn't the Grand Mage delivered them yet? How many demons has Shan Yuan Hung slain? Changfu. You wretched cur, where have you been? At that moment, the aged eunuch Changfu rushed in and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, forgive me. I received intelligence from the military. Shan Yuan Hung, fearing the might of the demons, has engaged them in a duel. Seeking assistance from the Taoists of the Bone Temple and the Five Poisons Temple, it has still failed to secure a single demon corpse. The old eunuch spoke swiftly but clearly, summarizing the situation. Worthless! Worthless! The ruler bellowed. His face flushed with rage as a palace maid handed him a spittoon to expel a clot of blood, after which he sank back, breathless. Dismiss Shan Yuan Hang from his command and issue a decree appointing Su Lingyao in his stead. He must procure enough demon corpses within 10 days for the Bone Temple to concoct elixirs. The old eunuch hesitated before speaking. But General Su has already retired from military affairs and may not comply. Then tell him that if he refuses, I will have his old subordinates and students executed, while the women will be consigned to the army as concubines. His bloodshot eyes glinted with a terrifying intensity, causing the old eunuch to collapse in fear. Yes, yes. I will obey. The old eunuch bowed deeply and retreated from the palace, his mind racing with one thought. This ruler has gone mad. Chapter 47. Wu Ming's First Kill. The veteran steps in before the imperial decree could reach them. The battle still raged on. Shan Yuan Hung continued to lead the generals, mages, and cavalry in formation. Opposite them, a great demon taunted, "Come, let me have my breakfast." Seeing morale plummet, he turned to his generals and mages, but they all averted their gazes, too fearful to speak. With a sigh, he thought, sending them out now would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Just then, a voice broke through, "Marshal, allow me to take the field." Everyone turned to look, astonished that someone dared to volunteer. Today, the demons would not underestimate them. Relying on petty tricks, as they had the previous day, would be impossible. Yet, Shan Yuan Hung was elated. "Excellent, young Taoist. Your courage is commendable. Return, and I shall reward you. What weapon do you desire?" Wu Ming shook his head. "No need. However, I have one condition. If I slay that demon, its spoils will belong to me." Shan Yuan Hung immediately agreed. The Toad Taoist and Scorpion Spirit exchanged puzzled glances, but Wu Ming offered no further explanation. If it were a top-tier demon king like the Corpse King or Bear King, he would not dare to boast. But the Golden Core demon on the field posed little challenge. He adjusted his robes for the fight ahead. The great demon, hunched over like a camel, revealed pointed ears, a black nose, and sharp teeth. It was a canine demon. Though it appeared youthful, it lacked the stench of humanity. "Ah, you've transformed into a spirit. Impressive for a dog demon. Your nose is quite perceptive. Let's see if your abilities match." With a shout, Wu Ming hurled a halberd toward the canine demon. Startled, the demon failed to anticipate Wu Ming's concealed weapon and hastily raised a bone club to defend. The weight of 200 pounds combined with Wu Ming's strength was beyond what the demon could withstand, and it was sent reeling, bones nearly shattering. Is the dog brother not a match? A few large demons whispered amongst themselves. The princess blushed as she watched Wu Ming wielding the halberd with deadly precision. Huangsan quietly reminded her, "Your Highness, there are so many witnesses." The two engaged in combat for several exchanges, but the canine demon was no match. Suddenly, it unleashed a sinister spell, releasing dozens of flea-sized creatures that darted toward Wu Ming. Instantly, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him, as if he could not resist scratching. The canine demon laughed, boasting, "Hey, my little pets are quite delightful, aren't they? I keep them around specifically to vex humans." It revealed its claws, intending to crush Wu Ming's skull. However, it had underestimated him. The sound of claws striking Wu Ming's head was akin to hitting iron or stone. What? Suddenly, golden light flashed in Wu Ming's eyes, and with a swift motion, he shot 2 holes through the canine demon's skull. The creature, still alive, struggled to escape. But Wu Ming sprouted 4 additional limbs from his back, seizing the demon and ripping it apart. Tearing apart a great demon was not a daunting task. He then prepared to consume its essence. Wu Ming hastily used a spell to expel the fleas. The canine demon's trick was more of an insult than a threat. It irritated him, prompting his fierce response. This display of strength shocked both sides. Shan Yuan Heng called out in excitement. Well done. This will surely uplift the troop spirits. Meanwhile, the assembled demons were left in awe. How can this elegant Taoist be so ruthless? Do not flee, noble Taoist. Take a shot from me. The Bear King, exhilarated by the hunt, stepped forward to challenge Wu Ming, but Wu Ming was too eager to return and refine the canine demon to pay him any mind. Heading straight back to the camp, the generals watched him with trepidation, their faces betraying their fear, while Shan Yuan Heng awkwardly offered his congratulations, which Wu Ming disregarded entirely. As sparks flew in the furnace, his essence grew stronger, but this time, the power he attained merely enhanced his sense of smell, which seemed of little utility. His accumulated essence had reached staggering levels, yet he still had not touched the threshold of transcending to the tribulation realm. Shan Yuan Heng, keen to persuade the young Taoist to fight again to fully invigorate the troops' morale, was interrupted by a personal guard who galloped swiftly to his side. General, this is a secret message from the palace. Yuan Heng hastily took the letter, his expression changing dramatically upon reading it. Return to the camp, he commanded, tucking the secret missive away and turning on his heel to leave, issuing orders in the process. The generals, perplexed, complied without question, while the demons remained equally bewildered. Master, who are those mortals? One of them inquired. The princess, equally in the dark, shook her head. I shall investigate tonight, she decided, and thus, the troops retreated to their lair. Commander, what has transpired? Why the sudden cessation of hostilities? The deputy commander queried, bewildered, especially since morale had just been rekindled. The gaze of all the generals turned to Yuan Heng, who replied, The emperor has relieved me of my command. A new commander is expected to arrive tomorrow. Prepare to welcome him. With that he departed, leaving the gathered leaders exchanging puzzled glances. A change of command in the midst of battle? Has the emperor lost his senses? They wondered, disheartened. In the secret chamber of the observatory, the Grand Master of the Five Poisons gazed at the extinguished alchemical furnace, a fragrant sweetness wafting forth. A satisfied expression crossed his face. He then turned to a nearby bronze mirror and waved his hand, revealing the topography of the surrounding hundreds of miles, nearly encompassing the entire Tiger's Lair mountain range. Threads of silver, red, and gold intertwined, with 2 points embedded within, resembling the yin-yang symbol. The following day at noon, the Divine Might Army assembled to welcome the new commander, having arranged a contest of prowess with the demons for the afternoon. After a wait of over half an hour, a horse-drawn carriage appeared, escorted by mounted guards along the official road. Halt, commanded the driver. I am Xīyóu, deputy of the Divine Might Army, here to pay respects to the Grand Commander. The sound of clashing armor filled the air. Xīyóu, it has been a long time. A robust voice emerged from within the carriage, and a dignified figure lifted the curtain to step out. General, is that you? Xīyóu and the other generals were astonished. Yuan Heng had only mentioned a successor would arrive, not who it would be. No one expected this venerable general. It was unexpected yet entirely reasonable. For amidst the current turmoil in the Feiyun kingdom, only this old general possessed the fortitude to manage such affairs. Su Lingyao was once again reminded of the familiar sin of iron and war, momentarily lost in thought. A knight to his left then produced an imperial edict, which, upon confirmation by the generals, allowed Su Lingyao to enter the camp. Where is General Shan? Su Lingyao, clad in military garb, noted the absence of his left arm and inquired as he walked. Reporting to the Grand Commander, General Shan is unwell and could not come to greet you. Please pardon his absence, came the response. Yet Su Lingyao appeared transformed, no longer the iron-fisted general but resembling a benevolent elder. In former times, such behavior would have earned a thrashing, but now he merely smiled, dismissing it. Such matters must be burdensome. Let him rest. Upon entering the command tent, Yuan Heng had already vacated. He immediately summoned all generals, as well as the mages and Taoists, declaring a council in 15 minutes. Latecomers shall be executed. Chapter 48. Hidden Perils, Magical Confrontations. Within a quarter of an hour, the command tent was nearly overflowing with people. The delineation between generals, mages, and Taoists was stark. Wu Ming was somewhat surprised. Hadn't this old man retired? How had he now taken up the mantle of the Grand Commander in the demon expedition? Su Lingyao, however, wore a serious expression, reprimanding several junior commanders for their failure to inspire morale before inquiring about the recent battle conditions. Upon learning of the ferocity of the demons, he fell silent for a moment, then erupted with anger. Fools! Our strength lies in formation, with long spears and crossbows and a massed assault. How dare we engage in one-on-one combat with those monsters? Which imbecile proposed this? It was General Shan, came the reply. Send someone to drag Yuan Hong to the training grounds for 30 lashes. Yes. A soldier immediately rushed off. Is the Grand Commander seeking revenge? One of the generals pondered, though he quickly dismissed the thought, believing the esteemed general incapable of such behavior. Yet, poor Yuan Hong, losing his command was one thing, but now he faced punishment. Very well, return to organize the troops, prepare the bows and crossbows, and when the time comes for battle this afternoon, follow my orders and charge. Su Lingyao bellowed. Yes. The generals dispersed like birds taking flight, each heading to inform their respective soldiers. The remaining mages from the Whitebone sect and Taoists from the Five Poisons sect gathered. Gentlemen, our soldiers shall charge ahead, but we must guard against the demon's treacherous sorcery that may conjure sandstorms. Otherwise, our formations will be compromised, Su Lingyao instructed. A mage from the Whitebone sect immediately assured him, rest assured, Grand Commander, my fellow brothers will shield the army from any demonic sorcery. We merely need to prevent them from engaging in combat with the major demons. As the mages departed, Wu Ming and his companions prepared to leave. Little brother. Wait a moment. Wu Ming halted, nodding to his seniors to return. With just the two remaining, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Old Su, what brings you here? Wu Ming inquired. Old Su? Su Lingyao shook his head, then grew serious. The situation is somewhat amiss. Wu Ming looked puzzled. First, several years ago, the Imperial Army eradicated the demons. Yet now their numbers have only increased. There must be something in the mountains that attracts them. Wu Ming nodded, aware of the cause but indifferent. For his current goal was to seek enlightenment, showing little concern for the elusive treasures. So long as that thing remains, an endless stream of demons will come. Su Lingyao continued. That is an external factor, while the internal factor is the demon sorcerers. Ever since that grand sorcerer arrived, the emperor has become obsessed with seeking immortality, now languishing in poor health. The demon sorcerers even claim they need thousands of demon corpses to concoct elixirs. Wu Ming interjected, so this time, just like the last. It is all to hunt those demons for their corpses? Indeed, it's akin to fighting over scraps. Su Lingyao replied, frustration evident in his tone. I had hoped to remain uninvolved, yet circumstances have forced my hand. Then shall we fight this afternoon? Of course. Why not? It's a perfect opportunity to see what these demon sorcerers are up to. If anything seems amiss, I'll have the perfect pretext to defy military orders and eliminate them. Su Lingyao chuckled coldly, withholding further details from Wu Ming. Perhaps he had ulterior motives for being present this time. In the afternoon, both sides arrived as agreed, yet the Divine Might army seemed transformed, radiating an overwhelming battle spirit. The demons, however, paid little heed, perhaps believing the change in command had bolstered their confidence. A languid man wielding a green spear stepped forward to challenge. Who dares to seek death? His tone dripped with venom, evoking a sense of dread akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. Wu Ming caught a whiff of a foul odor. All eyes turned to Su Lingyao, the new Grand Commander. Little Taoist, you go, he instructed. Wu Ming, having been nominated, said nothing further and leapt into the air. The languid man conjured a dark wind that obscured the sky. Cease your theatrics. I shall dispel you, Wu Ming declared, tossing out a wind-repelling pearl. The azure light illuminated the area, restoring clarity. This artifact was merely a low-grade version of the wind-stabilizing pearl. Though it could not quell the fierce winds of the yellow wind monster or the Iron Fan Princess's banana leaf fan, it sufficed to neutralize the lesser demon's gusts. With the winds gone, the languid man's ambush was thwarted, and gritting his teeth, he lunged forward with a spear. Wu Ming brandished his Fa Tian Huaji to engage him. The demon's martial skills were lackluster, and within a few exchanges, he found himself unable to keep up, his arms growing weary. In desperation, he exhaled a cloud of toxic mist in an attempt to poison Wu Ming. This, however, was akin to wielding a great sword before Guan Yu or an axe before Liu Ban, sheer folly. Wu Ming summoned his powers, reciting an incantation. And with a wave of his hand, a fierce northeastern wind surged, blowing the toxic smoke back toward the demon. A truly fine wind, snow-laden pines stand firm. Green bamboos bow to ancient rocks, kites soar above the bullfighting palace, and rooftops rest upon the Ling Mountain Temple. The fairy, witnessing the discord, decided to summon her powers to blow the intruders back. However, compared to Wu Ming's tempestuous winds, her efforts appeared trivial. Ah, my hand, she exclaimed, as numerous lesser demons fell victim to the chaos, inciting wrath among the demon lords. Jing Kuei, what are you doing? Yet, The demon named Xīyóu found himself at a loss, utterly unprepared for the prowess of the diminutive Taoist. The spear possessed immense force. Just a tremor left his arm numb, and a mere collision could spell death or grave injury. He began to waver, contemplating retreat. Instantly, he conjured an illusion, transforming into a gust of black wind to flee. Suddenly, a great spear shot forth, severing half of his form with a sickening thud. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the demon leveraged the wind to escape, while the severed portion of his body revealed itself as a thick, desiccated serpent. Xīyóu, witnessing Wu Ming's slaying of the demon's half-body and aided by the gale, seized the moment as the horde of demons was thrown into disarray by the poisonous smoke and fierce winds. What an opportune moment! We must strike, he commanded. The rumble of tens of thousands of soldiers surged forth, a force capable of shaking mountains and shattering the heavens. The lesser demons, gripped by panic, began to scatter, unable to withstand the might of the approaching army. Let us retreat. They are emboldened, and it is unwise to confront them head-on, the princess declared. And the remaining demon lords concurred, for their subordinates were already paralyzed with fear. How could they hope to contend with such a formidable force? Moreover, there were numerous mages and Taoists among them, not to mention that fearsome individual. Thus, each summoned their magic and hastily retreated into the mountains, leaving behind many lesser demons who lay poisoned or fainting from the effects of the toxins. Wu Ming led the charge, capturing every demon he encountered, storing them in his furnace for later refinement. The army soon caught up, resulting in a near one-sided massacre. Even the unpoisoned lesser demons, though still formidable, could do little against the onslaught of spears and crossbows, becoming mere casualties. Xīyóu, accompanied by a cavalry unit, pursued those demons who lagged behind. Meanwhile, Wu Ming relished the spoils of war. Each capture augmented his essence, a joy incomprehensible to others, just as he felled a lesser demon and prepared to claim its remains. A mage from the Bone Temple obstructed him. Stop. These corpses are to be used for the Emperor's alchemy. Begone, Wu Ming retorted bluntly, unwilling to allow anyone to snatch his prize. The mage, emboldened by the presence of fellow practitioners, scoffed, "Do you dare defy the order? What audacity for a mere demon spawn to act so brazenly." A sudden slap sent him flying, followed by a swift thrust of an iron sword from a scorpion demon. Only then did Wu Ming relinquish the demon's corpse. "How dare you strike me?" This commotion attracted Xīyóu, who rushed over. "What is happening?" The mage, brandishing his sword, hastened to lodge a complaint. "Marshal, this wild Taoist not only defies orders by hoarding demon corpses but also conspires with the demoness to assault me. I implore you to punish him severely." At that moment, fellow practitioners arrived. It is said that colleagues are often rivals. They already held disdain for the Five Poisons Temple. Having been summoned to assist, they found themselves outmatched and humiliated by the machinations of two demons from the Five Poisons Temple. With victory nearly at hand, they saw an opportunity to expel a few wild Taoists and claim sole credit. 3 or 4 mages began to embellish their accounts, questioning how such demons could serve as generals, suggesting that if they were spies, they would surely jeopardize their cause. "Enough. All of you disperse," Xīyóu bellowed, galloping away to organize the troops with no time to waste on squabbles. The mages from the Bone Temple glared at Wu Ming in frustration but had no recourse. Thus they retreated. Wu Ming continued his patrol among the lesser demons, who posed no significant threat, allowing him to gather more essence. After finishing the cleanup of the remaining foes and surveying the battlefield, the troops returned to camp for the evening meal. Meanwhile, the assembly of demons, caught off guard, reconvened at the edge of the world. Among them, 3 had perished from the 10 caves and 9 mansions, while the remaining forces were absorbed by the other factions. The Corpse King, Bear King, General Sang, General Leopard, and the half-bodied Xīyóu, along with the Mouse King and the princess, were all present. "This is intolerable. I cannot abide such humiliation," the Bear King roared, incensed at being chased away by mere mortals. Xīyóu clamored for vengeance, demanding that Wu Ming be flayed alive and his bones crushed. The other demon lords echoed their cries for revenge. "Silence," the Corpse King shouted, bringing calm to the assembly. "Does the princess have a clever plan?" The demons turned to the only one among them with a semblance of intelligence. The princess furrowed her brow and mused. "It was not our ineptitude that led to our downfall. We were simply caught unawares. Why not raid their camp tonight?" General Leopard immediately concurred. "Nighttime is our domain. Those mortals will be blind without torches. Is there anyone skilled in conjuring winds and rain?" the princess inquired. Xīyóu responded, "I can summon foul winds, but I am hindered by an injury and cannot charge into battle. However, It appears they can counter my winds. The princess reassured him, no matter. Let the Taoist handle the winds to distract him. Another demon, pale and round-bellied, with 2 curling mustaches, added. I learned a bit about conjuring clouds and rain from a Taoist in my youth. The Corpse King rejoiced, excellent. We will entrust the wind and rain to Lord Xīyóu and Brother Baishan. They then deliberated how many troops to deploy, who would lead, and which direction to strike, happily preparing for the raid. In the main camp, Xīyóu was engaged in discussions with the generals. One proposed a reward for the soldiers to boost morale. This suggestion was met with Xīyóu's furious rebuke. Useless fools. You swine. All you think about is accolades, women, and gold. Do you even understand who our adversaries are? They are demons. Nighttime is when they are at their most ferocious. To relax now would be akin to lying down and offering ourselves to them. The chastised general did not dare to raise his head. Marshal, are you suggesting that the demons will raid our camp tonight? Gruido asked. Xīyóu nodded. Having suffered a defeat during the day, how could they possibly endure this? Even if they are momentarily intimidated, they will surely regroup. If not tonight, then tomorrow night. We must keep our soldiers vigilant. The traps, bows, and mechanisms around the camp must be activated, and any sign of trouble should be met with immediate alarm. All the generals acknowledged his orders. Xīyóu then sought out the mages from the Bone Temple, instructing them to remain vigilant. After some thought, doubting their reliability, he turned to Wu Ming. Is a raid likely tonight? Indeed, Wu Ming affirmed. If they are not afraid during the day, they will surely take advantage of the night, conjuring winds and mists to snuff out our torches, resulting in chaos. Wu Ming nodded and reassured Xīyóu. I possess a wind-repelling pearl, which will ensure our candle flames remain lit. If it rains, I can handle that too. I practiced the 5 thunder techniques, capable of summoning winds and rain. I do not believe these mountain demons can rival my skills. Haha. Very well, I shall rest easy. However, my price is not cheap. Wu Ming said with a playful grin, extending a single finger. 100 demon corpses. Xīyóu, unconcerned, immediately agreed. Deal. As the night deepened, the mountains lay silent. The sky darkened, and the stars concealed themselves. A gentle breeze stirred, revealing a gathering of demons on the mountainside. Lord Xīyóu, Brother Baishan. You shall conjure the winds and rain here. Once your powers are at their peak, our forces will surge forth. This operation was led by the Bear King and General Leopard, commanding over 1,000 lesser demons, while the other great demons lingered in the clouds, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, in the lower camp, having received the marshal's warning, the generals, though dismissive of the threat, instructed their subordinates to remain vigilant. Consequently, the camp remained brightly lit with armored guards patrolling through the night. At the mid-slope, the 2 demons began their incantations. In a realm where the mountains whisper secrets, a creature named Baishan summoned its mystical powers, uttering incantations and treading upon the arcane energies of the universe. Instantly, the nearby rivers exhaled a mist that coalesced into clouds above. This was indeed the authentic rain-calling technique of the Taoist tradition. The Qingwei Lord revealed its true form. A serpentine creature of 5 zhang, adorned with vibrant patterns, though lacking a tail. It opened its gaping maw, revealing a forked tongue, inhaling and exhaling with a rhythmic cadence. In an instant, a tempest arose from the mountains, transforming into a ferocious gale that could crush pines and bamboo alike. This sudden disturbance roused the 3 armies. As if echoing the sentiments of the ancients, the verdant hills conceal no immortal's abode. The stone caves have only housed the aged demon, conjuring winds and rains while extinguishing flames, lurking within the monstrous woods. As the 2 armies clashed, uncertainty brewed among the generals. Amidst the chaos, the horde of demon soldiers, led by the Bear King and the Leopard General, traversed mountains and valleys, advancing towards the main camp. The fierce winds caused the candles and fires within the camp to flicker perilously, casting an ominous light. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and droplets began to fall, promising a deluge. The fire tenders stoked the flames, while the soldiers donned additional layers for warmth. Hearing the battle cries, the generals had already risen to arms, while a group of mages, cursing and clad in their robes, rushed forth. Wu Ming, however, remained calm amidst the brewing storm. For such a display of winds and rains would deplete the creature's magical reserves. He awaited the opportune moment, knowing the demon's strength would wane. Meanwhile, Xīyóu strode forth, rallying the generals, flanked by the Scorpion Spirit and the Toad Taoist, uncertain of whether the demon horde would seek to behead them. Xīyóu quickly commanded the officers to increase the number of lanterns and torches, illuminating the camp as brightly as day. A cacophony of ghastly wails erupted, heralding the approach of countless minor demons. The winds grew fierce, and the rain intensified, extinguishing the flickering flames. Panic began to spread among the troops. Just then, a commanding voice resonated throughout the ranks. "Fear not. Watch me cast my spell." A figure soared from the main camp. It was Wu Ming, intoning sacred mantras and forming intricate seals. Yuqing begins with azure, the true talismans align, merging the two energies and dispersing the essence into reality. At that moment, the dark clouds began to dissipate, while the rain retreated back to the rivers. However, Baishan's countenance shifted dramatically as it coughed up a mouthful of foul blood. Its spell had been disrupted, and it suffered a backlash, losing years of its practiced Taoist powers. "This is bad. A formidable force has thwarted my rain-calling spell." Before it could finish its lament, a flicker of azure light illuminated the night sky. The winds ceased, and even as the Qingwei Lord exerted itself, the gales shifted direction, miraculously bypassing the military encampment. My winds have been thwarted. Before the main camp, the grotesque visages of the demon soldiers became visible. Xīyóu, mounted upon a black-maned steed and wielding a spear, commanded, "Form ranks." The ground trembled as the shields took position, the spear soldiers lined up behind, and the archers drew their bows. Even before engagement, the demon soldiers fell to the traps and mechanisms surrounding them, sustaining injuries. "Allow me," the Bear King declared, revealing its true form and stomping a foot. The sheer force sent tremors through the ground, causing traps and mechanisms to collapse, exposing gaping pits. The soldiers were momentarily stunned. Xīyóu stepped forward, bellowing, "Archers, fire!" A torrential rain of arrows descended, striking down dozens of minor demons. Yet, as a second volley was unleashed, a colossal hand emerged from the clouds, grasping the arrows and reducing them to splinters. The third wave met a similar fate. This was the despair of mortals facing these great demons. They would manipulate the clouds and wield powers beyond mere weaponry. The minor demons surged over the traps. Xīyóu charged ahead, the army following closely, advancing step by step. Kill. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood. A shadow darted towards Xīyóu like lightning, only to be intercepted by a corpulent figure. Roar. The battlefield echoed with chaos, as none could approach. "You are the generals of these mortals, I presume? Taste my spear." The Bear King thrust its lance forward, but Xīyóu swiftly countered with a powerful strike. Yet, the mortal Xīyóu was no match for the Demon King. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the scorpion spirit, he might have been sent flying into the heavens. Nearby, two Taoists rushed to his aid, but were effortlessly sent tumbling aside by the demon's might. A thunderous voice echoed from the skies. Wu Ming, riding on the azure clouds and wielding a halberd, faced the ominous dark clouds and the fierce demon horde, their eyes glinting with malice. "Where are the ones who summoned the winds and rains?" Wu Ming inquired. "You are the one who halted the winds and rains, and all these mortals shall perish." In an instant, several figures leaped forward, charging at Wu Ming. The clash commenced, and the winds howled as battle raged like thunder. Despite the illumination from the flames, mortals could not match the demons, lacking their agility and strength. The myriad of demons transformed into various forms: deer, wolves, mice, rabbits, snakes, scorpions, ants, and bats, creating chaos and disrupting the ranks. With a thrust of his spear, the Bear King impaled a soldier, splitting him in two with a brutal force. Witnessing this, Xīyóu swiftly uncorked a flask from his waist and downed its contents, his complexion flushing with vitality. "You vile beast, do not overstep your bounds. Behold my spear." With a thunderous strike, he repelled the Bear King, engaging him single-handedly as if possessed by a divine spirit. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, wielding the halberd, had grown to an imposing height of over 2 zhang, a manifestation of his immense power. Originally of mere stature, he had devoured several shape-shifting demons in previous encounters, enhancing his abilities further. His towering form eclipsed even that of the skeletal king. With a swift maneuver, he sent the general of the fox flying, only to be ambushed from behind by another demon. He deftly parried the attack, momentarily blinding the assailant with a flash of golden light from his eyes. With a resounding clash, he cleaved through the clouds, standing resolutely against the horde of demons. What a formidable Taoist! With so many of us, we cannot subdue him. A large demon marveled. Despite the combined efforts of the 10 or so major demons and the Demon King, they could not overpower Wu Ming. The skeletal king remarked, "This little Taoist is impressive. Do you have a name?" Wu Ming brandished his halberd and declared, "From the mountains where beasts tremble, I persevered in my true Taoist cultivation. By chance, I met a true immortal who imparted the Five Thunder technique to me. I have toiled day and night to forge my golden core, vanquishing tigers and leopards upon the mountain and battling sea dragons in the depths, though my name may not yet be known throughout the three realms. The all-seeing demon lord recognizes me." His proclamation sent a wave of trepidation through the demons, the princess among them, her eyes sparkling like stars and her cheeks flushed like blooming roses, remarked, "Such arrogance. Your words suggest you are a cultivated spirit from the mountains. Why then do you oppose us?" The skeletal king retorted, "Paths diverge, and thus we cannot conspire together." Laughter erupted from him. "Do you think this king lacks power to endure such affronts? Do not flee. Taste my blade." Drawing a long knife, he lunged at Wu Ming. Sensing the peril, Wu Ming remained vigilant, recognizing the danger posed by this demon's strength. "Enough, cease your attacks." Just then, a voice resounded, preceding the appearance of its speaker. A silvery cascade descended, separating the demons and Wu Ming, the demon soldiers, from the divine forces. An elder Taoist, exuding an air of celestial grace, arrived late to the fray. The demons regarded him with caution. He was a peculiar figure. "Mighty lords, I beseech you to halt. Marshal Su, I implore you to withdraw your troops," the white-boned Taoist proclaimed from the air. "Who is this Taoist to obstruct me, Bear King?" The Bear King thrust its spear against the silken strands, only to find them resilient, unable to pierce through. Su Lingyao recognized the elder, having encountered him before. "What commands does the esteemed master have for us?" The white-boned Taoist smiled gently. "I cannot bear to see these corpses strewn across the mountains, thus I have come to intervene. Is not the conquest of these demons a decree from His Majesty? Are you here to impede us?" Su Lingyao queried, perplexed. "Is this not for the purpose of alchemical refinement? Has this demon Taoist incited such actions? I shall bear all the blame. What is your decision, Marshal?" Su Lingyao remained silent, while the bone Taoist turned his gaze towards the Corpse King and others. What of the other demon kings? The Corpse King, somewhat apprehensive, fixed his stare on the old Taoist. Indeed, in Dongxing Xīyóu, even a solitary Taoist possessed such formidable powers. He immediately asserted, "This battle was instigated by you. How can you simply declare it over?" Noting the Taoist's unfriendly demeanor, he added, "However, we are not unreasonable. We must take those corpses back for our use." He gestured towards the fallen soldiers below. "We cannot engage in battle and gain nothing, can we?" "Foolishness," the bone Taoist retorted, promptly agreeing and performing a spell, causing each strand of his whisk to bind a corpse and lift it into the clouds. The demon warriors coiled the bodies and retreated to their mountain. "Great Master, how can you allow those fiends to consume the remains of my soldiers?" Su Lingyao's face flushed crimson, uncertain whether it was due to intoxication or anger. The bone Taoist merely remarked that he did not wish to increase casualties and departed upon the clouds. Su Lingyao threw down his spear. "Messenger, immediately report this matter to His Majesty." "Yes." An eagle swiftly vanished into the night sky. The skirmish, for the time being, came to a close. At the royal palace of Feiyun Kingdom, "Damn it, what is that Taoist scheming?" the monarch exclaimed. "Summon 5,000 imperial guards to accompany me. I must see what that Taoist is up to. Your Majesty, your health." Get lost. The news of the monarch's intent to personally lead the charge spread rapidly. Chapter 51. The Warning of Taoheart. The Emperor approaches the mountain thanks to the Bone Taoist's mediation. Both sides ceased hostilities, and Wohu Mountain seemed to regain its tranquility. The following day, the Grand Master of the Five Poisons summoned 3 disciples back to the observatory. The red phosphor python continued to coil atop the rockery, and the 7 spider spirits had recently become articulate. In the courtyard, they stood in a row, a spectrum of colors like a rainbow. Elder brother! Elder brother!" The 7 spider spirits called out in unison. Wu Ming nodded and said, "Good, now that all 7 of you can speak, I shall bestow upon each of you a name." Suddenly inspired, he decided to name his 7 junior sisters. They seemed to be reminiscent of the 7 fairies. "How about this? Let your names reflect your colors. The eldest shall be red-clad fairy, the second shall be orange-clad fairy, the third shall be yellow-clad fairy, and the 7th shall be purple-clad fairy. What do you think?" The 7 spider spirits immediately jumped with joy, exclaiming, "Sister red-clad fairy, sister green-clad fairy, how biased you are. Elder brother, after all these years, you haven't given me a name." A red-clad woman pouted as she leapt down from the courtyard wall. Wu Ming smiled. "I thought my junior sister had chosen her own title. I don't care. I want one too. and it must be more melodious than theirs. The scorpion spirit pointed at the 7 spider spirits, leaving them unable to express their anger, though reluctantly. Recalling that the scorpion spirit indeed lacked a name in the original text, he pondered for a moment and said, "Junior sister, since you are transformed from a scorpion, let us use a homophone for your surname, Xīyóu. As you favor red, how about Xīyóu?" The scorpion spirit joyously responded, "That sounds beautiful. I shall be Xīyóu from now on." Wu Ming listened to the joyous chatter filling the courtyard when suddenly he felt a wave of unease wash over him. An inexplicable sense of impending doom gripped him, and his heart raced. "All right, you may go now. I need to meditate," he instructed, leaving the spirits behind as he retreated into a quiet chamber. Days passed in solitude. In the northern part of the mountain, a foul-smelling black pond bubbled ominously. Countless venomous creatures lurked in the crevices of stones and among the grasses, rustling ominously. The toxic miasma shrouded the area, preventing birds from passing through, turning it into a paradise for poisonous insects. The Corpse King and Bear King stood at the pond's edge, peering down. When they dipped an iron spear into it, it corroded immediately. "We can't hold on. Let's withdraw." The faces of several large demons turned a shade of purple. They had merely inhaled the fumes above the toxic pond, and if they ventured deeper, the consequences would be dire. "Let us go. It seems it will take years." The group of great demons leapt away, swirling into the air. Shortly thereafter, another figure descended, his form blurred and indistinct. "It's nearly time," he murmured before vanishing. At the foot of Woa Mountain, officials stood at attention as soldiers poured water and filled earth, laying flowers along the path. Such preparations indicated the arrival of the imperial entourage, and Su Lingyao led the assembly to welcome them. At noon, a gong resounded. From afar, the vibrant banners of the imperial guards waved like dragons and fish in the wind. A dragon sedan chair, carried by 12 strong men, parted the imperial guards as it approached. "Su Lingyao pays respects to your majesty." The generals followed suit in homage. "Cough, cough. All rise," the monarch commanded. In the center of the camp, a spacious and luxurious tent had been erected as the royal canopy. The sovereign, supported by attendants, descended from the dragon sedan. The generals observed the monarch's countenance, which appeared emaciated, pale as lacquer, with swollen eyes barely opening, and his once vibrant dragon beard now mostly white, resembling a skeletal figure rather than a robust ruler. "This is a wretched sight. He should not have survived." Upon entering the royal tent, the generals reported in detail on casualties, the number of slain demons, and who among their ranks had earned merit or blame. After over 2 hours of reports, the assembly suddenly fell silent, each observing the decorum of silence. Cough, cough. In that case, has the elixir been refined? No one spoke. The atmosphere grew tense. The majority of the assembled generals understood the purpose of the mobilization. However, since the Bone Taoist had brokered peace days prior and recalled his disciples while sealing the temple, inquiries had yielded no information, leaving everyone uncertain. Cough, cough, what is the matter?" Su Lingyao stepped forward, attempting to reassure, "Your Majesty, please remain at ease. I believe the Grand Master is already concocting the elixir, otherwise he would not have sealed the temple." This did indeed ease the monarch's mind somewhat. "In that case, cough, cough, let us ascend the mountain tomorrow to take a look. I am weary. You may retire." "As you command." The generals dispersed. The next day, the imperial guards had already cleared the mountain path, establishing a post every 5 steps and a sentry every 10, exuding an aura of authority. The spirits and beasts of the mountain hid behind stones and trees to observe. An eagle demon perched atop a solitary peak, its eyes gleaming like mirrors. Years ago, it had witnessed the splendor of the gods and the majesty of the emperor. Now, however, even the guardians of the divine had vanished, leaving only a realm of demonic thorns. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the azure sky. The drums and gongs resounded, echoing throughout the mountains. Within the 5 Poisons Temple, the disciples floated in the clouds, gazing down. "It is that monarch again," Wu Ming noted, recognizing the direction toward the Bone Temple. He prepared to return to the courtyard, but was abruptly halted by the scorpion spirit. "What have you been tinkering with in your room these past few days? We haven't seen you out gathering moon essence at night." I've gained some insights and am in seclusion, seeking a path to transcendence," Wu Ming explained. The Toad Taoist chuckled and congratulated him. "Congratulations. Perhaps you will surpass your seniors and step into the realm of transcendence first." "Not at all, elder brother." Just then, a cloud floated in from the distance, landing within the observatory. Has the master been frequently absent these days? The scorpion spirit inquired. Wu Ming nodded nonchalantly, while the toad Taoist seemed blissfully unaware. After exchanging a few words, they each returned to their own affairs. The imperial entourage arrived at the Bone Temple, causing the acolytes to hurriedly open the main gate. The Taoists laid stone bricks, while the priests gathered fresh flowers to adorn the scene. Where is the Grandmaster? The monarch inquired. An elderly Taoist hastily adjusted his attire and stepped forward, replying, Your Majesty, the temple master is currently reciting scriptures in the scripture hall. Upon hearing this, the monarch's sickly visage instantly bore a trace of cold amusement. Reciting scriptures? Am I blind? Is this not the Bone Temple? The old Taoist was drenched in sweat, too fearful to speak. Humph. Take me to see him. Cough, cough. I must hear what scripture he is reciting. The entourage set forth, with several Taoists leading the way. The monarch, supported as he walked, took 3 steps for every 5 he managed, and despite covering only a few hundred steps, it took him a quarter of an hour. In the temple, the murmurs of chanting could indeed be heard. The sovereign squinted through a narrow opening and beheld an elderly Taoist, exuding an ethereal aura, seated calmly on a cushion, one hand wielding a whisk and the other forming a seal. Ah, the Bone Taoist, it has been far too long. What scripture are you reciting? The sovereign inquired. Your Majesty, I am chanting the supreme Taoist scripture of resolving grievances and exonerating sins, the Bone Taoist replied. The sovereign's expression grew increasingly severe. Could it be that the Taoist intends to atone with death? If he cannot concoct an elixir, then death is the only recourse. However, the Bone Taoist rose, his face alight with joy, shaking his head. Nay, I am reciting for your Majesty, to cleanse your sins and aid in your transcendence. Impudent! How dare this sorcerer deceive the throne? Shouted a guard nearby. Ha ha ha! Your Majesty, I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Chapter 52, Blood-Refined River. Master and disciple turn against each other. Protect the sovereign. The guards brandished their blades, advancing towards the Taoist. Yet, the Bone Taoist flicked his whisk, summoning a tempest, causing the guards to stagger and squint against the onslaught. Come, protect. The sovereign was suddenly alarmed, retreating, only to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud. A wise ruler garners the support of all beings. A ruler who loses virtue is abandoned by the gods. With a rustle, the whisk expanded into countless tendrils, constricting the guards until they perished, their corpses hurled into the hall of the spirit officials. The rising winds and sands startled the other Taoists and sorcerers, who were thrown into a panic. Master, what is the meaning of this? One began, but before he could finish, the Bone Taoist crushed his skull with a claw. Amidst the billowing sands, the temple was transformed into a graveyard. The sovereign, long since fainted from terror, was ensnared by the Bone Taoist's whisk, concealed within the temple. At the base of the mountain, Xīyóu received a secret missive. The chancellor and several ministers had agreed to his plan to install the 13-year-old crown prince as the sovereign, with a celestial ceremony to take place soon. As for the current ruler, it would be said that he had ascended to seek immortality. Has His Majesty yet to return? Could anything have gone awry? A concerned general asked. Quick, look to the skies, exclaimed others, as countless soldiers lifted their gazes in astonishment, causing a stir. Xīyóu and the soldiers emerged from their tents to witness a multitude of skeletal figures descending from the heavens, darkening the skies. They are coming down. These skeletal forms charged towards the camp. Prepare for battle. The air thickened with dread as the skeletal masses advanced, undeterred by death, lunging at the soldiers. Arrows and bolts were unleashed, but only by shattering the bones could they be vanquished. In an instant, a significant number fell, their lifeblood streaming forth, drawn upwards as if by an unseen force, coalescing into a small stream. At the Bone Temple, within the hall of the spirit officials, the sovereign awoke with a start. Greeted by a horrific sight, rivers of blood, bodies strewn across the ground, and a forest of bones. Your Majesty awakens? What is your intent? This is a transgression against the throne. Release me at once, and I may yet spare your life. Otherwise, the army below shall descend upon you and raze this place to the ground. It was indeed remarkable that he could utter so many words in one breath. No need to concern yourself, Your Majesty. If such a fate awaits, it is merely my own destiny. For now, I implore you to remain here. The sovereign then realized he was atop a high platform, beside a dark, gaping hole. What do you intend to do? To borrow the body of the sovereign for my own purposes, the Bone Taoist replied, waving his hand, rendering the sovereign mute and immobile, frozen in place. He then commanded the skeletal army to slaughter the multitude of soldiers below, awaiting the blood pool to brim for his success. At the Five Poisons Temple, Wu Ming abruptly opened his eyes, breaking from his meditative state. Stepping outside, he gazed skyward, where a crimson aura surged from the north. He prepared to ascend to the clouds for a closer look. With a thud, an invisible barrier enveloped him. "Brother, what troubles you?" "Brother, it seems we cannot escape." 7 spider spirits exclaimed in realization. "Master, why have you confined us?" Wu Ming heard the inquiry from a nearby disciple. Boom! A violent clash echoed from afar. It appeared the crimson phosphor python was ensnared within a grand hall. A figure hovered above. "Master, what formation is this? Can you teach me?" The scorpion spirit asked. The 5 poisons immortal hesitated briefly before responding. "You 3 have been nurtured over decades, and now the time has come for you to repay me. Ask whatever you wish." Before Wu Ming or the scorpion spirit could speak, the toad Taoist interjected, "Master, what is your true intent?" The 5 poisons immortal cast a glance and replied succinctly, "To concoct elixirs." The toad Taoist fell silent, grappling with the realization that, though Wu Ming and the others had merely shared decades of master-disciple bonds, he had followed the master for a century, only to discover he was but a cultivated herb. "Master, what sort of elixir?" the scorpion spirit inquired. "Perhaps it shall be called the 5 Poisons Ascension Elixir," the 5 Poisons Immortal replied, then turned to Wu Ming. "Do you have any questions for me?" "Did you kill the immortal feather?" Wu Ming queried. The 5 Poisons Immortal paused, nodding in affirmation. Wu Ming merely nodded in response, devoid of anger or sorrow, merely seeking an answer. "Very well, you have exhausted your inquiries. If you possess any abilities, now is the time to reveal them." The 5 Poisons Immortal seemed to anticipate their hidden strengths. As soon as he finished speaking, the scorpion spirit vanished, leaving behind a wooden stake, a substitute talisman. Boom! The toad Taoist unleashed his hidden prowess, erupting with the formidable strength of a tribulation-level demon king, shattering the barrier in a single strike and transforming into a gust of demonic wind as he fled. Simultaneously, Wu Ming enveloped the 7 spider spirits in a cloth and hurried them to a hidden chamber, lifting the cushion to reveal a secret passage. He leapt into it. As 3 disciples fled, the 5 Poisons Immortal was taken aback. While he had suspected Wu Ming and the toad Taoist of harboring ulterior motives, he had never anticipated the seemingly naive scorpion spirit to have prepared an escape plan. Unperturbed, the 5 Poisons Immortal summoned a copper mirror, revealing 3 luminous points racing swiftly in 3 directions. He transformed into a streak of light, pursuing them. As the saying goes, to seek the essence of longevity while sabotaging one's own spirit, mistaking demonic obstacles for the elixir of life, betraying one's master and slaying one's disciples. What causes such a rift? After 30 years, the karmic ties are severed, and centuries of cultivation come to naught. Boom. Ultimately, the scorpion spirit, lacking sufficient cultivation, was swiftly caught by the 5 Poisons Immortal, who trapped her in a jade bowl, rendering her attempts to escape futile. She was secured within his sleeve, and he resumed his pursuit of the toad Taoist. The 5 Poisons Immortal, having surpassed mortal limitations, easily caught up thanks to the treasure mirror's guidance. The toad Taoist wasted no words and immediately struck with the treasured staff, wielding immense force. The 5 Poisons Immortal could not counter it, attempting to evade. Suddenly, the toad Taoist's long tongue lashed out, ensnaring him. Foolish trick. The immortal opened his massive mouth, unleashing a powerful suction that drew the toad Taoist and his weapon into his maw. Escaping the temple, Wu Ming refrained from riding the winds, opting instead to sprint westward. "Stay here and do not emerge," he instructed the 7 spider spirits, hastily departing once more. The spider spirits, moved by his concern, nestled quietly in the cave, making no sound. The wind carried him swiftly, covering miles in an instant, until he had distanced himself from the tiger resting peak. Yet, at that moment, a shadow loomed ominously overhead. Wu Ming hastily wielded the Fangtian Huaji, striking fiercely. Boom! The sound echoed as a piece shattered, and seizing the opportunity, Wu Ming transformed into a gust of wind, darting away. Good disciple, you cannot escape. Chapter 53. The Master and his Disciples. Allies among the demons. Wu Ming remained silent, thrusting his spear forward. The great immortal did not engage him, but merely evaded. Realizing that further combat was futile, he turned to leave. Little did he know the extent of the great immortal's abilities. With a swift inhalation, Wu Ming, caught off guard, was swallowed whole. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black space, devoid of any light. Assuming he was within a stomach or a belly, he brandished his spear, intending to create chaos. He swung about, discovering the space was indeed vast, with no bounds in sight. Could it be that this fellow had only a stomach within him? Suddenly, a breeze brushed past, prompting him to strike instinctively. Brother, it's me. Brother? Their reunion sparked a moment of nostalgia. What kind of divine ability is this that traps us here? Wu Ming's fellow disciple, the Toad Taoist, who had accompanied the 5 poisons immortal the longest, should have some insights. I am at a loss. If our master intends to harm me, how could he allow me to know? The two fell into silence. In a short while, they beheld light once more, yet each found themselves ensnared within a bowl, akin to scorpions in a jar. Beside them lay the red phosphorus python. Where are the 7 spider spirits? The 5 poisons immortal frowned. He had merely cast a spell on Wu Ming, allowing him to track him via the treasure mirror. But he had not paid heed to the 7 spider spirits. At that moment, a beam of white light descended on the 5 poisons view. Brother. The white-boned Taoist approached with a smile. The 5 poisons immortal immediately went to greet him. Has the task been accomplished? Indeed. The monarch has been captured, and my subordinates are currently slaughtering the commoners. The 5 poisons immortal's face lit up with joy. Now that we have all the necessary ingredients, once the yin and yang energies converge, we can use the earthly sovereign as a catalyst to extract the dragon pearl of the 9-headed poisonous serpent. At that time, we shall employ our profound skills to refine the great elixir, forge our immortal bodies, and achieve longevity, thus earning the right to present ourselves before our master. The white-boned Taoist could hardly contain his smile, glancing at the several jade bowls, his gaze lingering momentarily on Wu Ming. It seems brother intends to refine the 5 poisons mystical body, which is quite compatible with you. Do not envy, dear brother, should you forge an icy jade-like physique. You too could shed this corporeal form. The two exchanged congratulations as if they had already achieved great success and were now enjoying leisure across the 3 realms. It turned out that these two were from the same sect, and it appeared that all of this was part of their scheme. The 2 Taoists did not shy away from Wu Ming, and their conversation was overheard. Now they awaited the opportune moment when yin and yang would align that night. Meanwhile, the chaos below stirred the mountain's demon king, prompting a gathering of demons at the celestial horizon. Ha, those commoners have encountered their match. They are nothing but skeletons. Why not take this chance to slaughter them and hold a feast afterward? General Ling laughed heartily. Yet, the other demon kings bore no smiles. Their purpose was not merely to feast on a few humans. What do you make of the white-boned Taoist reckless actions? The corpse king inquired. It matters not to me, the bear king grumbled, leaning against a rock. The corpse king had never expected much from the foolish bear and instead turned his attention to the mouse princess. I believe that Taoist is of dubious origin. Having harmed the monarch, his intentions must be significant. Perhaps we should interfere to thwart his plans? The demons eagerly asked how they might disrupt him, as while they might not succeed in their own endeavors, they could certainly hinder others. The princess proposed he wishes to slay those commoners. We shall not allow him to do so. But that Taoist is truly formidable. Are we to be intimidated by him? The princess chuckled. Very well, do not mock us. Princess, let us proceed. The provocation worked well, and the multitude of demons took to the winds, soaring forth to act. The mouse princess stood alone at the celestial horizon. Suddenly, a man descended from the sky, his presence radiating boundless compassion. You have done well. Greetings, revered one. The mouse princess quickly bowed. The man gently replied, no need for formalities, then surveyed the surroundings. I have manifested here due to the suffering of countless souls. Your act of salvation is a deed of immense merit. And in time, you shall be blessed. Your kin shall remain unharmed. As his words faded, he vanished from sight. The princess knelt, bowing deeply. Meanwhile, the man surveyed the affairs of the world from above, his keen eyes fixed on the 5 poisons view. What profound Buddhist essence lies here? I shall observe further. Though I cannot eliminate those 2 demons, I can at least offer assistance in times of peril. With that, he concealed himself. Down the mountain, Su Lingyao consumed the medicinal wine, his face flushed with heat, yet filled with boundless strength, capable of slaying a corpse demon with each swing. Suddenly, a multitude of demons surged forth, causing panic among the crowd as they feared impending doom. However, those great demons and demon kings began to attack the corpse demons instead. Instantly, the 3 armies breathed a sigh of relief. The white-boned Taoist, however, found himself perplexed. Have these demons lost their minds? Brother, I have encountered some trouble here. I must attend to it, he declared, transforming into a gust of wind towards the foot of the mountain. He required the blood and flesh of these tens of thousands. Without it, he could not undergo his transformation. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he witnessed a towering figure, 12 feet tall, crushing several corpse demons underfoot. Halt! The white-boned Taoist bellowed, swinging his whisk to strike the corpse king. Anticipating this, the corpse king activated his powers, growing 3-foot-long claws. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. The white-boned Taoist, skilled in the arts, wielded his whisk to capture the demons. The corpse king, emboldened, used his claws to rend the celestial beings. The gathered demons rushed to assist, forcing the old Taoist to momentarily retreat. Though the white-boned Taoist had achieved a degree of enlightenment, he found it challenging to contend with the multitude of demons, especially the relentless corpse king. He promptly called upon the 5 poisons immortal. Brother, these fiends are indeed troublesome. We require our combined efforts. The 5 poisons immortal offered no further words, recognizing this as a necessary step in their plan, and thus he too lent his strength. The 2 Taoists commenced their incantations, while the demons readied their weapons in response. A stalemate ensued. As the 5 poisons immortal departed, the 3 brothers within the temple stirred. Brother, I cannot break this wretched bowl. The scorpion spirit exclaimed. It appears to be akin to the swallowing technique. I have expended all my powers to no avail, the toad Taoist lamented, having tried every method, even transforming into his original form to shatter it, yet the bowl seemed to possess some form of magical defense, unaffected by his attempts. Wu Ming, tapping on the bottom of the bowl, struck fiercely with his Fa Tian Huaji, but it left no mark. We are likely in a single space. Without the ability to shatter the void, it seems impossible to break free from within. All 3 felt a wave of despondency. Are we doomed to this fate? Wu Ming, however, refused to believe it. Even if he did not adhere to the original text, he should be fine. Was it possible that his status as a traveler had triggered some butterfly effect? Did the original characters like the 100-eyed demon lord not face such tribulations? If that were the case, he had to muster his spirits. Otherwise, he might indeed face calamity. Ultimately, he had relied too heavily on the knowledge of the original text. This was not a story, but a tangible world. Every action could potentially have unforeseen consequences, akin to the butterfly that stirs a tempest. After all, the 100-eyed demon lord should not have had a cousin named Pudu Zihong, right? Suddenly, a mouse emerged from nowhere, scurrying towards the table. Drawn by the sight of 4 bowls, eager for a feast, it climbed up the table leg and knocked one bowl over with a crash, sending it scuttling in fright. Smash. Chapter 54. Invincible powers, no escape for the demons. Where did that mouse go? The previously frantic mouse vanished without a trace. With the shattering of the bowl, the spell was broken, and the 4 demons revealed their true forms. The red phosphorus python immediately exhaled a foul wind, swirling smoke as it sought to escape amidst the chaos. Foolish creature, how can you be so oblivious? Does this not make you even more conspicuous? However, few dared to linger any longer. The recent spectacle had already attested to the terrifying prowess of the 5 poisons immortal. Junior brothers and sisters, we must part ways here. Our master has long since attained the status of a scattered immortal and has survived the thunder disaster among the 3 tribulations. We are no match for him. Farewell. Wu Ming and the scorpion spirit hastily took to the winds. At the foot of the mountain, the 5 poisons immortal was engaged with the bone Taoist in capturing the various demons. Several large demons had already been apprehended, bound tightly with silk from the bone Taoist's whisk. The shattered jade bowl in the temple signaled the urgency of the situation. Thinking of escaping, the 5 poisons immortal halted, shedding his feathered robe, reciting incantations, and with a commanding voice, he cast forth the robe. A sudden gust unfurled the garment, transforming it into a vast canopy that enveloped the mountaintops within 100 miles of the 5 poisons temple. Darkness descended, yet it did not affect the gathered individuals, except for the ordinary soldiers who flailed about like headless flies in panic. The 3 fleeing figures, along with the red phosphor python, gazed upwards in terror at the all-encompassing robe. Who is this 5 poisons immortal, possessing such divine powers? Junior brother, his technique is to enlarge the robe. It must be fragile. Let us break it. The toad Taoist bellowed. Agreed. If we do not shatter this cover, none shall escape. With that, one wielded a treasured staff, while the other brandished a halberd, leaping into the air to thrust at the robe. The 5 poisons immortal, exerting such formidable magic, found himself slightly breathless. Upon noticing his 2 disciples attempting to pierce his robe, an urgency surged within him. Though his feathered robe was woven from celestial silk, it was not an exceptional treasure and could indeed be broken. Disregarding the other demons, the 5 poisons immortal ascended into the air, conjuring a colossal hand of magic to seize the two. The staff and halberd struck against the robe like metal clashing. But the faint impressions left behind brought them a glimmer of hope, as long as it proved effective. Just then, the immortal reached out to grasp them. The two brothers immediately raised their divine weapons in response. The three of them engaged in combat midair. The immortal's anger flared, while the two demons exerted their might. The immortals sought the potent elixir, while the demons fought for their lives. One had achieved immortality as a scattered being, while the two others were demon kings of considerable cultivation. Staff met halberd. The exchange was relentless, yet the immortal's ethereal movements faltered. Amidst the chaos, numerous soldiers were slain, and the Bone Taoist found himself embroiled in a fierce battle against the horde of demons, steadily pushed back by the likes of the Corpse King and others. He calculated the time. The convergence of yin and yang was imminent. Brother, the time is drawing near. Upon hearing this, the five poisons immortal's aura surged. I shall no longer indulge in games with you two. Suddenly, his form appeared to expand infinitely, and before they could react, he swallowed them whole, casting them into a pitch-black void. In a single move, he captured both disciples, and the remaining scorpion spirit, having transformed to hide, was swiftly apprehended as well. The three were once again ensnared. Wu Ming could not even muster an opportunity to unleash his ultimate techniques. The disparity was far too great. The red phosphor python was seized in his grasp, resembling a mere worm. Upon reaching the mountain's base, the five poisons immortal revealed his terrifying nature. All demons, be they great or kingly, were captured one by one. The Corpse King, Bear King, General of the Monkey, General of the Leopard, Lord of the Green Viper, and others were all ensnared. In contrast, the common folk remained unscathed. Let us temporarily detain them, and see if my junior brother's rebirth can provide sufficient flesh and blood. He retracted the feathered robe. The multitude of corpse demons was likewise collected back into the forest, while the surviving soldiers, numbering less than 10,000, wept and lamented. They returned to the Five Poisons Temple, where the immortal cast another spell, causing the jade terraces and pavilions to dissipate like fleeting dreams, leaving behind only a massive four-legged cauldron. Junior brother, return and gather the yin. I shall gather the yang here, harmonizing yin and yang to achieve the path of true immortality. The Bone Taoist nodded in agreement and ascended northward. With a thunderous roar, the five poisons immortals summoned the earth's veins, unleashing a torrent of flames from below. In an instant, the grass withered and stones scorched. From his sleeve, he produced a rope, binding Wu Ming, the Toad Taoist, and the others, tossing the four disciples into the cauldron while leaving the remaining demons aside. Once the work is complete, perhaps he could procure a few mounts. The flames blazed fiercely. Meanwhile, in the northern region, the Bone Taoist returned to the hall of the spirit officials. The ruler was already on the brink of death. He must not die now. The Bone Taoist produced a pill to administer, reviving the ruler momentarily. What do you intend to do? Ignoring the question, the Bone Taoist withdrew a whisk, suspending him before the gaping chasm. He then cast another spell, causing the hall of the spirit officials to shift, revealing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a swirling vortex of malevolent energy spiraling skyward. As yin and yang converged, the Bone Taoist pricked the ruler's fingertip, allowing drops of blood to fall into the abyss. Meanwhile, at the southern foot of the Five Poisons Temple, the already prepared celestial herbs and spiritual fungi were being placed into the cauldron by the Five Poisons Immortal. Everything was in readiness, save for the eastern wind. Within the cauldron, the three siblings were tightly bound. The rope, imbued with the immortal's magic, rendered them utterly helpless. What does this scoundrel intend to concoct using us? Wu Ming inquired. The Toad Taoist, his corpulent form leaning against the cauldron wall to mitigate the burns, replied. To my knowledge, although we cultivate and attain immortality, longevity does not equate to eternal life. There are 3 tribulations. 500 years hence, a thunder disaster will strike you. If you can evade it, you may enjoy another 500 years of freedom. Then a fire disaster will come, and after another 500 years, a wind disaster will follow. These are the 3 tribulations. Evading them grants you longevity. Otherwise, your thousands of years of cultivation will dissolve into nothingness. The Toad Taoist sighed. People speak of immortals with reverence, yet seeking eternal life is no small feat. Our master must have already survived the thunder disaster. Yet it has surely damaged his immortal foundation, for I have seen him often spitting blood. He sought out renowned physicians across the land and, somehow, obtained a recipe claiming to refine a celestial pill using the essence of the 5 poisons, which, when consumed, can forge a true immortal body, freeing one from the tribulations. Wu Ming inquired. A true immortal body? Indeed, if a scattered immortal enters the heavenly realm and is granted celestial status, they shall not face the thunder disaster, enjoying 1,000 years of leisure. During this time, if one can refine a true immortal body to become a true immortal, they can genuinely attain eternal life. Wu Ming understood. The 5 Poisons Immortal*s millennial deadline was approaching, and he surely lacked confidence in overcoming it. Hence his urgency to resort to dark methods to achieve true immortality. Otherwise, his millennia of cultivation would be lost in an instant. After merging with the void, one becomes a scattered immortal, yet every 500 years there comes a calamity, as the Bodhi patriarch once told the monkey. To transcend the 3 tribulations, one must either attain true immortality within 500 years, possess methods to evade the tribulations such as the 36 transformations or 72 transformations, or rely on luck, cultivation, magical power, and the virtue of good fortune to endure. Wu Ming glanced at the cauldron above, where streams of medicinal liquid were converging. Scorpions, toads, centipedes, snakes, and spiders? Wu Ming paused, realizing something was amiss. If the 5 poisons were required to concoct the celestial pill, was there still a need for a gecko? Or was it that? Chapter 55. The dragon pearl emerges, the general storms the mountain. Gurgle, gurgle, boom. The toxic serpent pool roared with unprecedented sounds. Bubbling water surged forth, and a foul stench began to permeate the air. Gradually, the entire pool appeared to be boiling. Something was emerging from beneath. The Bone Taoist and the 5 Poisons Immortal turned their gazes simultaneously. Boom. A massive pearl suddenly burst forth from the void. An ancient, savage aura enveloped the vicinity of Mount Wahoo for hundreds of miles. The dragon pearl of the 9-headed poison serpent. How could the dragon pearl emerge at this moment? Impossible. The throng of great demons and demon kings instantly fell into disarray. They had traveled thousands of miles from the divine continent for this dragon pearl. And given the state of the toxic pool, it would take at least several more years for the toxicity to dissipate enough for them to descend. How could it appear now? Ignoring the astonishment of the demons, the immortal summoned his divine powers, drawing the essence of the dragon pearl into the cauldron, while the Bone Taoist also directed a portion into the blood pool. As the blood of the sovereign dripped drop by drop into the abyss, the Bone Taoist intermittently fed him spirit pills to replenish his vitality and blood. Otherwise, it would not be long before he would become a mere husk. Through the convergence of yin and yang, the blood and resentment of countless souls, combined with the flesh and blood of the celestial emperor, summoned forth the dragon pearl. What followed was a period of anxious waiting. At Thousand Peaks Lake, within the poisoned dragon palace, the slumbering dragon king was abruptly awakened, his countenance pale with shock. How could the ancestral dragon pearl have suddenly emerged? He immediately summoned his generals. As the news spread, the dragon sons and daughters, along with ministers and generals, gathered. "Father, what has transpired?" inquired the eldest prince, Meng Qi. The dragon king's expression darkened. The ancestral dragon pearl has appeared, but the situation remains unclear. What? It has emerged? The courtiers gasped in astonishment. Several years prior, after locating the site, they had sent individuals to investigate, who reported that its emergence would take at least another decade. How could it have surfaced so soon? "Seventh brother, has that mouse princess been in contact with you?" asked Ming Jia, clad in green. "That disdainful princess has not," he replied. The dragon king, though visibly concerned, knew time was of the essence. "Eldest, 7th. You two shall lead 12 valiant warriors and 1,000 dragon soldiers to proceed swiftly. The dragon pearl must not fall into the hands of others." "Yes, father." At once, the waters of Thousand Peaks Lake surged violently as 2 venomous dragons led a fierce contingent of dragon soldiers into the skies. Within the alchemical furnace, the essence of the dragon pearl was infused, causing the 4 demons to falter. The 9-headed poison serpent was a primordial beast of immense power, its venom so potent that even true immortals dared not approach. The toxicity of the essence was unimaginable, though they too were poisonous creatures with high resistance. They were vastly inferior to true immortals. "Gather it," commanded Wu Ming, as he directed the essence into the furnace, lest they all succumb to the poison. Upon realizing it was effective, he felt a surge of joy. Perhaps this was the turning point they desperately needed, though the earth's fire was formidable. The 3 possessed considerable cultivation. Even the red phosphor python, with its tough hide, could withstand the ordeal for several days. Unfortunately, they could not open the furnace for fear that the Grand Master of 5 Poisons would eliminate all 4 before they could concoct the elixir. The Grand Master had not anticipated that the essence of the dragon pearl would not poison them as expected. At the foot of the mountain, Xīyóu, reorganizing the troops and resting in the command tent, bore a grave expression. Although the immediate danger had passed, the surrounding corpse demons lurked ominously. He had just sent a 100-man squad to attempt a breakout, only to have them slaughtered in an instant. A stunning woman approached him, informing him that the demons were undergoing transformation, and his old friend Wu Ming was in grave peril if he did not act to thwart it. His 10,000 men would become fodder for the demons. For reasons unknown, he sensed a familiar fragrance from the woman. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his deputy, Xīyóu. After I depart, maintain a vigilant watch. If any disturbance arises, lead the troops to charge out. Whether we live or die will depend on luck. Xīyóu nodded, refraining from inquiring about Xīyóu's intentions, trusting him to fulfill his duties. Xīyóu equipped himself with a spear, slung his bow, gathered wine, and mounted his horse, charging into the dark mountain path, provoking the corpse demons. On the blood pool, the bone Taoist opened his eyes and commanded the demons to obstruct any intruders. At that moment, he and his master brother were not to be disturbed. With a sudden crack, his body burst forth in a rainbow of hues. A chilling white bone detached from the flesh and plunged into the blood pool. Meanwhile, at the command of the corpse demons, they leapt forth from the forest. With a crack, a flash of light severed one of the demons in two. One after another, the corpse demons lunged forward. "Dare not obstruct me, you vile creatures," Xīyóu exclaimed, taking a swig from his wine pouch. Instantly, his face flushed with heat. With swift strokes, he dispatched the ordinary corpse demons. A mournful howl erupted as several skeletal forms, clearly not human, emerged. These were the creations of demonic corpses. The winds howled ominously, dark energy swirling. The general, alone, traversed the demon mountain. As he rode, the sounds of hooves and spear clashing echoed, while the ground was strewn with bones. His horse whinnied, trembling slightly, gasping for breath. Its face pale. The trees swayed and the grass rustled, countless corpse demons lurking nearby. Xīyóu dismounted. With a pained cry, his warhorse collapsed beneath him. He patted its head gently. "You have served well. In the next life, be human." The horse licked his hand before falling lifelessly to the ground. It had endured a grueling journey, its hind legs reduced to mere bones from the relentless assaults of the demons. "Come forth," he bellowed, as a singular eye opened upon his forehead, emitting flames. Unbeknownst to him, he charged forth, spear in hand, towards the Five Poisons Temple. Days and nights passed in ceaseless cycles. Wu Ming within the furnace remained oblivious to the slaughter approaching him, having become a mere filter, an insatiable void. The essence of the dragon pearl was fully absorbed, his origin burgeoning to a terrifying degree. Regrettably, this essence did not classify him as a demonic corpse, and he gained no supernatural powers. The Grand Master of Five Poisons sat cross-legged upon a cloud, a faint aura of purity rising around him, with a luminous halo swirling. Unblemished and immaculate, yet his visage began to blur, slowly revealing an inhuman form. Sharp fangs akin to a ghoul, covered in fine scales like a sea mermaid, with membranous eyes and no ears. Suddenly, the Grand Master sliced his palm, and fragrant, crystalline blood flowed from the furnace. Observing the blood, Wu Ming, knowledgeable in alchemy, sensed that they were nearing completion. He hastily urged his companions to extract their own blood to mix together. Failure to do so would result in trouble should the Grand Master detect anything amiss. The three brothers, along with the red phosphor python, extracted their blood and took refuge near the furnace's mouth. The blood merged, coalescing into a singular essence, exuding a delightful fragrance. After a day, the furnace gradually formed radiant elixirs. With a hum, the furnace trembled, its lid quivering slightly, releasing an enticing aroma. Though crafted from toxic materials, it yielded a superior, pure celestial elixir. The Grand Master of Five Poisons instantly displayed elation. "The celestial elixir is complete. Ha ha ha. The Five Poisons return to me, worthy of my century-long reputation." He steadied his emotions, determined not to falter at the final juncture. Performing several incantations, he ceased drawing in the essence of the dragon pearl and reached for the lid. Suddenly, a slender hook shot out, striking his face painfully. Chapter 56. The Demon Immortal Guards the Palace. Bone shocks the feather awe. The Grand Master of Five Poisons let out a harrowing scream, rolling aside while clutching his face in agony. "Do not flee. First, eliminate them." Wind surged from the furnace. Wu Ming sheathed his scissors, shouting that if they fled, none would escape, and it was imperative to either injure or slay the Grand Master. The Taoist toad and scorpion, wise and perceptive, understood the gravity of the situation, but the red phosphor python remained oblivious, swirling in its own demonic winds. The three raised their weapons and charged at the Grand Master. Though he was in excruciating pain, he rallied his spirits, waving his sleeve to create gusts that kept them at bay. How could this be? The essence of the poison dragon failed to slay them. Could it be that time has rendered it ineffective? He mused, but soon saw Wu Ming hurl a green pearl, and the winds abruptly ceased. The potency of the scorpion's venom truly was formidable. No wonder even the Buddha had felt pain from it. And the Monkey King's indestructible form had suffered for an entire night. Though the Grand Master was a demon immortal, he was far from the likes of Sun Wukong, the supreme golden immortal. Clutching his face with one hand, he cast spells at the three with the other. A flick of his wrist sent sword chi flying, a technique imparted to Wu Ming. The three fought with increasing ferocity, while the Grand Master's martial prowess proved inadequate. Overwhelmed by pain, he could not summon his formidable abilities to consume or imprison his foes. Seeing that they were relentless, he grew desperate. If the body suffers damage, it is likely that one cannot attain the status of a true immortal. Today shall mark the moment I, the guardian of the lizard, achieve true immortality. The master of the five poisons, originally known as the guardian of the lizard, has devoted hundreds of years of effort, and as such, shall not allow that hard work to slip away. Thus, he immediately summoned the essence of the dragon pearl and consumed a spirit pill from the alchemical furnace, embarking on a perilous transformation towards true immortality. In an instant, he unleashed his magical power, sending a protective aura that propelled the three individuals away. Upon regaining their footing, they beheld a monstrous creature emerging from the divine light, a giant spotted gecko. Its form continuously morphed. At times, numerous legs sprouted. At others, blisters formed on its back, and it alternated between a long tail and large pincers. The Toadman, witnessing this, hastily exclaimed that it was indeed a gecko, and that they must not allow it to complete its transformation. The three drew their weapons to strike, but the protective aura proved resilient, impervious to their efforts. I shall take charge. Wu Ming ascended into the air, invoking the thunder law to summon a tempest. Suddenly, the sky darkened and ominous clouds rolled in, with flashes of lightning illuminating the gloom. With a deafening crack, a bolt of lightning struck towards the guardian of the lizard. Thunder, the pivot of heaven and earth, instilled fear within the guardian, who, despite knowing the storm was not as fierce as the calamities of old, feared the rekindling of ancient wounds that could obliterate his millennia of cultivation. He was compelled to halt his metamorphosis and evade the strike. As he did so, the protective aura dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, the Toadman struck with his treasured staff, sending the guardian tumbling. Dear disciple, do not expect to achieve fruition by betraying your master. With a sweeping tail, the guardian sent the Toadman flying. To achieve the ultimate fruit, one must first ensure their own survival. Wu Ming transformed into two towering avatars, brandishing a spear to pierce. The gecko first spat a stream of venom, then lunged at Wu Ming. Sensing danger, it rolled aside to evade. My dear disciple, you have learned the thunder law. I wonder where you acquired such knowledge. You must have intended to betray your master all along. This was the transmission of the Heavenly Master's teachings. What a farce. Does a Heavenly Master truly impart thunderous techniques to a mere little demon? Wu Ming remained silent as the scorpion spirit rushed in to assist, with the Toadman also raising his staff to strike. The four engaged in a fierce aerial battle. The scorpion spirit exhaled flames, spewing smoke, while the toad spirit unleashed its long tongue, releasing poison and radiant light against the old master. The centipede spirit emitted golden light, channeling thunder to strike the guardian of the lizard. Below, the captured demons and their kings were already paralyzed with fear. Impressive. Even I, the old bear, am skilled. Yet these three, along with that woman, can match me for 20 rounds. The corpse king nodded in agreement, realizing that among the demon kings, only he and the old bear stood a chance against the trio. After 100 exchanges, the guardian of the lizard feigned injury, prompting the scorpion spirit, lacking in foresight, to thrust its spear, only to be struck to the ground by a powerful tail. In contrast, the damage inflicted by the third disciple was far more troublesome. The venom of the overturned stake was excruciating. Otherwise, with his scattered immortal cultivation, he would have subdued several rebellious disciples by now. Remaining were the Toadman and Wu Ming, both unleashing their true abilities. Wu Ming shed his robe, invoking the golden light exorcism sword array, enveloping the guardian of the lizard in a dense yellow mist and radiant gold, ensnaring him. The Toadman revealed his true form. A massive white toad the size of a water buffalo, unleashing a frigid beam towards the guardian of the lizard. Instantly, the guardian was encased in ice, awaiting Wu Ming's golden sword to deliver the final blow. However, fate had not yet released the three from their tribulation. Suddenly, a white streak from the horizon cleaved through the golden light exorcism sword array, whisking away the guardian of the lizard. It was the arriving Bone Master. His skeletal frame was now adorned with sinew, on the verge of shedding his old body, his visage already fleshed out. He took hold of the ice sculpture, employing true fire to melt it, allowing the gecko's form to once again be liberated. "Forgive me, dear brother, for nearly falling to mere juniors," he remarked. After a brief exchange of courtesies, he turned his attention to the Toadman and Wu Ming. Wu Ming gazed at the Bone Master, momentarily taken aback. "You?" The Bone Master, reduced to a skeletal figure, was enough to terrify even the likes of Ning Kaichen and Song Dinghua. Yet, it was not the fearsome appearance that startled Wu Ming, but the striking resemblance to someone he once knew. The Bone Master smiled, surprised that the little centipede he once encountered had now achieved such prowess. Wu Ming never anticipated he would encounter this person, or rather, this visage, again. "So, you have been watching me from the very beginning?" Wu Ming's voice was cold. The guardian of the lizard, focused entirely on his transformation, paid no heed to his brother. While the Bone Master felt that prolonging the confrontation would be detrimental to both himself and his brother. "No, initially I sought to forge a benevolent connection with you. After departing from the sect, I wandered the 4 continents, seeking enlightenment amidst the mortal world to discover the means of achieving true immortality while avoiding the calamities. However, I found no results. Eventually, I chose to dwell here in seclusion, taking on a few young disciples, fortuitously encountering you during the Centennial Tribulation, thus establishing this connection. I relished the tranquility until that day when my elder brother sought me out, presenting this method. Stirred by the Tao heart, I permitted my brother to take my place here while I became a great master in the lower realms, seducing kings to seek longevity, thereby providing resources for our grand plan." Pausing, the Bone Master, or Xīyóu, continued, "I never expected you to force my brother into such a predicament, compelling me to rush here, inadvertently revealing my true form to you. However, it matters not. It clarifies some of your uncertainties. Why did you not strike me down when I discovered you in the Lingguan Hall?" Wu Ming inquired further. "Simply because the time was not yet ripe." With this revelation, Wu Ming comprehended that perhaps from that night when Xīyóu vanished, he had been under surveillance, and all subsequent events had conspired towards this very day. Yet he still had one lingering question. With so many poisonous entities, why choose us? The Toadman's eyes widened in confusion. Xīyóu smiled gently. "You are not ordinary poisonous entities. Ask yourself, could common spirits attain corporeal form and cultivate into golden elixirs within mere decades or centuries? You are imbued with fortune. You are no mere mortals." With their confusion resolved, he instructed them to remain in place and await the success of his brother, for it might yet spare their lives. As his words fell, a booming voice echoed, "Demonic spawn, prepare to die." Chapter 57. Cutting off the roots, the marshal returns to his position. Xīyóu, dragging a long spear, shouted thunderously. His armor lay in tatters, his clothing shredded, and his body stained with blood. After 7 days and nights of relentless battle, his warhorse lay dead, and even the spear had become misshapen. A flickering fire danced around him, his eyes glowing red as he surveyed his surroundings. Several demon kings, meeting his gaze, felt a wave of dread wash over them. "You seduced the king first, and then slaughtered my soldiers and common folk. You must be punished." The Bone Master, however, did not deign to look at him, showing far more patience towards Wu Ming than he ever would towards a mere mortal. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a beam of white light towards Xīyóu. Wu Ming, lost in thought, momentarily lost his vigilance, and it was too late to intervene. Yet Xīyóu, unafraid, faced the attack head-on, his face flushed with determination, swinging his spear to block. Crack! The sound of the spear breaking echoed, yet he managed to deflect the blow. "Oh, General Su possesses such skill." The Bone Master, seemingly in good humor, praised him. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light shot towards the Bone Master as Wu Ming seized the moment to launch a surprise attack. Clang, clang. To his astonishment, the Bone Master's body felt as solid as iron, leaving only 2 faint marks. Simultaneously, the Toadman unleashed a beam of cold light, but the Bone Master effortlessly sidestepped it. Indeed, to fight effectively, one must maintain control. The Bone Master, despite not matching the guardian of the lizard in power, was still a formidable figure, his magical prowess vast. Meanwhile, The guardian of the lizard continued his transformation, his appearance shifting among the myriad forms of the 5 poisons. Safeguarded by his protective aura, simply needing to avoid the thunder summoned by Wu Ming. The skeletal figure engaged in combat with 2 adversaries, a fierce battle indeed. The toad Taoist was nearing exhaustion, barely able to leap a few times, while Wu Ming, sustained by a robust source of power, remained vigorous and lively. Xīyóu, being merely immortal, could not soar through the clouds and promptly sought refuge among several demon kings, asking, "Who among you can assist me in confronting that demon Taoist?" The demon kings exchanged glances, incredulous that a mere mortal would dare to intervene. "If you free me, I shall take you up to stab that wretched creature," bellowed the Bear King, still stung by indignation. The Corpse King was somewhat tempted but felt it beneath him to plead with a mortal, as did the others. Moreover, they doubted how a mere human could untie the ropes binding them. These were no ordinary restraints, after all. Look, even the ferocious Corpse King cannot break free with that hideous creature's magic. Xīyóu did not hesitate, with a gentle swipe of his spear. The ropes imbued with the power of the Gecko Taoist snapped apart with a resounding crack. Is it undone? The Bear King sprang up joyfully, retrieving his black spear. Let us go forth and strike those 2 wretched beings. Grasping Xīyóu, the Bear King leaped into the air, thrusting at the transforming Gecko Taoist. Clang. The attack failed to penetrate the divine radiance surrounding the Taoist. Let us turn our attention to that skeletal fiend. The Bear King seized Xīyóu again, launching a joint assault against the skeleton Taoist, who conjured a gust with his whisk to fend them off. Seeing the Bear King take the lead, Wu Ming felt a wave of relief, silently chanting incantations to summon divine lightning, which struck the metamorphosing Gecko Taoist. Boom. The Taoist, caught off guard, was struck on the back. Simultaneously, his transformation halted, revealing a lizard's head, a serpent's body, and a scorpion's tail, emitting a foul odor. This interruption of his metamorphosis reignited old wounds. You all shall perish. The creature, twisting like a serpent, advanced to devour several demons, replenishing its lost essence. It then exuded a noxious mist, morphing into a grotesque form. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp teeth, eyes gleaming with malice, ears keen to sounds, and a nose as pungent as garlic, an abomination that bore no resemblance to a lizard, but rather a wholly new species, a monster. In a swift motion, the creature leaped, tearing off a leg of the toad Taoist, and a beam of blood shot forth, sending the jade toad plummeting into the forest. Swiftly, Wu Ming hurriedly reduced his size, but the skeleton Taoist had anticipated this and ensnared him with magic, while the monster lunged, aiming to bite his head. With a sickening crunch, Wu Ming's left hand was bitten off, yet he seized the opportunity to sever his bindings with his spear and escape. Creak, creak, my dear disciple. Your essence is quite delectable, fragrant, and sweet, the monster remarked as it feasted. Wu Ming paid no heed. With a flash of light, his arm began to regenerate rapidly, soon returning to its original form. Through divine powers, he could regenerate severed limbs, having consumed ample essence from the poisonous dragon. His abundant source was more than sufficient for him to replace his entire being multiple times over. At that moment, the skeleton Taoist returned to entangle him again, and the 2 commenced a dance of combat. The Bear King, clutching Xīyóu, prepared to stab with his spear, only to witness the monster gnawing on Wu Ming's arm. Its jagged teeth bared. For reasons unknown, the Bear King felt a shiver of dread. Bah! A grotesque creature, come closer and taste my spear. With renewed vigor, he thrust forward, but the monster's long tail ensnared both him and Xīyóu. Let me go? The Bear King could stomp and shatter demons for miles around, yet he could not break free from the creature's serpentine tail. What are you waiting for? Cut it! The Bear King urged Xīyóu, who was now gasping for breath. Faintly, he seemed to hear a voice calling to him. Ma Lingyao, is it not time to return to your rightful place? What are you waiting for? A divine figure clad in golden armor boomed. Instantly, Xīyóu's mind cleared, and memories flooded back. I am the Grand Marshal of the Fire Division. Bestowed as one of the 4 marshals of the Heavenly Court, Ma Lingyao. The divine figure nodded, affirming, indeed, congratulations, Marshal Ma, on your return from trials. His Majesty has decreed your swift return to your rightful position. Ma Lingyao acknowledged, expressing gratitude to the divine figure for coming to escort him, requesting that the divine being return first, promising to find him for a drink upon his return to the heavenly palace. The divine figure paused, asking, will you not return with me? To which Ma Lingyao shook his head resolutely. That cannot be. In this life, I have become a great general. Yet I refuse to be slain by that monster tail. I cannot bear such indignity. The divine figure sighed. This is His Majesty's command. What, if necessary? I shall endure another reincarnation to reclaim my honor. I cannot allow this slight to linger, lest I be the laughingstock of the three realms. The divine figure, well acquainted with Marshal Ma's temperament, could only bow and say, Marshal, you may remain for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Otherwise, I cannot escort you back. Entering through the heavenly gate will inevitably alarm His Majesty, so please understand. An incense stick? Ma Lingao nodded in agreement. He then opened his eyes. It had only been a fleeting moment. The monster sensed something amiss. Oh no, I've been caught. The Bear King was furiously batting at the flames engulfing him, forcing the creature to retreat from the unbearable heat. Su Lingao hovered in the air, a third eye opening on his forehead, unleashing torrents of flames. Soon, firebirds erupted forth, painting the sky crimson. You fiend, come forth and perish. Chapter 58. The extermination of two demons and the seizure of the dragon pearl. What is happening? The gecko and the skeleton were taken aback, both contemplating a chilling possibility. A celestial rebirth? Their hearts quivered. Was the heavens seeking their demise? Fortuitously, a mere mortal was present, one who was also a reincarnated deity, and even more fortuitously, this deity had just returned from trials, awakening ancient wisdom. The skeleton Taoist approached, bowing, "Oh, esteemed celestial, we, your humble brothers, have wronged you in the past. We ask for your forgiveness, and in the future, we shall present ample gifts as an apology." Surrounded by firebirds, Marshal Ma chuckled, "No need for gifts. I only desire your heads." With the gecko Taoist transformation interrupted and still reeling from the pain of the toxic strike, he lost his composure and retorted, "Impudent god. Do not boast of your prowess. Depart swiftly, or my brother and I shall make you taste our might." "Humph, you know not of your impending doom." Enraged, Marshal Ma summoned a torrential wave of firebirds to descend upon them. The skeleton and gecko, not to be outdone, unleashed their own arcane powers in response. A fierce battle ensued, with two demonic beings wielding formidable powers against a celestial whose reputation was formidable, toxic mists obscuring the battlefield, and flames illuminating the day. Wu Ming observed from a distance, astonished that Su Lingao turned out to be a reincarnated deity. Yet he remained uncertain of which deity it was. Upon witnessing the third eye and the emergence of firebirds, understanding dawned upon him. Goodness, it is indeed Lord Ma. Although the four marshals in the journey to the west were merely background figures, Wu Ming was not naive enough to consider them mere trifles. Having encountered General Guan previously and now Marshal Ma, the reunion of the four marshals was drawing near. As he pondered, a fierce battle raged above. With Marshal Ma awakening his past wisdom to wield his protective divine powers, yet he had not yet returned to the heavenly court, lacking any significant magical power. The gecko and skeleton were no ordinary foes. Their prowess was commendable even on the journey to the west. The struggle was fiercely contested. In the Flying Cloud Palace, music and praises filled the air as officials donned new robes. 3 days prior, the Prime Minister, leading the 6 departments, proclaimed the prince's ascension to the throne, declaring that the emperor had transcended to immortality, presenting the ruler's last testament. Although the officials were perplexed, none dared to suspect that someone would forge such an imperial decree. Today marks the day of celestial sacrifice and ancestral veneration, thus allowing one to rightfully claim the throne. The young crown prince, having set the sacrificial text aflame upon the altar, watched as a wisp of azure smoke ascended into the vast heavens. The rites concluded, and the new sovereign of Feiyun Kingdom ascended to power. Suddenly, the dragon pearl, suspended amidst the clouds atop Wohu Mountain, began to tremble ominously, as if it desired to plunge into the toxic abyss below. The white-boned Taoist was taken aback. This is not good. The dragon pearl is slipping from our grasp. The guardian palace was also thrown into disarray, although its transformation had been interrupted. Seizing a few rebellious disciples to refine the 5 poisons immortal elixir would allow it to continue its metamorphosis with the essence of the dragon pearl. What could possibly be amiss? The white-boned Taoist invoked his powers, sending the corpse demons within the white-boned temple to investigate the condition of the sovereign. Despite his weakened state, the prince still clung to life. How could this be? Those 2 wretches dared to engage me while distracted? In an instant, a fiery dragon burst forth, seizing the 2 foes in its jaws. Boom! The scorching breath of the dragon erupted forth. Marshal Ma was poised to strike down the 2 demons decisively when he suddenly felt himself growing lighter. Time was running out. Curse it all. Listen well, you 2 grotesqueries. I am Marshal Ma Lingao of the Heavenly Fire Division. Should you dare to continue your misdeeds, I shall hunt you down, be it in heaven or earth." Before he could finish, a beam of divine light shot into the sky. The resplendent martial Ma returned to his rightful place, leaving behind only ashes of his mortal form. Deep within the chasm, two charred bodies lay sprawled. Yet, the two demonic immortals were not yet dead, barely clinging to existence. They stirred. Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens. "Bear King, save me. Quickly, release us." Wu Ming summoned an immense storm of lightning, his power and essence rapidly depleting. The might of heaven terrified the surrounding beasts into submission. Should such wrath descend upon them, there would be no escape. However, Wu Ming had no time to spare for them, focusing solely on controlling the tempest. Crack! The lightning cascaded like a waterfall, crashing down into the chasm. The two creatures, gravely injured, could not evade it. Ah, what a splendid bolt! The thunder god had lost his thunder sword, the lightning mother her purple whip, and the heavenly marshal had relinquished the river water. Wu Ming, still not satisfied, continued to unleash destruction for nearly 10 breaths before finally ceasing. Approaching to inspect the aftermath, a pungent scent of charred flesh filled the air, obscuring his vision in the haze. Yet, his attention was soon drawn back to the dragon pearl, which had completely lost control and was poised to re-enter the toxic pit. Wu Ming would not allow this to happen. He leaped forward, intent on seizing the dragon pearl. All he needed was to make contact, and it could be absorbed into his furnace. Surely, it could be considered a part of the corpse. "The dragon pearl belongs to us." A swarm of demons surged forth, with the celestial beings departed and the two demonic immortals on the brink of death. They were akin to fishermen seizing the advantage amid the struggle of clams. A horde of monsters, each unleashing their unique powers, converged. "Get away from me!" Wu Ming roared in fury. This was his hard-won prize, and a gaggle of onlookers sought to snatch it away. Brandishing his spear, he summoned a radiant array of golden light. Dense yellow mist swirled, vibrant golden glimmers shimmering, as if encased in iron barrels, flanking like bronze bells. This divine power had nearly claimed the life of the Guardian Palace before. How much more so would it affect several great demons? Uft, uft. The Azure Viper Lord, a serpent, in the White Mountain, a white ant, fell victim to Wu Ming's divine prowess, causing the other demons to retreat in terror. He unleashed divine thunder upon several demon kings, penetrating through to stand before the dragon pearl. A mere dragon pearl, the size of a small mountain. What terrifying form did the 9-headed poisonous dragon possess? There was no time for contemplation, as the dragon pearl was plummeting. Wu Ming reached out, and in an instant, the small mountain-sized pearl vanished from sight. "Surrender the dragon pearl." The corpse king advanced. Boom! A tremendous quake erupted, and two charred figures emerged. It was the Guardian Palace and the White Bone. The newly grown muscles of the White Bone Taoist had been reduced to cinders, his once gleaming bones now darkened. The Guardian Palace was utterly unrecognizable, its physical form crumbling and on the verge of collapse. The throngs of demons had long been instilled with dread, promptly fleeing into the winds. The dragon pearl can be seized another time. Wu Ming's body tensed. Swish. The White Bone Taoist, however, seized his master and fled on a cloud. A mere ruse? Whoosh. A massive spear descended like a meteor. Pft. Boom. The two demons were forcefully driven into the earth, and Wu Ming transformed into a whirlwind, racing to catch up. "Do you truly wish to eradicate us without a trace of gratitude? Must my brother and I swear never to return to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent?" The voice of the White Bone echoed through the forest. "I shall always remember the grace of the true master and my teacher. If you seek clarity, I can return it. However, this wretched life was given by my parents. Should you desire it, I can only send you both on your way." As Wu Ming spoke, he remained on guard for any impending tricks. Swish. Indeed. A white ribbon shot forth. It was the whisk, suddenly ensnaring Wu Ming. The White Bone Taoist, dragging the Guardian Palace near, struck at Wu Ming's head. Boom. Wu Ming shattered into illusory fragments. The White Bone Taoist looked up just in time to see a crescent moon descending and instinctively blocked it. Uft. The body of the Guardian Palace was cleaved in two, meeting its demise. Brother, now gravely injured, his essence nearly consumed by flames. His body on the brink of collapse, he grasped at a wisp of his brother's lingering spirit. "If you wish to eradicate us entirely, then bear the consequences." Rustle. Instantly, hundreds of corpse demons surged from the forest, roaring in fury as they charged at Wu Ming. With swift reflexes, Wu Ming snatched the Guardian Palace's remains. A burst of white light ignited. Boom. Chapter 59. The Late Prince, the sister captured cough, cough, cough. In a massive pit, bones lay scattered about like a mass grave. Wu Ming, his flesh charred, limbs shattered, lay in the center, and a faint smile graced his face. He had reaped a bountiful harvest. Within the furnace, a dragon pearl radiated brilliance, alongside a demonic immortal's corpse and several bodies of great demons. As for his severed limbs, they would regrow in no time. Swish, swish, swish. Several new arms sprouted from his back, allowing him to navigate like a spider with 8 legs. Upon returning to the Five Poisons Temple, not a soul was in sight. The few remaining spirit pills in the alchemical furnace had vanished, taken by an unknown hand. Sister, Wu Ming, gravely injured, felt the weight of the scattered celestial powers pressing upon him. It was not easy to recover. For now, he could only scuttle like a spider through the mountains and forests in search of his sister, the scorpion spirit, but she was nowhere to be found. As he grew increasingly anxious, a voice rang out, "Do not fret. Your sister has encountered some fortunate circumstances. I shall take her to cultivate. Focus on your own training, and you too may achieve a fruitful outcome." Wu Ming's eyes sparkled with hope, yet he could perceive no figure. He surmised that someone had rescued the scorpion spirit, likely a monk or bodhisattva from the spiritual mountain. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. He could only suppress his emotions. There were still 7 spider spirits. He worried whether the earlier commotion had harmed them or if other demons had witnessed it. Hundreds of miles from Wohu Mountain, a thick mass of ominous clouds drifted closer. "Brother, if we dawdle like this, what if our ancestral dragon pearl is seized by someone else?" Meng Qi lay upon a crystal platform, 2 clam maidens kneading his shoulders and legs. Upon hearing this, he waved his hand reassuringly. "Do not worry, 7th brother. The dragon pearl is not something mere mortals can seize." He gestured for Meng Jia to move aside. Just then, a fierce wind swept in, colliding with the dragon palace's water soldiers. "How dare you? Which demon dares to confront the 2 princes?" 2 dragon soldiers brandished their spears and stepped forward to question. As the demonic wind dissipated, a dark figure emerged, none other than the Bear King. "Who dares to obstruct the path of my esteemed elder bear? The demons are rampant, and the prince is equally audacious." Which carbon pit failed to keep watch, allowing a charcoal burner to escape. "Come forth, let me cleanse this wretch and see." The eldest prince, Meng Qi, reclined in his chair and declared, "I shall give it a try," exclaimed a dragon warrior wielding a steel rod, one of the 12 valiant champions. "Brother, we should hasten to seek the dragon pearl. We must not delay any longer," Meng Jia insisted, unwilling to linger further. How long would it take for them to reach their destination if they continued to provoke trouble like this? Yet, Meng Qi paid him no heed. The 2 had already engaged in battle. Spear against staff, claw against fist, they unleashed their mystical powers amidst a flurry of wind and mist. After 20 exchanges, the valiant warrior found his limbs paralyzed, unable to withstand the weight of the Bear King's spear. Bang! One strike determined the fate of the world. The valiant warrior was forced to retreat, dragging his weapon behind him. The eldest prince Meng Qi immediately rose to his feet. "Your Highness, I am no match for that black giant." Laughter erupted from the Bear King. "You pitiful creatures dare to intimidate me? Come, come, let me teach you a lesson with my spear." The demon roared, "Do not be arrogant. We shall meet you in battle." At once, 3 more valiant warriors leapt forward to clash with the Bear King. So eager for bloodshed, the Bear King triumphed over 3 warriors, then defeated 5 more. The eldest prince, enraged, commanded 1,000 dragon warriors to form a siege, forcing the Bear King to flee. They then regrouped and leisurely made their way to Mount Tiger. Meng Jia remained expressionless, already numb to the events. Within Mount Tiger, Wu Ming had abandoned the search for the 7 spider spirits, instead hiding in a cave to recuperate from his injuries. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted within the mountain. The former ruler had long since become a mere carcass, while the army below had fought their way out amidst the onslaught of the corpse demons, losing their demon kings. The great demons, now without their leaders, were in disarray, vying for the title of new king and dividing territories, a complete tangle of confusion. The 7 spider spirits cautiously crawled through the forest. "Sister, is our senior brother all right?" The younger sisters inquired anxiously. The red-clad fairy paused, her tone resolute. "We must have faith in our senior brother." Indeed, the 6 spider spirits nodded fiercely. "Look, what have I discovered?" The dark clouds loomed overhead as Meng Qi smiled. 7 spider spirits? How fortuitous. I happen to be in need of a few pets. So come forth. Meng Qi tossed a handkerchief, which instantly enlarged to accommodate 7 adults. Meng Jia felt a strange familiarity about these 7. as if he had seen them somewhere before. Below, the three smaller spirits, clad in green, blue, and purple, were terrified, hiding tightly behind their four elder sisters. The red-clad fairy stepped forward. "Your Highness, we already have a master, so please forgive us. We must leave." She urged her younger sisters to retreat slowly into the dense forest. "Oh, you have a master? What a pity. For I take great delight in seizing the possessions of others." As soon as the words left his lips, the eldest prince reached out to grab them. The spider spirits. Having learned various spells alongside Wu Ming, though still at the stage of refining their essence and unable to transform, were not to be underestimated. Their colorful webs, resembling gems, crystals, and pearls, formed an immense net aimed at the Dragon Palace entourage. "Quick, flee." As a cloud of smoke dispersed, the 7 spider spirits immediately leaped away. The Dragon Palace warriors found themselves ensnared in the webs, and upon breaking free with their powers, they discovered the webs to be an eclectic assortment, akin to a non-mainstream fashion. Meng Qi seized a strand of webbing and shouted, "Pursue them!" The dragon warriors promptly split into several groups, chasing and cornering the fleeing spider spirits in a grand spectacle of chaos. Meng Jia led a squad of dragon warriors back to the underground palace of the Mouse Princess, only to find it devoid of any mice. That wretched creature has fled? Several newly arrived minor demons below were promptly interrogated. What transpired in this mountain? The little demons recounted all they knew, only to be devoured by Xīyóu in the end. The dragon pearl has truly emerged. He hurried to find Meng Qi, worried that if they continued to delay, they would truly become fools. What? The dragon pearl has emerged? How could this be? Meng Qi exclaimed in shock, hastily attempting to summon his subordinates, only to be intercepted by Meng Jia. "Brother, wait. I remember these spider spirits. They are related to the Taoist priests in this mountain. Let us capture them and assess the situation." A battalion of dragon warriors surrounded the area, overturning stones and grass, but the 7 spider spirits, with their 8 legs, could not escape and were swiftly captured. "Release us, you ugly demons. Our senior brother is the all-seeing demon lord, immensely powerful. You shall regret this." The green-clad fairy shouted in fury. Meng Jia had long held disdain for Wu Ming, and with a pointed finger, he pierced through the back of the green-clad fairy, instantly sapping her strength. "Humph, the all-seeing demon lord. I have never heard of him. If he comes, we shall capture him too for questioning. Take them away and confine them in the ice and fire prison for careful observation." The dragon warriors then tossed the 7 spider spirits into a box. These matters were trivial. The pressing concern was to trace the whereabouts of the dragon pearl and determine if it had already been taken. To gather information, the multitude of demons in the mountains would serve perfectly. Chapter 60. The Dragon Palace's Coercion, Skinning, and Flaying. "Your Highness, spare me. I know the whereabouts of the dragon pearl." A man, restrained by 4 valiant warriors, lay on the ground. He was the infamous Hu family demon, commonly referred to as the fox demon. Meng Qi glanced at him disdainfully. "Speak." "This is a long story," replied the fox demon. "Then make it brief." "In the mountain there are 2 Taoist temples, and I was personally involved in the entire process. I possess knowledge of the vast majority of the circumstances, including the whereabouts of the dragon pearl." "Humph. How audacious. Where are these Taoists?" The fox demon trembled. "I have not seen them. They are likely still within the mountain." Meng Qi nodded. "Push him down and behead him. I have no appetite for fox meat." The fox demon panicked, shouting, "Your Highness, spare me. My father is the Eternal Fox King." "The Eternal Fox King? I have never heard of him." The 2 valiant warriors pushed him down, and with a swift slash, his true form was revealed, a patterned fox. "Seventh brother, take 500 dragon warriors into the mountain to search, while I survey from the air. We shall encircle them." Mount Tiger spans over 200 miles. This search will be a tedious task, but given his low status in the Dragon Palace, he had no choice but to comply. A multitude of dragon warriors stirred up chaos in the mountain, and the sight of the demons scattered amidst a field of bones marked the end of a once serene and tranquil place. Wu Ming withdrew his gaze, and with a swipe of his magical mirror, it vanished from sight. This was a power obtained from the guardian of the lizard, known as the Xīyóu technique. This technique is indeed remarkable. The Xīyóu technique is one of the 72 earthly fiend techniques, akin to spatial magic in modern terms. Wu Ming had previously believed it inferior to the celestial talisman techniques, but upon practicing it, he realized it was an entirely different matter. The simplest application is to carry a small space for storage. However, the furnace can only store demon corpses, and it is not safe. What if they were accidentally refined? Moreover, The guardian of the lizard could effortlessly swallow a person with a mere breath and trap them within a jade bowl. It is a superb technique for capturing and restraining. Yet, he needed to devise a plan to rescue the 7 spider spirits that had been captured by the Dragon Palace, as they were, after all, his beloved pets. Is he now at odds with the Dragon Palace? The world is divided into 4 great continents, countless blessed lands, and celestial realms. In the western Bullhuzhou, there lies a mountain, a true paradise of immortality. Towering peaks rise steeply, reaching the heavens, connected to the Kunlun vein, where dragons roar and tigers roar. Cranes dance and monkeys cry, and deer emerge from blossoms, while the azure phoenix sings to the sun. A black wind burst into a temple within the mountain, startling the assembly of immortals. Which demon dares to act so recklessly here? As the demon wind dissipated, revealing a tattered skeleton, the figure saw a colorful mural hanging in the center, a crimson carved lacquer, and a golden furnace bottle set before a seated immortal. The disciple, Xīyóu, rushed to kneel and bow. Disciple Xīyóu pays respects to master. The immortal was taken aback. Xīyóu, how did you end up in such a state? In an instant, the white skeleton wailed, Master, I suffer greatly. I have left the mountain gate. Then, it recounted the entire series of events, unwilling to deceive. Reflecting on the impending failure and the loss of its cultivation, it lamented in despair. Enough of this pitiful display. If you too do not leave, what do you intend to learn from the path of heresy? Just as Xīyóu was about to repent, the Taoist spoke of the difficulty of the Tao and the challenges even celestial beings face. Yet, your current tribulation being alleviated is indeed a blessing. He began to calculate the heavenly signs with his fingers, sensing some underlying reason, and declared, Cast aside this mortal shell and resume your cultivation. The Taoist then extended his hand and captured a strand of Xīyóu's true spirit, placing it alongside the guardian spirit in a small vial. With a gentle breeze, a sliver of moonlight transformed into reality. He then flung the white skeleton outside the hall towards the west, where it landed at the edge of a cliff. Shrouded in clouds and mist, it happened to coincide with the tragic fate of a woman who was murdered by mountain bandits and discarded below, where her flesh mingled with the earth, enduring the harsh mountain winds and the relentless sun, year after year forgotten. Meanwhile, the 2 princes, having searched long for Wu Ming without success, feared he had fled with the dragon pearl, disobeying their father's command. They ordered their soldiers to set a trap. Meng Jia devised a cunning scheme, instructing the dragon soldiers to hang 7 spider spirits from the ice fire prison in the air, using vine whips to lash at them. If you are a man, step forward. Do not let these little demons have the pleasure of seeing you suffer. Meng Qi shouted, brandishing his whip. The whip, entwined with thorns and barbs, tore flesh with each strike. Yet, the 7 spider spirits remained silent, enduring the pain. Let us see how many lashes you can withstand. Meng Qi continued to whip them, his fury escalating with each blow. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, Stop. A Taoist emerged from the mountains, revealing himself as Wu Ming. Brother, do not come here. They are trying to capture you. The eldest spider spirit shouted urgently, and the others echoed her concern. Silence, you wretched creature. Meng Qi retorted, glancing at the Taoist, who indeed appeared noble, with celestial grace and an ethereal presence. You, Taoist, bear no grudge against me. Yet for stealing the treasures of my dragon palace, including the dragon pearl, you deserve death. Return it at once, and I may spare your life. Brother. Meng Jia attempted to speak, but was silenced by Meng Qi's glare. Who are you to make demands? Meng Qi laughed, I am Meng Qi, the crown prince of the poison dragon palace at Qianzhong Lake. Wu Ming nodded, acknowledging the title. I have heard of your reputation, crown prince. Just return my junior sisters to me, and I shall return the dragon pearl. With so many dragon soldiers surrounding me, escape is impossible. What price are you asking? Return it to me now, or you shall perish alongside these 7 wretched ones. Hundreds of dragon soldiers closed in, weapons drawn. Your Highness, my junior sisters are but a few lives, and I have cleverly concealed the dragon pearl. How could I carry such a large treasure on my person? Upon hearing this, Meng Qi and Meng Jia found it reasonable and demanded, Where is it hidden? Your Highness, please return my junior sisters first. Do you fear I might flee? Furrowing his brow, Meng Qi gestured for his men to release the 7 spider spirits. To associate with such vile creatures as these, you must not be of noble character yourself. Wu Ming ignored him, taking his junior sisters, who were covered in bloodstains and barely able to stand. If they endure any more lashes, they may not survive. Brother, the one in red cried, her voice trembling. Wu Ming comforted her. channeling his original energy to ensure their safety. The younger ones in blue and purple had lost their cultivation and could not speak, while the other four were gravely injured and would struggle to recover without potent elixirs. Anger surged within him, the threat of death looming. Quickly reveal where the dragon pearl is hidden. Wu Ming employed a technique to conceal the 7 spider spirits on his person and drew forth his halberd, coldly declaring, "I have heard tales of Neza's exploits, wearing a dragon skin and wielding its sinews. I shall now test the strength of this dragon sinew." At this proclamation, Meng Qi and Meng Jia were filled with fury. The tale of Neza had stirred great controversy, and although it originated from the East Sea Dragon Palace, it had brought shame to the entire dragon race. If you seek death, so be it. Attack. A cacophony of battle cries erupted as hundreds of dragon soldiers surged from all directions. "Wind, arise," Wu Ming chanted, pointing a finger. Instantly, a fierce gale swept through, swirling clouds and darkening the skies, rendering all forms indistinguishable. "Surround him. Do not let him escape," Meng Qi bellowed. Yet, the dragon soldiers were soon tossed about by the wind, losing their bearings. Some fell from the clouds, meeting a disastrous fate. The 2 dragon princes hurriedly summoned a cloud to support their soldiers, but when the wind settled, Wu Ming's figure was nowhere to be found. "Search," they commanded, determined to find him at all costs. The area had been ensnared with traps, ensuring he could not escape. The 12 valiant generals quickly led troops in search. Had Wu Ming truly fled? He had no intention of retreating. He was set on his course of action, having long been at odds with the Poison Dragon Palace. Hidden at the cliff's edge, he utilized a precious mirror to observe his surroundings without detection. This treasure he called the Mountain Viewing Mirror. The 2 princes, realizing they lacked dragon soldiers for the search, felt unease. If Wu Ming escaped with the treasure, they would face dire consequences. "Brother, do you possess any tokens from our father, such as the Jade Book or Gold Ledger? Let us seek the aid of the local spirits in this place." Among the Earth's deities, the gods of mountains and rivers held the most information. Although the king of the Poison Dragon Palace was not one of the great dragon gods, he held a position, and surely the local deities would lend him some respect. Meng Qi deemed this a sound plan, retrieving a token for Meng Jia to seek assistance while he remained behind to prevent Wu Ming's escape. Meng Jia felt disgruntled. It was clear his brother feared losing credit for the capture, yet the situation necessitated compliance. Wu Ming quietly assessed the situation, realizing that the green turtle demon was not particularly powerful and that he could easily subdue it. However, his true target was the Crown Prince, the real decision-maker. Only by capturing him could he hope to escape. Otherwise, he would never evade the 1,000-strong dragon army. Using the Mountain Viewing Mirror once more, Wu Ming noted that only 100 dragon soldiers guarded Meng Qi, while the others searched the mountains. He needed a strategy to divert some of them. If only he had that skeletal boat capable of traversing the realms unseen, it would serve perfectly for both rescue and retribution. Regrettably, he had not found it. He concealed himself, scouting for an opportune moment, and seized a small demon. "I will send you off with the wind. You must run forward with all your might, or your life is forfeit. Do you understand?" The little demon nodded, trembling. Moments later, a tempestuous gust carried the small demon away from the mountain. A valiant soldier looked up and, spotting a Taoist, rushed to pursue him. The wind's ferocity alarmed the surrounding dragon soldiers. "It's that Taoist. Do not let him escape," they shouted, closing in. The little demon, swept up by the gale, was terrified and ran for its life. Meng Qi, alerted by the commotion, urged his soldiers to follow. Capturing Wu Ming would solidify his position as the crown prince. "Quickly, pursue him. Do not let him get away. Whoever captures him will be promoted to general." A swarm of dragon soldiers surged forward, eager to claim glory, while the 12 valiant generals diligently followed suit to repay the king's favor. In an instant, the skies darkened, and a chilling light glinted off their weapons. The crown prince lagged behind, accompanied only by a few maidens. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed, causing Meng Qi to tremble. And before he could regain his footing, a figure emerged from the clouds. With head held high and an air of grandeur, the figure exuded a radiant aura, their eyes shimmering like the sun and moon in the heavens. Clutching a Fangtian Huaji, adorned in resplendent robes, they appeared as if a celestial being descended from the moon. Yet in truth, they embodied the fearsome Yama, the Lord of Death. The crown prince was immediately struck with terror, for he bore no weapon and had no allies at hand. Thus, he abandoned a few maidens and transformed into a massive serpent, slithering through the clouds. A thunderous crash resounded as the heavy halberd struck, shattering several nearby maidens into fragments. Wu Ming, having sheathed his divine weapon, gave chase. This commotion swiftly alerted the 12 valiant generals and a multitude of dragon soldiers, who rushed forth, shouting to protect their prince. The clouds stirred as the dragon surged forth. For even the serpent was a master of storm and tempest. Meng Qi revealed his true form, extending his 3 claws to mount a counterattack. With a resounding clap, Wu Ming was forcefully pushed back, and the assailant seized the opportunity, sweeping his tail with a gale that howled fiercely. In a sudden burst of golden light, a colossal beast emerged, measuring over 50 zhang in length. Its crimson head and golden back, adorned with countless legs, moved with grace, appearing as if forged from gold and glazed in crystal. The mighty serpent and the golden centipede, lords of wind and rain, clashed in the clouds, each exhibiting formidable prowess. The serpent's scales were as hard as iron, while the centipede's carapace was as unyielding as steel. Even when riding the winds and commanding thunder, escape was a daunting task. As the centipede's many legs entangled the serpent in a deadly embrace, the two engaged in a fierce struggle amidst the clouds, with Wu Ming relying on his immense strength. His 100 pairs of lethal legs transforming into curved blades, ensnaring the prince, leaving him in peril of being torn asunder. A desperate wail escaped from the crown prince Meng Qi, as the valiant generals and dragon soldiers finally arrived, surrounding the area in a dense throng. The 12 generals, filled with fury, would have charged forth to vanquish the foe had it not been for their concern for the prince's safety. Wu Ming danced through the clouds, clutching the serpent, its sharp legs piercing its flesh, causing crimson dragon blood to rain down upon the forest below. "Release the prince at once. You have committed a grave sin," cried the soldiers. "Should you persist in your folly, we shall descend upon you in wrath and turn you into paste." Despite their threats, the dragon soldiers dared not act rashly. "Silence! Withdraw the great net and clear the path, or I shall rip this dragon apart and feast upon its flesh." The golden red head turned toward the soldiers, shaking its form, which made the crown prince howl in agony. Wu Ming, wary of the serpent's unyielding nature, continued to torment it until it could utter no more. The 12 generals huddled together. Although the dragon pearl was of utmost importance, the life of the Dragon King's favored son was paramount. Failing to secure the pearl would result in reprimands, but losing the prince would spell their doom. They ordered the removal of the water net and cleared a path. "Listen well, beast. Should you dare harm our noble prince, my dragon palace shall unleash its vengeance upon you." One of the generals bellowed. Wu Ming paid them no heed. His form surged forth, breaking through the encirclement, with the 12 generals hastily in pursuit. With a flick of his tail, he soon escaped the confines of the sleeping tiger mountain. Wu Ming's belly bore an eye, and the 12 dragon generals, though formidable, were not insurmountable. With confidence, he could unleash the golden light exorcism sword array to vanquish half of them. However, such an action would surely draw the attention of the multitude of dragon soldiers, making escape increasingly difficult. Contemplating his course, Wu Ming transformed into human form. Seizing the serpent by the neck, he spoke of extracting its tendons and skin, but time was of the essence, so he opted to take only half, leaving its fate to chance, or perhaps to fate once more. Meng Qi, filled with panic, exerted all his strength to resist. Yet Wu Ming had already located the dragon tendons. With a sudden expansion of his form, he grasped the tendons and gave a vigorous shake. With a resounding crack, a 30 zhang long blood-white dragon tendon was extracted, sending the serpent plummeting downward. "Your Highness!" The 12 generals hurriedly rushed to catch him. A dragon can expand or conceal itself, can grow or shrink. Wu Ming once again shook the dragon tendon, reducing it to 5 feet in length, fastening it to his waist as he soared into the clouds. Heading northward. Chapter 62. The pursuit from the dragon palace in search of the elixir. "Ah, my son. Worthless. All of you are worthless." The old Dragon King, upon seeing Meng Qi in a feeble state, pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Jia and the 12 valiant generals, unleashing a torrent of fury before summoning physicians for treatment. Although the dragon tendons had been extracted, they managed to preserve his life just in time. The old Dragon King berated them anew, lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen the poisoned dragon palace in recent years, with several sons encountering calamities and 2 elder immortals going missing. Alongside the ancestral dragon pearl being taken, the assembly lowered their heads, but Meng Jia exhibited no trace of sorrow. The crown prince had been incapacitated by the Taoist actions. The 4th prince had been transformed by a monk. Although the dragon palace still boasted many dragon sons, he had already achieved the golden core stage and was no weaker than them. If he could secure the support of that mouse, Perhaps the heir to the dragon palace could still vie for the throne? The more he pondered, the more invigorated he felt, though he wondered if that wretched being had returned to the Mouse Kingdom. Immediately dispatched soldiers to pursue that demon Taoist and post a bounty. What is the name of that demon Taoist? One valiant general inquired. I heard the demon is called the Eye-Demon Monarch. Post the bounty. Whoever captures the Eye-Demon Monarch and brings him to the Dragon Palace shall be rewarded with a divine weapon, a mountain of gold, and a water palace. Moreover, I shall personally send letters to the various rivers and lakes, requesting assistance from my esteemed dragon brethren. Lao Chi, you shall lead them and ensure the dragon pearl is returned. Understood. The assembly dispersed, leaving the old dragon king alone on his coral throne, deep in thought. How had the dragon pearl been taken? A voice echoed within the hall, stating that someone had performed a blood sacrifice to the earthly emperor. The dragon king shook his head. It could not be that simple, for that was the dragon pearl of the nine-headed poison serpent, nurtured for countless millennia and likely already endowed with sentience. Regardless, it must be retrieved. The resurgence of the poisoned dragon palace depended on this artifact. Furthermore, caution must be exercised concerning the dragon palaces of the four seas. Indeed, the voice faded into silence. The poisoned dragon palace alone may not amount to much. Yet its connections were extensive. Rivers and lakes, where there is water, there are often dragons. How audacious for someone to dare extract dragon tendons. The last incident with Neza extracting Ao Bing's dragon tendons had stirred the three realms, and though the matter was eventually quelled, it had caused considerable upheaval. It should be noted that the poisoned dragon palace fell under the jurisdiction of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Could it be that the dragon tendons of the East Sea Dragon Palace possessed some remarkable quality? The bounty from the poisoned dragon palace spread rapidly, nearly reaching half of the divine continent within a short span. It was not that everyone was aware, but rather that many in various locales had gained knowledge of it. The Eye-Demon Monarch? How intriguing. It seems these slippery eels are genuinely incensed. What concern is it of mine? Let us see how it unfolds. In the west, the supreme blissful land, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, a figure descended upon a cloud at the entrance. Respected one, the 8 Vajra quickly bowed in greeting. I perceive this entity possesses some fortune. Take it within and heal its wounds, leaving it in the realm of Buddha. Yes. The scorpion spirit was escorted inside by a Vajra for treatment, while the respected one chose not to linger. Wu Ming journeyed upon clouds and mist, traversing countless mountains and rivers. One day, he landed in a mountain. With a wave of his hand, he released 7 spider spirits, though they lacked their former vitality. The torment they endured had inflicted significant harm upon them, and while Wu Ming had preserved their lives, their recovery would take time. The Taoist temple contained numerous spiritual herbs, yet returning was not an option. Considering the injuries of his fellow disciples, Wu Ming resolved to concoct a batch of elixirs for healing. Observing the once lively little beings now in a state of lethargy, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi had been so severely beaten that they had lost their cultivation, unable to even speak. Perhaps it would be better to seek some celestial herbs to refine an elixir that could allow them to transform. As for enlightenment, Wu Ming feared that his insufficient cultivation might ruin their foundations. Given the current situation, simply healing their injuries and elevating their cultivation might take centuries. If they could transform early, they could learn more spells and techniques, making their training easier and preventing them from being captured so easily in the future. Acting on impulse, one must inquire thoroughly to find such elusive elixirs. Interestingly, after the last visit from the Toad Master returning from the northern continent, it was mentioned in passing that several locations harbor these divine herbs. The northern continent is indeed perilous. The eastern Victory Divine Continent should also possess such treasures. Yet their exact whereabouts remain unknown to me, compounded by the fact that I am currently being pursued by the Poison Dragon Palace, making my travels inconvenient. Nevertheless, Wu Ming resolved to venture forth. After all, as a formidable golden core demon, he possesses divine abilities for protection, rendering most demon kings beneath him. The Toad Master returned safely last time, indicating that it is not a place of certain death. Following the battle at Tiger Mountain, my skills have significantly improved. Among my more practical abilities are summoning winds and rains, stirring oceans, controlling thunder, regenerating severed limbs, utilizing the art of the heavenly pot, and a rudimentary form of the method of heaven and earth, alongside the unmoving king body. Other lesser abilities, such as smoke breathing, water spouting, diving, and sound sensing, are also at my disposal. I have consumed and refined a multitude of demon corpses, bolstering my essence and immensely enhancing the power of my abilities. My weapon is the Fong Tianhua halberd, with 2 magical artifacts, a wind-avoiding pearl and a mountain-viewing mirror. My wealth is considerable. Upon procuring the divine herbs, I may devise plans to ascend to the heavens. Though the 5 Poisons Temple has been destroyed, Master Zhang and Martial Ma would likely not mind my seeking their support. He has not forgotten the journey to the west, and with the Moon Howler's promise to recommend him for a position in the heavenly court as a dignified celestial. How can I allow the Bodhisattva PLD to drag me into guarding a cave? How dare the Star Lord shoot my junior sister? After enduring trials, Wu Ming felt invigorated, his mind clear, and the path ahead illuminated. The Tao is not far. With 7 spider spirits at his side, he transformed into a gust of wind, traversing over 100 miles, passing a mountain of striking beauty, adorned with enchanting flora and mystical aura, a splendid destination indeed. He paused to revel in the scenery. It was truly a picturesque landscape. However, after savoring the view, he continued northward. One day, while traveling amidst the clouds, he suddenly spotted banners fluttering and auspicious clouds gathering, a regiment of powerful celestial soldiers, silver-armored warriors, and golden generals marching in formation, accompanied by war chariots and drums. Led by formidable beasts, a grand army indeed. Wu Ming chose to avoid confrontation and took a detour. After some time on the road, weariness began to set in. He descended to a mundane city, disguised himself in common attire to conceal his identity, and wandered the bustling marketplace, where the vibrancy of human life overwhelmed him. At a tea stall, Wu Ming sat down and ordered a pot of fragrant tea. Having spent over a century in this realm, the memories of his past life seemed ephemeral, like a dream. Was it Xīyóu dreaming of a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of Xīyóu? He could not discern. Would you like to order some appetizers? A young attendant inquired. Wu Ming shook his head. Before his transformation, he indulged in spiritual fruits and mushrooms, but since then, he had curbed his appetite. While admiring the street scene, he was suddenly drawn to a commotion. Sounds of music and celebration filled the air. A wedding procession was underway. Servants scattered coins along the roadside, attracting beggars and children from impoverished families. Wu Ming paid little heed until 2 coins landed at his feet. After wishing good fortune, he sipped his tea and prepared to depart. How much for the tea? He asked the attendant. Ah, good sir, just 2 coins, the attendant replied. Wu Ming nodded, retrieving a fragment of silver from his pocket, exchanging it for approximately 40 to 50 copper coins, which he placed down before leaving. Chapter 63. The 3 Rivers Dragon Palace intercepts. Blocked by the fierce water river, Your Highness. Reports from various river gods indicate that the fellow is making his way north, likely seeking refuge in the northern continent, said Xīyóu. His spirits lifted at the news, as he had been thwarted each time he attempted to intercept him. To reach the northern continent, one must cross the treacherous waters of the Fierce Water River, the Blue River, and the White Deer River. He promptly sent a message to the 3 Rivers Dragon Palace, requesting their assistance in setting up checkpoints to intercept him, along with an accompanying image. After traversing tens of thousands of miles, Wu Ming drew closer to the borders of the northern continent. Even in the clouds, he could sense an oppressive aura of malevolence. Suddenly, a band of soldiers emerged from the clouds. Halt! Dragon Palace inspectors. The leader, a crab spirit, brandished a large sword, flanked by shrimp spirits and fish monsters. What are the Dragon Palace inspectors doing in the sky? Wu Ming inquired, but the crab spirit ignored him, brandishing a map that revealed Wu Ming's true form through illusion. Seize him, the crab spirit commanded. Wu Ming had sensed the ambush and swiftly retaliated with his halberd. With a swift thrust, the crab spirit succumbed, and the surrounding dragon soldiers lunged at him with their weapons. Wu Ming met their onslaught with his halberd, dispatching them with ease as if they were mere vegetables. The bodies of the fallen dragon soldiers transformed back into fish and shrimp, cascading into the river below. Upon receiving the report, the Dragon King of the White Deer River commanded General Anaconda and Marshal Zhang to lead troops to assist. Wu Ming continued his relentless advance northward, but the soldiers obstructed him at every turn. Do not underestimate me. I shall confront you, General Anaconda declared, rushing in with a bronze ring and iron hammer, while Marshal Zhang wielded a flexible whip to support him. 2 demon kings, backed by thousands of dragon soldiers, formed a blockade to prevent his escape. The winds surged, and the drums of war echoed as the generals clashed. Wu Ming skillfully parried their attacks. Yet neither General Anaconda nor Marshal Zhang could gain the upper hand after 50 exchanges. The Dragon King of the White Deer River observed from his palanquin, floating in the river's heart. Report to the king. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities. General Anaconda and Marshal Zhang cannot subdue him. The Dragon King waved his hand, dispatching 4 more generals to join the fray, with 6 generals and 1,000 dragon soldiers. They encircled the sky, yet countless aquatic corpses fell into the river. From midday until dusk, the 6 dragon generals grew increasingly alarmed. They had attempted all forms of siege tactics, yet after 2 rounds of rest, they still could not subdue him. While the soldiers were exhausted, Wu Ming remained invigorated. A testament to the strength of his essence, his stamina seemingly boundless. Unless they could overpower him in one decisive strike, Wu Ming could battle these foes until the end of time. Stop him. As Wu Ming prepared to break free, Marshal Zhang shouted. But the exhausted generals lacked the courage to confront him. They could only watch as Wu Ming sliced through the encirclement, breaking free from the water trap with grace. The 6 generals descended to meet with the Dragon King. Pursue him. Ahead lies the territory of my 2 brothers. They must have laid their plans. Go. Lend your strength. The 6 generals led the dragon soldiers in pursuit. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, having escaped, continued northward, unprepared for further obstacles. After traversing 500 miles overnight, he suddenly encountered an iron blockade, banners flying. Another regiment barred his path. Halt! With the force of a meteor, Wu Ming plunged into their ranks. Striking before a word was spoken, a chaotic melee ensued, with countless dragon soldiers armed with spears and bows. Though Wu Ming was formidable, he had not attained the invulnerability of bronze or iron, and should he become ensnared, his life would be in peril. General, the target has vanished. A shrimp spirit officer reported. Just as the battle reached its peak, a cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring Wu Ming from sight. At that moment, the dragon soldiers from the White Deer River arrived. Everyone, pay your respects. The leader of the Blue River dragon soldiers greeted. My brother, do not worry. We allowed him to escape. The general of the Serpent remarked on the formidable powers of that individual, rumored to possess great abilities and a mysterious origin. Without further ado, he led a contingent of dragon soldiers in pursuit. Wu Ming, unaware of the numerous checkpoints ahead, contemplated finding a refuge but feared that his pursuers would not relent, thus wasting precious time. After 2 battles, he gained a measure of confidence in his own skills. Although the leaders of the Dragon Palace boasted levels of cultivation such as Golden Core or Tribulation Crossing, most had achieved their abilities through prolonged nurture by spiritual energy and were rather ordinary in comparison. Among those at the Golden Core level, whether he faced Imoang, the Bull Demon King, or the Scorpion Spirit, he would easily overpower them. Steadying himself, he untied the cord from his waist and secured it to his hand, continuing his journey for another 500 miles. Before him lay a vast river, its waves surging tumultuously. Upon closer inspection, he noticed water spirits and aquatic monsters clustering on the river's surface, while on the clouds above, troops were positioning themselves, readying for battle against the raging waters below. Tales spoke of this treacherous waters as the lair of the ancient beast, the 9 infants, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Nevertheless, these perilous waters were rife with malevolent creatures, which endowed the fierce water dragon palace with considerable strength to subdue them. This time, their agreement to assist the poison dragon palace was not born from camaraderie, but rather a desire for the 9-headed poison serpent S dragon pearl. The fierce water dragon king took the lead, commanding his legions to block the path, ensuring that no one could slip past. My lord, a cloud approaches. One of the dragon soldiers reported. The fierce water dragon king fixed his gaze and commanded, seize him. Immediately, a squad of dragon soldiers advanced. Halt! Came a cry, and a spear met its target, cleaving a young soldier in 2. Capture him. Kill. Wu Ming summoned a tempest, hoping to use the chaos to slip through. Dare you summon storms before this king? The fierce water dragon king transformed into his true form, a majestic unicorn dragon, and opened his mouth, instantly calming the winds and rains. Wu Ming was taken aback. Indeed, the dragon race was born to command the elements. A throng of soldiers charged at him, and he brandished the Fong Tianji, cutting through the clouds with precision. The clash of weapons echoed as he skillfully wielded his spear, evading close combat with the Dragon Palace's generals. With a deafening roar, the unicorn dragon cleared a path, and with a swift motion, it clawed at Wu Ming. He thrust his spear forward, sparks flying as the dragon king twisted, sustaining a wound on its claw. Remarkable skills. None in my palace can rival you. Should you yield and surrender the dragon pearl, I shall appoint you as the grand commander of the Dragon Palace's forces. What say you? The fierce water dragon king, intrigued by Wu Ming's prowess, recognized that capturing such a formidable warrior would not only bolster his strength, but also secure the dragon pearl without loss of life. However, Wu Ming had no interest in such an offer. He was preoccupied with thoughts of escape. This Dragon King possessed the cultivation of a demon immortal. And with the assistance of numerous Dragon Palace soldiers, he knew that a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. Just then, distant shouts of battle echoed. "Thief! Return the Dragon Pearl." Chapter 64. The heavenly thunder strikes the Dragon King, binding the Dragon Prince. "Please, Dragon King, do not let that scoundrel escape. My nephew is coming." Xīyóu, leading a host of dragon soldiers along with various river deities, arrived in haste. The dragon soldiers from the Clear River and White Deer River palaces also joined in pursuit. The skies above and the ground below formed a tight net, sealing off all avenues of escape. Wu Ming stood resolute, observing coldly. Xīyóu was confident that success was assured this time. He approached the generals and marshals of the dragon palaces with formal greetings, all of whom addressed him as Your Highness in unison. He then stepped forward to pay his respects to the fierce water dragon king. "I have heard much of you from my father, who often spoke of your solitary vigil over these treacherous waters, earning you a great reputation across the 3 realms." The fierce water dragon king transformed into human form and welcomed Xīyóu. "Dear nephew, please rise. It has been many years since your father, and I enjoyed carefree days here. Time has flown by, has it not?" After exchanging pleasantries, Xīyóu quickly discerned the Dragon King's intentions. "I sincerely thank you, Dragon King. Once this matter is resolved, I shall return with the Dragon Pearl and present it to my father, along with generous offerings of gratitude." The fierce water dragon king chuckled coldly to himself, knowing that the decision to allow the pearl's departure did not rest with Xīyóu. "Very well, dear nephew, let us first capture this scoundrel." The soldiers had already encircled Wu Ming, engaging him in preliminary skirmishes. Xīyóu stepped forward, wielding a long copper hammer, and declared, "Thief, surrender the dragon pearl, or I shall see to it that you meet a most gruesome end." For Wu Ming, the dragon pearl was of little significance beyond its potential for refining an unimaginable source of power, but he could not relinquish it. "Spare me your threats, green-haired turtle. Come, let us fight." The mention of green-haired turtle ignited Xīyóu's fury, leading him to strike with his hammer. The clash resounded as Wu Ming was sent reeling. "Is that all you've got? Everyone attack," commanded Xīyóu. In an instant, the winds roared and ominous thunder rolled. The Fang Tianji, weighing 7,200 pounds, was a formidable weapon even for the gods. How could mere dragon soldiers hope to match it? Wu Ming, brandishing the divine weapon, donned a flowing robe that billowed as he grew to an imposing height of 2 zhang. His spear transformed, becoming a shorter yet equally deadly weapon. With a swift thrust, he decimated several dragon generals, staining the skies with their blood. Xīyóu, having suffered a strike, dared not approach again, instead shouting encouragement from a distance. Seeing the overwhelming numbers against him, Wu Ming summoned additional arms from behind, wielding them to deflect attacks from all sides. As several dragon generals revealed their true forms, a giant octopus with 8 limbs, a serpent as thick as a water barrel, and a crab the size of a millstone, they unleashed their formidable powers upon him. With a swift thrust, Wu Ming severed a tentacle from the octopus, only to witness it regenerate almost instantly. The remaining generals closed in, encircling him in a twisting, coiling mass. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, and anguished cries filled the air. Amidst the dense yellow mist and dazzling golden glow, the surroundings felt as impenetrable as an iron barrel. Several water monsters, ensnared by the golden light, howled in agony. In a flash, over 30 golden swords of extermination surged forth, claiming the lives of numerous dragon generals and soldiers in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ming gathered a substantial haul to feed into his furnace. "You dare!" The fierce water dragon king erupted in fury, lunging at Wu Ming as the golden sword array enveloped him. "What sorcery is this?" The dragon king was taken aback, feeling disoriented by the yellow mist and suffering from the searing pain of the golden light. With a mighty roar, the unicorn dragon expanded its form, water gushing forth from its mouth in a torrent aimed at Wu Ming. It retracted the golden array and attempted to flee. The dragon soldiers suffered heavy losses, as many were consumed by Wu Ming's furnace. Though they had set up a formidable water net, they could not hinder his escape. "Do not flee. I am coming." With a burst of speed, the unicorn dragon charged, its horn crackling with electricity. With a thunderous crack, it unleashed a bolt of lightning. Wu Ming, vastly outmatched, was stunned, his body convulsing uncontrollably, rendering him unable to wield his spear. The dragon seized the moment to grasp him in its claws. "Ha! I've got you now." Just then, Dark clouds gathered ominously, thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. The Dragon King's heart raced. What was happening? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thigh, struck down without warning, catching him completely off guard. The scales on the unicorn dragon's back exploded, blood and flesh spraying as its body convulsed violently. Wu Ming seized the moment to slip away, regaining his composure and making a swift escape. Block him. Meng Jia emerged from the side, swinging his copper hammer. Though Wu Ming had been injured and rendered weak by the dragon's lightning strike, he was still not one to be trifled with by the likes of this green-haired turtle. With a sudden flick of his right hand, a silver-white thread caught the wind and swiftly ensnared Meng Jia. Wu Ming seized one end and pulled him over. Everyone stand down, or I shall not hesitate to draw another dragon tendon. The dragon soldiers halted in their tracks, too intimidated to advance. The fierce water dragon king transformed into human form, parting the ranks of soldiers, and approached. How is it that you wield the thunderous arts? Such techniques are not commonplace. Even among celestial beings, few can command thunder without the aid of artifacts. Wu Ming, unaware of the intricacies, sensed that this muddy creature was indeed somewhat apprehensive. He replied, "By chance, I encountered a true immortal who imparted the 5 thunder techniques to me." The water dragon king felt a pang of fear. Which immortal? It cannot be the esteemed Master Su, can it? He found himself in a dilemma. He coveted the dragon pearl, but recognized the legitimacy of the thunder arts. If Wu Ming were indeed a disciple of the immortal, any forceful attempt to seize the pearl would be tantamount to provoking the immortal's ire. No celestial master was someone a mere dragon king like him could dare to offend. It was likely that a trivial excuse could send him to the dragon execution platform. Ha ha ha, what a monumental misunderstanding, little king. Do not be deceived by him. This Taoist is a creature of wicked origins from the 5 Poisons sect. How could an immortal take such a creature as a disciple? Suddenly, Meng Jia interjected. A flicker of doubt crossed the Dragon King's eyes. If there were truth to the claim, it held merit. At that moment, Wu Ming unleashed a bolt of lightning upon Meng Jia. The excruciating pain caused him to revert to his true form. His dragon head was fearsome, with claws like pillars, a shell reminiscent of a tortoise, embodying the Yin-Yang Bagua. This creature, known as the Dragon Sun Baxiao, or the Tortoise Dragon, is not a specific entity, but refers to any offspring of dragons and turtles. Cease this. Regardless of whether he is a disciple of the immortal, the fierce water dragon king cannot allow you to harm Meng Jia. Should you manage to seize the dragon pearl and turn against the poison dragon palace, it would not faze him. However, acquiring the pearl is not guaranteed. If angered, the poison dragon palace might come seeking retribution, which would be a troublesome matter. This Taoist, please do not harm my esteemed nephew. If you wish to depart, do so. But do not harbor ill intentions. If you draw another tendon, it would be a slap to the face of the East Sea Dragon Palace and would incite disdain among the dragon clans of the 3 realms. Caution is imperative. The Dragon King feared that in a moment of impulsiveness, the Taoist might provoke an incident. The Poison Dragon Palace, while not as formidable as the Grand Dragon Palaces across the seas, still ranked among the 2nd tier. Severing the tendons of 2 dragon offspring would undeniably result in an irreconcilable enmity, leaving him with dire consequences. Wu Ming, binding Meng Jia with the dragon tendon, did not wish to press the matter further. Clear the way and let me pass. I shall not harm him. The fierce water dragon king acquiesced, signaling the dragon soldiers to step aside. Who was it that just wielded the 5 thunder techniques? Chapter 65. The Marshal comes to borrow troops, opening the Peach Blossom Conference. Gold and silver light flickered across the horizon. A procession of golden-armored celestial generals and silver-armored heavenly soldiers, brandishing halberds and banners, approached. The banners proclaimed the words Heavenly River Water Forces. From the midst emerged a celestial deity, truly imposing in presence. Tall and robust, clad in golden helmet and silver armor. He was the Marshal, appointed to oversee the heavenly river and command the water soldiers, known as the Celestial Festival. Armed with a divine weapon, a golden halberd, he approached with great authority. Upon seeing the heavenly river forces in the 9-pronged halberd, Wu Ming immediately recognized the visitor. It is my second brother, Beiji. The Marshal Tianpeng approached with great swagger, showing little interest in the casualties or the bound Meng Jia. He inquired, I just witnessed someone employing the 5 thunder techniques. Was it you? The fierce water dragon king did not recognize the newcomer, but was preempted by Wu Ming. I am but a humble Taoist, Wu Ming, and I have met the esteemed Marshal. Tianpeng paused momentarily, surprised that someone from the mortal realm recognized him. You know me? Indeed, not only do I know you, but I have also dined with you in the past. The marshal, known throughout the three realms as the Grand Commander of the Heavenly River Water Army, laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the fierce Water Dragon King was left bewildered, muttering, "I do not recognize him. Esteemed marshal, this little dragon is the king of this river. What brings you to our humble abode?" Only then did Tianpeng remember his purpose. "I come at the behest of the Queen Mother to seek rare herbs and delicacies from the northern state to prepare for the Peach Blossom Conference. However, the presence of demons in certain areas is thick with malevolence. I thought to borrow some troops from the Dragon Palace. Perhaps a few dragons to unleash some thunder and lightning to assist me. The Peach Blossom Conference? Isn't it still over 400 years away?" Mengjia, in disbelief, interjected. "The monkey took 367 years to learn the arts and became the great sage equal to heaven for over 100 years. How can it be time for the Peach Blossom Conference so soon?" The fierce Water Dragon King calculated silently. "Esteemed marshal, this little dragon truly has no troops to lend. Given the numerous casualties among the young dragons, I fear we are in need of protection ourselves." Seeing Tianpeng's expression darken, he quickly added, "However, I can offer you 500 dragon soldiers." Yet Tianpeng dismissed the offer, regarding the paltry number of 500 as insignificant. "If there are no troops to lend, then I shall not borrow. Who unleashed that thunder?" Wu Ming stepped forward. "I was fortunate enough to have received the 5 thunder techniques from Master Zhang." Tianpeng's eyes lit up with excitement as he clapped Wu Ming on the shoulder. "Ah, so you are a disciple of the old Taoist. How delightful." Wu Ming hastily refuted the claim. "While I may wield the techniques, I cannot claim to be his disciple. Do not be modest. If the old Taoist has imparted the techniques to you, it signifies his approval. Come, let us journey together to the northern state. You shall not regret it." Without a moment's hesitation, he took Wu Ming along, ignoring the chaos and casualties left in their wake. The old Dragon King was left in a fluster. While Ming Jia shouted, "Esteemed marshal, this Taoist has stolen treasures from my dragon palace. Do not let him deceive you. Please help me capture him and reclaim the dragon pearl. I shall reward you handsomely." Tianpeng halted and turned to Wu Ming. "What is this?" Wu Ming yanked on the dragon tendon, sending Ming Jia tumbling. "This Taoist encountered the dragon pearl during my mountain cultivation, and this fellow claims it belongs to his palace. Pursuing me ever since," Tianpeng declared. "Since it is a treasure from the mountains, it must be ownerless. This dragon's son has neither proof nor decorum to assert it belongs to his palace. Away with you. Do not speak such nonsense." Accompanying Wu Ming, he prepared to leave, while Wu Ming loosened the dragon tendon, securing it at his waist. As they turned to depart, Ming Jia, in a moment of madness, shouted, "I thought celestial beings were somewhat clever, but this dragon pearl cannot possibly belong to anyone other than my dragon palace. It must be a treasure of the wild." Wu Ming smirked, recalling that his second brother was not known for his composure. True enough, Tianpeng stopped and turned, bellowing, "How dare you? A mere hybrid of a dragon and turtle, insult me. Seize him." Understood. Several celestial soldiers advanced to apprehend him. The old Dragon King, too frightened to speak, watched as Ming Jia attempted to flee. Planning to escape? Not so fast. Tianpeng drew his golden halberd, casting it with precision, sending Ming Jia crashing to the ground. "Marshal, you possess remarkable skills," Wu Ming praised, eliciting hearty laughter from Tianpeng. The celestial soldiers swiftly subdued Ming Jia, and indeed, when the mouth opens, the spirit dissipates. When the tongue moves, discord arises. The fierce Water Dragon King dared not intervene, merely observing as Tianpeng and Wu Ming rode the winds toward the northern Xīyóu state. "Esteemed marshal, what is the nature of this Peach Blossom Conference?" As they journeyed, Tianpeng explained, "The Queen Mother, grateful for the celestial being's pursuit of longevity amidst the trials of life, has organized a gathering to share the fruits of the peach blossom tree, allowing the gods to partake and prolong their lives." Wu Ming, intrigued, inquired, "How often does this occur?" "Every 330 years. "Ah, I see." He recalled the original text, which mentioned that Tianpeng, during the Peach Blossom Conference, became intoxicated and teased Chang'e, consumed the Queen Mother's divine herbs, and nearly toppled the Bull Palace, leading to his banishment to the mortal realm after being struck by the Jade Emperor's hammer twice. Yet, this presented a question. At that time, the Monkey King's commotion over the peach banquet had not yet occurred. After the Buddha subdued the monkey, Tianpeng and Tianyu emerged to detain the Buddha and, at the Jade Emperor's invitation, organized a heavenly peace conference. There was a seamless connection. Tianpeng should have caused no disturbance. If the event were held every 330 years, it would indeed make sense. After being suppressed, aside from the Ulambana festival organized by the Buddha, There should have been another peach banquet. Thus, it can be said that the curtain-lifting deity shattered the glass lamp at that event. Otherwise, he would not have failed to recognize the Monkey King, and during the upheaval in heaven, it is likely that Xīyóu had not yet ascended to the heavens. Even the blue lion demon of Xīyóu Ridge boasted that, because he was not invited to the peach banquet, he could scare away 100,000 heavenly soldiers. At that time, the Buddha and Bodhisattva were present. How could he dare to cause trouble? Haha, dear brother, there is no need for envy. Just cultivate diligently. And when your cultivation is perfected and you ascend to the celestial realm, you will surely catch the next peach banquet. As they spoke, they finally set foot on North Xīyóu Island. Looking around, it was indeed a scene of toxic light illuminating the 3 mountains, miasma enveloping the 5 peaks. With demons lurking everywhere, and the air thick with malevolence, instilling fear in travelers and causing even the celestial beings to hesitate. Witnessing this, Tianping could not help but become more solemn. In the past, as demons filled the heavens and disrupted the natural order, the Jade Emperor waged war. And I followed my master to eradicate the demons of this land. I never imagined that such a sight would reappear. The master Tianping referred to must be the revered master of the 9 heavens. I wonder what the marshal wants me to do with thunder? It is hard to say how high Tianping's power is. He cannot treat Beiji as Tianping, for after descending to the mortal realm, he took a wrong turn and has not cultivated for several years. But now, what help does he require from him? I fear it might be a trap. Perhaps sensing Wu Ming's anxiety, Tianping chuckled and said, "There is no need for you to panic, dear brother. Simply assist me with thunder from the clouds to dispel that miasma and evil spells. As for fighting demons and gathering herbs, I have my brothers for that." Wu Ming then sighed in relief. "There was no need to trouble you, dear brother, but that Wang Lingwan has a tight mouth. When I asked him for 4 or 5 thunder generals, he actually told me to scram. Truly petty, with little time for idle chatter." They soon encountered a towering mountain piercing the clouds, its presence foreboding. "Marshal, what mountain is this?" Tianping's expression turned serious as he replied. "This mountain is home to a celestial herb known as the 9-leaf spirit mushroom, which was personally designated by the Queen Mother. However, there is a group of vile creatures within that are known to spew toxic miasma, making it impossible to retrieve." 9-leaf spirit mushroom? Wu Ming's heart leaped with joy. It was indeed one of the ingredients for alchemical elixirs. If he could obtain a leaf, combined with other ingredients, he could surely concoct a celestial pill to transform the 7 spider demons. However, it would be inappropriate to speak of such matters without having achieved any merit. What kind of demons are we dealing with? I do not know, nor does it matter. When the battle begins, just unleash your thunder, and I will personally deal with them." Wu Ming nodded, reassured by the marshal. Tianping had brought 500 heavenly water soldiers and immediately set up formations. Descending from the clouds to a mid-mountain location, "Those vile creatures, let me harvest the spirit mushroom peacefully. Otherwise, I shall raise your lair and sever your roots." His roar echoed through the heavens, immediately alarming the horde of demons within the mountain. Among them was a cave housing an old demon with a fearsome visage, green face, red hair, and blue-black hands, with jagged teeth and a black iron staff beside him. This was one of the 2 great demon kings who had been chased away by Zhang Tianshi while attempting to ambush the Emperor Guan on the East Sea. "My lord, trouble is brewing. Those heavenly beings have returned." A small demon burst into the cave, exclaiming. The old demon immediately began to rant. "These pesky creatures dare to come while I am injured? I would love to smite them with my iron staff, but I fear my injuries may hinder me." He then commanded, "Close the door. Let the youngsters continue to spew toxic miasma and seal the mountain." Yes, the small demon hurried outside, calling upon numerous other demons to unleash their spells and toxic fog. In an instant, thick clouds of poison surrounded the mountain. The heavenly soldiers retreated in haste. "Look up, brother, unleash the thunder," Tianping commanded. Wu Ming, receiving the order, promptly invoked the 5 thunder technique. Rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning struck towards the mountain. Boom! The thunder fell like a torrential waterfall, dissolving the toxic miasma and dark energy. The thunder, embodying the essence of righteousness, was indeed the nemesis of such evils. Tianping rejoiced, shouting, "Excellent! While the thunder generals may take their time to wield the thunder, this brother is quite efficient." Seeing the miasma dissipate, he commanded the soldiers to encircle the area and boldly approach the demon's cave with a nail staff in hand. The demonic horde trembled in fear at the sight of the thunder's radiance. "My lord, a heavenly being has breached our domain," the old demon exclaimed, hastily wielding his black iron staff and leading a group of demons to investigate. "Which audacious being dares to challenge us?" Step forward to meet your doom. The old demon brandished his staff and shouted, Tianpeng, you may not recognize me, for I am the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River Water Army. What Grand Marshal? Prepare to taste my staff, which will reduce you to mere pulp. The two of them raised their weapons, unleashing their powers in a fierce clash. The staff moved like a shadow, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, while the nail staff appeared as elusive as a dragon's claw. They danced amidst clouds and mist, showcasing their martial prowess. One hailed as the Grand Marshal of the heavens, the other as the fierce Lord of the cave. Old grudges and new enmities surged forth, making victory elusive. Meanwhile, the heavenly soldiers surrounded the lesser demons, who, lacking even basic armor, were no match for the well-trained Heavenly River Water Army. Among them were over a dozen formidable demon kings, engaging in fierce combat with the heavenly generals. However, there were few in number. Those capable of forming elixirs or crossing tribulations tended to be solitary, ruling over mountains and living freely, rarely lowering themselves to serve as subordinates. Within the demon ranks, a formidable creature emerged. From a distance, it appeared to have one face, but upon closer inspection, it had 4 faces, each possessing eyes and mouths. Wielding a crescent-shaped spade, it unleashed swift strikes, slaying several heavenly soldiers and overpowering others. That being in the clouds has broken the miasma. I shall slay that pest. With a mighty roar that reverberated through the heavens, it soared into the skies. In the blink of an eye, it spotted Wuming unleashing thunder and immediately charged at him with the crescent spade. Several heavenly generals could not keep up and could only shout in anger, fearing that if the Taoists were slain by that creature, the demons would unleash their miasma once more, leading to their own failure. However, they were mistaken. Wuming was not merely a recluse focused on meditation and cultivation. Drawing out his spear, he prepared to engage. Boom! Wuming's spear shone ominously, infused with divine lightning. The creature was formidable, able to spew poisonous fire and wield its spade with precision. The two battled fiercely. As several heavenly generals rushed in, they attacked from all sides. For a moment, the creature struggled to withstand their onslaught. When it parried the spear, it rolled aside, dodging the weapon and revealing its true form. Truly fearsome. With bristling fur and a body as large as a toad, it had sharp claws and 9 heads encircling its body. Several heavenly generals were intimidated, and 2 were bitten to death, while its wings spread wide, extending its claws towards Wuming. It turned out to be the 9-headed insect. Wuming stood firm, wielding his spear and employing all his skill to strike at its heads, but the simultaneous assault from 9 heads forced him to retreat. As the battle intensified, Xīyóu, who was bound by Wuming's dragon tendons nearby, watched with delight. Go for it. Peck him. Use your claws. Gradually, the 9-headed insect found itself unable to withstand Wuming's onslaught. Realizing that the heavenly soldiers were closing in, the old demon must have sensed impending doom. If he did not escape soon, he would be captured by the heavenly soldiers. Where can I flee to in this vast world? He thought. In a moment of desperation, the 9-headed insect expelled poisonous fire and water to obstruct Wuming and the heavenly generals, seizing the chance to flap its wings and soar into the clouds. The heavenly generals, realizing they could not catch up, retreated, leaving the remaining lesser demons to suffer the consequences. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Wuming sheathed his spear and approached Xīyóu. I am still in need of a mount. What do you think? Upon encountering the 9-headed insect, Wuming was reminded of the bull demon king, and in turn, the Iron Fan Princess came to mind. No, it was the water-repelling golden crystal beast that arrived. Although it was merely a turtle, lacking the grandeur of mounts like the Qīlan, black tiger, lion, or white elephant, it still served as a means of transportation. This, one might say, is about maintaining one's dignity. Impossible, absolutely inconceivable. I am the 7th prince of the Dragon Palace, the son-in-law of the Mouse Kingdom. How could I ever become your steed? Wuming squinted, noticing a glimmer of defiance in this creature. Immediately, a tempest of thunderous light erupted, mingled with mournful cries, pausing only momentarily. Very well. I shall seek some spiritual herbs in the northern continent, and in due course, I shall capture one. However, for the time being, you shall be my mount. Otherwise, I shall dispatch you with a single thrust of my spear. After some contemplation, Xīyóu realized that riding a dragon turtle lacked any semblance of prestige. If he were to ascend to the heavenly palace in the future, while others rode tigers and elephants, would he not appear foolish riding a mere turtle? Deep within, Xīyóu wrestled with his thoughts, uncertain whether his father had sent anyone to rescue him. Perhaps, with a well-coordinated effort, they could defeat this fellow and reclaim the dragon pearl, thus avenging this grievance. Very well, I pledge to comply. Provided you find a proper mount or leave the northern continent, you shall set me free? Of course, reveal your true form. With this verbal agreement established, Ming Jia felt a sense of relief, and Wu Ming withdrew the dragon tendons. He witnessed the creature shake itself and reveal its true appearance. Wu Ming leapt onto its back, fashioning the dragon tendons into a makeshift harness around Ming Jia's neck. Though he contemplated slaying the creature, he decided to keep it around for transportation. At that moment, Marshal Tianpeng had also concluded his battle with the old demon. Chapter 67. Marshal Tianpeng returns to the celestial realm. Wu Ming roams the northern continent. Ultimately, the old demon was no match for Marshal Tianpeng, who struck him down with the golden rui, causing the demon to flee in fear. Utilizing a divine technique, he conjured a swirling cloud of black sand and poison, leaving behind a horde of possessions and lesser demons that escaped amidst the chaos. Victorious, Tianpeng wielded his rui, dispatching the lesser demons with the celestial soldiers before entering the cave to retrieve the 9-leaf spirit herb, subsequently setting the cave ablaze. He soared into the air, exulting. My dear brother, your prowess is remarkable. I owe my victory to your thunderous assistance. Wu Ming praised his skill, attributing the defeat of the demons to the marshal's strength. Refusing to take credit for himself, Tianpeng laughed heartily, appreciating Wu Ming's sincerity. Holding a sprig of the magical herb, Wu Ming observed its 9 leaves, each resembling a spirit herb, radiating a fragrant aura. Indeed, it was marvelous. Marshal, I must confess, I am preparing to concoct an elixir but lack a few rare ingredients. And this 9-leaf spirit herb is among them. Ah, this was bestowed upon me by the Queen Mother. I cannot simply give it to you. Wu Ming shook his head, clarifying, I require but a single leaf. With that, Tianpeng exhaled in relief, as a single leaf was a matter he could decide upon. Very well. I shall grant you one. Tianpeng plucked a leaf from the herb and handed it to Wu Ming, who graciously accepted it. Thank you, Marshal Tianpeng. Wu Ming expressed with utmost gratitude. Tianpeng dismissed the gesture, considering it merely a leaf that could be claimed as taken from a demon, for he was uncertain what reward to offer Wu Ming. After exchanging pleasantries, Tianpeng urged Wu Ming to diligently pursue his cultivation, promising to host him properly once he ascended. He left behind a few words of wisdom, stating that Wu Ming could send him a message should the need arise. The second brother was indeed a man of integrity. With their mission accomplished, Marshal Tianpeng led the celestial soldiers back to the heavenly palace. Wu Ming, meanwhile, continued his quest for the remaining herbs. Ah, has Marshal Tianpeng returned? Called out the king of the north, holding a jeweled umbrella. Indeed, I have returned. The mortal realm is far more amusing. Pausing, Tianpeng began conversing with the king of the north. After some time, Tianpeng remarked that it was getting late, and he needed to report back to the Queen Mother. Marshal, please do not delay, the king urged. As Tianpeng led his troops through the northern gate, he encountered 2 figures. One, a celestial being with an ethereal aura and youthful appearance, was none other than Zhang Tianshi, while the other was the Western Venus, the Tai by Jin Xing. Where have you returned from, Marshal Tianpeng? Upon recognizing them, Tianpeng greeted them jovially, realizing they had just returned from the northern continent. Once the conversation commenced, Tianpeng found it difficult to contain himself, regaling tales of his exploits, much to the amusement of the 2 elder figures. When he mentioned Wu Ming, he recalled that the latter claimed to be a disciple of Zhang Tianshi, prompting him to inquire about the matter. Indeed, there is truth to that. It is a fortunate connection. Zhang Tianshi, however, preferred to remain reticent. Tianpeng felt reassured, recognizing Wu Ming as an honest gentleman. After some casual discourse, Tianpeng took his leave, setting his course back to the Yaoqi to report. Has Tianshi taken an interest in accepting disciples? Tai by Jin Xing inquired. Zhang Tianshi chuckled while stroking his beard. It is merely the workings of fate. Oh, haha, you and your ways. Both departed the northern gate, riding on clouds as they descended to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, rumors of Zhang Tianxi's intention to accept disciples began to circulate within the heavenly palace, of which Wu Ming was unaware. He was still traversing the northern continent in search of herbs. Though the dragon turtle was not swift, it was still a dragon's offspring, adept at riding clouds and parting waves. The northern continent proved perilous and chaotic, teeming with demons and devoid of humans. One day, while Wu Ming diligently practiced on the turtle's back, he felt his essence overflowing, his mastery and magical power growing daily. Yet, he remained at a loss regarding the path of merging with the Tao. As he was deep in meditation, suddenly, 2 monstrous figures emerged from the clouds. brandishing weapons and blocking his path. Meng Jia halted and inquired if Wu Ming would consider taking a detour. Having played the role of a mount for several days, he seemed to have accepted his fate, and Wu Ming instructed him to head east, avoiding the west. Let us circumvent them, Wu Ming suggested, wishing to avoid conflict. But some were determined to seek trouble. Hey, you Taoist, halt. Two gusts of demonic wind surged forward, revealing two monsters who lunged at him with a spear and a sword. How rude. Wu Ming leaped into action, drawing a spear to fend off the attackers. As the two monsters steadied themselves, their features became clear. Both bore the visage of green-skinned, fanged demons resembling Shura. One was an indeterminate shade of green and black, while the other was a muddled blue and purple. This Taoist possesses remarkable strength. How does he wield such a spear? The blue-skinned demon questioned. Wu Ming secured his spear, declaring, I hail from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. The two demons were taken aback. The green-skinned demon remarked, what a long journey. Esteemed Taoist, my king is hosting a banquet for many great demons, and he wishes to invite you. Would you honor him with your presence? Wu Ming had little interest. But the demon continued, my king delights in gathering heroes from all corners of the world. As you hail from the Eastern Divine Continent, you must possess great abilities, surely. My king will not be stingy with treasures. Oh, what treasures might those be? Treasure? The blue-skinned demon interjected, do not underestimate our land. While it may not compare to the Eastern Divine Continent, it is still a fertile ground. Countless celestial treasures are hidden within the mountains. My king's lair is mystical. Even the purple mysterious lotus is unique to our realm. Wu Ming felt a stirring in his heart. He had explored many territories in recent days but had found nothing. And now he had stumbled upon this opportunity. May I ask the name of your king? The green-skinned demon proudly declared, our king is known as the One-Horned Demon King. The One-Horned Demon King? That name sounds familiar. Damn it. Have I triggered an event from Journey to the West? One by one, familiar faces are converging. Intrigued, Wu Ming wished to meet this One-Horned Demon King, uncertain if he was indeed the one. It was possible that it was merely a coincidence, as many demon kings bore similar names. Lead the way, my esteemed guides. I shall accompany you to meet the One-Horned King. The green-skinned and blue-skinned demons were delighted, with one leading the way while the other took hold of the dragon turtle. The Taoist steed, albeit somewhat unsightly, pales in comparison to the fine horses and beasts found in my lord's cavern. Perhaps it would be best to exchange it. Upon hearing these grotesque creatures, resembling phantoms more than humans, criticize his mount, Meng Jia felt a surge of anger. Yet, a mere glance from Wu Ming quelled his wrath, resulting in only a frustrated roar that startled the green-skinned specter into a stumble. The Taoist's mount possessed a voice so resounding, it would surely excel as a bell ringer. Wu Ming chuckled lightly, noting that Ba Xia was not known for such a role, while Pu Lao might be more fitting. What led to your quarrel just now? The green specter replied that their lord had sent them to invite guests for a feast. I suggested the eastern route was more populated, while he insisted on the shorter western path, which sparked their altercation. Wu Ming found their logic perplexing. Why not have one go east and the other west? The two creatures paused, seemingly enlightened by the Taoist wisdom, exclaiming that he must be a person of great insight, akin to the legendary heroes of the land. You two are not mocking me, are you? Chapter 68. The Gathering of Monsters for a Feast. And an encounter with the Mouse Princess, the Unicorn Demon King, was renowned across a vast expanse, and a multitude of various demons and spirits gathered to attend the banquet. The two creatures led their guests toward a cavern deep in a chasm. Here, an accumulation of dark energy filled the air, with skeletal remains littering the cliffs and fur rugs strewn across the cave floor. No ordinary humans dared to tread here, as only monsters roamed. Tomorrow, the Unicorn Demon King would host a grand feast, and today, his minions were particularly busy. They slaughtered pigs and cows, herded sheep, brewed monkey wine, and gathered spirit mushrooms, setting up stone tables and moving wicker chairs in preparation for the festivities. It was a scene of lively commotion. Upon seeing the green and blue specters accompany a Taoist while leading a creature, a small demon inquired, aren't you two supposed to be inviting guests? What business do you have with such items from this Taoist? This feast may not suffice. The green specter retorted, do not speak foolishly. This esteemed Taoist hails from the Eastern Divine Continent. I have invited him to join the feast. Hurry and inform our lord. The small demon hurried into the cave to report. The Taoist paused, remarking that their lord was particularly fond of the Divine Continent and would surely not treat him with disdain. Wu Ming nodded, and shortly thereafter, The sound of drums and horns resounded as the unicorn demon king emerged with a retinue. Upon learning of the arrival of a Taoist from the divine continent, the little king exclaimed, "Forgive my poor welcome." Wu Ming, in turn, offered a respectful bow, and the unicorn demon king, a man of robust spirit, was impressed by Wu Ming's noble demeanor and striking appearance, recognizing him as a true immortal. "Please come in." The demon king gestured, making way for Wu Ming. Wu Ming, undeterred, entered the cavern alongside him, while the green and blue specters continued their task of inviting guests. The cavern was spacious but dim and reeked of decay. Meng Xīyóu was tethered outside to a stone pillar, instructed to provide him with some grass and tree bark. Once seated in the main hall, the unicorn demon king ordered refreshments to be brought forth. 4 bowls of meat, 2 raw and 2 cooked, 6 varieties of fruits, and 8 jars of fine wine were prepared. This cannot compare to the divine continent. These are merely humble offerings. I hope you will not take offense. The unicorn demon king raised his cup. Wu Ming reciprocated. "Not at all. Your hospitality is greatly appreciated." As they exchanged pleasantries, Wu Ming sampled a few fruits, prompting the unicorn demon king to have the small demons remove the 4 bowls of meat. They engaged in light conversation about local customs, and Wu Ming shared tales of human cities, dragon palaces, and paradisiacal lands, which piqued the interest of the unicorn demon king. As time passed, the unicorn demon king arranged for a clean stone chamber for Wu Ming's rest. Returning to his quarters, the demon king sat quietly, seemingly lost in thought. A true man, born of heaven and earth, should not dwell in such a meager place. Inspired by Wu Ming's tales of the divine continent and the existence of 4 great continents teeming with heroes, he felt a burgeoning ambition to venture forth. Yet, the thought of abandoning his centuries-old domain weighed heavily on him. Perhaps I shall wait to see what tomorrow brings. The following day at the Demon King's cavern, renowned monsters and demon lords from miles around gathered for the feast, creating a cacophony at the entrance. How could he invite so many? He never mentioned what kind of event this would be, one creature mused. Indeed, I too am perplexed. What scheme could he possibly be concocting? 100 or so guests, along with several hundred attendants, amassed in the area, many familiar with one another, while rivals exchanged jibes and engaged in aerial skirmishes, creating a raucous atmosphere. These formidable demons and demon lords often arrived on their mounts, beasts lacking intelligence, tethered alongside Meng Xīyóu. I must annihilate him. Meng Xīyóu seethed within, pondering how, had his dragon tendons not been enchanted, he would have escaped long ago instead of enduring this humiliation. Just then, a creature resembling a cross between a horse and an elephant approached, offering him a bundle of grass. "Leave me be. I am the 7th prince of the Dragon Palace." Just as he contemplated a desperate showdown with Wu Ming, he caught sight of a graceful figure. Princess Jean had arrived. "Ah, such a beautiful maiden. I hear she is a princess, but such grotesque creatures shall not deter me. I still have a chance." A lanky demon, towering like a bamboo stalk, chuckled, "Ha." The surrounding demons scoffed, dismayed by the growing number of monsters with such audacity that it made them uncomfortable to be associated with their kind. The unicorn demon king, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Your presence elevates my humble abode. Please, come in. All esteemed lords, take your seats within." The gathering of demons filed into the cavern, taking their places without the formalities observed by humans. The princess entered with grace and immediately spotted the Taoist, her eyes lighting up as she glided over to sit beside him. "Taoist, we meet again." Wu Ming, having noticed her presence earlier, was surprised by this encounter. "It has been a while, princess. Calling me princess feels so distant. My childhood name is Xīyóu." Wu Ming chose not to engage further. The unicorn demon king then instructed the small demons to prepare an array of delectable dishes, with various fruits and exquisite delicacies served. The demons, unrestrained by decorum, dug into the food, grabbing meat and wine with abandon. The small demons swiftly replaced empty plates with fresh dishes. The demon king sipped his drink leisurely, seemingly in no rush. Wu Ming tasted a couple of fruits but soon noticed a large demon, with greasy fingers, reaching for the fruit, and he decided against eating further. "Little Taoist, I hear you captured Meng Xīyóu at the fierce waters," the princess remarked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Wu Ming did not deny it, merely nodding. "Your information travels far and wide. Every creature has its own path," she quipped. "So, do you wish to rescue your husband? He should be enjoying a feast right now," Wu Ming inquired. To his surprise, the princess burst into laughter, playfully patting Wu Ming on the shoulder. "Why would I want to retrieve him? He is an eyesore." and I owe you my gratitude." Leaning slightly against Wu Ming, she exhaled a fragrant breath and added, "If you would be so kind, find an opportunity to eliminate him, and I shall return to the Mouse Kingdom with you. Once my father abdicates, you may take the throne, and I would not mind being your consort." Wu Ming gently pushed her away, expressing, "I appreciate your kind offer, but I am not interested." The princess then shared another piece of news. "Are you concerned about the Poison Dragon Palace? Rest assured, they are currently preoccupied. I hear that Ming Qi, that fool, has killed the old fox's only son from Mount Xīyóu, and now that old fox is nearing the end of his life with no heir to inherit," she continued. Wu Ming's interest was piqued. The old fox from Mount Xīyóu, the father of the jade-faced princess? What kind of power does that fox king possess to contend with the dragon palace? The princess, growing serious, warned, "Do not underestimate him. That old fox is known as the everlasting fox king, and his longevity is no mere boast. He has long attained the status of a scattered immortal, eluding the three calamities through unspecified methods for longevity. However, he remains unable to ascend to true immortality and refrains from cultivating virtues, thus cannot become a deity. Yet his profound understanding of the Tao and formidable powers should not be underestimated." Chapter 69. The demons seek to establish a kingdom. The demon god palace strikes with an abundance of food and drink. The myriad demons feasted heartily, reclining to digest their meals. Despite their grand titles as mountain lords and kings, claiming dominion over territories with scores of lesser demons under their command, the North Xīyóu continent is a desolate land where avian and terrestrial creatures are scarce. They are either demons or their weaker counterparts, thus. Such a lavish meal is indeed a rare opportunity. Seeing that the demons had nearly finished their banquet, the one-horned ghost king addressed them, stating that above, the celestial court governs the deities, while below, the netherworld oversees the spirits. In the mortal realm, many monarchs govern the common folk. The demons turned their attention to the one-horned ghost king, uncertain of his intentions. In contrast, we, as aberrations, though occupying a domain, are but a scattered sand, vulnerable to extermination should the celestial court decide to strike. Do any of you have thoughts on this matter? The demons exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. As this had always been the case, the one-horned ghost king, somewhat frustrated, remarked that we are born of heaven and earth, yet face numerous tribulations. Even if one were to succeed in cultivation and ascend to the heavenly realm, they would merely become a servant to others. The demons nodded in tacit understanding, urging him to continue. Wu Ming observed this figure, sensing he was born for such discourse. Having served as the steward of horses for half a month, the monkey was granted the title of commander of the 72 demon kings, further encouraging the monkey to become the great sage equal to heaven. It was indeed a remarkable feat. Even in the North Xīyóu continent, a certain demon god palace oversees matters. Why not unite and muster an army of tens of thousands, cultivating our strength and embarking on grand enterprises? The one-horned ghost king spoke with fervor, his eyes gleaming as he envisioned a promising future. Some demon kings found merit in his words and began to stir with excitement. Wu Ming leaned closer to the princess and inquired about the demon god palace, recalling that it was not mentioned in the original text. However, he had encountered them previously in the Eastern Sea when they attempted to seize the celestial court's mirror for revealing demons, suggesting they were not a minor faction. The princess raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's rather mysterious. Even I know little about it. They say it was the target of the Xīyóu Emperor's wrath when he descended to eradicate them, but they were not completely vanquished and have since concealed themselves. Many demon kings in the North Xīyóu continent are aware of their existence but have seldom seen them. Are these beings also conspiring against the Jade Emperor?" Having gathered some information, Wu Ming felt satisfied and straightened up, refraining from glancing at the princess. This rascal. The princess bit her silver teeth, genuinely moved. But her affections were unreciprocated. Ghost King, if we unite, who shall lead? The demons were not foolish. Why should they surrender their forces to another and become subservient? It was better to enjoy their freedom as they currently did. The one-horned Ghost King, despite his lofty ideals, was somewhat inept in execution and had not prepared thoroughly. He replied, naturally, strength will determine rank. The major kings shall compete, with the victor becoming the supreme king, the second serving as the left assistant, the third as the right aide, and so forth. Is he proposing to establish a demon kingdom? The one-horned Ghost King held some confidence in his own strength, believing none present could surpass him. The formidable demon kings enthusiastically supported the idea, each confident in their own abilities. However, those of lesser strength disagreed vehemently. "This won't do." "I object," one declared. "On what grounds should my subordinates heed your commands? Instantly, chaos erupted as tables were pounded, stools kicked, and dishes smashed in a tumultuous uproar. Wu Ming shook his head. These creatures were incapable of achieving anything significant. The one-horned ghost king was taken aback that such an admirable proposal was met with such indifference. As they squabbled over power and profit, "Enough. You fools are utterly foolish. If we could accomplish great deeds, we would each be renowned across the 3 realms. Yet here you are, so petty and calculating. I am ashamed to be among you." The one-horned ghost king, increasingly resolute, decided to leave this place. Here, nothing monumental could be achieved. He must venture forth to meet the heroes of the world and surely find like-minded companions. "Ghost King, do not speak so sweetly. As you say, let me be the supreme king, and you can be my second in command to assist me," one demon king proposed. The one-horned ghost king had already resolved to depart this wretched place and felt no attachment. "I have decided to journey to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to meet the heroes of the world. You may decide among yourselves. I shall not partake." Several demon kings were secretly pleased. How has he softened? Yet they quickly resumed their quarrel, voices raised and tempers flaring, on the verge of physical conflict. The one-horned ghost king, feeling despondent, took a seat beside Wu Ming and humbly apologized for the farce. Though Wu Ming looked down upon his methods, he admired his spirit and replied, "Your ambition commands respect. Ghost King, I dare not mock you." The princess echoed his sentiment. The one-horned ghost king waved his hand and sought counsel from Wu Ming regarding the heroes in the divine continent, so he might seek them out. Just then, a small demon rushed in, panting with urgency. "My lord, calamity has befallen us. The demon god palace has come." The one-horned ghost king sprang to his feet, and the other demons fell silent. "The demon god palace." Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated from outside the cave as someone assaulted the entrance. "Bring me my armor," the one-horned ghost king commanded, donning his battle gear and leading a contingent of demon soldiers outside. Wu Ming followed suit. Before them loomed ominous clouds hanging low, with demonic winds tearing through the mountain cliffs, dark mist enveloping the peaks. 4 formidable figures emerged, leading hundreds of demon soldiers, creating a daunting spectacle. With a flourish, the one-horned ghost king took the lead, accompanied by his demon soldiers, while 100 or so formidable demons followed. The 4 demons from the demon god palace stood dumbfounded. What the hell? How come so many emerged? One demon stepped forward, bellowing, "Who among you is the one-horned ghost king?" The one-horned ghost king brandished his great blade. Stepping forward, "I am. What do you seek?" "We are emissaries from the demon god palace. We have heard that within your cave lies an immortal treasure known as the purple profound lotus." Realizing their intent was for the treasure, the one-horned ghost king replied, "Indeed. It exists. What do you propose?" The demon's face brightened. "If you possess it, hand it over, and the demon god palace shall provide you protection henceforth." The one-horned ghost king was immediately enraged. That lotus was a treasure he had brought from the depths of the netherworld, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Once matured, consuming it might lead to attaining immortality. How could he simply relinquish it? "How dare you, you shameless scoundrel, come demanding another's treasure? Stay your hand. Prepare to meet your end." Enraged, the demon retorted, "You little creature, how much power do you think you possess? Face my might." With that, the demon swung a massive golden hammer, and the two began to clash at the cave entrance. Though the demon was powerful and the ghost king possessed great abilities, they fought fiercely, shaking the very pillars of heaven and clashing like titans. After 50 exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. The demon, feeling humiliated, bellowed in rage, unleashing a deafening sonic wave. The ghost king, caught off guard, was struck by the demon's hammer. Boom. The multitude of demons trembled. Chapter 70. The Ghost King ventures to the Divine Continent. The rat seizes the lotus. The Ghost King clutched his arm, pain coursing through him. The demon hovered in the air, laughing maniacally. "You creatures overestimate yourselves. Quickly hand over the lotus, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall reduce your cave to rubble." The 4 demons brandished their weapons, instilling fear among the gathered demons. Seeing that no one dared to stand up, the one-horned ghost king felt a profound despondency wash over him. "Esteemed guests, I have concealed the precious lotus deep within the underground of the back hall. Whoever retrieves it shall claim it as their own. Consuming it will grant one the ascendance to immortality. The demon king has disclosed the location of the lotus. For while he cannot retain it, he certainly will not allow it to fall into the hands of the demon god palace." In an instant, a tempest of demonic winds surged into the cave, eager to seize the lotus. The patrolling envoys of the demon god palace were momentarily taken aback. Although they wished to eliminate the unicorn demon king, they feared that the precious lotus might be desecrated by those lowly creatures. 4 of them crowded together and rushed into the cave, creating a cacophony of chaos. However, Wu Ming and the mouse princess remained still, instead approaching the demon king to inquire further. The Taoist and the princess exchanged amused glances, for the demon god palace was indeed a spectacle. Wu Ming spoke, questioning whether the demon king intended to depart. The unicorn demon king nodded, having heard from the Taoist about the enchanting eastern sacred continent, expressing a desire to explore and meet new acquaintances. How splendid! Such aspirations will surely lead to your success, the princess added in agreement. The unicorn demon king, feeling a flicker of joy, managed to smile, stating that it was indeed an honor to be accompanied by the Taoist and the princess as he took his leave. With such kindness, I have no gift to offer in return, save for imparting to you a mantra. A mantra? The unicorn demon king smirked, explaining that the purple lotus had begun to awaken a semblance of sentience and could traverse the realm of the underworld. Any hasty disturbance would only send it fleeing into the abyss. However, this mantra would enable them to capture it, and they could later decide how to utilize it. After sharing the mantra, he prepared to depart, but Wu Ming grasped his arm. Hear me, Demon King, he urged, causing both the Demon King and the princess to turn their attention towards him. Wu Ming cautioned that it was unwise for the Demon King to venture out to sea, advising him to remain vigilant. The Unicorn Demon King, perplexed but grateful, nodded in acknowledgement before proceeding on his way. Wu Ming watched as he vanished into a cloud of shadow, uncertain whether he would become embroiled in perilous affairs once more. Meanwhile, the nascent demon kingdom appeared to have perished before it could truly flourish. Does the Taoist still possess the gift of foresight? Perhaps we should see how I fare. The princess jested. Wu Ming cast her a glance, initially perceiving her to be a different figure entirely. Yet he recalled that the creature he had in mind had transformed into a demon 3 centuries ago. The timelines did not align. She could not be the one he thought of. Nevertheless, he sensed an inexplicable connection between them. The princess, brimming with fortune and devoid of restraint, suddenly donned a sweet demeanor. What are you scheming, little Taoist? She inquired, her expression shifting to one of caution. Wu Ming, exuding an air of springtime warmth, replied, What intentions could I possibly harbor? It is merely that the lotus has already been promised to us. We cannot allow others to claim it. Indeed, the princess mused, recalling her mastery of the earth escape technique, which had left an indelible impression on him. Why don't we collaborate to procure the lotus and divide it equally? Initially, her prowess in earth escape had rendered him powerless, while his attempts to capture the mouse demon proved futile in comparison. Yet the princess scoffed, Little Taoist, you seem to be calculating quite astutely. The Demon King has imparted the mantra, and with my earth escape technique, I could easily claim it for myself. Why would I share it with you? Wu Ming, confident in his assertion, countered. Surely you do not believe you are the only one capable of earth escape? Should we find ourselves besieged by those underground demons, how will you extricate yourself? After a moment's contemplation, the princess acknowledged the potential danger and nodded in agreement. They struck a deal, and she seized Wu Ming's hand, both of them vanishing into the earth. Wu Ming found himself engulfed in darkness, the earthy scent enveloping his senses. As they delved deeper, he pondered the elusive 72 transformations. Recalling the 4 known masters, Patriarch Bodhi, Sun Wukong, Lingshan, and the Bull Demon King. All were formidable, and he had no intention of confronting them. Thus, he felt adrift. Suddenly, the princess halted before a solid stone barrier, forcing them to emerge from the earth. They were met with a scene of flashing blades and fallen demon corpses, and Wu Ming deftly gathered them into his furnace. What are you doing? She asked. Protecting the environment, he replied. Both possessed the cultivation strength of formidable demons and wielded their own mystical abilities. Mere lesser demons stood no chance against them. They fought their way to the back hall and descended further into a natural cavern, plunging deep into the earth. A chilling wind swept up from below as they landed, and before them lay a pool with a palm-sized purple lotus radiating a mesmerizing glow, akin to a precious gem. Meanwhile, the 4 patrolling envoys of the demon god palace were locked in fierce combat with a horde of demons, though the demons were wary not to damage the treasure. The increasing number of adversaries compelled them to abandon caution, unleashing gales of wind and torrents of flames. Wu Ming produced a verdant orb, its azure light calming the storm. The power of the unmoving king filled the space with a radiant glow, sending the demons into disarray. Go now, he urged the princess, who, agile as a butterfly, swiftly darted to the pool's edge. Chanting the mantra, she plucked the precious lotus from the water. The lotus has been taken. Attack them, someone shouted. And a flurry of weapons was unleashed upon the princess. Wu Ming immediately brandished his spear, charging through the fray to protect her, the demons unable to impede their escape. Where do you think you're going? The envoys of the demon god palace, unwilling to let Wu Ming abscond with the lotus, cast a vast net of magic. The shimmering net, glistening like golden threads, was instantly recognized by Wu Ming as a trap he could not fall into. With a flash, he unleashed 2 golden beams, severing the net, and seized the princess with one hand while wielding his spear to sweep away the demons that dared to approach. The confined space of the cavern rendered their movements limited, but they managed to burst through the encirclement and soared upward. Stop them, a voice cried out, as a gust of wind surged towards them. Upon exiting the cave, they dashed away. Let us divide the lotus, the princess exclaimed, producing it and slicing it in half with a swift motion, each claiming a portion. Wu Ming recited an incantation, summoning the dragon tendril to lead Meng Jia forth. And with a powerful leap, he ascended into the sky. Farewell, princess, little Taoist, until we meet again. One soared upon the back of the dragon turtle into the clouds, while the other vanished into the earth. They parted ways, pursued by a legion of demons emerging from the cave. As a figure vanished into the horizon, the horde surged forth in pursuit. Halt! You cannot escape with our treasure. The 4 envoys of the demon god palace also took to the skies, hot on their trail. The dragon turtle exerted its might, while the demon kings pursued with fervor, traversing mountains and seas. Are you attempting to conserve energy for those 4 behind us? Most of the other demons had been left behind, yet these 4 were indeed formidable. You think too much, Meng Jia replied, though anxiety stirred within him. Then we must hasten, lest I need to accelerate your pace. Unsure how to quicken their speed, the dragon turtle let out a resounding roar, its momentum surging forward. The 4 envoys remained steadfast in their pursuit. Chapter 71. Golden light exterminates the 4 demons. Inciting the wrath of the demon god palace, the dragon turtle soared through the clouds, emitting a triumphant cry. What are you shouting about? Meng Jia protested, feeling aggrieved. We must not be too reckless, or we shall draw attention, he cautioned. Wu Ming, however, remained inscrutable, having traveled far enough to ascertain that only the 4 demon leaders posed a threat. This made them prime targets. He abruptly pulled on the reins, bringing the dragon turtle to a halt. Meng Jia's heart raced. Was he truly considering confronting the 4 demon kings alone? Though he had to concede that Wu Ming was indeed formidable, even 17 or 18 ordinary demon kings would struggle against him. Yet these 4 were the elite of the demon god palace, possessing extraordinary abilities. Wu Ming remained silent, calmly seated atop the turtle's back, while Meng Jia felt a sense of urgency. Don't drag me into this fight. Can I go somewhere far away? Rest assured, I won't run. He feared that if this fellow were to be killed, those 4 would not spare him either. Fleeing to a distance seemed wise. Do not worry, if I perish, you will surely not escape, Wu Ming replied. As he spoke, a cloud rushed towards them, and the 4 demons descended. Run, why aren't you running? They taunted. No matter where you flee, you cannot escape the grasp of my demon god palace. Wu Ming, uninterested in their banter, drew his Feng Tianhua halberd and declared, enough talk. Let us fight. The 4 demons brandished their weapons, and the clash unleashed a tempest, dark clouds swirling, and thunder illuminating the surroundings. Wu Ming felt immense pressure and unleashed his thunderous techniques. The demons, each possessing their powers, unleashed a deafening roar, manifested colossal forms, spewed flames, and summoned countless boulders from the sky. Wu Ming hastily recited incantations, conjuring protective illusions. With a thunderous crash, a barrage of boulders fell like meteorites. Wu Ming expanded his form, reaching nearly 3 zhang in height. Lightning crackled in his hands as he struck at the roaring demon. With a sizzling flash, the demon shuddered. But there was no time for a follow-up strike, for another demon, towering 2 zhang, swung a fist towards him. The impact sent Wu Ming staggering, and he barely evaded the searing flames that followed. The intense heat painted the sky crimson. Though Wu Ming lacked the ability to withstand the flames, he was not without means to extinguish them. Chanting his incantations, he summoned winds and rain, which soon transformed into a torrential storm, quelling the fire. The demon exclaimed in surprise at Wu Ming's prowess, warning his companions to be cautious lest he escape. The 4 demons regrouped, preparing to attack again. Wu Ming assessed the distance and promptly tossed his robe onto the turtle's back. What is he doing? The demons wondered, but they thought little of it as they charged forward. Wu Ming raised his arms, revealing 1,000 eyes. In an instant, the eyes unleashed a dense yellow mist and brilliant golden light, encasing the 4 demons in a formidable barrier. The golden light, harder than iron, thwarted their attempts to break free. Desperately, the demons unleashed their own powers to shatter the encirclement. Wu Ming commanded over 50 golden flying swords, which coalesced into a singular force. Sensing a grave threat, the demons tried to evade, but the golden light pierced through, reducing their heads and bodies to mere sieves, obliterating both their souls and flesh. As he dismantled the golden light extermination sword formation, Wu Ming swiftly retrieved the 4 corpses along with their weapons, placing them into the furnace for refinement. After the battle concluded, he withdrew his energy. In the distance, Meng Jia stood dumbfounded, astonished at Wu Ming's capabilities. He had merely witnessed a flash of golden light, and within mere moments, the formidable demon lords lay lifeless. Wu Ming approached, donned his robe, and remarked, "You didn't run after all?" Meng Jia vigorously nodded, declaring, "I am the prince of the Dragon Palace. My word is my bond, and I would never act in a treacherous manner." Now, even if offered the chance to flee, he dared not do so. Wu Ming paid him no heed, having seen through his ulterior motives. Had Meng Jia truly attempted to escape, he would have met a swift end. They sat upon the turtle's back, riding the winds and clouds until they landed in a secluded mountain area to rest. Wu Ming had refined the demon corpses, acquiring a source of power and several redundant techniques. Among the 4 demons, he had gained remarkable abilities. His giant body technique had been enhanced, allowing him to grow to 10 zhang in height, a significant improvement even if he still fell short of the grand scale of a myriad zhang. Additionally, he had obtained the ability to move mountains and seas, akin to the silver-horned demon's feat of crushing Sun Wukong beneath 3 massive mountains. However, executing this technique was cumbersome. It required considerable energy and permission from the 5 mountain emperors for larger mountains, as forcibly taking them would violate celestial laws. As for the abilities to spit fire and roar like a lion, they held little value to him, and he lacked the time to cultivate them. As his repertoire of skills was already extensive, his immediate task was to concoct elixirs to transform the spider spirits, after which he would continue seeking the path to transcendence and merge with the void, a journey that would be lengthy. With a wave of his hand, he drew Meng Jia into his robe and released the 7 spider spirits. Wu Ming then revealed his true form, a towering figure over 60 zhang long, coiled upon a precipice, causing the surrounding venomous insects to flee in terror. The 7 spider spirits nimbly climbed onto his back, drawing in the rich moonlight to aid their cultivation. As night fell, Meng Jia was released, bewildered. What kind of power was that? He wondered, finding himself unable to escape despite his efforts. Indeed, he had let me go previously to find an excuse to eliminate me. Let us depart. Meng Jia obediently lowered himself, and Wu Ming leapt onto him, prompting clouds and mist to rise as they resumed their search for the remaining herbs. With the 9-leaf spirit grass and purple profound lotus secured, Wu Ming had gathered sufficient ingredients for alchemical endeavors. Useless fools, to have been robbed by a mere Taoist and slain. Is my demon god palace filled with such incompetence? A voice thundered within the expansive cavern. Though no physical form was visible, only ethereal manifestations of souls, obscured from sight. Another voice remarked, with the heavenly court acquiring the demon-revealing mirror, they will not remain idle. Recently, that Tianping fellow came with a likely intent to probe our defenses. This figure showed little concern for the trivial matter of 4 patrolling envoys. As for the purple profound lotus, it was merely a reckless initiative by some subordinates to seize it for a certain individual. Their demise was inconsequential. Upon hearing about the demon-revealing mirror, the other demon lords felt a twinge of fear. If the heavenly court wielded it, evasion would be impossible. Let them come. Even if Xīyóu himself arrives, what of it? If provoked, shall we not storm the southern heavenly gate and seize the Jade Emperor's throne? A voice growled fiercely. I admire the Night Owl King's confidence. Have Zhongling and Tianping truly muddled your wits? You seek death, retorted the Night Owl King, infuriated. Enough. At this hour. You still bicker amongst yourselves? Do you truly wish to end up on the slaughter demon platform? The initial voice bellowed. What then shall we do? Silence enveloped the room. You may deliberate at your leisure. I have heard of a fellow who has slain our 4 patrolling envoys. I shall deal with him. Ensuring that the 3 realms know our demon god palace is not to be trifled with. The Night Owl King, seething with indignation, promptly departed in a flash of spirit energy. Chapter 72. The Taoist refines elixirs. The spiders finally transform. Let him go. We cannot allow anyone to trample upon us. The Grand Hall fell silent once more. How vast was the North Xīyóu continent? Wu Ming was unaware, having traversed only a fraction of it over the past decade. Today, however, he had finally gathered the last ingredient required for his elixirs. With a flick of the reins, Meng Jia promptly changed direction. After a decade as a steed, Meng Jia had become disillusioned. He wondered if his father had given up on him entirely. Even so, would he discard the dragon pearl? Wu Ming alighted upon a serene and picturesque locale, retracting the dragon tendons without further concern, while Meng Jia found a nearby pond to rest in. With a wave of his sleeve, the 7 spider spirits joyfully emerged, climbing trees, hiding in grass, and frolicking in nests. After 10 years of nurturing, their wounds had healed, though 3 of the younger ones had suffered severe spiritual damage and still could not speak. Wu Ming prepared to commence his alchemical endeavors in the coming days. Initially intending to cleanse himself in the tranquil waters, Wu Ming found his interest waning upon the sight of a dragon tortoise frolicking within. Instead, he sought a secluded and pristine spot, summoning a gentle breeze to sweep the area and a clear spring to purify it. He then arranged the alchemical furnace he had utilized at the Taoist temple with meticulous care, not rushing to ignite the flames or concoct any elixirs. After setting down a meditation mat, he sat in stillness, channeling the 5 thunder method. His heart resonated with a thunderous echo, yet his mind drifted into a void, as if he were gazing down upon the myriad beings of the world from the lofty heavens above. The 7 spider spirits returned from their playful escapades, observing their senior brother seated in contemplation. Though he appeared unchanged, there was a newfound ethereal quality about him, reminiscent of a fleeting image in water or a flower in a mirror. Not daring to disturb him, the 7 spirits approached the water's edge, sending Meng Jia splashing away into the depths. Thus, Wu Ming remained in tranquil meditation for over a month. One day, as he opened his eyes, a radiant light emerged, and a wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, bestowing upon him a hint of celestial essence. Senior brother? A vibrant array of colors danced before him, the 7 spider spirits encircling him. How has he transformed so remarkably? Meng Jia pondered aloud, noting that while Wu Ming's appearance had not altered, the previous hint of otherworldliness had vanished, replaced entirely by a trace of divine aura. Shaking his head, he casually bit into a fruit from a nearby tree, dismissing any further thoughts. Now, should the Dragon Palace not come to his rescue, he would not flee. He was already deep within the heart of North Xīyóu continent, surrounded by formidable demons and countless demon kings, with danger lurking at every turn. Even that ferocious creature had encountered peril multiple times. Should he venture out, it would not be long before he became a meal. Danger was best avoided. Meanwhile, Wu Ming began his preparations for alchemy. The celestial herbs had been gathered, and all other necessary components were at hand. Everything was in place. Yet, he harbored concerns that upon the completion of the elixir, the resulting spiritual light and fragrance might attract numerous demons. Initially contemplating the excavation of a cave, he feared it might disrupt the auspicious energies and jeopardize his fortune. Thus, he devised another plan. Chanting incantations and invoking his magical powers, he conjured 4 small hills, each around 30 feet high, which promptly descended around him, encircling his location. Breathing heavily, Wu Ming seated himself cross-legged to regain his composure. Moving mountains? Meng Jia thought to himself, realizing how fortunate he was. Gazing upward at the newly formed opening, Wu Ming used his powers to summon a small hill to cover the top, creating a barrier akin to the 5-finger mountain. This should suffice. He then retrieved a variety of alchemical materials, half a segment of Lingshan, a petal of the treasured lotus, a few roots of spiritual essence, and 2 tails of precious gems. He ground them into powder, crushed them into paste, and gradually formed a medicinal mud, step by step. As alchemy is not an endeavor of haste, this was Wu Ming's first attempt at crafting such a divine elixir, and he was particularly focused. His mind clear of distractions, his Taoist heart tranquil. He then ignited the fire, meticulously placing each ingredient into the alchemical furnace without error. The elements of yin and yang were combined, with fierce flames boiling and gentle heat simmering. It was said that the elixir would require a precise count of 77 to succeed. As mist danced over green mountains and clouds coiled around crimson peaks, an extraordinary light erupted from within a peculiar mountain, releasing an enticing aroma that seemed to promise immortality. Wu Ming hurriedly stored the elixir in a jade vial, 12 pills in total, proving that diligence yields reward. Yet, the lingering fragrance clung to the 5 mountains, refusing to dissipate. Wu Ming soared out through a gap and summoned a dark cloud, calling forth a gentle rain to wash away the scent. Only when it became nearly imperceptible did he cease. "Senior brother, have you succeeded? What was that delightful fragrance?" The 7 spider spirits joyously approached, exclaiming, "At last, we can transform." Mingjia regarded them with disdain. What was so joyous about mere transformation? Wuming nodded in affirmation, producing the jade vial, feeding each spirit a pill. This elixir could awaken intelligence, nurture their spiritual roots, and facilitate their transformation into human forms. Lacking a name, Wuming referred to it as the Yuan Dan. As the 7 spider spirits swallowed the Yuan Dan, they immediately radiated a luminous glow, shedding their demonic forms. "Isn't it rather bear upon transformation?" Wuming, in haste, waved his sleeve to envelop Mingjia, casting the 7 spirits into a cave for safekeeping, then stationed himself at a distance to prevent any other spirits from mingling. Would there be unforeseen tribulations accompanying their transformation? After waiting for half an hour, a fragrant breeze wafted in, mingled with the sounds of chirping birds. "Sister, is this how humans walk? It feels so unfamiliar." "Indeed, I wish to crawl along the ground." The 2 legs were surprisingly effective, and they gleefully discovered the joys of walking. Wuming turned, and his eyes sparkled with astonishment. The 7 fairies adorned in colorful garments, their hair styled elegantly, moved gracefully before him, each possessing unique beauty. The 4 eldest were blooming maidens, their enchanting visages glowing like the dawn, their lips painted like rosy clouds, their brows delicate as crescent moons, their hair flowing like wisps of cloud, with slender waists akin to willow branches, swaying gently in the breeze. The 3 youngest were also at the tender age of youth, their rosy lips and pearly teeth exuding a charming innocence. "Senior brother." The 7 maidens approached and bowed in unison. They understood the lengths he had gone to in order to create the elixir that allowed them to transform. The dangers he had faced, and the immense effort he had expended, feelings of gratitude swirling within them. Wuming helped them to their feet, and gazing at the 7 graceful maidens, he felt a pang of nostalgia, reminiscent of a father witnessing his daughter blossoming into maturity. "Now that you have attained human forms, you must still learn the proper ways. I will teach you some protective spells, and we shall see how much you can grasp." The fundamental 5 thunder method could not be imparted, as it was a core principle, not merely a trivial transformation technique. However, the majority of spells were derived from the refining of demon corpses, and Wu Ming could certainly teach those. Instantaneously, the 7 spider spirits were overjoyed. As novices in human form, they clumsily practiced their newfound abilities to leap and run. "Little one, now that you are human, you must refrain from crawling on me." Wu Ming gently pulled down the green-clad spirit. Oh! Suddenly, Wu Ming looked up. A mass of dark clouds rolled ominously towards him, malevolence unmistakably directed at him. "Sisters, be cautious. Come over here." The spider spirits quickly reverted to their colorful forms, and Wu Ming waved his robe to gather them in. Without a moment's hesitation, he took to the winds and fled. Regardless of who approached, the palpable malice was evidently aimed at him. With such overwhelming force, his heart trembled with trepidation. It was a great demon king. "I have found you." Chapter 73. External tribulations are hard to escape. The fisherman hooks the night owl. Wu Ming, cloaked in wind, dashed through mountains and forests, hoping to elude the figure in the clouds. Alas, speed was never his forte. Amidst the rolling black clouds lurked a hideous demon, with a green face, red hair, and blue-black hands, sporting jagged, monstrous teeth. It was none other than the Night Owl King. Previously, he had fled in disarray from Master Zhang at the East Sea, seeking solace in a mountain cave only to encounter Tian Ping and suffer another defeat. With pent-up fury and nowhere to vent, he resolved to track down the one who had slain the 4 of the Demon God Palace. This pursuit lasted a decade. Today, as Wu Ming concocted elixirs with celestial herbs, the lingering fragrance wafted into the nostrils of the Night Owl King, who, following the scent, recognized Wu Ming as the target of his decade-long search and immediately launched a chase. "Little Taoist, you have led this king on a 10-year chase." With a thunderous roar, a massive claw emerged from the sky, aiming to seize Wu Ming. Clang! A spear flew forth, igniting sparks in the air. The Night Owl King, momentarily startled, realized that his claw, capable of piercing gold and splitting stone, had met a formidable weapon, one that usually shattered upon contact. Even the finest weapon cannot save you. A shadow loomed overhead as Wu Ming drew his spear to confront the threat. In midair, the Night Owl wielded an iron staff, engaging Wu Ming in combat, with the staff heavy and the spear light, each employing their magical prowess. Yet, after merely 10 exchanges, Wu Ming began to falter. This adversary was exceedingly powerful. Wu Ming quickly formed a seal and chanted incantations, summoning the heavenly thunder. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended but was deftly evaded by the Night Owl King. Could it be a form of lightning magic? Perhaps a lineage technique? The Night Owl King immediately summoned its powers, unleashing an endless swarm of vengeful spirits that surged towards Wu Ming. This was the Night Owl King's unique ability. Any being it consumed would transform into a spirit of vengeance, bound to serve its whims, reminiscent of a malevolent specter. Wu Ming met the onslaught with his own lightning, unperturbed by the multitude of spirits, for he wielded the power of thunder. Yet, the Night Owl King was no ordinary foe. With a swift motion, it transformed into a monstrous figure. What did this creature resemble? A terrifying visage with a human face and the body of a bird. Its sharp teeth and claws were menacing. Its wings resembled those of a kuenping, and its claws were akin to those of a malevolent spirit, opening a gaping maw that seemed to swallow all hope. Towering at around 5 zhang, its colossal wings stirred up a cacophony of wails from the countless vengeful spirits, disrupting Wu Ming's focus. As it approached, a powerful flap of its wings sent him crashing against a nearby cliff with a thunderous roar. The creature lunged at him with urgency, and Wu Ming quickly altered his form, growing to a height of 10 zhang. He struck the beast with a punch, but it felt as if he had struck stone. They engaged in a fierce melee, Wu Ming's enhanced physique notwithstanding. He found himself torn and pecked, losing large chunks of flesh. The sound of cascading water echoed as he unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the creature, decimating numerous spirits in the process. The Night Owl King let out a wailing cry reminiscent of an infant's lament, leaving Wu Ming dizzy and breathless. Realizing the futility of his efforts against such a formidable opponent, he fled. The Night Owl King was relentless, issuing a shrill cry as it pursued him. Though not as powerful as the Great Ping, it was still swift. Within moments, it had closed the distance, extending its claws to grasp him. Did it truly believe itself to be an invincible creature? Wu Ming began to understand why the monkey had previously been such a coward on Lion Camel Ridge. With a sudden burst, he expanded to a height of 10 zhang and seized the creature by the neck, slamming it down with great force. Golden light flashed from his eyes as he unleashed flying swords, but they proved ineffective, and he opted for a hasty retreat into the depths of the forest. He quickly realized that he was no match for this creature in strength. His only option was to evade. Amongst the dense foliage, Wu Ming moved with the agility of a dragon, hearing the creature's relentless pursuit above. It seemed the Night Owl King had indeed overcome 3 tribulations, as evidenced by its formidable abilities. With deft maneuvering, he managed to avoid lethal strikes at critical moments. The Night Owl King's gaze fixated ahead, recognizing that once he exited the mountains, there would be no more trees to shield him. Wu Ming felt a growing urgency. Should he risk everything for a desperate battle? If he unleashed the full power of the Golden Light Extermination Sword Array, perhaps he could vanquish the beast. Yet, he hesitated to gamble on such a chance. Just then, a rumbling sound of rushing water reached his ears. Water? Beyond the forest lay a treacherous river. The winds howled, and the sky grew ominous. The river was indeed perilous. Amidst the chaos, there sat a fisherman on a piece of driftwood, casting his line into the water. How could anyone be here? Wu Ming's eyes locked onto the fisherman. Old man, flee. Behind you. To his surprise, the old fisherman merely lifted his head and replied, dive into the water and save yourself. Wu Ming observed the old man, clad in tattered rain gear and a worn-out hat, with a few silver fish resting in a basket at his feet. The fisherman exuded an air of calm. But Wu Ming felt a chill. He suspected he was in the presence of a powerful being. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, employing a technique to part the waves and swim upstream. As he departed, the Night Owl King arrived. Old man, have you seen a Taoist? The old fisherman trembled as he replied. He swam downstream. The Night Owl King sneered. Do you think you can escape by diving into the water? It prepared to follow him into the depths. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the old fisherman whole, leaving only a solitary fishing rod behind. Moments later, a flash of white light revealed 2 figures emerging from the water, the fisherman and a woodcutter. The fisherman chuckled. Ha! This fool took the bait. Now he belongs to me. The woodcutter, however, remained indifferent and remarked, this creature's sins are deep. Perhaps I can offer it a swift end. The fisherman laughed heartily, grasped the rod, and yanked it sharply. Meanwhile, the Night Owl King, beneath the water, realized it possessed some abilities of its own. After traveling hundreds of miles downstream, it still had not spotted the Taoist, leading it to suspect a trap. Was the fisherman deceiving it? As those thoughts crossed its mind, a sudden, excruciating pain gripped its head, as if something were pulling at its very essence. Who dares to scheme against me? The Night Owl King was both alarmed and enraged. Discovering that swimming back alleviated the pain, while venturing elsewhere intensified it. With a wail, the Night Owl King transformed back into its original form, emitting cries like an infant. Desperate to summon its powers, but to no avail. A fishhook had latched onto its spirit, rendering it powerless to escape. On the riverbank, the old fisherman gleefully tugged at the line, exclaiming, "This mighty fish still has some fight left. It will make a fine brew." The woodcutter, intrigued, asked, "You can brew with it?" "Indeed. The last time Xīyóu visited, he brought a jar of wine brewed from a demon, and it had a unique flavor." As the words left his lips, a commotion erupted on the water's surface. The fisherman cast again, and a massive creature, 5 zhang tall, leaped from the depths. Realizing it had been outsmarted, the creature begged for mercy. "Please spare me, immortal." The fisherman, unfazed, tossed it into a fish trap. The trap was enchanted, shrinking the monstrous being to the size of a couple of silverfish. The fisherman secured his rod and remarked, "Lucky indeed. If this creature had not taken the bait, I would have been unable to capture it. It truly sought its own demise." The woodcutter inquired, "What of the descendant?" "Huh. I wondered why you brought me to this desolate place," the fisherman replied, as the two ascended into the heavens, enveloped in auspicious light. Meanwhile, the realm of demon gods was thrown into disarray, with many powerful demon kings retreating, fearful to reveal themselves. The northern continent grew notably quieter. Chapter 74. In the deep mountains, an old woman resides. 7 daughters honor their foster mother with a splash. A figure emerged from the water. It was none other than Wu Ming. Had the beast ceased its pursuit? He had traveled upstream for thousands of miles along the river, confirming that he was no longer being followed. Who was that fisherman? Should fate allow, he would express his gratitude upon their next encounter. Wu Ming summoned the 7 daughters and Meng Jia. "Are you unharmed, senior brother?" What transpired? One of the women, resembling 500 ducks, spoke, and the 7 of them appeared even more adorable in their spider forms. Meng Jia remained silent, a scowl on his face. Wu Ming was truly fortunate. Wu Ming, along with the 7 spider spirits, settled onto the back of the dragon tortoise. Initially, the creature had protested, but after Wu Ming shot it a glance, it transformed to accommodate all 8 passengers. They soared through the skies, oblivious to their surroundings, as Wu Ming tended to his injuries while quietly contemplating the profound mysteries of the Tao. Previously, he had felt a brush with the essence of the Tao, sensing that he was not far from breaking through to the realm of harmonization. "Senior brother, it seems there is a mansion over there." Wu Ming turned his gaze to see an ancient and elegant estate. However, he had no desire to discover who resided there. In a place teeming with demons and spirits, it was likely a trap meant to ensnare unsuspecting souls. He patted the dragon tortoise, instructing it to change course. Half an hour later, as they approached the estate, Wu Ming's expression hardened. "Change direction," he urged. The dragon turtle bore several individuals toward the opposite side, and this time, Wu Ming personally summoned the thunder to clear the path, determined to shatter the illusion. Yet, half an hour later, they found themselves once again before that very courtyard. Wu Ming raised his gaze to the sky, observing the stars arranged with no anomalies. Traversing by thunder should not be an illusion or sorcery. How then were they unable to escape this place? Once more, this time, Wu Ming meticulously watched the changes among the celestial bodies, knowing that if it were an illusion, a flaw would surely reveal itself. However, even after half an hour had elapsed and they returned to their original position, he could discern no signs of deception. "Brother, should we descend to investigate?" inquired Hong Yi. The other 6 sisters nodded in agreement, huddling close to her. "No, we shall remain here. Perhaps the courtyard harbors greater dangers. In this uncertain situation, I would prefer to stay put and seek a method to break the enchantment." He engaged in meditation and contemplation, pondering the mysteries of the stars for 3 days, yet yielded no fruitful results. Wu Ming's complexion turned pale, his lips tinged with purple, and his hair appeared somewhat dry. This was the consequence of excessive mental strain. In the end, even reciting the incantation of the heavenly gourd yielded no response. "Brother?" The 7 spider spirits gazed at him with concern. Creak. The main door of the courtyard swung open, revealing an elderly scholar with gray hair, leaning heavily on a dragon-headed cane. "Have the youngsters grown weary? It would do you good to come down and rest," the old woman said. "What should we do, brother?" The spider spirits queried, retreating behind him. "Let us go take a look. We cannot escape this fate," he replied, patting the dragon turtle, which then descended from the clouds and landed before the door. Wu Ming stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Junior greets the esteemed matron. I kindly ask that you do not jest with us. If we have caused any offense, I beg your forgiveness. The 7 spider spirits, having followed their brother for many years, understood the importance of etiquette and bowed in unison, except for Meng Jia, who stood by shaking her head. I am but a turtle. If you kill them, don't involve me. The elderly scholar, with a youthful disposition and kind eyes, though leaning on a cane, stood tall and unbent. Her gaze was gentle yet not intimidating, reminiscent of a wise old woman. You little one should not speak foolishly. I merely invited you down, having noticed you lingering in midair for quite some time, and now you seek to slander me? Go on, go on. She appeared somewhat irked and turned to leave. Wu Ming quickly stepped forward to grasp her flowing sleeve. Esteemed matron, please do not be angry. It was my impudence. Since you have invited us, I shall comply. The old woman smiled and led them into her abode. As they crossed the threshold, they were greeted by an expanse of lofty pavilions and verdant hills, a sight befitting a wealthy household. Strangely, upon entering, Wu Ming felt an unexpected sense of comfort rather than unease. The old woman ushered them into the sitting room. My sons are all away, and I am unaccustomed to having guests, so I have little to offer you. Wu Ming quickly insisted it was unnecessary, explaining that they were practitioners who often fasted and required little sustenance. Esteemed matron, may I inquire where we are? Why can we not leave? The old woman chuckled. No need to rush. It is rare for me to have so many visitors. Why not stay and keep me company? Wu Ming felt he could not decline, sensing the matron bore no malice. Subsequently, she arranged quarters for them, including Meng Jia. That evening, Wu Ming intended to have his sister stay close, but the matron insisted. You are a grown man. It is inappropriate for you to share a room with a woman. Thus, he was sent to a nearby room. With no recourse, he settled down to meditate, planning to project his spirit that night to discern any hidden schemes. After a night passed, Wu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. He had actually fallen asleep. How could this be? With his level of cultivation, how could he unknowingly succumb to slumber? Is something wrong with my sisters? He swiftly leapt out, scaling the wall into the neighboring room. Upon landing, he heard the sound of laughter. Following the noise, Wu Ming made his way through the flower beds and corridors to a pavilion at the center of the lake. There, he beheld his 7 sisters doting on the old woman, offering her affection and attention, a scene of harmonious delight. What is this? Wu Ming approached the pavilion, and the 7 spider spirits eagerly beckoned him over. Brother, the matron has said she will adopt us as her goddaughters. The eldest exclaimed joyfully. Wu Ming was taken aback and immediately turned to the old woman. Indeed, these 7 girls are so innocent and delightful that I expressed my wish to adopt them as my goddaughters. Since you are their elder brother, they must seek your approval. What say you? The 7 spider spirits also turned to Wu Ming, though they found the old woman to be motherly and kind. They were more concerned with their brother's opinion. Wu Ming pondered, having found no traces of malice during the night, and if the old woman had nefarious intentions, she would have ensnared him last night. Yet, who could say for certain? The likes of the 5 poisons master and the bone Taoist had plotted for decades. He hesitated for a moment. The old woman, however, spoke plainly. Rest assured, I am no villain. There are great benefits to be had in following me. With this revelation, Wu Ming nodded, recognizing he was at the mercy of fate, where refusal was not an option. The old woman and the 7 girls rejoiced, promptly preparing tea and offering it to her in a ceremonial manner. Red attire, greet your godmother. Ah, please rise, please rise. Orange attire. After the ceremony concluded, Wu Ming bore witness to their adoption. As you honor me as your godmother, you should know my name. Outsiders call me Lady Z. Wu Ming's heart stirred, yet he refrained from probing further. With this bond formed, the group grew ever more united. The 7 spider spirits genuinely embraced their roles as goddaughters, greeting the matron each morning, tending to the gardens, and caring for the flora with ease and contentment. Wu Ming found solace in this rare, tranquil space, dedicating his days to the pursuit of enlightenment, meditation, and refining his martial skills. Thus, 3 years passed. Chapter 75, finally breaking through the tribulation stage. Preparing for the Peach Blossom Festival godmother, what is brother doing? The 7 spider spirits surrounded Lady Z, gazing up at the figure seated in meditation atop the star-gathering platform. Lady Z observed the starry aura enveloping Wu Ming, her expression warm as she remarked, Your brother has made progress in his cultivation. Come now, let us not disturb him. The path is arduous, she added. On the star-gathering platform, Wu Ming had been meditating for 7 days and nights. What is the way? How does one align with the way? Awakening from a moment of confusion, He gazed at the heavens, where the vast river of stars hung, a brilliant tapestry of light. How could the stars shine so brightly? Wu Ming's mind was momentarily adrift, as the celestial expanse felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of summer days in his past, lounging in a chair, gazing upwards. It had been over 100 years. Suddenly looking to the stars brought Wu Ming into a realm that felt both real and illusory. He vividly recalled his parents, relatives, friends, and teachers from his previous life. Invisible dark energy erupted from his spirit, clouding his clarity and obscuring his heart, much like the inner tribulation he once faced. Lady Z sat by the window, her kind eyes filled with concern. Ah, tribulations, how difficult it is to refine the false into the true. Past events are indeed shackles. Wu Ming sensed a disturbance within himself, yet who could escape their tribulations? This was his inner trial, his heart's tribulation. Last time, he had forcefully crossed over with a furnace. If he attempted the same this time, he feared he would struggle to enter the tribulation stage. Child, what troubles you? A gentle voice broke through his thoughts, bringing him a sense of peace. I cannot find my way, Wu Ming confessed. Fear not, it is not distant from you. Have you not been walking alongside the way all along? I seem to understand yet not understand, Wu Ming replied, his eyes reflecting the stars. Is sitting in meditation, wandering the three realms and dominating a territory the way? It is and it is not. My actions are my way. With this simple yet profound realization, Wu Ming felt a surge of clarity. Suddenly, starlight and moonlight cascaded from the heavens like a mighty waterfall, refining the void and merging with the Tao. Henceforth one may be deemed a sovereign of demons. Rising, he respectfully bowed to the courtyard of Lady Z, acknowledging the gifts of starlight and moonlight bestowed by her. Although he had long accumulated a vast source of power, it remained intangible. As for that voice, having completed his bow, he finally had the opportunity to truly comprehend the subtleties of refining the void and merging with the Tao. Only upon reaching this stage could one aspire to touch the realm of immortality. Comparatively, there was no significant enhancement in strength. The golden elixir represented the perfection of the three treasures, while this step was more about the realization of the Tao and an elevation of life's essence. Nonetheless, with the understanding of the Tao, the same divine power could yield different magnitudes of might. Just as the heavenly vessel in the hands of the master of the five poisons had been wielded with near-divine finesse, Wu Ming could only utilize it as a storage space. Excellent. Stepping lightly into the courtyard, he pushed open the door and reclined upon the couch, closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Lady Z also lowered the window and turned to rest. The following day, invigorated, Wu Ming practiced his martial arts in the courtyard, wielding the halberd like a soaring dragon, unleashing his divine powers with great vigor. Senior brother, Red Robe called from the courtyard entrance. Wu Ming halted and sheathed his halberd. Junior sister, what brings you here? Mother asked for you to come over. Is it urgent? Not urgent. Wu Ming nodded. Very well. I shall bathe and be there shortly. Summoning water into a wooden tub, he bathed and changed before leisurely making his way to Lady Z's courtyard. Child, you have arrived. Wu Ming solemnly bowed, expressing, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Elder lady, Lady Z hastily helped him rise, urging, quickly, get up. Child, the path ahead may hold many tribulations. Must I still become the master of the Yellow Flower Temple? Wu Ming furrowed his brow. He had diligently enhanced his strength and befriended celestial masters like Tianpeng to ascend to the heavenly court, hoping to evade the trials of the journey to the west. Had he truly no choice? Lady Z comforted him. Do not worry, the future is uncertain. I only possess a vague feeling. However, the path of immortality values life. Where there are tribulations, there will also be blessings. As long as you diligently cultivate, you shall surely prevail. Wu Ming felt slightly reassured. Blessings? Am I to serve as a doorman? Yet, he confirmed a truth. The journey westward was indeed fraught with both peril and opportunity. The calamity faced by the four travelers was also shared by the myriad demons. The Peach Blossom Festival is about to commence, is it not? Lady Z inquired. Wu Ming nodded, however, I likely will not have the chance to attend. To his surprise, Lady Z produced a golden invitation and handed it to him. Take this and attend the Peach Blossom Festival on my behalf. The Peach Blossom Festival. Wu Ming received the invitation, disbelief etched on his face. Am I, a mere minor demon king, to attend the grandest gathering of the three realms? Lady Z beamed. Yes, indeed. Go and witness the vastness of the three realms and the splendor of the heavenly court. Just be mindful of etiquette. As a price for my request, may my 7 foster daughters accompany me. You have no objections, I trust? Wu Ming, filled with excitement, responded, Thank you, elder lady. This is their fortune. How could I fail to recognize your kindness? Ha ha ha. I thought you would be reluctant. With 10 years remaining until the Peach Blossom Festival, there was no rush. Wu Ming wished to explore, bidding farewell to Lady Z and his 7 junior sisters. Senior brother, please be cautious. If the Poison Dragon Palace or that so-called Demon God Palace discovers you, do not act recklessly. Red Robe, the elder sister of the Spider Demon, earnestly warned. Having journeyed with them from East Victory Divine Continent to North Xīyóu Continent in search of elixirs, she was genuinely concerned. The other junior sisters, with tears in their eyes, found it hard to part after decades of companionship. Wu Ming could only soothe them one by one. Only Lady Z wore a smile, saying, "Your abilities are sufficient for self-protection, yet cannot evade calamity. I shall impart a technique to you. Go forth." With that, she touched his brow. Instantly, the world spun. And upon opening his eyes, he found himself on a rocky precipice. Wu Ming leaped up to survey the surroundings, but the grand estate was nowhere in sight. Elder lady, you haven't told me how to return. Taoist, where are we headed? A dragon tortoise floating in the clouds inquired. Wu Ming nearly forgot about him. He gazed closely, contemplating. How have you grown so large? Now, Mengjia, without the need for transformation, was already 10 zhang in circumference, his dragon head fierce and his limbs resembling pillars, exuding a certain majesty. Mengjia, slightly embarrassed, replied, by Dragon Clan standards, I am still in my youth. My body must naturally grow. Is the Dragon Clan the same as your kind? Wu Ming dismissed him, suspecting he had indulged himself too much. He promptly sat cross-legged on Mengjia's back. To the western Bullhuzhou. As Mengjia soared through the clouds, he cautiously asked, Taoist, you mentioned that if I assisted you in finding a mount or leaving North Xīyóu Continent, you would grant me my freedom. Is that still valid? Wu Ming nodded, indeed. He then focused on comprehending the divine power imparted by Lady Z. Star Escape, a technique utilizing starlight to instantaneously traverse vast distances. One man and one tortoise identified the south and journeyed through the celestial expanse. Chapter 76, Mengjia returns to the Dragon Palace. Wu Ming visits the Western Continent. Wu Ming had initially harbored no intention of traveling to Western Bullhuzhou, desiring only to diligently cultivate and attain longevity. Merely obtaining a modest position in the heavenly court, attending duties daily, would he still be unable to avoid the calamities of the journey to the west? He had no desire to consume Tang Seng's flesh. Yet, from Lady Z, he sensed certain truths. His tribulations were not yet resolved, and fortune and misfortune were intertwined. Thus, he chose not to remain passive, contemplating an early exploration for any hidden schemes. With his current cultivation and divine powers, traversing the world was feasible. Should he encounter that night owl monster again, he could either fight or flee without concern. Harnessing the gravitational pull of the stars, he could cover 7,000 to 8,000 li by day, and during the night, amidst the twinkling stars, travel tens of thousands of li in an instant. These past 3 years had not been idle. He had honed his skills, imparting some to his 7 junior sisters while also receiving guidance from Lady Z. A scholar's worth is recognized after 3 days. Riding the winds and treading the clouds, he swiftly reached the northern continent. Taoist, we are nearing Western Bullhuzhou. Mengjia cautiously remarked. You wouldn't back out now, would you? Wu Ming had no interest in deceiving him, waving his hand to release the reins. 7th Prince, travel safely. May we meet again by fate. Mengjia dove into the clouds. See you? Better to never meet again. With his return, who could contest his claim to the throne of the Poison Dragon Palace? Roaring, the aura of a demon king erupted. After 10 years of humiliation, he had finally ascended to become a demon king, now free once more. Mengjia could hardly contain his joy. However, he was soon startled into silence by a dark and terrifying gaze. How could he forget he was still within the domain of North Xīyóu Continent? In the Poison Dragon Palace, the old Dragon King sat wearily upon his crystal throne. For over a decade, the everlasting Fox King had besieged the Dragon Palace by the Thousand Peaks Lake, with any Dragon Palace water creatures venturing outside falling prey to poison. The old Dragon King and the last remaining loose immortal elder of the Dragon Palace had ventured out to confront them but were unable to prevail. It was only last month that they had requested the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to intervene, compensating with a vast amount of treasure to finally put an end to the matter. As for Mengqi, the crown prince who had been stripped of his dragon tendons, the old Dragon King had long since given up on him, allowing him to fend for himself. Report to the king, the 7th prince has returned. A spirit creature entered the hall to convey the news. The old Dragon King immediately rose. Old Seven has returned? Initially, the fierce Water Dragon King had sent word that Meng Jia had opposed Tian Peng and was taken by the heavenly soldiers. At that time, the Poison Dragon Palace was fraught with anxiety due to the everlasting Fox King. The old Dragon King had presumed him dead. How was it that he had returned now? Before long, father and son reunited. Words failed them as they grappled with their emotions. One spoke of 10 years of humiliation, while the other lamented the loss of a fortune. At last, having preserved their lives, they returned home to address the trivial matters and enjoy peace. My son, you shall henceforth be the crown prince of the Poison Dragon Palace. Cultivate diligently to attain immortality, and I shall pass the throne to you. But have you learned of the whereabouts of the Dragon Pearl? Meng Jia's expression changed immediately. He urged his father not to dwell on the Dragon Pearl any longer, for that individual was not someone we could provoke. The Dragon King inquired hastily, and Meng Jia explained that the person in question was a disciple of the Heavenly Master, known to be on familiar terms with Marshal Tianping. Furthermore, he had established familial ties with a formidable being in the North Julu continent, possessing immense abilities. If we were to offend him again, our Dragon Palace would be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King sighed deeply, extinguishing any lingering thoughts, and then asked how Meng Jia had managed to escape. Meng Jia recounted his tale, unaware that a figure lurking outside the grand hall was eavesdropping. Having ventured to the West Xīyóu, a figure swiftly departed. While within the hall, the father and son conversed merrily, oblivious to the presence of the outsider. In the journey of the westward expedition, the Buddha had remarked on the West Xīyóu. In the West Xīyóu, there is neither greed nor killing. It nurtures the spirit and cultivates tranquility. Although it lacks supreme truth, all therein are assured longevity. However, after witnessing the trials endured by the four disciples, Wu Ming perceived this as the greatest of falsehoods, for demons and monsters abounded, and the dead littered the path. How could one claim that everyone enjoys longevity? Now, having personally stepped onto the West Xīyóu, Wu Ming was startled to discover that the Buddha seemed to speak no untruths. The vast expanse of West Xīyóu was teeming with life, all beings paying homage to the Buddha, each household fragrant with offerings. Though it consisted mainly of small nations and sparse populations, it was a land of peace and prosperity, with favorable weather conditions. Yet, during the journey of the four, they faced countless demons, and the road was marred by the slaughter of monks and the extinguishing of Buddhism, with bones accumulating like forests. The stark contrast left Wu Ming increasingly perplexed. He could not discern the reasons behind this, but he was certain that the journey to the west was far from simple. Nor was it merely a contest of Buddhist and Taoist ideologies. Traveling southward from the north, Wu Ming was unaware of the distance, merely wandering and stopping to observe the local customs, following a vague intuition. The further he walked, the more intense the feeling became, as if something within him was calling out. One day, he found himself halting before a temple, where a commotion erupted below. He witnessed a group of soldiers being shoved out of the temple by a throng of monks wielding sticks. You come to our foreign land to collect taxes? Such a thing has never been heard of throughout history. Do not force your way in and disturb our peace, lest the Buddha punish your lion-tiger kingdom, and you shall regret it. A robust monk admonished. The mention of the lion-tiger kingdom caught Wu Ming's attention, prompting him to observe further. The young officer, momentarily intimidated, hesitated and then retreated with his men. On this day, neither of the two temples had collected taxes. In truth, they were reluctant to come, and several were even followers of the Buddha, compelled by royal decree. After descending the mountain, the soldiers mounted their horses and returned to the city. Wu Ming, leisurely traveling through the clouds, noted that since this was the Lion-Tiger Kingdom, a journey eastward of 400 miles would lead him to the Lion-Tiger Ridge. Beyond that lay the territory of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, Huanghua Temple, and Ponsi Ridge, indicating that he had indeed entered the path of the westward expedition. His interest piqued, for the Lion-Tiger Ridge was renowned as the most terrifying place along the entire journey to the west, and he was eager to witness it for himself. Riding the clouds, he arrived above a grand city, bustling with prosperity. A poem reads, "Rice flows with fat, millet gleams white, public and private granaries are abundantly filled. No jackals or tigers roam the roads of the 9 provinces, and on auspicious days, long journeys are safe. Noblemen and farmers alike, men cultivate and women weave, never losing their way." As he walked, he noticed 2 clouds approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 2 monks. The elder monk spoke to the middle-aged monk beside him. "Hui Tong, since you lack wisdom, you should abandon your cultivation. Diligently practicing Buddhist teachings may lead you to witness the Tathagata. I have received a command to construct a Guanyin Zen temple. You shall be its caretaker and gain immense merit. To Wu Ming's surprise, this figure was none other than Huitong, though Wu Ming had never met him. He had heard tales of his greed, lust, and ambition, which led to the death of the old abbot, nearly turning the path of salvation into one of demonic descent. Uncertain if this was indeed the same person, he decided to confront them. "Masters, I seek your counsel," he called out, blocking their way. The elder monk had already noticed Wu Ming, but, adhering to the principle that monks and Taoists do not belong to the same family, he refrained from formalities. However, he was taken aback by Wu Ming's interruption. The elder monk quickly clasped his palms together, asking, "What brings you here, friend?" Wu Ming straightened himself and replied, "Master, I am here in search of someone." The elder monk, puzzled, inquired, "Whom do you seek? If the old monk knows, I shall certainly inform you. If not, you should report to the authorities and post a notice." Shaking his head, Wu Ming continued, "The individual I seek is also a monk, who has become the abbot at Hanshan Temple, yet he possesses no compassion. He schemes to rob others of their wealth, harms lives, and even killed the old abbot who raised him. I have been entrusted to seek him out." "Oh, that monk's Dharma name is Huitong." The monk beside him trembled in fear, nearly tumbling from the clouds, but the elder monk's loud reprimand steadied him. "Friend, lay down your sword and become a Buddha. Grant him mercy where possible. Then grant me the opportunity to become a Buddha as well." The elder monk replied calmly, "Friend, once a person dies, they cannot be resurrected. That abbot, possessing sufficient virtue, may be reborn in the Pure Land or enjoy wealth in the next life. Huitong ought to repent and remain alongside the ancient lamp and the Buddha to atone for his sins. Please grant him this chance." Wu Ming chuckled. "Whether or not he is forgiven is not for me to decide." "Oh, then who among the suffering can make such a decision?" The elder monk inquired. "If this matter can truly be resolved, I would not mind traveling a bit further. Naturally, it is the old abbot who makes the decision." Upon hearing this, both the elder monk and Huitong were momentarily taken aback. "Fashing master, this Taoist must be in league with that demonic monk. Do not let him deceive you. Subduing him is the righteous path," urged Huitong from the side. The elder monk, possessing keen insight, turned his gaze towards Wu Ming. He observed Wu Ming, whose spiritual light soared 3 meters high, surrounded by auspicious energy, with a clear aura enveloping his being, and his bones appearing as if they were formed from jade. Clearly, he was a true practitioner of the Tao. Yet, at that moment, Wu Ming had already taken action. A gust of wind swept Huitong away, attempting to capture him. The elder monk immediately shouted, "Friend, you truly possess a murderous nature. Come with me, and I shall help you attain enlightenment through Buddhist teachings." With outstretched hands, he sought to grasp Huitong, as if plucking an object from a bag. "You seek to kill while I am to save." A monk and a Taoist cannot show mercy. One wielded a magical weapon while the other brandished a demon-slaying staff, unleashing divine power that shook the heavens. The elder monk, having mastered the diamond method, displayed skin as tough as bronze, engaging in a fierce battle with Wu Ming amidst the clouds. In terms of cultivation, one was a certified arhat monk, while the other aspired to become a celestial being. The commotion they stirred was considerable. Outside the western heaven gate, King Guangmu led a host of celestial soldiers and generals, including the great strength heavenly general and the sun traveler, who watched with great interest. This Taoist and monk are natural adversaries. It's rare to witness such a spectacle. At that moment, the 4 marshals, Pang, Liu, Go, and Bai, returned from their patrol and stood outside the western heaven gate to observe. What a thunderous display! After 30 exchanges, the elder monk appeared weary, and he unleashed a radiant light to counter Wu Ming's strength. With a swift turn, he split the demon-slaying staff, and Wu Ming opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of flames, catching the elder monk by surprise. Panicking, he attempted to extinguish the flames, but Wu Ming seized the opportunity to use the heavenly circle technique, trapping him within. "What do you intend to do?" Huitong retreated rapidly, nearly losing his footing without any magical means to fly. Just as Wu Ming was about to capture him, a voice called out, "Wait." From atop a cloud stood a female bodhisattva, her radiance veiling her true form. With a gentle touch, she rendered Wu Ming immobile, sending a wave of alarm through him. He hastily channeled the 5 Thunder Law to break free of the immobilization and darted aside. Seeing the newcomer, the elder monk immediately bowed. Disciple Fashing pays respect to Bodhisattva PLN. Huitong hurriedly prostrated, pleading for the Bodhisattva to save him. Wu Ming, having been restrained by her spell, expressed his grievances, offering only a slight bow before questioning. Why did the Bodhisattva secretly cast a spell against me? The elder monk, witnessing Wu Ming's disrespect towards the Bodhisattva, was about to scold him, but was halted by the Bodhisattva pln. Young Taoist, do not be angry. I bear no ill will towards you. I merely cannot allow you to harm living beings and increase your sins, which would create a rift with our Mahayana teachings. Bodhisattva, that fellow is a demon. Please, Bodhisattva, take him away. Hui Tong hastily prostrated himself and cried out, You rogue, I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. I shall grant you a chance for redemption, as I sense your sincere intention to repent. Do not utter further nonsense here. Go and atone for your sins, little Taoist. You must not harbor any murderous thoughts again. With that, he waved his hand, releasing the bindings of the monk Fei Ning. Although Wu Ming was reluctant, he found himself unable to contest her authority and smiled, saying, To save the virtuous is indeed meritorious. To protect the wicked brings about karmic retribution. Since the Bodhisattva has spoken, it would be unwise for me to go against her wishes. He then transformed into a beam of light, vanishing in an instant. Traveling 1,000 miles away, Pylon nodded and looked up towards the direction of the western heavenly gate before returning on her cloud to the 1,000-flower cave at Purple Cloud Mountain. Outside the western heavenly gate, several generals inquired, Who is this? Do any of you recognize him? The celestial generals shook their heads in unison. However, the King of Broad Eyes, who often guarded the western heavenly gate, pondered for a moment and remarked, Not far from here lies a bodhisattva named Pylon Pas. And the Star Lord of the Ascendant Sun is her own offspring. The celestial generals, having witnessed the spectacle and heard the gossip, then dispersed to their respective duties. At the Lion Troop Ridge, where peaks pierced the azure sky and stars obstructed the sun, Wu Ming arrived at this location, pondering the ill fortune that caused him to encounter Pylon just upon his arrival. He observed that the Lion Troop Ridge was home to numerous demons, but they had yet to form a significant threat. It lacked the terrifying spectacle of skeletal mountains and forests of bones. Wu Ming did not linger on this site, as the call from deep within him grew increasingly powerful, urging him to hastily traverse the 800 miles of Lion Troop Ridge. After a considerable journey, he beheld a mountain below, resembling the abode of immortals. White egrets nested among the willows, yellow orioles sang within the peach trees, and pairs of wild deer frolicked on the green grass, while mountain birds chirped amidst the red trees. That hillside must surely be the location of the Yellow Flower Temple. Upon arriving, Wu Ming felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity, as if the very essence of this realm welcomed him. Without uttering a word, his cultivation experienced a notable increase, as the refined essence within him transformed into nourishment, bolstering his spiritual growth. A blessed land, indeed. If he were to reside here for 100 years, he would surely attain the state of a scattered immortal. For a moment, Wu Ming found himself slightly out of sorts. Yet, in the Lion Troop Ridge, he had not felt such a connection. Was it the specific person or the place that made the difference? Suppressing his thoughts, he noticed several mountain villages below. The sky was dim, and thin wisps of smoke rose. Wu Ming transformed his appearance into that of an old Taoist priest. His face weathered like the bark of an ancient tree, sparse white hair burdened like snow on a pine, a gourd hanging from his waist, and a crutch in hand. Clad in a tattered robe and worn shoes, he meandered towards a village entrance. Stop. Who goes there? Came a commanding voice, followed by the sudden emergence of over a dozen strong men. Clad in coarse cloth, their faces were sallow, wielding hoes, carrying poles, and iron picks as farming tools. Please, gentlemen, take your time. I am merely a wandering Taoist priest without any wealth. Upon realizing he was just an old Taoist, they relaxed. The leader, a brawny man in his 30s, quickly called for the others to lower their tools and clumsily bowed in greeting. A Taoist? Old sir, we are not bandits, but rather the village guards. I am called Xīyóu. Wu Ming then inquired, Xīyóu, the day is growing late. Why do you stand guard at the village entrance? Are there bandits who raid by night? Xīyóu sighed. If only it were bandits, we could see and fight them. But the true scourge of our village is a demon. Whenever it comes, we only hear the wind, and 3 to 4 villagers mysteriously vanish. In the past half-month, it has visited 3 times, yet we have never glimpsed it. Upon mentioning the demon, the robust men surrounding them appeared visibly alarmed. Wu Ming, intrigued, recalled the many demons he had encountered on his journey, noting that villagers typically managed to gather some silver to invite a monk from a nearby temple to subdue them. He asked, why not gather some funds to invite a monk to exorcise the demon? Xīyóu's expression turned sorrowful. 7 days ago, we pulled together 1,000 coins from 2 nearby villages to invite a high monk from a temple 200 miles to the south. That very night, the demon appeared, and the monk attempted to subdue it, but was swept away by a gust of wind, losing his life. Wu Ming allowed himself to be led into the village by Xīyóu, who seated him on a stone by the roadside. Since that is the case, why not leave? Wu Ming asked. This demon comes every 4 to 5 days to take 3 or 4 people to eat. How many villagers can we spare? Xīyóu lamented. Ah, Taoist. An old saying goes that a wanderer is regarded as worthless. Who among the elders in this village wishes to abandon their homes and drift elsewhere? Especially when the outside world is fraught with calamities and misfortunes. Recently, we pulled together another 2,000 coins to invite an even more formidable monk to the temple, who is expected to arrive tomorrow. We are uncertain if he can subdue that demon. Wu Ming reassured him. Do not worry, he will surely succeed. Xīyóu, with a bitter expression, replied, I appreciate your kind words. This Taoist must be seeking a place to rest. Please, follow me to my home. Xīyóu led Wu Ming to his abode, where his wife prepared a guest room for the Taoist to rest, while he returned to keep watch with the village guards. Uncertain of what kinds of demons awaited, Wu Ming promptly sat cross-legged and began practicing the 5 thunder rectification method. As he entered a deep meditative state, he suddenly heard a loud voice. Wu Ming, why haven't you opened your eyes? Startled, he opened his eyes to see a Taoist priest seated across from him, surrounded by the celestial heavens. Disciple greets the celestial master, Wu Ming exclaimed, hastily rising to pay his respects. Zhang Tianshi waved his hand, laughing heartily. Sit. This is merely a method of entering dreams. Do not be alarmed, it is only in the dream realm. Relax. He then seated himself nearby and inquired, I wonder, Celestial Master, do you have any teachings for me? Zhang Tianshi stroked his beard and smiled. I heard from the celestial generals that you engaged in a fierce battle with a monk above the western Xīyóu and even encountered the Bodhisattva Pailanpa? Indeed. Wu Ming confirmed. I hope the Bodhisattva will not report me. Haha, as long as you maintain your reputation, that is well. However, I did not come to speak of this matter. Wu Ming bowed again, requesting the celestial master to instruct him. Zhang Tianshi nodded approvingly. This time, I do not require you to undertake any tasks. Rather, it is the edict of the Old Lord. The Old Lord? He is aware of me? Wu Ming felt a wave of apprehension. What could have stirred his attention? The Old Lord wishes for you to establish a mountain gate and preach in the western Xīyóu. At that moment, it felt as if a thunderclap had struck Wu Ming's mind. What? Preach in the western Xīyóu? In a sense, isn't this akin to snatching food from the Buddha's bowl? He was about to inquire further, but Zhang Tianshi interjected. Do not be hasty. Listen to me first. This matter was agreed upon by the Old Lord and the Buddha. Originally, it was intended for another to handle, but upon learning of your arrival in this region, I recommended you. Wu Ming's heart lightened. As long as the 2 great figures had conferred, he would not need to face the thunder alone. He then expressed his curiosity. Celestial Master, why has the Old Lord suddenly chosen to preach in the western Xīyóu? This land is filled with followers of the Buddha. Most do not even know what a Taoist is, only knowing the Buddha and not the Tao. I do not know the Old Lord's intentions, but I believe it is both a test and an opportunity for you. He is not a petty person. Once you succeed, he will undoubtedly reward you generously. Wu Ming had no doubts regarding the generosity of the Old Lord. In every mythological narrative, he was portrayed as magnanimous. However, he pondered, how can I establish a mountain gate to preach? Although he had cultivated since childhood and received the 5 thunder rectification method from the celestial master, he was utterly ignorant of the specifics of establishing a mountain gate for preaching and lacked proficiency in many Taoist texts. You need not worry. The Old Lord has set a date for you to begin preaching after the peach banquet hosted by the Queen Mother. You may come to the heavenly palace, and I will impart the scriptures to you. At that time, you may also enjoy a cup of divine wine. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming realized the celestial master regarded him as a personal disciple. Thank you, celestial master. He expressed his gratitude. The celestial master replied with a smile that seemed to hold a deeper meaning. Wu Ming quickly corrected himself. Disciple has met the master. Zhang Tianshi then burst into hearty laughter, saying, You have come to my door to become one of my disciples. As your teacher, I must give you a Taoist name. I have heard you are known as the 100-eyed demon lord. Wu Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment, akin to telling an elder that everyone calls him the boss of West Street, a sentiment that felt somewhat shameful. This, however, does not align with my principles. Thus I shall refer to myself as Duomu. Teacher Xie. Wu Ming, or perhaps known as the Taoist of Duomu, bows as a disciple. Master Zhang nodded, advising him to visit the heavenly palace soon and reconnect with old acquaintances. Suddenly, he awoke from the dream, sitting cross-legged on his bed. Wu Ming couldn't help but break into a wide grin, nearly splitting his cheeks. His heart brimmed with joy. Although he had previously claimed to be a disciple of the celestial master, he had never formally taken a master, leaving him with a sense of illegitimacy. Now, he could stand tall and declare himself a disciple of the celestial master. This marked a significant shift from the original narrative. He would never again be reduced to merely observing the entrance to a cave. After reveling in his happiness for a while, he settled down to focus on his cultivation. Sometimes, it is indeed the fist that proves most effective. The following day, the night watchmen, including Xīyóu, returned home. Though weary, they felt a sense of relief, as the demon had not come to consume anyone during the day. Taoist, given your age, why not settle down in our Yuan family village? Xīyóu suggested after breakfast. Just moments ago, Wu Ming had noticed Xīyóu's wife suffering from an ailment and had gifted her a common elixir used for feeding spiders. Upon consuming it, she appeared rejuvenated, her spirits lifted, as if she had regained a decade of youth, astonishing both her and her husband. Xīyóu contemplated that if they could keep this Taoist around, he could tend to any ailments in the future, as their village lacked a physician. And the nearest one was in the neighboring Lin family village. I have wandered far and wide, and indeed, I seek a tranquil place to settle. May I inquire the name of this mountain range? Wu Ming asked casually, as the original text did not specify the name of Huanghua Temple's location. Xīyóu's face brightened as he replied, "We have called this mountain Yinxiao Mountain since ancient times, for clouds and colorful mist often emerge from within. However, it is fraught with tigers, leopards, and wolves. It may be unwise for you, an elderly Taoist, to venture alone. It would be better for you to stay in our village, where each family can provide you with a house to live in." Wu Ming agreed with a smile. Feeling that the old lord had prompted him to establish a temple here, Yinxiao Mountain seemed destined to be his place of fortune, and it would indeed be splendid to build a Huanghua temple. After contemplating for a while, without resolution, he decided to consult his master and the old lord in the heavenly palace in a few days. Since he intended to establish a temple here, he could not allow the demon to frighten away the villagers, otherwise, would he be left to toil alone? Thus, he decided to stay at Xīyóu's home, offering to exorcise the demon. Though the couple was half skeptical, they were pleased. By noon, the esteemed monk they had summoned finally arrived, with villagers from the other two nearby villages coming to witness the event. The old monk appeared decrepit, with eyebrows nearly touching the ground and a face lined with wrinkles. His body hunched over. "Everyone, please secure your doors and windows. I shall investigate this audacious demon," he declared. From a distance, Wu Ming observed that the monk indeed possessed some magical prowess, likely at the golden elixir level. Yet, his age had drained his vitality, leaving him with little energy. He could probably only rely on spells in battle, unable to wield weapons. After consuming some vegetarian offerings provided by the villagers, the monk stationed himself at the entrance of Zhang family village, advising everyone to stay indoors. "This monk seems even older than our Taoist. Can he manage?" Xīyóu's wife expressed some doubt. "He should be capable. I have heard that the older these immortals are, the more powerful they become," Xīyóu reassured her. Both were filled with trepidation. As night fell, a sinister wind indeed swept in. The old monk, though not in good spirits, sensed the demonic aura and fixed his gaze with fury. "Bold demon, do you dare to commit evil beneath the Buddha's feet?" He immediately released a burst of golden light to block the demonic wind, brandishing his staff while floating in the air to observe. As the demonic wind dispersed, the monster came to a halt, transforming into a fierce creature with the face of a bird and the body of a man, a veritable demon king. Towering nearly 10 feet tall, clad in leather armor, with a wide waist and a blood-red gaze that gleamed ominously, its terrifying fangs were akin to chisels, instilling fear. "Who dares to obstruct this great king's path?" The demon king bellowed, eyes blazing with malice as it brandished a gleaming hammer. The old monk, seeing the ferocity of the demon king, felt a flicker of fear but steadied himself, asking, "What manner of demon are you? And from where do you come to wreak havoc here?" The demon king laughed heartily. "You old monk are so ignorant. You dare not recognize this great king. You shall pay dearly." The old monk silently began to channel his powers, yet outwardly maintained his composure. "You beast, do not boast. Even if you possess the ability to turn the heavens upside down, there are mighty Vajra who can subdue you." "Ha ha ha, Vajra. Such a grand title. If you sincerely summon them, they would not dare confront me. Instead, if I call upon someone, you must kneel before him. Your Buddha is but a junior." The old monk dismissed his bravado, suddenly tossing his staff, which transformed into a golden dragon to ensnare the Demon King. Caught off guard, the Demon King was immediately coiled by the golden dragon, its body constricted as if by golden ropes, threatening to suffocate it. "You think to bind me like a mere worm? Even a true dragon would serve as my meal. Transform." The Demon King shouted, instantly reverting to its original form. Wu Ming recognized the creature as a great Peng. In the tales of the journey to the west, only two great Pengs are renowned, the golden-winged Peng and the Peng Demon King. So, this is the Peng Demon King? The great Peng flapped its wings, slicing through the golden dragon, reducing it back to its staff form. With a few more flaps, it conjured a tempest, sending the old monk reeling. Unable to maintain his stance, let alone use his magic, the old monk was horrified, pondering how to subdue such a fiend. While his own demise was of little concern, the villagers stood to suffer. Just as he was consumed by worry, an unexpected voice rang out, "All blessings to the infinite heaven, I, the humble Taoist, have come to inquire." Both the monk and the demon paused, astonished to see an old Taoist approach. The demon roared, "Taoist, what brings you here?" Wu Ming smiled. "I am Duo Mu, seeking to establish a temple in the name of my master. This mountain is serene and beautiful, a true blessed ground, and I intend to do so here. You dare to establish a temple in the territory of my Pink Demon King, which spans 800 miles to the east and west. If you anger me, I shall annihilate you and your disciples." The Demon King's arrogance was evident, but Wu Ming saw no need for further words. It was time to demonstrate his prowess. "Do not boast, reveal your true abilities." The Peng Demon King spread its wings, conjuring a fierce wind, its figure darting like lightning, aiming its claws directly at Duo Mu. Yet, it was Wu Ming who was faster. With a flash of light, he evaded the attack, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Wu Ming unleashed the Five Thunder technique, while the Demon King wreaked havoc upon Kunlun Mountain. Both locked in a fierce exchange. After 20 rounds, realizing that spells alone could not subdue this foe, Wu Ming drew forth his Feng Tianji, wielding it at a height of 10 feet to engage the Peng Demon King in a contest of martial skill. The clash resonated, echoing through the mountains, sending birds and beasts fleeing, while the villagers, terrified, took refuge far away. Even the night spirits kept their distance. As the moon rose above the willow treetops, the Peng Demon King, overwhelmed, could not fathom how the elderly Taoist wielded such a heavy halberd. In desperation, it flapped its wings and retreated westward. However, beneath the night sky adorned with brilliant stars, Wu Ming's speed surged, and in a blink, he closed the gap, thrusting his halberd. The Peng Demon King hastily raised its hammer to block. "Do not be so overbearing. My family also has formidable fighters." Wu Ming said nothing, pursuing relentlessly until the Demon King turned and vanished into the Lion Camel Ridge. Only then did Wu Ming return. The old monk had reached the village entrance, lamenting the loss of his treasured staff, now in 3 pieces. Upon Wu Ming's return, the old monk inquired, "Taoist Duo Mu, were you able to subdue the demon?" "Not yet. It managed to escape into the Lion Camel Ridge," Wu Ming replied. The old monk felt a mix of joy and concern, pleased that this Taoist possessed great skill to protect the villagers, but alarmed at the mention of the Lion Camel Ridge. "Be cautious, Taoist. I have heard that within Lion Camel Ridge resides another demon king known as the Lion Camel King, a formidable being. Do tread carefully." Lion Camel Ridge is the domain of the Lion Camel King? Wu Ming had not considered this, reflecting that based on his encounter with the Peng Demon King, he was still far from matching the strength of the 7 great saints to come. The monkey, having just returned from his journey of enlightenment, must certainly have transformed into a celestial being, akin to the likes of the Bull Demon King and the Pink Demon King, who were able to form brotherly bonds with him, indicating that at the very least, they possessed the cultivation of scattered immortals. Otherwise, they would lack the ability to earn the monkey's recognition. In merely 300 years, could it truly be the favor of destiny? Once matters were resolved, the old monk departed. When dawn broke, the villagers, gathering their courage, ventured out to find the old Taoist sitting enscathed at the village entrance, prompting joyous exclamations as they rushed to greet him. The villagers, crowding together, clamored to know whether the old man had subdued the demons. They recounted how the fierce winds and thunder of the previous night had terrified them into hiding under their blankets, some even wetting their beds. Truly, this Taoist possessed remarkable abilities. Wu Ming nodded, then shook his head, explaining that he and the venerable monk had repelled the demons, and for the time being, they would likely not return. The villagers rejoiced, eagerly pulling Wu Ming along to their homes for a meal, with the bull's strength leading the way. Soon, the households gathered to celebrate, and before long, neighboring villages arrived with gifts, expressing their gratitude. Ultimately, the 3 villages slaughtered pigs and cooked sheep, hosting a grand feast and celebration, details of which we shall not delve into. On the other hand, the Pink Demon King retreated into the Lion Camel Ridge. After some time entering a cave, the little demons at the entrance hurried inside to report, the Pung Demon King has arrived. Within the cave resided another Demon King, tall and formidable, known as the Lion Camel King, who rushed to greet him. Upon their reunion, the Lion Camel King inquired, "Brother, you usually venture out for 7 or 8 days. Why have you returned in the dead of night?" The Pink Demon King, casting aside his hammer with a look of discontent, replied, "Brother, I am uncertain. I have been contemplating finding a mountain peak for a residence, as there are hundreds of mortals below to serve as sustenance. This night, I intended to feast, but unexpectedly encountered a rival. As they conversed, they entered the cave. Which audacious bull dares to bully my brother? I shall summon the demon soldiers and capture him," the Lion Camel King declared fiercely. However, the Pink Demon King, aware of Wu Ming's prowess, felt a twinge of fear, urging his brother to refrain from confrontation. "He is quick, and no ordinary being can catch him. If our kin were here, that Taoist would not dare to be so arrogant. He is a phoenix born, beyond my comparison." The Lion Camel King acquiesced to his brother's counsel. Subsequently, the 2 demon kings instructed the little demons to prepare a grand feast, indulging in merriment and casting aside their worries. Since ancient times, the wise have often been solitary, while only the drinkers leave their names behind. Thus, both victors and vanquished celebrated in their own ways, reveling in the festivities. Chapter 80. Entering the Heavenly Palace to seek a master. Fortuitously encountering the 3rd prince on this day, Wu Ming bid farewell to the bull and prepared to journey to the Heavenly Palace for a gathering. After spending 3 months in the village, the Pink Demon King had not caused any trouble, leaving Wu Ming to believe that he would not return in the near future. "Old immortal, will you truly come back?" The couple, Yuan Xīyóu and his wife, lamented. Wu Ming, however, felt somewhat out of place. Although his appearance and age could pass for that of their ancestors, his steadfast heart was not aligned with an elderly mindset. He dispelled the illusion, saying, "Why would I deceive you? This is my true form, and I shall return in roughly 10 years. With that, he shot forth in a beam of light towards the heavens, leaving the couple to bow in reverence, calling out to the immortal. Unbeknownst to him, he soared upward, employing the myriad stars to transform into a streak of starlight, heading towards the celestial gates. Following the markers left by Zhang Tianshi, he soon caught sight of the magnificent gates adorned with purple mist and golden light. Had he traveled at a leisurely pace, it could have taken him a year to glimpse the gates. The grand entrance towered high, guarded by the heavenly King Guangmu and the 4 marshals, Deng Exen, Zhang Tao, and others, who were diligently overseeing the duties of the heavenly troops. Suddenly, a streak of starlight approached, prompting them to halt the visitor. "Halt! The sanctified realms of the heavenly palace cannot be trespassed." Though Wu Ming did not recognize the heavenly King Guangmu, he noted the celestial figure entwined with a red dragon. Thus understanding his identity, he promptly halted, bowing and proclaiming, "This humble Taoist pays respect to the esteemed heavenly King Guangmu." Unbeknownst to him, Guangmu recognized him, as the passage of time in the heavens and on earth differed. "Ah, it is you. Zhang Tianshi has already instructed me. Allow me to lead you to the Hall of Clarity." With that, a heavenly attendant guided Wu Ming toward the master. Upon entering the heavenly gates, he was immediately awestruck by the dazzling treasures and the resplendent decor of the palace, unlike anything in the mortal realm. The heavenly realm boasted 33 palaces and 72 treasure halls, vast and boundless. The Lingshan Palace, the abode of the Jade Emperor, resided in the highest heavens, while the Hall of Clarity lay before it. Wu Ming followed the heavenly attendant through the celestial palace, traversing the treasure halls until they finally arrived at the Hall of Clarity. Outside the hall, celestial guards stood vigilant, wielding halberds and swords. In his previous encounter, the monkey had been thwarted at this very hall. The heavenly attendant approached the gatekeepers, stating that he was a disciple of the celestial master. The guards, not daring to be negligent, immediately entered to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, a celestial official emerged, saying, "You must be the one with the many eyes. Please follow me." Wu Ming hastily complied, entering the Hall of Clarity. Inside, he beheld jade pillars supporting the ceiling, with celestial halls within, their stars twinkling like those in the cosmic firmament, creating an extraordinary spaciousness. Indeed, it was a treasure hall containing its own universe, where even a multitude of celestial beings would not feel crowded. Numerous celestial officials busily traversed the area, carrying documents and jade tablets. The celestial official remained silent, leading the way until they reached a room on the left. Zhang Tianshi is within. You may go in, he said. Thank you, celestial official, Wu Ming replied, parting ways with the guide. Ascending the jade steps, Wu Ming entered the inner hall, where celestial officials were bustling about. Come inside, he heard the voice of the celestial master. Promptly, he turned and entered the inner sanctum. There, he found the celestial master engrossed and writing at a desk. He immediately knelt and proclaimed, Disciple Duomu pays respects to master. The celestial master looked up and said, Rise. Take that golden plaque beside you. It will grant you free passage in the heavenly palace. Wu Ming indeed noticed a purple gold plaque on the desk inscribed with the words Imperial Edict for Travel, and he secured it at his waist. Thank you, master. Now, go to my residence. I have instructed the gatekeeper to prepare accommodations for you. I shall return after my duties, the celestial master said. Wu Ming acknowledged this and, seeing his master return to his tasks, quietly exited the Hall of Clarity. This must be the daily routine of most celestial beings, handling the myriad affairs of the three realms, bustling about. Indeed, being an immortal of the Tai order should afford one a more leisurely existence. However, a question lingered. Where exactly was the master's residence? The heavenly realm was vast, with countless palaces and no signposts. The original text did not specify the location of Zhang Tianshi's abode, leading one to feel that the four heavenly masters resided within the Hall of Clarity. Fortunately, as many celestial officials traversed the area, Wu Ming seized the opportunity to approach one of them. Excuse me, celestial boy. Could you inform me where the celestial master's residence is located? The celestial boy, halted by Wu Ming, noticed the Taoist bearing the purple gold plaque and inquired, Who are you? I have not seen you in the heavenly palace before. Wu Ming introduced himself, to which the celestial boy responded with delight. Ah, you are the one who extracted the dragon sinew? You recognize me? How has this news reached the heavens? The celestial boy, beaming, exclaimed, What good fortune! Come, follow me. The residences of the four great celestial masters are not far from my home. Wu Ming, realizing he had encountered a celestial second generation, asked, Where do you reside? Oh, my home is in the Cloud Tower Palace. Wu Ming's eyes widened, recognizing the celestial boy as the renowned third prince, Lingshan. Observing him closely, he noted the boy's youthful appearance, with hair still unkempt, and an air of extraordinary intelligence and elegance. I did not realize it was the third prince. I apologize for my rudeness, Wu Ming said. Neza, unfazed, requested to see the dragon sinew he had extracted, which he had returned previously. Wu Ming produced the sinew, and together they traversed the heavenly realm, soon arriving at the vicinity of the Cloud Tower Palace. Neza pointed towards the four celestial mountains in the distance, indicating that the residences of the four heavenly masters lay beyond. You may go there. I shall visit you for some amusement when I have the time. He stealthily took the dragon tendons. This fellow, Wu Ming, seemed rather unconcerned, expressing his gratitude before ascending on his cloud. He sought out the residence of Master Zhang and knocked on the door. The doorman, recognizing his waist token and aware of the heavenly master's instructions, escorted him into the courtyard. Several palace maids soon arrived with tea and snacks. After partaking, Wu Ming settled down to meditate. He pondered whether cultivating in the heavens would yield better results. Meanwhile, Neza, clutching the dragon tendons, made his way into the Cloud Palace, snapping the tendons in his hand with a loud crack. His intention was not to truly keep the dragon tendons, but to play with them for a few days and perhaps frighten his father a little. Upon entering the main hall, he found the heavenly king polishing his treasured sword. Father, Neza called out. The heavenly king, somewhat indifferent, replied, Ah, my child, where have you gone to play now? Do not indulge too much. Neza casually replied, I was merely playing in the Eastern Sea and happened to encounter that scoundrel Aobing. I took his dragon tendons to make a tether. See? He proudly displayed the dragon tendons tied around his waist, glistening with silver light. The heavenly king, recognizing the significance of the dragon tendons, was instantly infuriated, his three corpses' fury surging as he slammed the table. You foolish child, how could you commit such a reckless act? His heart raced with alarm, recalling that it was this very incident that had once led to animosity between father and son, resulting in Neza's self-mutilation to repay his mother and his father. Thankfully, the Buddha had granted him a second chance with a lotus body, allowing him to be reborn. Afterward, when the heavenly kings sought to slay him again, it was the Buddha who intervened, bestowing upon him a resplendent golden pagoda for protection, ultimately reconciling their enmity. Could it be that his son still harbored resentment and sought revenge? He hastily rushed to retrieve the pagoda, only to hear Neza burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, father. I was merely jesting. This is borrowed from Master Zhang's disciple for a bit of fun. The heavenly king's countenance darkened immediately, and soon the cloud palace was in disarray. Chapter 81. Exploring the splendor of the heavenly realm, Kuei Mu Lang steals fragrance after an unknown duration. A servant knocked on the door. Young master, the master has returned. Wu Ming promptly tidied his attire and proceeded to the main hall to pay his respects. Master. Take a seat. The master and disciple exchanged pleasantries before discussing some mundane matters, then proceeded to the scripture hall. The heavenly master began to expound on the scriptures, answering questions and dissolving doubts. Wu Ming listened with rapt attention, utterly captivated. Afterward, Wu Ming posed several inquiries. What lies at the end of the celestial path? What are the distinctions between Tai and Deluo? The heavenly master elaborated, and Wu Ming finally gained a clearer understanding, albeit not entirely comprehensive. The realms of immortality could be broadly categorized into scattered immortals, true immortals, golden immortals, and heavenly immortals, culminating in the primordial Tao fruit of the three pure ones. Scattered immortals, also known as ghost immortals, are practitioners whose primordial spirits have transformed into pure yang, yet their physical bodies remain non-immortal, hence they encounter three tribulations. Beyond scattered immortals, there exists a significant distinction. Those who cultivate diligently and ascend to the heavenly palace to receive celestial decrees are known as Deluo immortals, or Deluo deities. Those who do not enter the heavenly palace but cultivate freely according to the principles of yin and yang, step by step achieving enlightenment, are called Tai immortals. Furthermore, there are those who persist in the mortal realm, concealed within hidden paradises, aligning their inner landscapes with the world. These are known as earthly immortals. Each path has its advantages and disadvantages, and none can be deemed inherently good or bad. The heavenly master advised him to focus on diligently practicing the five thunder true method, whether to become a Deluo immortal or a Tai immortal. For through enduring countless trials and tribulations, he could ultimately attain the golden immortal or even heavenly immortal Tao fruit. As the night wore on, a single day in the heavens equated to a year on earth. In the heavenly court, there were no morning assemblies. The celestial officials and generals each attended to their duties. The four heavenly masters functioned similarly to chief administrators, overseeing various internal and external affairs akin to cabinet ministers, thus leading relatively busy lives. Wu Ming, having sampled a few spiritual elixirs, departed from the heavenly master's residence, eager to explore the heavenly palace. The heavenly realm was vast, teeming with myriad beings, celestial children, palace maids, divine disciples, and relatives. The residence of Master Su on the neighboring celestial mountain was particularly lively, filled with the sounds of roosters and dogs. It was said that when Master Su attained enlightenment and ascended, he brought his entire courtyard along, rendering his abode distinct from the heavenly structures surrounding it. With his golden token, Wu Ming passed through various checkpoints without a hitch, wandering freely. Before long, he found himself by the heavenly river. Upon his first glance, he was struck with awe. Silver waves roll like fallen stars as the sun sets in splendor. Until one sees the waters of the heavenly river, how can one dare declaim the vastness of the sea? The mighty heavenly river seemed boundless, and Wu Ming felt that to call it a sea would be an understatement. The riverbed, glimmering with stardust, revealed that what appeared to be gravel was, in fact, a scattering of stars. Standing atop the waves, he drifted downstream. Yet, he dared not venture into the water, as the swirling stardust below posed great danger. As he floated, he traversed thousands of miles when suddenly he heard a cacophony of shouts. Rising into the air, he beheld several warships patrolling the heavenly river, emblazoned with the words Heavenly River Water Army on their colorful banners. Marshal Tian Peng was leading the water army in drill formation when a scout reported, "Marshal, there are people ahead. Who would dare wander onto the heavenly river? Today marks our water army's training day every 7 days. Does this fool not know?" He promptly sent General Fu Bo to investigate. Wu Ming contemplated whether to veer left or right to avoid detection when a general flew towards him. "Which palace or department do you serve, celestial official? Why do you linger on the heavenly river? Depart quickly, lest you encounter the malevolent spirits from beyond." Wu Ming immediately clasped his hands in apology. Forgive me, I am newly arrived and unaware of the protocols. I shall take my leave at once. Please convey my regards to your marshal and inquire if the 9-leaf spirit herb has been delivered. General Fu Bo, taken aback that this individual was acquainted with his marshal, softened his demeanor. I shall relay your message. Now, hasten your departure, for dangers abound in the heavenly river. Wu Ming complied, transforming into a streak of light as he vacated the river. General Fu Bo returned to the command tent to report the earlier events. Is it him? How did he ascend to the heavenly palace? By earthly reckoning, he has hardly been gone a few years. He decided not to dwell on it further, focusing instead on training the water army and patrolling the heavenly river as the Peach Blossom Festival approached, demanding utmost vigilance to avoid any disturbances caused by malevolent entities. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, having left the heavenly river, passed by a treasure hall only to unexpectedly stumble upon a divine general in a palace made in a secret rendezvous. In a flowering thicket outside the hall, a man and woman nestled closely, exchanging tender words, and at this hour, few would traverse this path. The divine general, one of the 28 constellations, was responsible for patrolling this area, making it convenient. Yet today he happened upon Wu Ming, who was wandering aimlessly. Forgive me. I shall take my leave. Wu Ming perceived only a pair of celestial lovers, unaware that the heavenly court strictly prohibited clandestine meetings between divine generals and palace maids. While marriages were permitted, secret liaisons were not. Writing love letters was overlooked, and if two hearts were truly aligned, they could seek the matchmaker, the Moon Elder, to formalize their union. Even the venerable heavenly King Li had taken a monkey as a disciple and arranged for Neza to have a sister. Kuei Mulang, the divine general, noticed the maid's fluster after Wu Ming departed. If this matter gets out, I shall surely face severe repercussions. He softly reassured her, do not fear. I noticed that he was not garbed in celestial attire, perhaps a celestial official from another department. I will catch up with him and clarify matters. You may return. The maid, lacking any other recourse, acquiesced. Kuei Mulang promptly pursued Wu Ming. Hold on. Wu Ming, upon hearing the voice, halted and turned to see the divine general from earlier. Recognizing his face, he realized this was the same deity who had accompanied Marshal Guan to the Eastern Sea. I am Kuei Mulang of the 28 constellations. The sacred incense hall is a restricted area. How dare you trespass here? What are your intentions? Is this fellow seeking trouble? I did not enter the sacred incense hall. Wu Ming clasped his hands and revealed himself to be the Star Lord of the Kuei Mu Wolf. I am merely a humble disciple of Master Zhang Tianshi, sent to the heavenly palace to learn the Tao. Today, I took a leisurely stroll and inadvertently strayed into a sacred area. I beseech the Star Lord for your forgiveness. Encountering Kuei Mu Wolf, Wu Ming was reminded of the fellow Xīyóu, who had promised to recommend him for an official position but had yet to deliver on that promise. By the time he received news, he might have ascended to the rank of a celestial being himself. Kuei Mu Wolf was taken aback, realizing that this Taoist was indeed a disciple of Zhang Tianshi. Upon noticing the golden medallion at Wu Ming's waist, he felt reassured. His demeanor softened, and he awkwardly remarked, so you are the esteemed Tao friend. A disciple of Tianshi would certainly not harbor any ill intentions. I hope you can overlook the earlier incident. Wu Ming quickly assured him that there was no offense taken. Yet Kuei Mu Wolf seemed reluctant to let him go, engaging him in idle chatter. A sudden flash of insight struck Wu Ming as he recalled the earlier encounter. I beg for your understanding, Star Lord. I may have indulged a bit too much last night, and my mind is somewhat clouded. I can hardly remember the way back. Grasping the underlying sentiment, Kuei Mu Wolf promptly offered, if that is the case, allow me to escort you back to the Tianshi residence. I would be most grateful for your assistance, Star Lord. Guided by Kuei Mu Wolf, they traversed past a radiant palace known as the Palace of Light, the realm overseen by the star Betelgeuse, from which the celestial day and night originated. Kuei Mu Wolf elaborated on its significance, and Wu Ming nodded in appreciation. They continued their journey, passing through the Bull Palace, the Five Brightness Palace, the Treasure Light Hall, and the Great King Hall, until they reached the Cloud Tower Palace, where they were intercepted by Neza. Where have you been, Duomu? I was just about to return your dragon tendons but couldn't find you. Chapter 82. The Old Lord summons Wu Ming to the Doshui Palace for alchemical refinement. After exchanging bows, the two acknowledged each other. At this point, Neza had yet to be conferred the title of the Grand Deity of the Three Altars. But his reputation for subduing the 96 caves of demons had made him a formidable presence in the heavenly palace, which made Kuei Mu Wolf cautious in his demeanor. No need for excessive formality. I have come to return your dragon tendons. Neza handed the tendons back to Wu Ming and extended an invitation for them to visit the Cloud Tower Palace. The trio entered the palace to enjoy tea. As the Heavenly King was absent, Kue Mu Wolf felt it appropriate to take his leave first. Third Prince. May I inquire which celestial beings have been invited to the upcoming peach banquet? Neza casually swung his legs over the armrest of his chair and replied, Oh. The usual suspects from the upper 8 caves, the 3 pure ones, the 4 emperors, the Tai celestials, the 5 elders from the 5 directions, the Jade Emperor, and the 9 layers of deities from the middle 8 caves, the underworld's master of the lower 8 caves, as well as numerous deities from various palaces of the heavenly realm. It's quite the list. Wu Ming, puzzled, responded, Will there be enough peaches? It seems we are nearly inviting all the star deities. Not everyone gets to partake in the peaches. Besides, the upper echelons like the 3 pure ones and the 4 emperors rarely attend in person. They often send representatives instead. The rest will simply enjoy the imperial wine and sample the heavenly delicacies. The two engaged in light banter, primarily with Neza making jesting remarks about the appearance of certain star lords and the beauty of particular goddesses, while Wu Ming eventually took his leave from the Cloud Tower Palace. Upon returning to the Tianchi residence, a servant approached him. Young master, the master requests your presence. Upon meeting Tianchi, he was promptly pulled along with urgency. The patriarch has summoned you. Do not neglect the proper etiquette. Wu Ming felt a wave of anxiety. One of the paramount figures from the journey to the west, the old lord, desired to see him. However, he quickly composed himself, reflecting that he ought to address the old lord as patriarch, so there was no reason for trepidation. Led by Zhang Tianchi, they ascended to the 33rd heaven, to the realm known as Lingshan, a domain inaccessible to ordinary celestial beings. Before long, they arrived at the magnificent Doshui Palace, shimmering with celestial light and auspicious clouds, the residence of the Tao Patriarch. At the entrance, a young attendant greeted them, announcing, The Tianchi has arrived. The master is awaiting you in the alchemical chamber. Following the attendant inside, Wu Ming pondered whether this attendant was Xīyóu or Yinjiao. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, they found the old lord gently fanning the flames of the alchemical furnace with a hand fan. You two have arrived. Zhongling, you may leave. I will keep this young man. The old lord continued tending to the flames, appearing more like an old alchemist than a grand Taoist figure. Zhang Tianchi bowed respectfully, Yes. Master, casting a reassuring glance at Wu Ming. Disciple Duo Mu, I pay my respects to the patriarch. Wu Ming approached and performed a deep bow. The old lord chuckled. You mischievous lad. Are you here to covet my elixirs or treasures? Wu Ming's face flushed, for he indeed yearned for a 9-turn golden elixir to save countless years of cultivation. Patriarch, you jest. I am here with sincere reverence, harboring no ulterior motives. Ha. Rise, come with me. The old lord summoned another attendant to tend to the flames before leading Wu Ming to another area. Outside, beneath an ancient pine tree, the old lord sat down, while Wu Ming stood attentively beside him, hesitant to take a seat. Do you suppose I summoned you for no reason? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Ming ventured, It must pertain to my mission to spread the Tao in the West Nyohazhou. Indeed, this matter is of great significance. Should you succeed, it may grant you the opportunity to ascend as a celestial being. This destiny is both a trial and a source of fortune. Wu Ming bowed again, seeking further guidance from the patriarch. The old lord stroked his beard. I require you to establish a mountain gate for your abode, which necessitates the conversion of the wealth of the populace. You must not resort to unscrupulous means. Your magical transformations must be based on equitable exchanges. And then you may employ mortal artisans to construct your palace. Subsequently, you are to journey eastward to disseminate the Tao, traveling on foot rather than soaring through the skies. You may engage in divination, exorcism, and the eradication of demons, spreading my teachings as far as the southern Jianbu province. Wu Ming was taken aback, finding the task eerily reminiscent of the journey to the west. Do you understand? I comprehend some of it, he replied, sensing that this endeavor would not be easily accomplished. The old lord, noticing Wu Ming's furrowed brow, inquired, Is there something troubling you? Patriarch, I am merely puzzled regarding the nature of this task, and I fear my limited abilities may not meet your expectations. As for the rivalry between the Tao and the Buddha, I do not believe it holds merit. If the Tao Patriarch and the Buddha were truly at odds, it would be a loss of face. The old lord stood and pointed at Wu Ming. Do you grasp the gravity of this? After a lengthy pause, Wu Ming regained his composure, feeling tumultuous waves within, his resolve wavering until the old lord's firm voice steadied him. You nearly succumbed to delusion. I shall certainly do my utmost. The old lord chuckled. Take your time. Even the emperor must not starve his soldiers. Bring forth your weapon and the dragon tendons. While we have the opportunity, I shall refine them for you. Wu Ming joyfully produced his Fangtian Huaji and the dragon tendons. After receiving them, the old lord extended his palm, causing Wu Ming to look puzzled. Why the pretense? Do you not owe me some human courtesy? Surprised, Wu Ming replied, but I have no gold or silver on me. The 2 copper coins you possess will suffice. I find your cheerful demeanor particularly delightful. Wu Ming retrieved the 2 copper coins, which he had received as a token of joy from a roadside vendor, and handed them to the old lord. Why do both the Buddha and the Tao patriarch seek such human tokens? After accepting the coins, the old lord waved him off. Go on now. I shall refine them for you in a few days. As Wu Ming departed, an attendant led the way, but he playfully pulled the boy close, asking, Are you Xīyóu or Yinjiao? The boy, startled by the sudden embrace, protested, Release me. How rude to be seen like this. Tell me first. Then I shall let you go. With no choice, the attendant relented, I am Yin Ling. My brother is Jin Ling. There are no such characters as Xīyóu or Yinjiao in this palace. Now please let go. Wu Ming released him and continued, Where is my master's cow? He had grown curious about the low-profile Xīyóu Jing, whom many celestial beings failed to recognize. Yin Ling smirked, You have no shame, do you? My master is revered throughout the 3 realms, yet you shamelessly claim kinship. Wu Ming seized the boy again. My master has not objected. How dare you dispute me? Do you wish for my master to discipline you? Yin Ling squirmed in his grasp. The master would never. Enough chatter. Tell me where the cow is. With no alternative. Yin Ling reluctantly divulged, It's sleeping in the cow pen in the back courtyard. Lead the way. I wish to see it. Yin Ling was immediately displeased. The master has allowed you to leave. What are you staring at the cow for? Have you never seen a cow before? He could not outmatch Wu Ming. And the 2 of them pushed and shoved as they navigated through several corridors, ultimately arriving at the cow pen behind the courtyard. Indeed, they found a robust green bull lying down, sound asleep, while a young boy tending to the bull leaned against its back, dozing off without noticing their arrival. Yin Ling intended to wake him, thinking, How can you sleep while the master has asked you to observe the cow? If the master finds out, you will be tasked with burning charcoal. Wu Ming grabbed hold of Yin Ling, clarifying that he merely wished to take a glance at the green bull, purely out of curiosity. After they left, the large green bull slowly opened its eyes, seeing the boy treating it as a backrest, and promptly kicked him out with a hoof. Ouch! The foolish bull kicked me again. After exiting the Do Shua Palace, they found it easy to ascend but difficult to descend, so they used their escape technique to return to the Tianshi mansion without further ado. Phew! Finally rid of that fellow. Sitting outside the Do Shua Palace, Yin Ling gazed at the vast universe below, feeling an inexplicable longing for home. Upon arriving at the Tianshi mansion, Zhang Tianshi had not yet returned from his duties, and Wu Ming retreated to his room. The events of the day were somewhat beyond his comprehension, requiring careful thought and strategizing. The old lord had mentioned that his celestial accomplishments might very well be linked to this matter, which he believed was no idle talk. After descending to the mortal realm, he intended to establish a sect to spread his teachings. If successful, he could easily become a scattered immortal, and perhaps even attain true immortality. At that point, he would no longer be an insignificant figure in the 3 realms. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became. This matter must be handled properly. Who would dare assign him the duty of guarding the cave entrance then? At this time, the Yachi Grand Meeting was about to commence, and the heavenly palace was filled with festivity. Heavenly attendants, maidens, and warriors were bustling about in preparation. The day after tomorrow would be the Peaches of Immortality Festival. On this day, while Wu Ming was in meditation, a servant reported that 2 young celestial attendants had arrived, claiming they were sent by the Supreme Old. Wu Ming was overjoyed. Surely his Fang Tianhua Ji and the dragon tendons had been completed. He promptly stepped outside. He saw Yin Ling and another young attendant gasping for breath, slumped on the ground, with a heavy Fang Tianhua Ji discarded beside them. Hurry and take your broken item away. It's so heavy. Yin Ling gasped. Wu Ming quickly rushed to retrieve it. With a hum, it felt as light as a feather in his hand, as if the magical staff had found its rightful wielder. Lengthen, he exclaimed, and instantly, the spear elongated to 3 zhang in length. When he commanded it to grow again, it seemed to possess a mind of its own, rapidly stretching until it pierced through the 33 heavens, startling the myriad celestial beings. What is that object? How does it possess such power? What a thick rod! who was flaunting their supernatural abilities. The Jade Emperor was in the Lingshan Hall discussing matters with the celestial deities, and this commotion immediately drew his attention, leaving the celestial beings astonished. "What is that thing?" the Jade Emperor inquired. The patrol spirit official stepped forward, stating that such an object had not been seen in the heavenly palace, and he would investigate. Zhang Tianshi, recognizing the spear's appearance, immediately deduced it was his disciple's multifunctional weapon, likely completed by the Old Lord and now being unwittingly displayed. He hastily reported, "Your Majesty, this weapon appears to belong to my disciple. It may be that the Old Lord's craftsmanship produced it without understanding its intricacies, inadvertently alarming the heavenly court. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." "Oh, it is a blessing for a disciple of the Tianshi to receive the Tao ancestor's favor. I shall not hold it against him. Let him take back the weapon and not disturb the peace of the celestial beings." In front of the Tianshi mansion, Wu Ming was already in a state of panic. "Is this spear too sentient? It seems I have pierced the heavens." The two attendants urged him to retrieve it quickly. Wu Ming shouted, "Shrink! Shrink!" The Feng Tian Hua Ji indeed responded, instantly transforming into the size of a silver needle. The three of them sighed in relief. Wu Ming was even more delighted, knowing that he would not be lacking in weapons in the future. Otherwise, wielding a spear of over 10 zhang while standing at that height would be utterly ridiculous. "You've caused trouble. The Jade Emperor will surely send someone to hang you before the southern heavenly gate for 100 whips." Yinling laughed maliciously. Wu Ming shot him an annoyed glance, then turned to the other young attendant, asking, "What is your name?" This attendant, more composed than Yinling, replied respectfully, "I am Yinling. My brother was rude. Please forgive him." "Oh, Yinling and Yinling? May I call you by your names?" "Yinling, Yinling?" Without further jesting, Wu Ming extended his hand. "Where are my dragon tendons?" "What dragon tendons? Don't play dumb with me. If you don't hand them over, I'll report you to the Old Lord and have you feed the cows and clean the cattle pen. Do you believe that?" Only then did Yinling reluctantly produce a shimmering silver rope. "This is the dragon binding rope the master crafted for you. Come closer, and I will teach you the incantation to bind and release." Wu Ming leaned in, and as he silently recited the incantation, the dragon binding rope suddenly sprang forth and bound Yinling. "Not bad, like the golden snare." "Brat, untie me," Yinling bellowed, knowing the incantation but lacking the magical power to break free from Wu Ming's binding. Yinling watched the commotion with a grin. Wu Ming tapped his head and finally released him, fashioning the rope into a belt around his waist. "Why haven't you two left yet? Do you wish to linger at my Tianshi mansion for meals?" To his surprise, the two nodded without a hint of embarrassment. "The master sent us to attend the Peaches of Immortality Festival. We have nowhere else to go." Wu Ming had no choice but to let the two attendants stay. In the evening, when the Tianshi returned from court and inquired about the earlier events, he noted that the emperor had not pursued any charges, which relieved Wu Ming. 5 shadowy figures stealthily mingled in the Yaoqi. "Tian Peng, what fun things are happening over here?" a slightly immature voice asked. The person in front immediately turned and covered the mouth of the speaker. "Shoo, third prince, be quiet. We can't make a sound. Look over there." They saw a group of celestial maidens, their figures graceful and enchanting, passing by while nearby many songstresses and dancers were rehearsing. Wu Ming's brow twitched with irritation. This fellow dragged him and Neza into the Yaoqi merely to ogle celestial maidens? "Little brother, what do you think? The Yaoqi maidens are far superior to mundane women. The ground below is barren, but today I will show you something to satisfy your cravings." Wu Ming realized that this fellow's lustful nature was innate, certainly not due to any unfortunate circumstances. However, it must be said, the maidens of the Yaoqi were indeed stunningly beautiful. Saying they resembled celestial beings was not mere flattery, but a simple fact. Are they just some celestial maidens? What's so captivating? Aside from their curves, they can't even compare to our sturdy cow. Could they withstand a couple of rounds with me? Yinling scoffed. Tianping was too lazy to engage with the two youngsters. "You two are only fit to stoke the furnace." Suddenly, a sharp gaze swept over them. Tianping's face changed dramatically. "Oh no, it's the Peach Blossom Fairy. Quick, run." He transformed into a gust of wind and dashed away from the Yaoqi, while Neza, despite his youthful appearance, was no simpleton. With his experience, he swiftly soared past Tianpeng on his wind fire wheels. Wu Ming, realizing the precarious situation, also transformed into starlight to flee, recalling that he had just pierced the heavens. If he were caught spying on the maidens in the Yaoqi, would he still have a place in the heavenly court? Seeing that the two young attendants were still oblivious, he quickly grabbed one in each hand and sped away. overtaking Tianpeng and Neza. As they departed, a fragrant breeze wafted in, bringing several celestial maidens down. The leader wore a crown adorned with red tassels. Her attire a resplendent brocade, shimmering magnificently. Her lips were a delicate peach hue, and her cheeks were painted with the blush of dawn. This maiden appeared to be in her prime, possessing a charming allure. "Sisters, what happened?" one of the maidens inquired. "Humph, it must be that Tianpeng fellow sneaking into the Yaoqi again. Come, let us report this to the mistress." A group of maidens then rode the celestial winds away. Meanwhile, the three beams of light had no idea how long they had flown before landing on a meteorite in the heavenly realm. "Tianpeng, why are you running?" "Do we fear a mere woman?" Neza asked. "My dear third prince, if we disturb the Yaoqi and alert the queen mother, I fear I would be soaked in the heavenly river for days, while you would likely be locked away in your father's tower for a few days." But these three fellows. The two turned to look at Wu Ming and the two attendants. Jinling and Yinling, the two disciples of the old lord, found themselves in a rather untroubled state, pondering whether this strikingly handsome fellow might escape punishment. The two fell silent immediately. Wu Ming glanced around and suddenly inquired about their location. Tianping rose and surveyed the area. Aside from the distant starlight, darkness enveloped them. How did we end up in the realm of the Moon Palace? Chapter 84. The two fairies report, a day in the heavenly prison come, let me tell you. The Chang'e fairies in the Moon Palace are all beauties. None of the four moved. Wu Ming was curious to see what the Chang'e fairies, who had caused Tianping to err, looked like, but if he agreed with Neza, they might think him a lecherous man. Seeing that no one was moving, Tianpeng began to plot in his mind. If he went alone and got caught, it would be hard to explain. He needed to coax them along. You all have no idea. The moon goddess resides atop the moon, and the moonlight is abundant. Who knows how many celestial herbs and fruits are cultivated in the Moon Palace? Just tasting one could elevate your soul. Wu Ming and Neza were indifferent. Yet Jinling and Yinling were stirred with desire. Come, let us go. In the Duoshui Palace, we eat elixirs daily until we nearly vomit. Tianpeng led the two disciples away, and Wu Ming, fearing they might be led astray, followed suit. Neza, with nothing better to do, joined them. The Moon Palace was not as lively as the Yaoqi, and since all five were there to pilfer, they dared not make a sound, careful to tread lightly. Tianping appeared to be a frequent visitor and was familiar with the route. He avoided the main road and, weaving through flowers and trees, entered a courtyard. Indeed, the ground was planted with numerous purple sea mushrooms, celestial fruits, and jade vegetables. Perhaps feeling hungry, Tianpeng was the first to pluck a few spiritual fruits and devoured them, handing some to the others. Wu Ming tasted one and found it fragrant and sweet. The group began to eat heartily, while Jinling and Yinling ran off to pull up some fresh, watery radishes. Tianpeng had already climbed to the treetops to gaze at the palace maidens in the distance. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my moon palace? Suddenly, a delicate voice reprimanded them. A rabbit sprang from the flowers, its lack of lips and sharp teeth, long ears, and drooping nose, with red eyes that gleamed. Its body as soft as jade, and its feet moving like the wind. The two disciples, not realizing the gravity of the situation, were met with Yinling's observation that it was merely a long-eared beast. Come, let me feed you a celestial fruit, but don't make a fuss. The jade rabbit's eyes nearly sparked with fire, having seen its precious crystal radishes ravaged, and it was heartbroken. It spun around and transformed into a delicate young girl. Blushing and charming, her face radiant, sporting a pair of pink long ears atop her head. You thieves dare to steal my celestial radishes. Behold. The jade rabbit immediately brandished a pestle and swung it fiercely at the two disciples. Unskilled in combat, Jinling and Yinling were no match for the jade rabbit, a formidable female spirit, and were soon left fleeing with their heads tucked down. Ah, brother, save me. Wu Ming could no longer stand idly by and intervened. My dear young lady, I sincerely apologize. We shall compensate you for these celestial treasures. Indeed, it's just a few radishes. What's the big deal? Yinling, feeling emboldened by Wu Ming's support, retorted. The jade rabbit, however, was not appeased. I don't want your compensation. I just want to give you a beating to vent my anger, and then I'll take you to see the palace master. With that, she swung her pestle towards them. Despite her delicate appearance, the jade rabbit was a formidable demon of golden elixir level, skilled in martial arts. And the pestle in her hand was no ordinary weapon. Wu Ming swiftly drew his spear to block the attack. Not good. We alarmed the fairies of the Moon Palace. Let us flee. Tianpeng called from the treetop. Wu Ming and Neza quickly grabbed the two disciples and dashed away, while the jade rabbit stomped her feet in frustration, unable to catch them. Before long, a group of Chang'e fairies descended upon the courtyard. Why have our celestial fruits been ravaged like this? The fairy of rainbow garments stepped forward and asked the jade rabbit. I heard the sounds of conflict. Do you know what happened? The jade rabbit, fuming, replied, someone trespassed into our vegetable garden, and I was engaged in a duel with them. Oh, do you know who they were? The jade rabbit pondered and said, I recognize one. It's that Tianping, the marshal, along with two disciples, and a slightly older one standing on two fire wheels, and another who is quite handsome and wields a peculiar spear. A fairy nearby interjected. Could it be that you simply ate and are now framing others? Sui, you're asking for it. The fairy of rainbow garments quickly intervened. All right. Let us report this matter to the palace master and let her decide. The jade rabbit, along with the Chang'e fairies, headed to meet the moon goddess and present the situation. Meanwhile, the five who had caused trouble were still lingering outside the bullfighting palace, admiring the beauty of the Milky Way. At that moment, the Jade Emperor was in the sacred hall reviewing various reports when he heard the announcement from Master Xīyóu that the Peach Fairy under the Queen Mother and the Fairy of Rainbow Garments from the Moon Palace wished to see him. Call them in. Soon, the two fairies entered the hall. The Peach Fairy spoke first. Your Majesty, today, intruders have trespassed into the sacred realm of Yaoqi. Peeking at the fairies and disrupting order, we request your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation. The Fairy of Rainbow Garments added, today, intruders also trespassed into the Moon Palace, stealing celestial fruits and elixirs. The Palace Master earnestly requests your Majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly. The Jade Emperor, taken aback, exclaimed, Oh? Such incidents have occurred in the Heavenly Palace? Master Xīyóu, immediately instruct the inspecting spirit to ascertain who is responsible for this. The voice of Master Xīyóu rang out from outside the hall as you command. Before long, the inspecting spirit reported, Your Majesty, I have determined who trespassed into both the sacred realm of Yaoqi and the Moon Palace. The Jade Emperor nodded. Who are they? They are Marshal Tianpeng, Prince Neza, disciple of Master Zhang, and the two disciples of the Dao ancestor, Jin Ling and Yin Ling. The inspecting spirit, akin to Di Rinjie of the Heavenly Court, had swiftly uncovered the truth. The Jade Emperor snorted. They have no regard for rules. Where are they now? The inspecting spirit replied, They are outside the bullfighting palace, gazing at the stars and admiring the moon. Both the Peach Fairy and the Fairy of Rainbow Garments were astonished at the number of people involved, realizing even the disciples of the Dao ancestor had been implicated. Under these circumstances, the punishment would surely not be severe. Indeed, the Jade Emperor declared, Go. Issue an order to the heavenly soldiers outside the bullfighting palace to capture them and confine them in the heavenly prison. They shall not be released before the Peach Conference. Understood. The two fairies then thanked the Jade Emperor and returned to their posts without further discussion. Meanwhile, outside the bullfighting palace, the five were lounging on a meteorite, chatting casually, disregarding age and cultivation. The marshal lacked authority, and the general displayed no valor. Suddenly, a throng of heavenly soldiers surrounded them, and among them, a divine general approached with a smile. Tianpeng, you've made quite a mess. Come with me. Tianpeng looked at the newcomer. Lingshan, what is this about? Wu Ming felt a flicker of panic, but upon seeing Neza unperturbed, he regained his composure, while the two disciples remained fearless. Lingshan, the true monarch, chuckled. Tianpeng, you're quite audacious to have trespassed into Yaoqi and the Moon Palace. You've been reported to the Emperor. It's fortunate you brought along the three princes. Otherwise, come now. Don't resist. The Emperor has decreed you shall not be released until after the Peach Conference. Be sensible and you'll be out by tomorrow night. Otherwise, you might miss the next Peach Conference too. Upon hearing this, the five obediently followed and were escorted to the heavenly prison. Tianping and Lingshan, being old acquaintances, were not shackled. Go in and reflect well. The five were successfully confined in the heavenly prison. What is it like to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison of the heavenly court? Tianping would tell you. Wu Ming found it rather ordinary. Aside from its sturdiness, it seemed no different. After all, the heavenly prison primarily housed celestial officials who had erred. True demons and monsters were typically dealt with by execution, who would keep them around for the new year. However, the few would not be able to leave before the Peach Conference. Chapter 85. Welcoming the Celestial Gods and Buddhas, attending the Grand Peach Conference. Tianpeng, you've led us into a terrible predicament. The four gazed at him with disappointment, though not with resentment. It was simply that he had led them astray. Little did they know, Tianpeng was also lamenting their presence, as he had previously escaped unscathed on several occasions. Today, in his goodwill to show them the fairies, he had landed them all in the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison was silent and tranquil, with no sense of time passing. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the gates of the heavenly prison swung open, revealing a celestial guard standing outside. "Esteemed immortals," he announced, "His Majesty has summoned you to the 4 heavenly gates. You may enter at noon to welcome our guests." Thus, the 5 attendants hastily dispersed in every direction. Tianping proceeded to the south heavenly gate, while the 2 attendants, Jin and Yin, headed towards the east heavenly gate. Neza made his way to the north heavenly gate, and Wu Ming approached the west heavenly gate. At the west heavenly gate, Wu Ming encountered a bare-chested deity adorned with dragon coils, who greeted him with reverence. "Greetings, King Guangmu. I am but a humble Taoist. The 4 heavenly kings take turns guarding the 4 heavenly gates, and today it was King Guangmu's turn at the west gate." Recognizing Wu Ming's identity, he hastily returned the greeting. "Fellow Taoist, may I inquire the purpose of your visit?" Wu Ming proceeded to relay the decree of the Jade Emperor. King Guangmu nodded. "Since it is the Jade Emperor's command, please follow me closely. The West Gate is primarily frequented by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Western Paradise, whom you may not recognize. Therefore, simply follow my lead." Wu Ming complied and stood by. Shortly after, a cloud descended, accompanied by a lion's roar. King Guangmu quickly moved forward to welcome the arrival, with Wu Ming following closely behind. They beheld a lion of azure fur, radiating auspiciousness, with red eyes gleaming like gold. Upon its back sat a bodhisattva, emanating the glow of relics. "Welcome, Manjushri Bodhisattva," King Guangmu exclaimed. The bodhisattva returned the greeting, stating, "I have been invited by the Queen Mother to attend the gathering. I am grateful." With that, the bodhisattva entered the west gate, while Wu Ming remained unnoticed in the background. Moments later, the arrival of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva riding a white elephant was greeted by a throng of celestial. Following him were various earth immortals and carefree heavenly beings, along with Ashvaghosha, Kasyapa, and the 18 arhats, all welcomed into the gates. The south heavenly gate was particularly lively, with Tianping leading the welcoming deities. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, accompanied by the venerable Huiyan and the dragon girl carrying precious pearls, arrived with 24 celestial beings. Soon after, various sea and mountain deities, including the great emperor of the 5 mountains, the lord of the underworld, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, made their entrance. Outside the east heavenly gate, 2 attendants trailed behind the king of nations, gazing at the emperor of the east and the immortals from the 10 continents and 3 islands, who were also attending the grand feast. The north heavenly gate, however, was rather quiet, with Neza and the king of many treasures idly waiting and occasionally welcoming a few celestial beings. Suddenly, 7 streaks of starlight pierced through the heavens, prompting the 2 to rise and greet them. "The 7 Star Lords have arrived," they announced. Indeed, it was the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The heavenly palace was filled with celestial radiance and melodious sounds, creating an atmosphere of ethereal bliss. By noon, the influx of celestial beings had subsided, and the 4 heavenly kings, along with the 5 attendants, gathered for the gathering, entrusting the gates to the heavenly soldiers, confident that no disruptions would occur. The kings and Neza were all celestial generals, endowed with divine titles and enjoying heavenly blessings, while Wu Ming, though nameless, possessed an invitation. "What title do you hold, fellow Taoist?" King Guangmu inquired. Wu Ming shook his head, replying, "I hold no position or title." "Without a title, how is it possible?" Before he could finish, Wu Ming produced a golden invitation, prompting the attendant from the jade pool to say, "Esteemed immortal, please follow me." In a state of astonishment, King Guangmu watched as Wu Ming was led into the jade pool. Inside, the celestial servants busily poured drinks, welcoming the heavenly maidens. The deities were seated in various postures, while the celestial beings emanated a splendid glow. The delicacies were numerous, featuring dragon's gall and phoenix marrow, along with exquisite beverages. The attendant invited Wu Ming to take a seat at the prominent position. The jade pool was vast, and although seats were arranged, many gathered around to sit. Wu Ming was invited by the attendant to a spot near the front, flanked by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on one side and the immortals of the 3 islands on the other. "This is the seating for the 5 elders. How could I possibly sit there?" He intended to decline, yet the attendant insisted, "Dear Taoist, there are many peaches to enjoy in that place. Would you truly refuse such an opportunity? Sister, please lead the way." As they passed by the jade tables, the celestial beings, unfamiliar with Wu Ming, began to inquire about his identity. Tianpeng and the various marshals looked on in surprise as Wu Ming was guided forward. They all knew that was the seat of the 5 elders, and the occupant had not appeared for several gatherings. This year, however, a young Taoist had taken the place. Summoning their courage, they seated themselves on either side, witnessing the radiant light of the Buddhas and Arhats on the left, while the immortals shone like the moon on the right. Wu Ming, feeling the need to conceal his presence, quietly cast a spell, enveloping himself in a shimmering light, akin to a celestial being. Though modest in brilliance, it harmonized with the light of the sun and moon, maintaining his dignity. Nearby were the esteemed positions of the 3 pure ones and the 4 emperors, yet no one occupied those seats. Only the 2 attendants of the old lord sat upright. Soon, the sound of celestial music filled the air, and the dragon car and phoenix chariot brought forth the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, who entered together, followed closely by 4 grand celestial masters and 4 personal maidens of the Queen Mother. All the deities rose in reverence. "We pay our respects to your majesty and your ladyship. All of you, be at ease," the 2 sovereigns commanded. The celestial beings resumed their places, and the 2 exalted figures ascended to their thrones. Wu Ming finally caught a glimpse of the sovereign of the heavenly realm. Yet his lowly position rendered him unable to discern the features of the great deity. One of the 4 grand masters glanced up and immediately noticed his disciple, Wu Ming, awkwardly situated amidst the Buddhas and Arhats, feeling out of place. Wu Ming, while aware of his teacher's presence, felt that his conspicuous position made it challenging to rise and pay respects. He soon heard the Grand Master whisper, "The delicacies and fine wines are available for tasting. Yet the peaches should ideally be consumed after one has achieved celestial enlightenment. Otherwise, they merely prolong one's lifespan, leading to a false semblance of immortality." Wu Ming nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, celestial maidens, including Chang'e from the Moon Palace, approached to perform a dance. The maidens sang and danced, while the maidservants gracefully presented platters of delectable celestial treats. The divine beings reveled in the festivities, toasting and sharing in a harmonious atmosphere. As the banquet progressed, colorful-clad celestial maidens arrived carrying baskets of fruits. Naturally, the highlight of the peach banquet was the prized peaches. The celestial maidens distributed the peaches, and Wu Ming, having claimed a generous share, ended up with 3 peaches, while the 2 attendants received 1 each. The other deities had to share among themselves, with many receiving just a single peach, while the lower-ranked earth immortals and ghostly officials received none. Even among the peaches, there were variations in quality. And before Wu Ming lay a large peach, a rare specimen matured over 9,000 years. Wu Ming took a whiff, confirming it to be a creation of heavenly roots. Its coloration a delightful blend of red and green, exuding a fragrant sweetness. How amusing that the fruits of Wuling Garden cannot compare to this heavenly bounty, he mused, marveling at its rarity. Hastily, he tucked the peach away. The celestial beings around him enthusiastically indulged in the peaches, expressing their gratitude to the Queen Mother for her generosity. Wu Ming, unfamiliar with those around him, kept to himself, savoring the delicacies on the table. Before long, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother took their leave, and the celestial beings rose to bid them farewell, marking the conclusion of the peach banquet. Following their departure, those who wished to leave did so, while others chose to stay, resulting in a much lighter atmosphere. As the grand gathering continued, Silver Spirit approached Wu Ming and inquired, "How did you end up seated here?" "Naturally, it is due to my high virtue," Wu Ming replied. Silver Spirit rolled her eyes in disbelief, retorting, "Do not deceive me. This seat clearly belongs to the northern celestial realm. Pray tell, what is your true identity? Amount? Begone." Overall, the peach banquet had been a resounding success. As for what transpired thereafter, Wu Ming remained oblivious, as it was of no concern to him. Most of the celestial beings, even if they had not met him, could recognize him in the future. However, he noted the absence of the ever-friendly Tai-Bai Jinxing, hoping to become better acquainted. On the following day, he sought permission to depart from his teacher. "All that was meant to be conveyed has been shared with you. The rest depends on your own efforts to attain those merits. As for the matter of imparting the Tao, I believe the old lord has already advised you, so I shall say no more. Just be mindful on your journey." Wu Ming nodded in agreement and then asked, "What of this golden token?" "Take it. In the future, if there is a need, you may come to the heavenly palace, and it would bring me some honor." Wu Ming immediately bowed in gratitude, left the celestial master's residence, and then proceeded to meet with Neza, Tianpeng, and Marshal Ma. As for the 2 young boys, Jean and Ian, They had already been sent back to the Doshui Palace. It was of no consequence that he could not ascend. He then exited the Heavenly Palace through the Western Gate. The next time he attended the Peach Banquet, he should be able to receive an invitation, right? While traversing the celestial expanse, he was suddenly confronted by two ruffians. Halt! Taoist. One was adorned with tiger stripes and had a mouth full of sharp fangs, with a frown that resembled the character for king, brandishing a large broadsword. Beside him stood another fierce figure, red-haired and blue-faced, resembling a Xīyóu. Wu Ming furrowed his brow and retorted, "How dare you two creatures, resembling neither human nor ghost, obstruct my path?" The Xīyóu cackled. "We heard that the young Taoist is hiding a peach of immortality, and we have come to borrow a taste. What a misfortune. Encountering robbery right after leaving the celestial realm. You two beasts, cultivating the golden core is no easy feat. Do not squander centuries of hard work in a single moment." The two fiends had already made up their minds to come for the peaches, undaunted by Wu Ming, believing a mere youth could not possess much power or skill. They drew their weapons and charged. Words of reason are wasted on the doomed. Wu Ming drew his weapon and struck first. The tiger demon was unprepared for Wu Ming's magical weapon, which instantly elongated to 10 feet and pierced through him, causing the Xīyóu to retreat in fear. With a howl, the tiger demon transformed into a gust of wind to escape, revealing a translucent form. What kind of weapon is that? Wu Ming had no time for idle chatter, leaping forth to attack, forcing the two demons to dodge left and right, unable to counter. This fellow is formidable. Let us flee. Attempt to run? Wu Ming swiftly unleashed the dragon binding rope, incanting as he threw it, which swiftly ensnared the two fiends. Spare us, O immortal. Spare us. They bowed fervently. Wu Ming approached and inquired, "From which mountain do you hail, and what cave do you inhabit?" Replying to the immortal, "We are the left and right vanguards of Xīyóu Ridge, sent by our king to rob you of the peaches." The Xīyóu trembled as he spoke. Xīyóu Ridge? Wu Ming frowned. He knew that place had deep ties to the Buddhist realm. Who leaked the information? It seems establishing a lineage for teaching will not be so simple. "O immortal, we have spoken. May we be released?" Wu Ming regained his composure, raised his spear, and cleaved them in half. Retracting the dragon binding rope to his waist and collecting the two demon corpses into his furnace. As starlight fell into the realm of Xīyóu, he soon arrived at Lingshan Mountain. The village appeared significantly larger, with many more people. Wu Ming concealed his form, and upon entering the village, he saw an earthen temple. A shrine to an immortal, with a statue that looked rather like himself. Continuing on to Daniu's home, he found two spirited children playing with wooden swords outside. The elder appeared around 9, while the younger was about 6. Wu Ming suddenly revealed himself, startling the children, who immediately raised their wooden swords and demanded, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly jump out and scare us?" "I am a wicked demon from the mountains, here to feast upon children." The two children, however, showed no fear. The younger one brandished his sword and retorted, "You cannot scare me. Our village is protected by an immortal, and demons dare not approach." "Sure too, Xīyóu. Whom are you speaking to?" A woman's voice called from within the courtyard. "Mother, there's a handsome person here claiming to be a demon." With hurried footsteps, a middle-aged woman rushed out, holding a carrying pole. "Xīyóu, is the demon you mentioned an immortal?" Upon seeing Wu Ming's features, she immediately recognized him as the immortal who had stayed with them a decade prior, and she was about to bow in reverence. "Please, no need for that. Where has Dania gone?" The woman invited Wu Ming inside and explained, "He has gone to Lingshan village to help someone with their roof. Everyone says that living near an immortal brings good fortune." Observing the tables and chairs inside, along with the cobwebs in the corners, Wu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. For him, it had only been 10 days, yet a decade had passed in the mortal realm. Before long, Daniu returned. Upon seeing Wu Ming, he fell to the ground, weeping profusely, expressing his fears that the immortal would never return. And now seeing him again felt like a divine blessing. Wu Ming inquired about the earthen temple at the village entrance. That temple was built by our 3 villages to honor the immortal for defeating the demons. We did not dare to name the immortal, so we only crafted a statue. Wu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He was still alive, yet they had erected a temple for him. He instructed Dania to dismantle it, but he refused. With the immortal's temple, the demons on the surrounding mountains do not dare invade. The villagers often pay their respects. Wu Ming had no choice but to acquiesce and told him his Taoist title. "In the future, do not call me immortal. Simply refer to me as Taoist Duomu." To establish a lineage, he first needed to find a suitable location, so he decided to stay at Daniu's home and asked him to keep it a secret. Xīyóu Ridge stretched for 800 miles. The Pink Demon King and the Xīyóu King were drinking in their cave. The Xīyóu and the long-toothed tiger have not returned. They have likely been killed by that fellow, said the Pink Demon King. Although the Xīyóu King had never encountered Wu Ming, he felt anger at the death of his two generals. Brother, if that is the case, we will not be able to enjoy the peaches he possesses. Do not despair. Dear brother, I have left those mountain villages untouched for fear of alarming the snake. Now that he has returned, we brothers can employ some tricks to capture him. The Xīyóu King was delighted. Brother, what plan do you have? During the peach banquet, that fellow's unworthiness will surely invite disaster. I will gather some friends to aid us. With our combined strength, he will not stand a chance. Thus, the cave echoed with the laughter of the two demons. At Xīyóu Mountain, Wu Ming set out early the next day to search for a spiritual vein and a blessed land. The mountain spans 600 miles, with Ponzi Ridge to the east, and within its depths was said to be a hot spring transformed from the Golden Crow. After traversing Xīyóu Mountain, Wu Ming chose a clearing halfway up the western peak as the site for the mountain gate. The terrain was spacious, resembling a dragon's head gazing toward the heavens, which pleased Wu Ming greatly. Upon inspecting the cliff, he discovered a cave with jagged boulders resembling dragon teeth intertwined. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Wu Ming placed the unrefined dragon pearl from his furnace into the cave, perfectly sealing the entrance. With a resonating hum, it seemed as if a dragon's roar echoed in the void, and the entire Xīyóu Mountain appeared to awaken. A blessed land indeed. The entire area seemed to draw closer to Wu Ming, with swirling colorful clouds and billowing white mist gathering atop the western peak, leading the villagers to believe it was a divine miracle. This shall be the site of the mountain gate. The dragon pearl, which could only provide its essence, seemed to activate the earth's veins, causing the entire mountain to undergo a slow transformation. Next, he needed to gather funds to hire craftsmen and laborers to construct the palace, which would be his refuge and the future home of Huanghua Temple. Once completed, he would proclaim his title, I am the master of Huanghua Temple, Taoist Domo. He did not intend to change the name of Huanghua Temple, as it felt somewhat dissonant otherwise. But where to beg for alms? There were 3 villages at the foot of the mountain and a nearby small town, but none could support the construction of a grand temple. The nearest prosperous nation was the Xīyóu Kingdom. If he truly needed manpower and resources, perhaps this nation could suffice? He immediately summoned clouds and mist to conceal the area. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, Wu Ming shared his plans with Xīyóu and his wife. Xīyóu, being warm-hearted, immediately said, Taoist Domo, do not worry. Tomorrow I will gather the village men to go into the mountains to fell trees and gather stones. Thank you, Xīyóu. The construction of Huanghua Temple should be completed soon, allowing for the dissemination of teachings to the east. According to the words of the Old Lord, this journey may even lay the foundation for achieving celestial status, an endeavor of great significance that must be approached with utmost caution. The Lion Troop Kingdom lies merely a few thousand miles away, a distance that can be traversed with a mere twist of the waist. Upon arriving at the city gates, Wu Ming transformed into a wandering Taoist, altering his Feng Tianhua halberd into a long sign adorned with the characters relieving worries and solving difficulties. Entering the city, he was greeted by a bustling marketplace filled with shops and throngs of people, confirming its prosperity. His unusual appearance immediately drew the astonishment of the locals, who wondered where this peculiar figure had come from, daring to proclaim such a sign. What abilities do you possess that allow you to make such claims? Inquired a vendor selling jade and gold. I can read the winds and waters, divine through characters, exorcise demons, and vanquish evil, Wu Ming replied. The vendor chuckled. Those are impressive skills, but they do not resolve my predicament. Wu Ming then inquired about this predicament. I wish to earn gold by the bucket. Possessing wealth that could last for generations, the vendor lamented. Are you here to mock me? Wu Ming responded. Life, destiny, and feng shui come first. Then, moral cultivation and learning. Which of these do you prioritize? The vendor, unfazed, simply laughed. Oh, you mad Taoist. My ancestral grave is a chaotic burial ground. Yet we have never lacked for food. Our household once had a guardian spirit, and despite generations of illiteracy, we possess countless treasures. Observing the flicker of bloodlust in the vendor's eyes, Wu Ming felt a foreboding sensation and decided to move on. However, several shadowy figures lingered behind him, trailing persistently. As he traversed through the streets and alleys, a few individuals sought his divination, and Wu Ming dutifully attended to their queries, earning a modest sum of silver by the end of the day. Patience is key. This matter cannot be rushed. By day's end, he had earned 2 taels and 5 coins. A significant journey lay ahead. As dusk fell, a fierce wind swept through the lion troop kingdom, causing merchants to scramble for their wares, pedestrians to lose their bearings, and shopkeepers to struggle with their doors and windows. Panic ensued among the palace maidens who hid beneath their beds. While the royal guards hurriedly assembled, the demons have arrived. The residents of the city were well aware that this ominous wind signified the approach of malevolent spirits, prompting them to seek refuge. In the clouds above, two dark figures, the Pink Demon King and the Lion Troop King, surveyed the chaos. "Your brother has a plan," the Lion Troop King remarked. "After months of waiting, it's time to feast on the elderly, as the younger women, though less desirable, offer endless benefits." The Punk Demon King merely smiled, contemplating the inhabitants below. He knew that his kin had a voracious appetite, but their whereabouts were uncertain. The common folk of the city could not be left to suffer at their hands. As they scanned the city, a glimmer of light caught the Punk Demon King's attention, prompting him to swoop down and devour a vendor hole. The Lion Troop King followed suit, consuming the elderly he encountered. The demonic winds raged for half an hour before finally dissipating. Within the royal palace, ministers and the monarch cowered in the golden throne hall. "Your Majesty, without the protection of high Buddhist monks, the demons run rampant. If this continues, the citizens will surely perish," lamented the left chancellor, tears streaming down his face. Shortly thereafter, several elder statesmen voiced their grievances, chastising the monarch for imposing taxes on the monasteries, which drove the monks away and invited calamity. The monarch remained stoic, reflecting on how these very elders had supported his decision to expel the monks, under the guise of returning land to the people. However, his investigations revealed that the lands of those monasteries had been appropriated by a few prominent families. Though the Lion Troop Mountain had seen demons descend upon the land, there had once been monks to quell them. Now, none remained. The court seemed to blame him for the expulsion of the monks. "Enough. Where is the nearest temple?" The chief minister stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, 600 miles to the southwest lies Lingshan Temple. In the past, I have heard that the monks there possessed the ability to subdue demons, and many monks sought refuge there." Rubbing his temples, the monarch asked, "Who will go to invite the high monk to our court for protection?" Upon hearing this, the court fell silent. Why? The Lion Troop Mountain, spanning 800 miles, was teeming with demons. They lacked both the ability and the courage to face them. "Are you all unwilling to share in my troubles?" His patience wore thin. The elder statesmen exchanged glances, sensing the monarch's rising ire, and hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, the journey is perilous and fraught with danger. Only exceptional individuals should undertake it to ensure the high monk is brought back. What does the Grand Tutor propose?" The Grand Tutor replied without hesitation, "A royal edict should be issued to seek out talented individuals, regardless of their status or abilities. Anyone who successfully brings back the high monk will be rewarded with titles and riches." "Then let it be as you say. Let us post the royal edict at once." The ministers acknowledged the command, and the court dispersed, each returning to their duties. Meanwhile, Wu Ming returned to Yuanjia village, where he encountered a large group of villagers descending from the mountains after gathering wood. Upon seeing the immortal, they all knelt in reverence. "Please, rise, fellow cultivators. I am no immortal, merely a practitioner of some magic." "How can one with magical abilities not be an immortal?" "Such humility," the villagers insisted, unable to contain their respect for him. Wu Ming, seeing their fatigue, conjured jade teacups from his sleeves, filled with a glistening liquid that resembled jade nectar. "I have no possessions, but please accept this bowl of tea." The villagers, accustomed to brewing herbal teas, were overwhelmed by the exquisite taste, expressing their gratitude for the divine gift. "This tea from an immortal surely grants longevity." Wu Ming chuckled to himself, thinking, "I cannot even achieve immortality myself." After enjoying the tea, the villagers felt invigorated, as if they had boundless energy. "I feel as though I could work for at least half the night." Wu Ming returned home with Xīyóu, and after dining, they retired for the evening. However, disturbances throughout the night disrupted his peace. "I must refrain from giving so freely in the future." Chapter 88. The Taoist seeks recommendations. The demon lord desires to devour a centipede the following day. The men from the 3 villages emerged, invigorated and ready to work, showering the immortal with gratitude. The temple in Yuanjia village saw an increase in offerings. Wu Ming, once again donning the guise of starlight, entered the city of Lion Troop, only to find the streets eerily deserted. Demonic energy, he mused. Could it be that evil has infiltrated the city? He noticed traces of blood and remnants of flesh, furrowing his brow in concern. Is this city truly doomed? Suddenly, The sounds of drums and gongs resonated from the city center, drawing him closer. A multitude of citizens gathered in the training grounds, surrounded by armored royal guards. In the forefront stood dozens of peculiar individuals of varying ages. Wu Ming approached a group and inquired about the commotion. The onlooker, noticing Wu Ming's unusual attire, remarked, "You too must be a foreigner. Have you seen the royal edict? The monarch is seeking talented individuals to assist the kingdom. Those who succeed will be rewarded with titles and riches." Wu Ming, having missed the royal proclamation upon his entry, felt a spark of interest at the mention of riches. He pushed through the crowd to get a closer look. "Why are you telling him this?" Another bystander questioned. "What of it?" The first replied, "If he possesses the ability, it would be a boon for us all." The monarch's urgent call had indeed attracted some, as many who had lost hope of achieving immortality now sought earthly wealth. Yet, only a few had responded to the proclamation, numbering around 20 to 30, among whom were a dozen or so bald men clutching prayer beads, seemingly chanting sutras. Wu Ming could not ascertain the strength of these individuals, as none exhibited any visible magical prowess. Without confrontation, it was impossible to discern their abilities. It is certain that several monks are undoubtedly charlatans. With keen senses, he can hear the incoherent mutterings mixed with foul language from them. A small official nearby seems to be registering, and Wu Ming approaches, inquiring of the general about his name and abilities, instructing him to wait over there. The small official, without raising his head, finally looks up at Wu Ming when he does not respond for a while, impatiently saying, "You lowly commoner, I am asking you a question. Keep your head down, it's rather unsightly." Wu Ming presses his hand down, forcing the small official's chin to his chest. "Brat, how dare you strike an official?" he exclaims, only to find he cannot lift his head, as if his chin has taken root on his chest. "Someone, quickly, come here, there is a troublemaker." The small official shoves over tables and chairs, calling loudly, which instantly attracts the attention of several imperial guards. The leading officer questions the situation. The small official, in a state of panic, points at Wu Ming and says, "General, this man employs sorcery to harm others. I cannot lift my head." The officer, taken aback, reaches out to lift his head. "Ah, it hurts. It truly pains me." The officer then releases his grip, but does not order Wu Ming to be taken away. Instead, he respectfully states, "This man has offended you, sir. Please do not take offense and spare him." The small official, realizing that this person possesses genuine abilities and is not merely a trickster, immediately kneels and pleads for mercy. "Sir, please forgive my transgressions." Wu Ming helps him up, saying, "Next time, remember to speak with courtesy." "Yes, yes." The small official nods vigorously, finally realizing he can move his head again. "Sir, please rest in the observation tower." Wu Ming nods and follows the officer into the adjoining building. "Hey, why does that fellow get to rest upstairs while we are left down here, without even a cup of tea?" An imposing bald man complains. The officer, annoyed, retorts, "What are you shouting about? If you lack skills, just wait here until His Majesty arrives to make a decision." At midday, the sound of drums and gongs resonates as the sovereign and a group of ministers arrive late after their meal. Instantly, the courtyard is filled with kneeling figures. Eunuchs and palace maids hold canopies, fans, and incense burners to usher the sovereign into the third floor of the observation tower. The commander of the Imperial Guards approaches to report that they have found someone with magical abilities, but the others need His Majesty and the lords to identify him. The sovereign, surprised, asks, "Who is it? Quickly bring him here." Two attendants rush down to fetch the individual. Soon after, a celestial-looking Taoist enters the room, holding a long staff. "I have long been honored to meet the sovereign," he states. The sovereign, not daring to act arrogantly, hastily offers support. "Ah, it is a Taoist. May I inquire which celestial mountain you have cultivated upon?" "I cultivate on Yanhua Mountain, and I have descended this time to seek alms." The sovereign instructs for a seat to be brought and orders tea and fruits. He further inquires, "I have not heard of Yanhua Mountain in this vicinity. It must be quite distant. What brings you here? May I see your record of connections?" Wu Ming responds, "Yanhua Mountain lies east of Xīyóu Ridge, approximately 1,000 miles away. I have come down to establish a mountain gate and, with my humble powers, assist others without writing a record of connections." As he speaks, he shakes the long staff. The sovereign and the ministers exchange glances, and the Grand Tutor finally asks, "Might you demonstrate a bit of your celestial arts for us to behold?" Wu Ming furrows his brow, then sweeps his hand across the table, causing the tea and fruit platter to vanish in an instant. The entire assembly is taken aback, searching around and finding nothing. thus believing the Taoist to possess true magical abilities. Following that, the sovereign and courtiers observe the talented individuals below, each showcasing their supernatural skills, breathing fire, fishing for gold and oil, capturing winds and ghosts, and reviving the dead, all mere tricks. However, that burly bald man could lift enormous boulders and was invited into the observation tower. In the Lion Trojan cave, the two demon kings received a report from a minor demon that the small sovereign seemed to be recruiting talents and was unaware of whether he intended to attack their Lion Trojan ridge. However, since the demon was semi-literate, he could not comprehend the full context. Let it be, the two demon kings were unconcerned. As with their martial prowess and the numerous minor demons, they had no fear of any mortal attacks. Has your brother found any help? The Lion Trojan king inquires. He originally established a cave, but I did not see anyone when I went there. I could not find him, the pink demon king replies, not expecting to be unable to locate the individual. Where would this assistance come from? After a moment's contemplation, the Lion Trojan king grows impatient, saying, I propose it is better if it is just the two of us. The pink demon king shakes his head, without a third capable hand. Even if we can defeat him, we cannot capture him. Just then, a swirling black wind descends outside the Lion Trojan cave, revealing an old demon, adorned in a golden helmet, with flowing tassels, a yellow robe billowing in the wind, and a godly demeanor. What brings you here? What is your business at my cave? The gatekeeping minor demon demands. The old demon, unfazed, gestures dismissively, go and inform your cave master that Huang Feng has come to relieve their troubles. Upon receiving this report, the two demon kings surprised. Wonder why he has arrived. Quickly, invite him in. The two demon kings step out to formally greet him. Brother Huang Feng, welcome from afar. I apologize for not receiving you sooner. The three demons enter the cave and prepare a banquet. What does Brother Huang Feng mean by coming to relieve troubles? The old demon inquires. Huang Feng produces a jade vial, taking a sip. Of course, it is to seize the peaches of immortality. Chapter 89. The three demon heads formulate a plan. The old sovereign seeks the Tao. How to proceed? Huang Feng strokes his beard, stating, it has been reported that the Taoist intends to establish a mountain gate to teach. He cannot escape this time. When we find his mountain gate, we will gather our troops and attack. He will have no way to flee. The Lion Trojan king doubts. Do you think that Taoist will fight to the death? The Peng Demon King is also puzzled. Could it be that the Taoist does not value his life? Knowing some inside information, Huang Feng has a plan. If the Taoist does not flee, even with their combined strength, they would not defeat him. If he does escape, it would still count as a contribution. And he would gain some benefits, possibly even his freedom. However, he would still need these two fools to assist him. He thus divulges some of his thoughts. I see there are quite a few demon soldiers in the mountains. How come so few in the cave? The Lion Trojan king explains, Brother Huang Feng, you are not aware. The Lion Trojan ridge spans 800 miles. Besides my cave, there are several others, hence the limited number of soldiers. Then does your name as the Lion Trojan king not match your reputation? The Peng Demon King, seeing he is interested, asks Huang Feng what he means. Of course, we must drive them all away. One mountain cannot house two tigers. The three demon heads thus resolve to secure their territory before confronting external threats, training their demon soldiers in preparation to completely occupy Lion Trojan Ridge. In the royal palace of the Lion Trojan Kingdom, the sovereign hosts a banquet for Wu Ming and the burly warrior. After several rounds of drinks and tastings of various dishes, dancers and singers approach to perform. The warrior's eyes gleam with excitement, but for Wu Ming, it pales in comparison to the dances of the Yaoqi celestial maidens and Chang'e from the Moon Palace. Gentlemen, I have summoned the capable and righteous from across the realm for a matter. The sovereign begins. Your Majesty, please speak. I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. The burly man replies, patting his chest. The sovereign, somewhat displeased yet maintaining composure, states, I require both of you to deliver a letter to Lingshan Temple, located 600 miles southwest. Deliver a letter? Wu Ming interjects, Your Majesty, will there be a reward of 1,000 gold pieces upon delivery? The sovereign nods. If that is the case, I shall set off immediately. Taoist, please wait. The journey is long and arduous. I shall have them prepare clothing and provisions for you before you depart. The sovereign chuckles. This Taoist is rather rash. Wu Ming explains. I possess some magical abilities and have learned the art of riding clouds and mist. If all goes well, I shall return in but the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Humph. Boasting, the burly man scoffs. Wu Ming did not compete with him for the letter. He entrusted it to Yunxia, who transformed it into a beam of starlight and ascended into the heavens. The monarch, along with the court's civil and military officials, expressed their admiration, acknowledging him as a truly remarkable Taoist priest. However, the burly man felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Had he truly lost his fortune? Yet, the monarch did not neglect him, appointing him as the commander of the imperial guard. Not long after, Wu Ming spotted a temple nestled halfway up the mountain and descended upon the entrance. The grounds were meticulously cleaned, and when he knocked on the door, a novice monk peeked out. Unfamiliar with Wu Ming's identity as a Taoist, he inquired from where this benefactor had come and why he sought the temple. "Young monk, I am a humble Taoist from the Lion-Tiger Kingdom, entrusted by the monarch to deliver this letter to your abbot," Wu Ming replied, producing the letter. "Lion-Tiger Kingdom? I have not heard of it, but I can take you to meet our abbot. Please follow me," said the novice. As Wu Ming followed him into the temple, he suddenly sensed a malevolent aura. Ignoring it, he passed through the hall and across the bridge, arriving at a chamber where the novice asked him to wait while he reported. Moments later, the novice invited him in. Inside, an elderly monk, his beard and hair entirely white and his demeanor frail, sat cross-legged on a mat. "I apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed friend," he rasped, inviting Wu Ming to take a seat. After Wu Ming settled, the old monk revealed that he had read the letter but felt powerless to act. Although Wu Ming had not opened the letter, he understood the implications and asked if the old monk had any words to convey. "Esteemed friend, you may not know, but our temple currently lacks monks with the ability to subdue demons. Most are merely engaged in piety and prayer. The few with spiritual prowess are unable to assist." The old monk lamented. This was a presumption Wu Ming had made. Not all monks possess the same formidable powers. Just as not all Taoists can wield the Five Thunder method. "What causes the malevolent aura in the temple?" Wu Ming inquired. The old monk sighed, explaining that the demon had emerged from an unknown source, and the monks could only suppress it beneath the relic tower, hoping to subdue it through Buddhist teachings. Thus, he reiterated, they were unable to assist. With that, Wu Ming took his leave of the old monk and soared back to the Lion-Tiger Kingdom. Upon his return, he was warmly welcomed by the monarch, who invited him to take a seat. After discussing the events, the monarch was filled with trepidation. "Has the Buddha truly abandoned my kingdom?" murmured the officials. "Why not appoint the Taoist as our national master to protect our realm and elevate him above all?" suggested one courtier. Instantly, the monarch and officials turned their gazes towards Wu Ming. He shook his head, expressing gratitude for their kindness, but declared, "I cannot accept such a position, as I bear the responsibilities of the Taoist path and cannot indulge in